She'll hurry up and carry Lu Yang inside. Wen Qingtai sounded timid. Mom, if we do this and he wakes up, won't he make a fuss? What if we break the law? The woman's voice came heavy with exasperation. What are you afraid of? What kind of fuss can a useless coward like him kick up? Besides, if your aunt hadn't picked him up and raised him for more than 10 years, he would have died long ago. Now that your aunt has responded to the national policy and gone to the countryside to do manual labor, he should properly repay our family by giving up his job to you. Since he refuses to listen, we can only use some methods. Relax. As long as the two of them sleep together, whether he actually does anything or not, he won't escape the crime of being a hooligan. If he still won't obediently transfer his job to you, we'll report him and let him eat peanuts. With one scare like that, he's sure to be frightened out of his wits. By then, once you have a stable job, we can also resolve the matter of that Su family girl sneaking around and getting pregnant. That's killing two birds with one stone. Silly son, make sure you watch them closely. Watching her son carry the man inside, Yu Hongmei gave a few last instructions, then turned and left. On the bed, the man's eyes snapped open. Thinking of what he had just overheard, a vicious glint flashed across his gaze. Before he could move, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, and in an instant his head felt as if it were about to explode with dizzy pain. He did not know how long it took before the vertigo slowly faded, allowing him to begin sorting through the original owner's memories in his mind. Yes, he had transmigrated. He had once been a 6th-tier spatial ability user at the end of the 22nd century. During a zombie siege, in order to protect the people inside the city, he had self-detonated and perished together with the zombie king. He had never expected that when he opened his eyes again, he would be reborn as Lu Yang in the year 1972. Realizing that the turning point in the original owner's memory lay in this very night, he propped up his weak body and sat up. With a thought, a syringe appeared in his palm. He lifted his hand and drove the needle into his own arm. Within seconds, strength flowed back into his limbs. He clenched his fist and closed his eyes, sensing carefully. Fortunately, his spatial ability had come with him. With his space ability in this unfamiliar era, he had the confidence to live a far better life. He drew in a deep breath, savoring the freshness of the air. No stench of decay, no smog, no zombies. How wonderful! Lu Yang climbed out of bed and with a single teleportation appeared outside the door. Seeing the person leaning against the wall, he knocked him out without a word, dragged him back into the room, swiftly stripped him bare and tossed him onto the bed, then forced the aphrodisiac down his throat, thinking of the scene that according to the original memories should soon unfold. The corner of his lips curled into a wicked smile. Such a lively spectacle, how could it not be shared for all to see? With a creak, the courtyard gate opened. Yu Hongmei entered, pulling someone along behind her. She muttered under her breath, "Su girl, your auntie has thought up a way for you. From now on, no one will ever know the origin of the child in your belly. You must remember this favor." Su Qingqing gave a charming laugh. "I know, auntie, don't worry. I'm best sisters with your Qingqing. This plan was something she came up with for me. Sigh, otherwise I truly wouldn't know what to do. I'll definitely keep your family's kindness in mind. Once Lu Yang marries me, I'll make sure to tame him until he's completely obedient. He definitely won't come looking for trouble with your family. Just leave it to me." To her it was a joke to worry. Lu Yang was a university graduate with good looks and a stable job, so what if his adoptive parents had a bad political background? Before they went down to the countryside, they had already published a notice severing ties with him. For her, already pregnant, he was the best possible choice. A glint of calculation flashed in both their eyes as they tiptoed inside. Yu Hongmei urged, "He's already been drugged and is asleep. Hurry and go lie down on the bed. By tomorrow morning everything will be settled." "All right, I'll do whatever auntie says." With a creak, Su Qingqing pushed the door open. The room inside was very dark. Before she could react, a strong force yanked her forward. Instinctively she cried out, "Ah!" Hearing the cry from inside, Yu Hongmei pressed herself against the door and whispered, "Su girl, keep your voice down. It's dark in there, don't fall." Before she could finish, a tremendous force struck her back, sending her tumbling into the room. There was a click as the door was locked from the outside. Yu Hongmei stared dumbfounded, unable to understand who had just kicked her when she heard heavy, ragged breathing. She lifted her head and met a pair of eyes gleaming green in the darkness. Auntie, just what did you give Lu Yang to take? Let go of me. Let go of me, you bastard. Auntie, why aren't you coming to help me? I can't break free." Su Qingqing was pinned beneath someone, her clothes being torn open, the ripping fabric harsh in the night. Her face went deathly pale with fright, and she wailed regardless of anything else, "Help! Auntie, come save me!" Yu Hongmei's mind buzzed, unable to make sense of what was happening. She instinctively rushed forward to pull them apart, only to be shoved hard to the ground. She shouted, "Lu Yang, are you insane? Let her go this instant." Outside, beside the window, a figure stood. In the blink of an eye it vanished. The shrill clang of a gong suddenly rang out along the street, rousing all the neighbors from their sleep. Cursing under their breath, people stumbled into the courtyard. "Who is it? Which bastard is banging a gong in the middle of the night? Are you crazy? Damn it, I finally managed to fall asleep and got jolted awake. If I don't get an explanation today, this won't be over." Over a dozen people surged in like a dark tide. When no one answered their shouting, the fire in their hearts only burned hotter. A piercing scream suddenly split the air, shattering the uneasy quiet. The neighbors exchanged glances, bewildered. That just now was a woman's voice. "Come on, let's go over there and take a look." "Ah, help, help." Auntie Wang, the neighborhood loudspeaker, stared with shining eyes and urged, "Quick, quick, didn't you hear someone crying for help in there? Break the door and save them, something must have happened inside." A burly man picked up a stone from the corner, smashed the lock in one blow, and pushed the door open. Moonlight spilled into the room, revealing a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life, the ambiguous tableau on the bed filling his vision. Instinctively he stepped aside, making room. When the neighbors behind him saw clearly, screams erupted one after another. Heavens, this is utterly disgraceful." A cry of pain sounded. Everyone reflexively turned their heads toward the corner. Who else could that familiar figure be but Yu Hongmei? Everyone was stunned. Two young people rolling around together could still be understood, but why was Yu Hongmei also here? Surely she hadn't been watching the two of them commit adultery. The loudmouthed auntie clicked her tongue. Goodness me, this trip wasn't in vain. Hurry and find someone from the street office. Seeing so many people rush in, Yu Hongmei's mind exploded with a buzz. She ignored the dizziness and staggered to her feet, her expression flustered and panicked. It was over. With so many witnesses, how was she supposed to use this incident to scare Lu Yang into transferring his job to her son? She waved her hands repeatedly. "No, don't call the people from the street office. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's all that bastard Lu Yang losing his mind. Family scandals shouldn't be aired outside." The crowd turned their eyes toward her, their gazes strange. The loudmouthed auntie looked utterly taken aback, her tone dripping with gloating. "Oh, my little sister, are your eyes failing you? Judging by the voice, the one on the bed isn't Lu Yang at all. AI, what can one even say about this?" Yu Hongmei's body went rigid. In the darkness earlier, she had seen nothing clearly and had simply assumed the one on the bed was Lu Yang. Could it be that it wasn't him at all? With stiff movements, she turned her head. When her gaze fell upon those alto familiar features on the bed, his mind roared as if thunder had exploded inside his skull. Unable to accept the scene before his eyes, his vision went black and he collapsed in a dead faint. The neighbors glanced at the person lying on the ground, then at the two naked bodies tangled on the bed, their eyes brimming with the excitement of watching a scandal unfold. Soon staff from the neighborhood committee arrived. Piecing the story together from the chaotic chatter of the crowd, they felt as though heaven's thunder was rumbling above their heads. How deranged must people be, they thought, to commit something this disgraceful? The director swung his arm decisively and barked, "Someone take all of them away and make them explain everything clearly." Seeing so many people arrive, Su Qingqing turned deathly pale with fright. It was over, completely over. Her emotions surged wildly, pain flared sharper and sharper in her abdomen, and she could not hold back a cry. Cold sweat seeped from her forehead. "It hurts, my stomach hurts so much." The loudmouthed aunt, noticing something wrong in her expression, stepped closer. A strong scent of blood hit her nose, making her jump in fright. Something's happened. Hurry and get her to the hospital." The men had already gone out, leaving the women to fumble in a flurry as they dressed Su Qingqing. Naturally, they saw her swollen belly and the disdain in their eyes deepened. One of them spat and sneered, "Truly shameless, already pregnant and still rolling in bed with a man. If she loses the child, she deserves it. Filthy." "Exactly, it's disgusting. I never imagined the one family would become such a mess." As they carried her out the door, the director of the neighborhood committee hurried up to meet them. How is she? Is her life in danger? He asked anxiously. The loudmouthed aunt answered with a face full of disgust, she won't die but she might miscarry. Already pregnant and still fooling around in bed with a man, if she loses it she deserves it. She doesn't know how to keep a woman's virtue. That's right. I never thought the Su family's girl would be like this behind our backs. To think I once considered having my son propose to her. Good thing we didn't, or we'd be raising another man's child for nothing. What bad luck. The director's head buzzed. What? He blurted. Enough, stop arguing for now. Get her to the hospital quickly, we can't have a death on our hands. As for that one family boy, splash a basin of cold water on him and bring him in too. We need everything explained from beginning to end. Move. The crowd surged in a wave and then ebbed away just as quickly, leaving the one family's little courtyard suddenly empty and quiet. After watching the show to its end, Lu Yang leaped lightly down from the rooftop, landing on the ground as if weightless. He rifled through the original host's memories for a moment. To make tonight's plan succeed, the other two family members were not at home, which made it convenient for him to take what he wanted. With a flick of his hand, a piece of iron wire appeared between his fingers. He fiddled with the door lock twice and it sprang open. Pushing the door, he entered and searched through the room. Soon he found the household registration booklet in a redwood chest and pocketed it. He took the large denomination bills, the gold bracelet, and the silver bracelets as well. After finishing, he restored everything to its original appearance, slipped out, and locked the door again. He strode toward the firewood shed where the original host had lived, lay down on the crude wooden plank bed, and stared up with open eyes, his mind racing. The original host had given him two conditions when handing over this body. The first was easily achieved: avenge the original host of his previous life, retaliate against the one family and Su Qingqing. Half of that had already been done tonight. The second condition was to go to the countryside and as far as possible protect his adoptive parents so they could live until the college entrance examination was reinstated, allowing the whole adoptive family to return safely to the city. To go down to the countryside, however, he would have to give up his current job, which would only hinder his plans in the city. That paltry salary was of no real use to him. Out in the countryside beyond the great mountains lay endless supplies of meat and resources. That was what he truly desired. Thinking of this, Lu Yang licked his lips, his eyes shining with dazzling light, his whole being brimming with fighting spirit. In the apocalypse he had struggled through, years where even a single bite of meat was rare. That was how bitter and despairing those days had been. Fortunately, his death had not been in vain. It was this not like winning the grand prize. He ran through his plan once more in his mind, organizing what needed to be done the next day. Once everything was confirmed, he closed his eyes to rest and waited for dawn. 4 hours passed in a blink and the sky grew pale. Voices sounded in the courtyard and soon the door of the firewood shed was pushed open. Lu Yang's eyes snapped open, cold and sharp, but by the time he turned his head he had already adjusted his expression, looking up with an innocent, submissive gaze at the person standing in the doorway. His voice still carried a hint of drowsiness. "Cousin, what is it?" Wenting, seeing him in the firewood shed and recalling the gossiping remarks along the way, felt her temples throb in pain. She forced down her anger and squeezed out a strained smile. "Lu Yang, why are you here?" she asked. This is where I live," he replied. "If I'm not here, where else would I be?" His innocent eyes and cautious demeanor were exactly the same as the timid figure he had always been in the past, leaving Wenting momentarily at a loss for words. Of course he was not supposed to be in the firewood shed. He ought to be in her younger brother's room, sharing a bed with Su Qingqing. If he was here, then where had Su Qingqing gone? A trace of panic stirred in Wenting's heart. "Have you seen my younger brother?" she asked. "No," he answered. "I felt really unwell last night, so I went to the latrine and squatted there for a long time. When I came back I fell right asleep, otherwise my stomach would have hurt even more." "Isn't cousin supposed to be sleeping in his own room?" "He's not there," she muttered. "Get up and come help me look for him." Lu Yang nodded cooperatively, looking exceptionally obedient, which eased Wenting's heart somewhat. He was still the same weak, foolish, cheap cousin as always. That reassured her. Even if this plan failed, there would be another chance. As the two of them opened the courtyard gate to leave, they ran straight into Wen Jianya, the original host's so-called uncle, storming in with fury blazing, one of the chief culprits who had drained the original host's life in the previous timeline. Lu Yang let out a soft, bitter chuckle inside. He shrank his neck, feigning timidity, and called out, "Uncle." In his heart hatred surged. This unfamiliar emotion was the resentment left behind by the original host. Wen Jianye's face was dark as ink. Without a word he raised his hand ready to strike Lu Yang. Seeing this, a calculating glint flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. By sheer reflex he crouched down, wrapped his arms over his head and wailed for mercy. "Uncle, don't hit me, please don't hit me. I'll be obedient and give my job to cousin. Don't hit me, it hurts so much." The slap had already been thrown in anger and no one expected the boy to dodge. Unable to rein in his strength, Wen Jianye's hand smacked straight across Wen Qing's face. The crisp crack of the slap echoed, leaving both father and daughter stunned. Staring at her father in disbelief, Wen Qing felt her cheek burning. "Dad, you..." she began. Hearing the commotion, the neighbors came out again only to see Lu Yang crouched with his head in his arms, sobbing for mercy, his whole body trembling pitifully. The father and daughter stood there, one upright, the other clutching her face with reddened eyes. No matter how one looked, the scene was bizarre. The onlookers thought to themselves that another spectacle was about to unfold. The loudmouthed aunt bustled over and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Everyone come quick. The Wen family's eldest is beating the children. Just listen to how hard he hits. Be careful you don't ruin your daughter's face or you'll be the one crying when she can't get married." Doors opened one after another. Some neighbors came over holding their bowls, others bitten halfway through a bun, eating in big mouthfuls while their eyes gleamed at the scene. The narrow street quickly grew lively again. "Oh, my Wen family's eldest, what's going on that you're about to hit two children at once?" someone called out. Wen Jianye snorted, "Humph, this is my family's business. It's none of your concern, big mouth. If you meddle, don't blame me for being rude to you." Wen Jianye's face grew even darker, his voice heavy with menace. Auntie with the loudspeaker was furious, hands on her hips as she began to rant. "Wen Lauda, how can you say such heartless words? Last night your son had an affair with the Su family's girl and she had a miscarriage. The blood loss was significant and we kindly took her to the hospital. If it weren't for our help, the Su family's girl would have lost her life. If your son is a murderer, what are you threatening me for? Not only do you not thank me, but you dare to yell at me? Who's afraid of you?" The neighbors hearing this dropped their chopsticks with a thud, forgetting to pick them up. Wen Jianye and his daughter both turned pale, instinctively retorting, "You're talking nonsense. My son would never do such a thing. You with your big mouth and bad reputation, just wait until I tear your mouth apart." As she spoke with a grim face, she lunged at Auntie and the two began to grapple, exchanging slaps and tearing at each other's faces. Screams echoed through the street as the onlookers rushed forward to pull them apart. Unexpectedly caught in a slap, the anger flared up. Initially it was just the two of them fighting, but soon over a dozen people became embroiled in the chaos. Wen Qing, ignoring her swollen face, stepped forward to break it up, but ended up getting dragged into the fray. Lu Yang squatted down watching the fight unfold, his lips curling into a slight smile as he slowly retreated from the battlefield, following the path he remembered from the original owner's memory to find the factory. Knock, knock, knock. Guochen opened the door and was surprised to see who was outside. "Lu Yang, what brings you here? Didn't you say you were on leave due to not feeling well?" His body stiffened but quickly recalled that the original owner was never sick, if the leave was merely coerced by the Wen family. As long as he didn't transfer the job, he wouldn't be allowed to go to work. Guochen had a good relationship with the original owner's adoptive father. There was a matter that would be much smoother if he could borrow his words, so it was time to put on a show and wrap things up here to go to the countryside. Thinking of this, he adjusted his emotions, his eyes turning red. "Uncle Guo, please help me. I can hardly go on living like this." Lu Yang recounted the entire story. Guochen listened, his face filled with anger. "How can the Wen family treat you like this? It's absolutely outrageous. Your job was arranged by old Lu before going to the countryside and has nothing to do with the Wen family. Why do they get to snatch your job?" Lu Yang sighed helplessly, saying, "My parents responded to the national policy and went to work in the countryside. Our house has been sealed and I'm living under my uncle's roof. Since I'm not their biological child, my uncle's family thinks I don't deserve this job, which is why they're forcing me to transfer it to my cousin. Staying in the city is also not a peaceful life. Rather than being schemed against every day, it's better to transfer the job to someone else and go to the countryside so I can be closer to my adoptive parents and take care of them when needed." Guochen was taken aback by this. "What? You want to transfer your job to someone else and go find your adoptive parents in the countryside? But their situation is very dangerous right now. If you approach them recklessly, you might not escape either. They severed ties with you publicly to protect you. If you go to find them in the countryside, won't you just get dragged back in?" Lu Yang looked at him seriously. I understand Uncle Guo's concerns, but staying in the city means no good days ahead. I'd rather go to the countryside, and as long as I'm careful not to get discovered it should be fine. After all, my adoptive parents raised me for over a decade, treating me as their own. I can't just abandon them. As a youth sent to the countryside, I would have much more freedom. Besides, I look nothing like them as their adopted son, so who would suspect our relationship? I can discreetly support my adoptive parents. After saying this, Guoqing fell silent. Lu Yang continued, Uncle Guo, I heard your nephew is looking for a job to go to the countryside. I can transfer my job to him if the salary doesn't matter, but I have one condition: the location must be close to my adoptive parents. Upon hearing this, Guoqing had no reason to refuse. Considering the turmoil at his brother's family, this was a perfect opportunity. If he missed this chance and his nephew went to the countryside, he would surely be blamed later. He sighed, all right, I agree. This job transfer usually costs 500 yuan. As for the location in the countryside, I'll pull some strings to get you closer to Old Lu. Do you have any other requests? Yes, the sooner I can go to the countryside the better. Also, could you help me exchange the money for goods? Ideally, I need cotton coats, pants, and shoes for my adoptive parents and brothers. The outer fabric should be patched and the cotton must be new. I want to send them to the countryside along with a second-hand bicycle. Lu Yang didn't hold back. He had money in his space, but what he lacked more were goods. He hadn't seen cotton in years, and with the many restrictions on buying goods in this era, it was better to pay someone else to do it. Guoqing calculated in his mind. With everything said, 500 yuan could still leave him a little extra. Soon he could get some tickets for the kid, and that would be about right. He readily agreed, all right, I'll exchange this money for goods for you. It's not easy to buy things in the countryside, and goods are indeed more practical. Kid, let me remind you, once you're in the countryside, you must never let anyone discover your relationship with Old Wu, understand? Otherwise, even if you have the identity of a youth sent to the countryside, you will still be targeted. Lu Yang replied, Uncle Guo, I'll remember that. After agreeing on the time and place, Lu Yang quietly left the factory and headed straight to the youth office, efficiently taking out his household registration book, saying earnestly, Auntie, I want to sign up for the countryside with my sister. The auntie looked up at him somewhat surprised. Oh, is it just your sister going to the countryside? Of course not. I want to go to the countryside too. My sister and I agreed to contribute to the construction of our country together. My sister loves planting trees, so she will sign up to plant trees in the northwest. As for me, I like farming, so I'm signing up to go to Haitian province. Lu Yang said with a serious expression. The staff at the youth office looked up with satisfaction. Very good, very good. Young people should have this kind of awareness for our country to become stronger. But why are you two siblings going so far apart? Shouldn't you be in the same place to look out for each other? No need for that. We each have our own dreams. As long as we can contribute to the country, it doesn't matter where we go. It's not necessary to be in the same place. Auntie, please give me both my sisters and my subsidies, and I'll take them home to save you the trouble of running back and forth. All right, let me register. Your personal subsidy for going to Haitian province is 50 yuan, while your sister's is 80 yuan, as the location in the northwest is more difficult. Great, thank you for your hard work. Lu Yang smiled brightly, putting the money into his pocket. The auntie kindly reminded him, all right, young man, you'll be going to Haitian province in 10 days. Your sister will leave for the northwest 2 days earlier, so you can see her off to the train station, which would be nice. Lu Yang became even more courteous. Thank you, auntie. You've really thought this through. Could you please not tell my family about this yet? I'm afraid they won't support us siblings going to the countryside. After all, it's our dream. Haha, I understand. Parents are always reluctant, but the country needs you young people. Rest assured, I won't tell your parents. After people left, others whispered, Sister Wang, why don't these siblings share the same surname? Will there be any issues? We don't want any trouble later on. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes and said irritably, what problem could there be? Perhaps she is following her mother to divorce and remarry. It's normal for the biological father to have a different surname. Didn't we run into each other a couple of days ago? Stop dwelling on that. He voluntarily signed up for the countryside work, and it follows the procedure. We didn't force him to go, so what's there to fuss about? That's true, let's listen to Sister Wang. Inside the clinic, the operating room door opened, and Su Qingqing was wheeled out, her face pale. The one family members hurried over, feeling somewhat guilty under her fierce gaze. Qingqing, how are you feeling? Su Qingqing, not knowing who she saw, struggled to get up and cursed, Wenting, you vile woman. How dare you plot against me and your brother? Now my child is gone. I'm going to sue your brother for being a scoundrel. I want him to suffer. Your family deserves no peace. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Wen family turned ashen. Yu Hongmei, who favored her son the most, could not tolerate a loose woman who showed such disrespect to her son and cursed them to suffer. What a disgraceful woman! Pointing at her, she almost wanted to poke her forehead. Shut up, you shameless woman who got pregnant before marriage. Wasn't it you who climbed into my son's bed trying to find a cheap father for your child? What are you pretending for? My son's sleeping with you, that's just terrible luck. Su Qingqing's eyes turned red with rage. She wasn't aiming her anger at that worthless member of the Wen family but at Lu Yang. Now her innocence was completely destroyed. How could she ever marry again? She wouldn't accept marrying into the Wen family. She refused to accept it. She held her head, crying and yelling just like a madwoman. The nurse glanced at her disdainfully and said impatiently, "Why are you crying? Where were you when you slept with a man? You knew you were pregnant, but if you miscarried due to your actions, who can you blame? All right, everyone step aside. The patient needs to go to the ward now." The whispers around her sounded particularly grating to Su Qingqing, like countless needles piercing her as she fixed her resentful gaze on the guilty-looking Wenting, confirming her suspicions that the Wen family was colluding against her. Otherwise, why was it not Lu Yang in the room, but that good for nothing? Wenting entered the ward planning to explain the situation well. Otherwise, holding on to grudges wouldn't bode well for her brother. If she really reported him for being a scoundrel, what would happen to her brother's future? She hurriedly grabbed her mother, who was still cursing, and whispered, "Mom, stop cursing. If this gets out, it will only make us the laughing stock. If Su Qingqing gets angry and reports it, you will be putting your brother in danger." This statement hit Yu Hongmei like a bucket of ice water, instantly deflating her anger. She looked at her daughter, who always had many schemes, with apprehension and said, "Qingqing, are you serious? She's a loose woman with a big belly. Why does she have the right to report my son?" "Well, I don't know who the father is. How could I know? Yes, and now the child is gone. Who can prove the child wasn't my brother's? This is a total mess. We can only accept it now and shouldn't stir up trouble anymore. My brother slept with her. The whole neighborhood saw it. If she reports it, there's no escaping it. If she drives him mad, he will be doomed." Yu Hongmei felt a twinge of fear upon hearing this. Grabbing her daughter's hand, she worriedly said, "What's going on? Hurry and think of a way to calm Su Qingqing down. Your father and I will go home to find Lu Yang. This must be his doing. The person who took her into the room was clearly him. I only went out to look for Su Qingqing for a bit. How did it turn into your brother's fault?" When Ting recalled the person who squatted down holding his head, a flicker of disgust passing in her eyes. "That useless man I have spoken to said he felt unwell last night and went to the bathroom, then went back to sleep in the woodshed." Yu Hongmei cursed, "Nonsense. The noise was so loud last night. If he was in the woodshed, why didn't he come out? No way, I'm going back to settle the score with him. Who told him to go to the woodshed?" She grabbed her hot-tempered mother and advised, "Mom, we will sort that out with him later. Let's handle the immediate issue first. The priority now is to soothe Su Qingqing and then find Lu Yang for work. As for this matter, my brother is also a victim. She's a loose woman. It happened and she lost the child because she was unlucky. As long as my brother has Lu Yang's job, it's better to just accept it and marry her." When Ting saw her mother glaring at her and gently patted her hand. "Mom, my brother's reputation is poor, making it hard for him to marry. It's better to just accept this mistake, give less bride price to marry Su Qingqing, which won't hurt our family. As for Su Qingqing, I'll handle her. She's a loose woman. Our family is already being generous by accepting her. She has no right to be picky. Once Lu Yang transfers his job to my brother will have a stable job and she will have no choice but to marry him." Yu Hongmei's eyes turned as she hesitated. "She has a job. If she really wants to marry your brother, that would be good for our family to have someone with a steady job. As for being a loose woman, it's fine. After all, the child of a wild man is gone. She can have another child with your brother later. Our family won't lose out." When Ting nodded and said softly, "Yes, the situation has already happened. There's no use arguing now. We must solve the current problem." After the mother and daughter discussed, one waited at the door while the other entered the ward to Su Qingqing's bedside, looking at the weak person lying in bed. Wen Ting with a face full of pity said, Qingqing, do you still hurt? No matter what, this has happened and we need to find a way to resolve it. You see, it will be hard for you to marry now that you were pregnant. Now that you have been with my brother, it would be better to just marry him. I know what you are worried about. Liu Yang's job will be transferred to my brother and you two will have dual incomes, so life won't be bad. Besides, now you have no better options other than my brother. Su Qingqing let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, her suspicions confirmed. She thought, how could such a thing be mistaken? They were waiting for her here. Forcing herself to calm down, she swallowed the curse that almost escaped her lips. Are you sure Liu Yang can give your brother the job? What if he doesn't? If I marry into your family, I would end up supporting your brother. I won't agree to that even if I don't marry. Seeing her say this, Wen Ting's heart settled. She confidently replied, of course. Liu Yang is weak and useless. If my aunt hadn't picked him up and raised him, he would have starved to death. He will repay this kindness. The two whispered for a while and finally agreed to give 100 as a token of bride price. After her confinement, both families would sit down together to discuss the marriage. Su Qingqing said in a low voice, the betrothal gifts can be less, but your brother must acknowledge the child that was lost as his. Otherwise I will never agree to the marriage. Wen Ting hesitated for a moment and nodded, all right, I will talk to my brother about this. It will sound better when it spreads so that people won't say you're promiscuous, having a child whose father is unknown and yet sleeping with my brother. Mind your words. I understand. It's not just the two of us, my parents have jobs and so do you. In the future my brother will be the only son and everything in the family will belong to you. You can enjoy a good life after marrying and just live well with my brother. Su Qingqing remained silent, aware that her reputation was already tarnished. Marrying into the Wen family was her only viable option. After Wen Ting settled things on this side, she hired someone to temporarily take care of Su Qingqing. The four of them returned home in a fierce manner, preparing to confront Liu Yang and demand he transfer his job. Upon arriving home, the aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air. Rushing into the kitchen, seeing someone at the table drinking from a bowl, Yu Hongmei's mind buzzed and she immediately wanted to rush in and scold. Wen Jianye quickly pulled her back and exchanged a glance with his son. Wen Qingkai reluctantly entered, kneeling and grasping Liu Yang's clothes tightly, crying out, cousin, please save me. If you don't help me, I will really be reported for eating peanuts. Wu cousin, I will always remember your great kindness. Liu Yang glanced over, thinking to himself that the time for dramatic performance had come. With a confused and helpless expression, he said, cousin, why are you crying? I don't even know how to help you. Last night I got drunk and had intimate relations with Su Qingqing. Now she wants to accuse me of being a rogue. I want to marry her, but her condition is that I must have a job or she will report me. Wen Qingkai cried with gritted teeth. Liu Yang looked at him in astonishment, his eyes filled with reproach. What? Cousin, how could you do that? It's one thing to be sneaky, but to do this kind of thing is unacceptable. But since she made a request, it seems she doesn't want to completely sever ties. You need to think of a way to find a job quickly and then you can propose to marry her directly. Well, what should I do now? Wen Qingxai, feeling choked, said, I can't just find a job at the moment. No one wants to go to the countryside and jobs are fiercely competed for. I can't get one. What can we do then? Wen Ting, seeing their back and forth, walked in gently and said, Liu Yang, since my aunt has gone to the countryside, you can stay at our house. That counts as being family, right? Now that my brother is in an urgent situation, could you temporarily transfer the job to him? Once he marries, we will return it to you, all right? Liu Yang frowned, looking earnest. Cousin, if I transfer the job, what will I do if the Youth Affairs Office sends me to the countryside? This job was obtained through my father's connections. He told me to keep it no matter what happens. The Wen family members, hearing this refusal, looked somewhat displeased. Hey cousin, how could my sister harm you? It's just a temporary loan. Once you marry, you won't have to go to the countryside. No, I won't do it. Wen Jianye completely lost patience, pointing at him and shouting angrily, you selfish thing. My sister shouldn't have taken you in. After all these years treating you like a son. When your family had issues, I brought you in, fearing you would have nowhere to live. I treated you so well, and now that our family is going through difficulties, you won't even lend a hand, will you? Listening to those accusations, Liu Yang sneered coldly in his heart. What do they mean by helping him? They had taken money from his adoptive parents before they left, and now they were greedy for his original job, which had allowed him to move into a shed. They treated him like a beast of burden, squeezing him dry before throwing him out. Sighing, he pretended to be sorrowful and said, "Uncle, since you've said it this way, I might as well not bother you. It's better to move out early." As he spoke, he was about to get up to pack his things. Wen-Ting glanced at her father and said gently, "Cousin, you misunderstand. My father didn't mean it that way, you know, he's just impatient. He's worried now that my brother is in trouble, that's why he said that. Forget it, since you are unwilling, I can't force you. Who knows my brother's fate? Worst case, he'll just be taken to eat peanuts." Saying this, she wiped her tears, appearing heartbroken and desperate. Lu Yang watched with interest, putting on a pained expression, hesitating for a long time before saying, "Cousin, don't cry. The job transfer is doable, I just need a few more days, okay? You know how much effort my father put into getting this job. I have to speak to the leaders, otherwise even if I bring my cousin along it won't work if they don't recognize him. The mechanical factory has good benefits with a salary of 80 a month. If I really transfer the job, then this money." Wen-Ting quickly interjected, "Don't worry about money, we'll write you an IOU right now at the market price. Once my brother recovers, we will return your job and you'll just give us back the IOU." Lu Yang lowered his head, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Alright, let's write the loan for 1,000. It's all fake anyway, this way I have an excuse to the outside world. What if my second uncle's family comes looking for a job? As for the second uncle, then let's proceed as you suggested." When Jianya signed and stamped, feeling inexplicably anxious, sensing something was off, yet his mind couldn't grasp it at the moment. Lu Yang, this spineless fool, shouldn't cause any trouble. As long as he got the job, he would be of no further use. They could let him stir up trouble as he wished. Right, they should sign him up for the countryside, that would solve the problem once and for all. The five of them each had their own thoughts. Lu Yang smiled as he took the IOU. "Alright, I'll go to work and inform the leaders and handle the paperwork for my cousin as soon as possible. It should take about 10 days. Why does it take so long? It's just unfortunate timing, and my master is on a business trip today. If I don't tell him when my cousin goes to work later, he will be targeted." When Jianya thought for a moment and agreed, in this day and age a master is more important than a biological father, as one learns skills from them. If he didn't say anything when it comes to targeting, his son wouldn't learn anything. "Fine, then you go to work first and inform the leaders about this matter as soon as possible." Lu Yang nodded, his face filled with sincerity as he said, "Cousin, don't worry. I will definitely save you. Once you have a job, you will be able to marry, and then no one will report you for being a rogue and you will be safe." When Qingkai tugged at his lips, forcing a smile that looked somewhat stiff. Turning away, a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. "This fool, once the job paperwork is completed, you can go suffer in the countryside." Lu Yang tucked away the IOU and said calmly, "Uncle, Aunt, I'm heading to work now, will wait for my good news." When Jianya watched him leave and looked at his sharp-minded eldest daughter, hesitating, "Ting, do you think this kid is up to something? He was willing to transfer jobs no matter what before, why is he suddenly so agreeable now? His brain has always been simple, and we previously hinted at it but never said it outright. Now that we've made it clear, he naturally understands and will let it go. Aunt has raised him for many years, he should repay the Wen family. He isn't a member of the Wen family, so why should he enjoy the benefits brought by the Wen family without laboring in the countryside like Aunt?" Wen-Ting's eyes flashed with jealousy. Clearly they were relatives of Aunt, but before Aunt went to the countryside she had to arrange for a foster son. Why couldn't she use her connections to help them secure jobs? They are just taking back what belongs to the Wen family. "Dad, once the job is transferred to my younger brother, you should enroll Lu Yang in the northwest, making him go to a place filled with yellow sand to plant trees, ideally not returning for 10 years. When Jianya narrowed his eyes, a smile on his face, "No wonder you're my daughter, your thoughts align with mine. This guy is just a foster son, he could have stayed in the city if he had obeyed and married the girl from the Su family. Who knew it would turn out this way? There's no need for him to stay in the city, he should be sent to the most difficult place, separated from his sister and brother-in-law, so they will never meet again in this lifetime." The family exchanged glances, smiling triumphantly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the mechanical factory office, Guoqing waved at him with a smile and introduced the two. "This is my nephew Guoyong, and this is Lu Yang, who is transferring jobs. Get to know each other, we'll need to present a united front and say we're relatives, understand?" Guoyong quickly extended his hand excitedly, saying, "Brother, thank you. You saved my life. Rest assured I'll make sure to send you what you need to the countryside. Your location has already been confirmed. Once everything is settled, your adoptive parents will each receive a cotton coat, cotton pants, and cotton shoes along with your second-hand bicycle. The remaining money will be exchanged for tickets, making it much easier for you to buy things in the countryside. Here's a note with your new location for the countryside adjustment. Lu Yang glanced at it and said softly, Haish Province, Beidakang Commune, Xiangyang Brigade, Sujiatan. My adoptive parents are at? Guoyong cheerfully replied, your adoptive parents are also here, just working at the logging site closest to Sujiatan. Although your new location is near them, the Xiangyang Brigade is the poorest among the several brigades. If you're not satisfied with this, we can still adjust it. Just as he finished speaking, Guoqing kicked his calf and he turned back puzzled. Uncle, why did you kick me? Changing locations is just a matter of saying a word. Sigh, this fool is really. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have been running around for the past 2 days. Lu Yang understood and said straightforwardly, brother, this is fine as long as it's closer to my adoptive parents. I can see their situation and help them if they're in trouble. It doesn't matter if the brigade is a bit poorer. No matter where it is, it's still work. Whether the brigade has money or not doesn't matter. Guoyong patted him on the shoulder, admiration in his eyes. Brother, you are righteous. Seriously, when something happens to adoptive parents, relatives run away faster than anyone else, let alone a foster son. You're really a man for taking the risk to go to the countryside for them. Haha, brother, let's hurry and get this done. We'll handle the paperwork, and the sooner we finish the more at ease I'll be, so my uncle's family won't keep an eye on me. After the paperwork is done, we need to keep this under wraps for now. I'll explain it after I go to the countryside. No problem, I'll follow your lead, brother. With Guoqing leading the way, no one dared to make things difficult. In less than half a day, everything was completed and all three felt relieved. After leaving the mechanical factory, Lu Yang headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon seeing the dazzling array of food, he gulped and couldn't take his eyes off it. The cashier noticed and laughed, saying, Comrade, what would you like to buy? Ahem, I'd like to buy 5 cans of malted milk, 5 pounds of brown sugar and white sugar, and 10 clam oils plus 5 snowflake creams. That should be all for now. While buying so much, is your wife having a baby? Lu Yang paused for a moment, not responding. The cashier took it as an affirmation and joked, what a considerate husband. With so many good things to nourish her, you'll have a big fat boy next year, haha. About half an hour later, Lu Yang emerged with bags in hand, found a small alley to slip into, and with a thought stored the items in his spatial pocket. Coming out empty-handed, he went to another supply and marketing cooperative to continue buying rice, flour, oil, eggs, daily necessities like thermos bottles, enamel basins, tea jars, bowls, and chopsticks, and also bought a dozen aluminum lunch boxes as he wasn't worried about space. He had gathered quite a bit of money and wanted to exchange it all for supplies to stock up in his space. Only this way would he feel secure, a survival instinct developed from experiencing a post-apocalyptic world. After using up all the tickets, Lu Yang still felt a bit unsatisfied. After dark, he leisurely returned to the one family home, sat down without saying a word, and began eating. The food on his plate visibly diminished, and Lu Yang's eyes brightened while his nose felt a bit sour. The trash he ate in his past life was nothing compared to this. This is what it means to truly live. The one family members looked at him as if he had come back from the dead, some disdain in their eyes. Lu Yang, didn't you eat enough at the factory for lunch? Why are you so hungry? Eat slowly, don't choke yourself. Lu Yang didn't lift his head, nodding perfunctorily while his chopsticks moved swiftly. Humph. What a disgraceful way to eat. This adopted child is clearly not one of us. The difference between him and the one family is too great. This mannerism shows he's from the countryside. It's a shame he's a university student without any refinement of a learned person. Yu Hongmei couldn't hold back any longer, tapping the bowl with an annoyed expression. Lu Yang, who allowed you to eat my old hen? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Look at this table full of dishes. You're going to finish them all by yourself. You're making everyone else go hungry, only thinking about filling your own stomach, right? Ah no, auntie, you all should eat too. We're all family, why be so polite? I just thought I'd kill a hen to nourish my body since I was sick. This perfectly reasonable explanation nearly drove the one family to madness. Lu Yang didn't care about them if the naturally grown food was delicious even without oil. Every bite he took was a gain for him. If those old buddies knew how well he was living now, they'd probably wish to perish alongside the zombie king. Ah, death was truly a blessing. After finishing the table of food wiping his mouth, Lu Yang smiled sincerely and began to spin a grand tale. I talked to the director today and after much effort I finally got things settled. He said once my master comes back in a few days we can handle the job transfer paperwork. Lu Yang's eyes brightened as he smiled innocently. Cousin, you'll go find some books for you. You should read more these days and memorize them. With a master guiding you, you'll learn faster in the future. You have plenty of time during the day to read. When you come back at night you'll check. If you haven't memorized it well, you'll have to find a way to make you remember. After all, learning a bit of skill is ultimately for your own benefit. Ah, do I really have to read? Wen Shenkai's face was filled with annoyance. He had always hated reading since he was a child. Whenever he read he would get a headache, his eyes would hurt, and he would feel itchy all over. Forcing him to read was akin to asking him for his life. This is so annoying. Isn't it enough to have a master guiding me? I don't want to read. Lu Yang's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Cousin, that attitude won't do. Even if you're temporarily taking over my tasks, you have to manage. Otherwise, if my master decides not to keep you, your salary won't increase in the future. Hearing this, the other members of the Wen family chimed in to persuade. Yeah, Qingqing, it's just reading. Your cousin is here to guide you. It will be easier for you later on. Just endure a bit of hardship, and if you want something to eat, tell your mother. Alright then, I want to eat meat to nourish my brain. Reading consumes a lot of mental energy, so Mom and Dad, you need to buy me some meat to replenish my strength. Yu Hongmei affectionately replied, Alright Qingqing, just tell me what you want to eat. Tomorrow I'll go buy some ribs. You need to take care of your health while studying. The Wen family of 4 was harmonious. Upon hearing about the ribs for tomorrow, Lu Yang couldn't help but swallow hard, remembering the taste from distant memories. He was simply too tempted. Turning back to the woodshed, he brought out a large pile of useless books. With a loud thud he slammed them onto the table, startling the Wen family, who cast discontented glances at him. Lu Yang, can't you be a bit gentler? You're so careless when doing things. Wen Qingqing looked at the towering stack of books, feeling as if all his energy had been drained away. Trembling, he said, Do I really have to read all these? Why are there so many stains? It smells terrible. Where did you get these books, cousin? Of course, they were picked up from the rubbish heap by the original owner, who hadn't had the time to clean them properly. After being drugged, the person was gone, leaving them looking dirty. Lu Yang maintained a straight face and replied, Oh, these were all given to me by the master. Isn't that how it is in a mechanical factory? A little dirt is normal and doesn't interfere with absorbing the knowledge inside. He casually flipped through the books, his head starting to throb at the sight of the densely packed characters. Wen Shenkai's expression grew increasingly twisted in pain as he snapped the book shut with a loud clap. No way, this is too difficult. Cousin, just tell me what I need to pay attention to. I'm just trying to get through the day. Why do I have to learn so much? Hey, you can't say that. Even if you're just coasting through, you need to know how to coast. If you make a serious mistake, you might get fired. You need to understand the basics. Once you grasp them, you can slack off a bit. Lu Yang said seriously, Come on cousin, open the book and memorize these components. It'll give you the whole night. If you can't remember by tomorrow night's check, I'll have to think of a way to help you remember better. Wen Qingqing frowned tightly, his expression pained as he stared at the descriptions of the components. They knew him, but he didn't recognize them. One person went to sleep while the other suffered in the yard reading. The next day at noon, the Wen family eagerly watched as the braised ribs were brought to the table. Just as they picked up their chopsticks to eat, they felt a gust of wind pass by and a figure sat down. Lu Yang picked up his chopsticks with a joyful expression. Oh, I finally made it. Uncle, and I won't be polite. Working all morning has exhausted me. Without hesitation, the chopsticks went straight for the ribs, picking them up and swallowing them whole. The speed was so fast that it left a blur, leaving the Wen family dumbfounded. After taking a stroll outside and buying a lot of cotton from the black market, he indeed felt quite exhausted. The original owner's physical condition was poor, and once he dealt with the matters of the Wen family, he planned to go to a hotel for a shot of gene enhancement fluid to strengthen himself. Yu Hongmei snapped back to reality, her anger surging. She reached out to snatch the plate of ribs but ended up grabbing nothing. Seeing Lu Yang eating alone, she yelled angrily, Lu Yang, you uncultured brat. Eating at someone else's house and only caring about yourself. Stop eating right now. Lu Yang blinked and mumbled, Every month my salary is taken by aunt, so why can't I eat meat? 80 a month is enough to buy a lot of meat. Well, if Aunt thinks I'm eating too much, then just give me back my salary and I can buy my own food. Yu Hongmei was momentarily speechless, staring wide-eyed. You little brat, don't you understand your sensitive situation? We're already taking a huge risk by providing you food and shelter. Isn't it only right for you to hand over your salary? Aunt is right. So it's only fair that I eat ribs. Working at the mechanical factory is tough. I only come back occasionally for a meal, so please don't hold it against me. In a flash he devoured the entire plate of ribs. With a satisfied smile he used a bun to soak up the gravy and ate it too. After letting out a loud burp he set the plate down and dashed outside, his voice drifting back to them. Uncle, Aunt, I'm in a rush for work, so I'll be leaving first. When Jianya looked at the table where the plate was cleaner than if a dog had licked it, and a wave of unnameable anger rose within him as he slammed his chopsticks down. He stood up seething with anger and said, I'm going to work. You all clean up. When Qingkai gritted his teeth, sister, has he gone mad? Why has he turned into this? It's as if he hasn't eaten in 800 years, grabbing whatever food is available. Sai, let's wait a bit. Once the master returns and we sort out work, we'll send him to the countryside to plant trees and he'll never come back again. I really can't stand him for even a day. That night Lu Yang returned after taking a stroll, greeting them as if nothing were wrong. Hello, cousin. Hello, brother. What's for dinner tonight? When Qingkai slammed the book down with a loud bang, his face filled with frustration. Eat, eat, eat. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? You devoured so many ribs at noon, did you leave even one for us? Stop pestering us when you come back at night. Looking at the approaching figure, anger surged within him. Oh cousin, you're right. People are made of iron and meals are made of steel. If you skip a meal you'll feel uneasy. Once you get into the mechanical factory you'll understand how tough the work is. Lu Yang sniffed, already knowing there would be scrambled eggs for dinner. He grinned happily and sat across from him, cheerfully asking, cousin, have you memorized the components I told you to? I've memorized them. Good job. I'll check now. What types of gears are there? When Chinsai's mind went blank, stammering, straight gears, and the other two are. Damn it, why can't I remember? He raised his hand to pat his head. The more anxious he got, the more he couldn't recall. Lu Yang noticed and squeezed his hand, raising it to slap him on the forehead. Looking at the starry-eyed person, he waved his hand in front of him. Do you remember which types of gears? His head buzzed from the slap. When Qingkai instinctively replied, straight gears, helical gears, and bevel gears, right? Yes, my cousin is truly clever. You are destined to be an engineer in the future. Come on, let's continue to the next one. When Qingkai felt a bit elated from the praise rubbing his sore head, he proudly said, of course I am very clever. My previous poor academic performance was due to the teacher's inability, otherwise I would also be a university student. Lu Yang smirked, looking at the big fool in front of him. He continued to ask, what are the types of fasteners? Oh, I know this. Bolts, nuts, and... When Qingkai suddenly stuttered, he was almost able to remember, but it felt like something was blocking him and he couldn't recall it no matter what. 3 slaps came over, leaving his face burning. Lu Yang's eyes were clear and he sincerely said, cousin, did you remember? I also experienced this when memorizing these things before. If I couldn't recall, the master would hit me. I'm just giving you a taste to get you accustomed to it. Once you enter the factory, if the master hits you, it could be with a wrench or a hammer. Just endure it and life will be easier afterwards. Anyway, it won't kill you. When Qingkai covered his burning face, glaring at him with anger. Are you messing with me? No, cousin, how could you think that? Come on, let's continue. I work all day and teach you at night, it's really tiring. Lu Yang said, his face falling, looking extremely tired. When Ting looked at her brother getting hit and felt a bit pained, Lu Yang, my brother hasn't experienced much hardship. Just be patient and teach him, we are all family, so don't resort to violence. He obediently nodded in agreement. All right, cousin. It's better to talk things over calmly. I knew you were the most obedient and understanding Lu Yang. In the past, aunt and uncle praised you for your good grades and filial piety, but it's a pity. I don't know how aunt is doing. I heard that most of those who labor rarely return when they are sent away. They must have suffered quite a bit. When Qingkai grimaced in pain, and upon hearing this he echoed, exactly. Aunt's family used to live so well. Uncle was a professor, yet now they are worse off than us. Being a worker is better. Liu Yang felt a strange emotion in his heart, realizing that the original host had quite a bit of resentment left behind. Not wanting to be wronged, he raised his hand without hesitation and slapped him twice. What are you doing hitting me again? Oh, I just saw a mosquito on your face. I'm just helping you swat it away. You. Wen Ting, seeing them quarrel, felt a bit impatient. All right, you two stop arguing. Qingcai, focus on memorizing, and cousin, stop hitting him. Look at what you've done to his face. Liu Yang smiled and nodded, not pausing at all in his quest to continue punishing him. After a while his hands were numb. Looking at the person who resembled a pig's head, he apologized. Cousin, I'm sorry, did I hit you a bit too hard? They'll be more careful tomorrow night. Alright, it's getting late. You should go to rest soon. When Qingcai spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged foam, touched his swollen face, and felt that his teeth were a bit loose, it hurts so much. Sister, my teeth feel a bit loose, he hit too hard. Woo-woo, my face hurts so much. Wen Ting brought over some ointment. Looking at her brother who resembled a pig's head, she pursed her lips and looked a bit displeased. If you memorize well, you won't have to get hit next time. Just endure for 2 more days and then there won't be any trouble at home. In the blink of an eye 7 days had passed and it was time for Wen Ting to go to the countryside. Early in the morning, Liu Yang went to work early. No sooner had he left than the personnel from the youth office arrived, pushing the door open and directly entering the yard. Looking at the person who was eating, taking out a thick booklet. With a serious expression he looked over. You must be Wen Ting, right? It's time for you to go to the countryside. Have you packed your things? You need to get on the bus by noon today. The Wen family felt uneasy upon seeing the people from the youth office. When they heard that the name on the list was their daughter, their heads buzzed even more. Looking at them in confusion, wait, what is going on? Why does my daughter have to go to the countryside? We had no idea. Gao Hongxia's face fell upon hearing this act of confusion. Come look, is this your name? Your brother registered you for the household registration, so what are you pretending to be confused about? Wen Ting instinctively looked at Wen Qingcai, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Qingcai, did you register me to go to the countryside? I didn't know, big sister. You have half an hour to prepare your things and come with us. Cooperate with our work or don't blame us for using force. When Jianya suppressed his panic, approached politely. Miss, may I see where the countryside location is? I need to know where to send things to my daughter in the future. Gao Hongxia's cold face was somewhat intimidating. Upon hearing this request, she nodded, pulled out a piece of paper and handed it over. Here, this is your daughter's location for going to the countryside. The conditions there may be a bit harsh, but as long as you endure, there will be many benefits when she returns. Upon seeing the long string of addresses, it fixed on one location. Unable to help but take a deep breath. The Northwest? How could it be the Northwest? What's wrong? Are you discriminating against regions? Every year many young women go to the Northwest to plant trees. It is precisely because of their great contributions that the desertification in the Northwest has evidently slowed down. Wen Ting's heart sank at the thought of going to the countryside, and hearing about the Northwest completely extinguished her hopes. What kind of cursed place is that? It rarely rains and the yellow sand is everywhere. Compared to other places, the Northwest is the hardest place to be. Yu Hongmei grabbed her daughter's hand, panic in her eyes. Ting, what should we do? If you go to the Northwest, you'll be disfigured. That place is tough and very few young people are willing to go. Once you go, it's hard to come back. As she spoke, her emotions broke down and she began to cry loudly. She had raised her daughter with great difficulty. Several families had shown interest in her. She was on the verge of receiving a bride price to marry into the city. Why would she need to go to such a cursed countryside? Gao Hongxia's expression was icy. Clearly, having seen too much of this kind of situation, she was already numb to it. Once a name appeared on the list, it was not a matter of whether you wanted to go or not. Within half an hour, Yu Hongmei packed her daughter's clothes. When she tried to give her some money for safety, she realized something was wrong. The mahogany box was empty, and not to mention money. Even her gold and silver bracelets, household registration book, and various tickets were gone. The screams echoed down the street and the people in the courtyard rushed in. Gao Hongxia rushed in and immediately saw the mother and daughter weeping inconsolably. Glancing at the time, she impatiently urged, Your daughter is going to the countryside to contribute to the nation's better future. What is all this crying for? If everyone were like you, then the country wouldn't need to develop. We might as well continue living in poverty as before. Compared to your brother, your awareness and mindset are lacking tremendously. I don't have that much patience. If it comes to it, I'll just drag her away. Don't blame me for not giving you time to pack her things. Wen-Ting met that icy gaze. No matter how much she was falling apart emotionally, she wiped her tears and began to pack her things, whispering in her ear, "Mom, the money and household registration book are gone. It must have been someone from the family, most likely. That person. After I leave, have Dad go check at his factory to confirm the job situation. If it really is him, he definitely won't give the job honestly to your brother. You all need to be more cautious. Don't worry about me." With her intelligence and beauty, there would always be a way for her to survive. As long as she endured for 2 or 3 years, she would return. Yu Hongmei thought of Lu Yang, gritting her teeth in resentment. Half an hour later, Wen-Ting, carrying a snakeskin bag, followed behind the youth office to the homes of others going to the countryside, preparing to board the bus to the northwest together. As the couple watched their daughter leave, Yu Hongmei collapsed to the ground in tears, her eyes filled with hatred. "Now that the head of the family is gone, we must go to the machinery factory to find Lu Yang. He must have stolen the money tickets and the household registration book from our home and secretly registered Qingqing." When Jianye frowned, "What? How much did you say he stole?" "Wu, the money tickets, bracelets, and household registration book are all gone." When Qingcai, hearing this, felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Recalling the moments of being beaten by Lu Yang over the past few days, his mind felt like it had been hammered and he staggered, nearly falling. His face was still swollen as he exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, we need to hurry to the factory and block him. We have so many things to retrieve." The three finally came to their senses, forgetting to accompany their daughter to the station, and hurriedly locked the door, rushing to the machinery factory. That was their entire family fortune. Retrieving their belongings was the most important thing. If their daughter went with the youth office's people and boarded the bus without money, it would be difficult to rescue her later. At the entrance of the machinery factory, the guard saw them rushing in and came out waving a stick, his gaze sharp as he scolded, "What are you doing? Who allowed you to go inside? The factory doesn't let you enter freely. Hurry up and leave." When Jianye quickly spoke up, "Brother, my nephew Lu Yang works inside. Can you go to the third workshop and look for him? We have something important to discuss." "Who, that brat Lu Yang? Didn't he leave already?" "What do you mean he left?" The guard said in confusion, "It's been several days. That kid quit his job and hasn't come back at all. If you're looking for him, you should try somewhere else. We don't have him here at the factory." The three exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. When Qingkai panicked, saying, "Dad, I have a bad feeling. What on earth did that bastard do? He was just here for work in the morning. Could it be that he was fooling us all these days?" "Don't panic, don't rush. If he has no place to go at night, he wouldn't have stayed at home these past few days. Let's search for him first. If we really can't find him, well, wait at home. I refuse to believe he won't come back. All his things are still at home." The three hurriedly came and left in a flurry. The guard scratched his head, puzzled. What does that mean? They look like they have something wrong with their heads. At the train station, Wen-Ting looked around but did not see her parents or brother. Seeing other youth being sent off by their parents, she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Gao Hongxia glanced at her with some sympathy, saying, "There's still 10 minutes. If no one comes by, then we need to board the bus." "Okay, just wait. 10 more minutes." Looking around, a familiar figure flashed by. Wen-Ting's eyes widened as she rushed towards that figure. The guards, thinking she was trying to run away, had encountered this situation many times before. They couldn't relax and chased after her, quickly pinning her to the ground. With her face pressed against the cold ground and her body held down tightly, surrounded by strange gazes, Wen-Ting felt as if everything was a nightmare. Fixing her gaze on that direction, there was no longer any sign of that figure. Emotionally overwhelmed, she shouted, "Lu Yang, come out! Come out, ah!" Lu Yang, hidden among the crowd, watched as she broke down and screamed. The resentment left by the original owner dissipated a bit more. Those who caused her tragic life in her past life would not escape. Wen-Ting was forced onto the bus, and the other youth traveling with her were frightened, instinctively distancing themselves and not daring to approach her. Once on the train, Wen-Ting sat by the window gazing outside. Just as the train began to move slowly, she spotted that familiar figure smiling and waving at her. A surge of resentment welled up inside her, and she raised her hand, frantically banging on the window. "Ah!" Her hair cascading down as she wildly pounded on the window, she forcefully tried to open it to jump down, but was pulled back by another youth, their eyes warning her, "Your file has already been transferred. There's no use in making a fuss. It's better to behave yourself." If you cause too much trouble you might be sent for labor, then it won't just be a matter of hardship but whether you can survive or not. A tall man looked out the window asking, who was that person? Your boyfriend or? Wen Ting took a deep breath forcing herself to calm down. Slowly regaining her composure she slumped in her seat, tears flowing down her cheeks as she bitterly smiled. He is my aunt's adopted son. Later he came to live with us and caused some conflicts. Who would have thought he would steal the household registration book and register me to go to the Northwest? The other two girls gasped upon hearing this. The Northwest. Heavens, how much does he hate you? Seeing as he is so ruthless towards you, did you do something? Otherwise, if there were no enmity, even if it was just a registration to go to the countryside, it wouldn't have to be to the Northwest. Wen Ting lowered her gaze and fell silent. That expression seen by the charming girl was taken as an acknowledgement. As night gradually fell, Lu Yang exited the train station, wandered around, and then returned to the Wen family. Pushing open the door, he saw the three waiting for him in the yard, smiling nonchalantly. Ah, you all are waiting for me to eat? What are we having tonight? His casual words instantly broke the composure of Wen's couple, who picked up what they had in hand and threw it at him. Lu Yang dodged and everything missed. Lu Yang glanced at the stone, clutching his chest as if scared. Uncle, Aunt, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? Then I will have to scream for help. Help! The Wen family looked at the person who was shouting for help with a delightful smile on his face and felt nothing but fury for being mocked. You ungrateful wretch! When your brother-in-law's family was in trouble and you had nowhere to go, weren't we the ones who took you in and provided for you? And now you dare to treat us like this? You deserve a terrible fate. Yes, Mom and Dad, I told you from the start that a child not raised by their own family cannot be nurtured well. Aunt and Uncle thought he was a good person. Look, now that Aunt and Uncle are not here, his true nature has indeed been revealed. Lu Yang listened to their accusations and the smile on his lips deepened. Yu Hongmei continued to curse, exhausted and panting heavily. Huff, I'm exhausted. Does this beast have no shame? If I spread the word, which family's daughter would ever marry you? Ha ha ha, what a great show. He clapped his hands with interest and said, all right, now that you've all finished speaking, it's my turn to talk. Don't look at me with such grievance. Isn't this all your own doing? Let's go through it one by one. First, when my adoptive parents had an accident and you took me back, was it out of pity to care for me, or was it because of the job and salary I held? You know the answer. Secondly, after I came to your house I was given the worst food and had to sleep in a shabby room where mice squeaked every night. I had to give up all my salary for this treatment. Thirdly, regarding your son's criminal actions, wasn't it you who plotted against me first? I merely retaliated, allowing your son to experience what I should have gone through. How does that make me heartless? When you harm others, you should be prepared for retaliation. Fourthly, why did your daughter go to the countryside? You wanted to frame me by sending me there to plant trees. Isn't it better for me to send your daughter there? The Wen family, upon hearing this, looked at Lu Yang, whose eyes were clear and bright, completely shedding the foolish and honest demeanor he had before. A thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. Could it be that Lu Yang was merely pretending all along? He clearly understood their schemes and was watching coldly as he retaliated from the shadows. No wonder it turned out this way. Their daughter going to the countryside was all part of his plan. It was outrageous, truly outrageous. When Jianya felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him, leaving him shivering with cold. He knew what he had done, yet the feeling of being powerless against him was utterly horrible. You. What benefit do you gain from doing this to yourself? Lu Yang shrugged and smiled. Even if there's no benefit, I must do it. Compared to a win-lose situation, a double loss is also a good choice. If I can't have a good life, you shouldn't expect to either. Let's all suffer together. Huff, you must be crazy. You've transferred your work to someone else and now you have no job. If I report you to the youth office, it's highly likely you'll be sent to the countryside. When Jianya glared at him with a twisted face, realizing that this madman was seeking revenge on them. Lu Yang nodded with a smile. Go ahead, as soon as you report me, I'll report your son for sleeping with Su Qingqing. Even without the evidence, that crime could still lead them both to labor and contribute to society. Oh dear, how pitiful. Your daughter goes off to the Northwest, and when will she return? Even if she does, disfigured, who would marry her? As for your son, if he labors, only the two of you will be left to watch the house. As a barefoot man, do you think I fear those who wear shoes? When Jianya's face turned pale, forcing himself to calm down. Since you've plotted everything, why come back? What are your plans? Lu Yang extended his hand smiling. Of course I want money. If I don't have a job and no money, how will I survive? Whatever you took from me, just return it to me. Return all the money my adoptive parents gave you to take care of me. Otherwise, we'll see what happens. I don't have a job now, so I have plenty of time to waste with you. If you dare to report me to the youth office and send me to the countryside, I'll report your son. In misfortune, let's all suffer together, no one escapes. Wen Qingqing looked at the madness in his eyes and fearfully said, Mom and Dad, save me. I don't want to go to the countryside, I really don't. When Jianye shot a glare at his son, at this moment it was a test of who could remain calm. Why were they rushing? That beast would only tighten his grip on them. With a stern face he looked at Lu Yang. It doesn't take much to understand that the family's wealth has been stolen. I won't say who it is. What face do you have to ask us for money? I have no money. If you know what's good for you, pack up and leave quickly. From now on we'll have nothing to do with each other. Don't entangle yourselves with us. Now that this beast has lost his job, keeping him here will only bring disaster. It's better to send him away quickly and wait for an opportunity to send him to the countryside for peace of mind. Lu Yang smiled at his naivety and said with a grin, All right, if you don't give me money, then I won't leave. I'll stay here for food and shelter until the money my adoptive parents gave you runs out. If I'm hungry today, I'll eat a chicken and go kill one. Seeing him walk towards the chicken coop, the Wen family jumped up and rushed over, raising their fists to strike. Lu Yang kicked one person aside, grabbed a chicken and directly broke its neck in front of them. The chilling crack echoed, making their scalps tingle. He walked slowly to the kitchen, his voice leisurely drifting back to them. Gather 1,000 yuan for me within 2 days. Don't say you don't have it, I know about the money in the bank. If you don't have enough, borrow some. As long as you gather the money, I'll voluntarily go to the countryside. From now on we'll be in different places and you'll live your lives in peace. It will only benefit you. When Jianye clutched his painfully aching stomach, waiting for the pain to subside, gritting his teeth and pounding the ground, I thought I was bringing home a soft persimmon, but unexpectedly I welcomed a wolf. This unyielding nature is truly troublesome. Just as he said, the barefoot man was not afraid of those who wore shoes. When Qingqing felt somewhat on the brink of collapse, Dad, why don't we think of a way to gather the money? I never want to see him again. Just pay him off and send him to the countryside, we can live a peaceful life after that. Let me think about it some more. Oh Dad, don't think anymore. Hurry and get rid of this pest. We can't handle him, he doesn't react to being scolded. If we keep enduring like this, who knows what will happen? The Wen family muttered to each other. Lu Yang in the kitchen was cleaning the chicken, making a pot of stew and kneading some noodles to put in. A bowl of chicken noodle soup was quickly finished. Leave a bite for the Wen family? Ha, don't be ridiculous. There are still more than 2 days until he goes to the countryside, enough time to deal with the Wen family. The chicken is really delicious, the life is truly wonderful. The Wen family sniffed the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air and their stomachs grumbled in protest. Mom and Dad, I'm so hungry. That ungrateful wolf isn't giving us a bite to eat, and yet he consumes everything from our home. I can't bear it any longer. The couple exchanged glances, both feeling the weight of their torment. You all wait here, you'll go talk to him. With that he rose and went to the kitchen, finding a spot a bit farther away to sit. The aroma of the meat intensified in the air, making him feel even more miserable. Lu Yang ate heartily as if he hadn't noticed anyone around. When Jianye gritted his teeth, saying, What you want, 1,000, is too much, how about 500? 1,000, Lu Yang replied. 600. 1,000. Gritting his teeth he said, 800. Lu Yang's expression remained unchanged, 1,000 and not a penny less. Seeing Lu Yang's face leaving no room for negotiation, when Jianye's eyes turned red with anger, Fine, 1,000 it is, but we need to write a proper agreement. From now on we sever ties and treat each other like strangers. No problem. What do you want me to write? He finished the last sip of chicken soup, stood up and went to the firewood room to retrieve a clean piece of paper. He also took out a pen from his space, which looked simple but contained profound mysteries. The characters he wrote appeared normal at first glance but would gradually fade away over the next 2 hours. In the post-apocalyptic world, one must maintain their dignity. If one has to suffer losses, they must not admit to it. To deal with evil people, one must be even more ruthless, leaving them no chance to retaliate. In this era, killing indiscriminately isn't allowed, so they had to take a slow approach. Lu Yang spread the paper out, his attitude very cordial. "Come on, uncle, you say it and they'll write it down." When Jianye replied, "We agree to pay you 1,000 yuan and first we'll completely sever our relationship. If we meet again we will be strangers. Second, you must go to the countryside, and third, you must return the household registration book to me. As for the money, I will kindly help you look for the household registration book, but as for the money, I haven't seen it. Don't bother asking me for it, I don't have it. If you are capable, go report it to the police." Lu Yang made his attitude clear. He would never return any money or assets. As for the household registration book, it was useless to him since he had already reported it for relocation. The Wen family couldn't control him with the household registration book. Whether he returned it or not was inconsequential. When Jianye had no choice but to compromise, "Okay, just write those 3 points quickly. Once the money is in place you can get out of here." "No problem. As long as the money is in place you'll leave right away. Do you think I enjoy living in your shabby firewood room? I wouldn't want to stay here." "You." Lu Yang promptly wrote the agreement and both parties signed it with their fingerprints. When Jianye examined the document carefully, ensuring there were no issues, which finally put his mind at ease, he stood up and said, "He'll find a way to raise the money at the latest before night falls. At the latest, if the time passes, I want double the amount." Lu Yang sneered, watching the angry figure walking away, a deeper smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Over the past few days, the Wen family's chickens and ducks had been almost entirely consumed, and the Wen family could only watch helplessly, too afraid to cause a scene, while the three of them busied themselves gathering and borrowing money. After struggling to gather the money, they handed it over to Lu Yang. Watching him count it quickly before packing his things and the household registration book being returned, their tense nerves finally relaxed a little. The original owner had very few possessions. When the foster parents had an accident, he had come out wearing just a single set of clothes that he usually didn't dare to wear. Some had faded and others had holes, giving him a pitiful appearance. Lu Yang carried a snakeskin bag which held all his belongings, the cotton shoes, pants, and coat he had prepared in advance, as well as some tickets and a second-hand bicycle's assorted parts. Wu Yong directly sent them to the Yang Brigade, and he would just pick them up himself. As he reached the front door, he looked at the Wen family, who seemed like they were facing a formidable enemy, and smiled broadly. He waved his hand, eyes deep. "Goodbye, uncle and auntie. Goodbye, little cousin. Let's not meet again, otherwise I won't let you off next time." The last sentence was soft and light. The Wen family didn't hear it clearly and didn't want to waste time asking. They just wished for this plague to leave as soon as possible. When Jianye watched his retreating figure slowly exhaling a breath, Lu Yang walked confidently down the street, encountering a few women at the intersection. One of the women, known as Big Horn, brightened up at the sight of his appearance and approached curiously, asking, "Hey Lu Yang, where are you going?" "Oh, it's Aunt Wang. I've been kicked out by my uncle's family. Since it's not dark yet, I need to quickly find a place to stay." Upon hearing this, everyone else's eyes lit up. They chimed in, "Goodness. Your uncle's family is really something. Where can you go alone? How could they kick you out?" Lu Yang sighed, his eyes slightly red, acting convincingly. "There's nothing I can do. They forced me to transfer my job to my cousin. Since I refused, they kicked me out. Fortunately, I still have a job, otherwise being thrown out would be truly pitiful." Big Horn responded indignantly, "That's too much. They're calculating everything. That useless one from the Wen family. If you transfer the job to him, he wouldn't even be able to handle it right. In the end, you wouldn't keep your job. I think your uncle's family is only taking you in for your job. This scheme is truly vicious. It's a good thing for you to be out. As long as you have a job with a salary, you can manage well." Lu Yang echoed, "Yes, Aunt Wang, I won't say much more. I should be on my way." Watching him slowly walk away, Big Horn sighed, "This child without parents is truly pitiful. Look at those worn-out clothes. He doesn't even know where he will stay. What kind of people are the Wen couple? If they could let him go, they must be planning to squeeze money out of him. He's just a pitiful child." After applying the eye drops and leaving the street, Lu Yang's sadness vanished completely. His demeanor changed drastically, his eyes becoming deep and expressionless as he walked toward the inn. Lu Yang found an inn close to the street, standing by the window looking outside. He thought of the report letter he sent a couple of days ago, a slight smile creeping at the corners of his mouth as he gazed down the street. Before leaving, only 4 people remained unaccounted for. Wen Qingkai and Su Qingqing were sent to labor, and as for that couple, he would arrange for them accordingly, ensuring not a single one could escape. Muttering to himself, "Don't worry, I will help you settle your grievances. This body will be mine in the future. We'll mutually benefit each other, you won't lose out." On the other side at the Youth Intelligence Office, Gao Hongxia sat in her office processing a pile of letters with a serious expression, clearly not someone easy to deal with. Upon opening one of the letters and scanning through it roughly, her brow furrowed. What? Another one from the Wen family? Gao Hongxia emerged with an envelope, casting a cold glance at the several people seated, and said, "Xiao Wang, come in. I have something to ask you." Wang Dama felt a jolt of nervousness, hastily getting up to follow her into the office, her body tense. "Director Gao, what do you need from me?" With a cold gaze sweeping over her, Gao Hongxia asked, "How much do you know about the Wen family? Tell me everything, especially about Wen Qingkai." "Well, am I the one asking you, or are you the one asking me?" Gao Hongxia, known for her strictness at the youth workers' office, was always cold and unyielding, only adhering to the rules, despising anyone who acted outside of them. Wang Dama was momentarily taken aback, her eyes darting around. She recounted, "To answer your question, the Wen family, as far as I know, are not easy to get along with, especially the eldest son of the Wen family, who seems friendly and approachable. But when it comes to scheming against others, they show no mercy. They have only one daughter and one son, and I have been gathering information about them lately. The daughter went to the northwest a few days ago, while the son is often up to no good. Many neighbors have reported issues, but without evidence there's nothing we can do." Gao Hongxia handed over the letter in her hand. "Take a close look. If what's written here is true, then both Wen Qingkai and Su Qingqing should be arrested. Premarital adultery leading to pregnancy is a serious crime. It's better to send them away for some hard labor and correct their bad habits. Since they can't manage their own children, we'll lend a helping hand." Wang Dama's eyelids twitched. She was shocked to find that the Wen family dared to be this bold. It served them right, and they could not be blamed. "With the quotas for the Northwest being insufficient, let's gather them up and send them off." "All right, Director, I'll gather people to investigate right away. If it proves true, we'll bring them in quickly, otherwise if they run away we won't know where to find them." Without an introduction letter, where can they run to?" Gao Hongxia said coldly. "Now you need to expedite this matter. Also keep an eye on the young workers leaving tomorrow morning. If anyone dares to cause trouble, don't hesitate to act." Wang Dama nodded repeatedly. "All right, I understand." After leaving the office, she found two people and went straight to the street, quickly clarifying the situation as many had witnessed it. There was no way to deny it. After informing Gao Hongxia, she took her people to the Wen family to find Wen Qingkai. A knocking sound echoed. Yu Hongmei opened the door and saw the faces of the youth workers' office staff darken immediately. She hadn't forgotten about her daughter's previous troubles. These people showed no mercy. With a cold expression, she asked, "What are you here for?" Her gaze swept over them, not spotting that fierce woman from before, which eased her a bit. Wang Dama said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "Go bring Wen Qingkai out for me." Upon hearing they wanted to take her son, Yu Hongmei's face showed panic. "What do you want to do? Are you here to take my son away?" "No, my son has a job. He doesn't need to go to the countryside." "Why are you targeting my family?" It has nothing to do with whether your son has a job. Even if he does, he still has to go. I must clarify this: your son's affair with the Su family girl. Surely you didn't think it would remain hidden? Someone reported them for adultery." As soon as she heard this, Yu Hongmei looked as if struck by lightning. She muttered, Who reported this?" Wang Dama remained silent. She guessed but thought it irrelevant. The fact that they were in the wrong was enough. She didn't care about the rest. Seeing her son being dragged out, Yu Hongmei clung onto him, shouting, "You can't take my son. There's a misunderstanding. They are going to get married. How can this be adultery? Son, I am taking you to the Su family to propose marriage." Neighbors gathered, witnessing the scene unfold in the courtyard, their expressions revealing that they understood what was happening and were eager to watch the drama. They didn't know who was doing a good deed by taking away this troublemaker. They would have a much more peaceful life without worrying about their possessions being stolen. If it weren't for fearing Yu Hongmei going mad, they would have set off firecrackers. Wang Dama said without courtesy, "Hurry and pack your son's things. We are taking him to the train today. He needs to contribute early. If he behaves well, he can come back sooner. In the future, remember this lesson: do not commit such disgraceful acts again." Wen Qingkai trembled in fear, his mind in a daze. No, it's not like that. It was that Su Qingqing who climbed into my bed. It has nothing to do with me. You must investigate this clearly. Don't worry, the Su family girl is just like you, she has to contribute too. You'll see her at the train station. Meanwhile, in the Su family's courtyard, several people dragged someone from the bed and urged the dazed Su family members, hurry and pack your things. Your daughter has committed a crime, don't you have any awareness? Su Qingqing shook her head frantically. No, you can't do this to me. I haven't finished my month of confinement. You are doing something unethical and you will face retribution for it. When you were doing shameless things, did you think about retribution? Still doing confinement? You've only been resting for about 10 days, that's already quite generous. It's not like you just gave birth. Do you really think you're that precious? Many women return to work right after childbirth. Who has time to be so delicate? It's just a miscarriage, not childbirth. They've been resting for 10 days. See, what's with all the fuss? Seeing their resolute demeanor, Su Qingqing fell to her knees, crying out, no, don't take me away. I will marry Wen Qingkai. This is not adultery. The woman with a birthmark spat. What do you mean by adultery? This is a crime of fornication, much more serious than that. If you were innocent, you would have reported this to the police when it happened and you wouldn't have to labor. But you didn't, which means you tacitly accepted the adultery. No, it shouldn't be like this. I was just scared. Su Qingqing cried out in desperation, looking at their unfeeling faces. Knowing that whatever she said was useless, she collapsed onto the ground, covering her face and sobbing. People outside the Su family door heard the commotion and began to discuss. Oh my, she looks like such a decent girl. How could she be such a promiscuous woman behind the scenes? Innocent, my foot. If she were truly innocent, she would have reported it to the police long ago. I think it's mutual consent. That's fornication. I used to think she was nice and wanted to propose marriage, but I didn't expect her to be so unfaithful. Let's send her away quickly to prevent her from seducing other men. Pa, what is this nonsense? The Su family packed 2 pieces of clothing and shoved them into her hands, waving them off. Leave, hurry and go. Don't come back. We don't want someone like you who tarnishes our reputation. Su Qingqing felt increasingly desperate upon hearing those words, silent tears streaming down her face. She choked out, Father, Mother, I was wrong. You can't just abandon me. I will really die. I will die. Su's father turned pale with anger and waved his hand, urging, go, hurry up and leave. The personnel from the youth cadre office exchanged glances and directly dragged her away. The cries of despair grew fainter as the Su family tightly shut the courtyard door, not daring to step outside. Soon the people from both sides gathered at the train station. Once the person was sent to the train station, their job would be completed. As for the subsequent matters, that side would take care of it. Without an introduction letter, they wouldn't be able to go anywhere, so there was no fear of any trouble arising. Su Qingqing appeared somewhat dazed, her face frighteningly pale, as if her soul had been lost. It was only when she saw Wen Qingkai that her gaze began to slowly focus. With an unknown surge of strength, she broke free from the 2 who were restraining her and lunged directly at Wen Qingkai, her hands gripping his neck with a crimson haze in her eyes. Furiously she shouted, it's you, it's all your fault that my life is ruined. Wen family, you will pay for your misdeeds, you will pay. Wen Qingkai, already being restrained, was unable to resist as this madwoman choked him, his mouth gaping open and his eyes rolling back, gasping for air like a fish out of water. The personnel from the youth cadre office quickly reacted and pulled the 2 apart, pressing them to the ground and reprimanding, stop. Are you crazy? Do you want to add to your crimes? Behave or I will write to your brigade. Su Qingqing was treated like a dog pinned to the ground, her face pressed against the cold floor, glaring fiercely at Wen Qingkai. It was all his fault. Wen Qingkai was finally able to breathe, coughing repeatedly, cough, cough, cough. Let me go. Behave yourself, you're just looking for trouble. Aunt Wang frowned, most afraid of incidents occurring at the train station. Before the people were sent off, any trouble that arose would be their responsibility, which was frustrating to think about. Wen Qingkai regained his breath and shouted, you crazy woman, what do you want from me? I'm also a victim. It's all that beast Lu Yang, he must have reported us. Who? Lu Yang? No, it's impossible, I have no enmity with him, why would he retaliate against me? Su Qingqing used all her strength to shout, speak. Are you mute? Wen Qingkai met the cold eyes of the admissions office personnel, his body instinctively shivering. Rationality returned in an instant. If he spoke the truth, it would only worsen his situation. If it were known that they conspired against Lu Yang and Su Qingqing, how could they escape punishment? It might even involve their parents, and that would truly be the end for them. At least his parents had jobs and salaries in the city, he was the only child in the family and would surely receive support. Even if he were in the countryside he wouldn't suffer too much, but if something happened to his parents he would be utterly helpless. It must be said that his usually muddled brain had managed to think clearly this time. Seeing him remain silent, Su Qingqing opened her mouth as if to say something, but upon meeting Wen Shenkai's warning gaze she turned her thoughts around and remained silent. Speaking out would only drag the Wen family into it, which would do her no good. It was better to keep this leverage to herself and force them to offer more benefits in the future. The two exchanged glances as if reaching a tacit understanding. Aunt Wang looked at one and then the other, feeling that things were strange, but since they were already at the train station it was better not to complicate matters and to finish their work early and return home. After sending the person off to the train they watched the train depart. Phew, we can go back now. There's another batch of youth to send tomorrow. Got it, Aunt Wang. Lu Yang stood by the window watching Wen Qingkai being taken away, eager to see the last scene. He went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought a lot of things, swaggering his way to the Wen family, greeting the neighbors with a smile and "Hello ladies." "Oh Lu Yang, what brings you here? Are you going to visit your uncle? This child is so considerate, coming all this way and buying so many things." "Well, although they kicked me out I did stay at their place for a few months, so I still need to remember this favor." Hearing this the neighbors looked at him with increasingly satisfied expressions. What a good child. It's a pity that the Wen couple didn't know how to handle things. Why kick this child out? Now they're facing retribution, aren't they? Lu Yang asked in confusion. "And what happened to my uncle?" Nearby a loudspeaker chuckled, eyes filled with glee. "Oh, your uncle's son was reported and sent to the countryside to contribute. That couple is at home crying. It's really tragic, but they deserve it. That cousin of yours has been spoiled since childhood and your uncle indulged him. Look, now he's grown up and caused trouble. Someone needs to teach them how to raise a child." Lu Yang's face filled with concern as he exclaimed, "Oh no, I need to hurry and check on them. I'll talk to you later, I'm leaving now." The importance of a good reputation is not significant in an apocalyptic world, but it is crucial in this era. He understood the principle of adapting to local customs. He jogged to the Wen family. The loudspeaker watched his retreating figure, sighed, "What a good child. Handsome and strong with a decent job. It's a pity he didn't have good relatives." Indeed, such a pity. Lu Yang entered the courtyard and closed the door. Yu Hongmei and the others were crying, suddenly sensing someone had entered. They instinctively looked over, meeting a pair of mocking eyes, and widened their own in shock. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, nothing much, just heard that my cousin got into trouble and thought you were all alone and pitiful, so I came to see you on behalf of my mother. After all, we are relatives." When Jianye got up, furious like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and shouted, "Get out! Get out of here! Don't think I don't know you came to gloat." Lu Yang lowered his voice, "No, I came with good intentions to see you, and by the way, to tell you some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "What's the good news?" "Oh, the good news is that tomorrow is my day to go to the countryside, and I'll be leaving here. Who knows when I'll come back." "That's good news for you, isn't it?" The couple exchanged glances, a flicker of joy flashing in their eyes. It truly was good news, but what was the bad news? "Then what's the bad news?" Lu Yang grinned. "The bad news is that your daughter is going to the northwest, and I reported your son for labor in the countryside." Seeing their eyes widen as if struck by lightning, he laughed heartily. "Contributing to the country is what I should do. Since I'm going to contribute, your cousins naturally have to go too. There's no way to escape." When Jianye gasped, almost unable to breathe, trembling all over. Yu Hongmei saw him clutching his chest, looking in pain, and her gaze towards that person was filled with fear. "What more do you want? Is it not enough that you've harmed us?" "Haha, how could that be? I just feel that it's time to leave. I merely came to inform you of a few things. Now that I've said what I needed to, I'm off. Goodbye." Lu Yang glanced at the items in his hands and sighed helplessly. "Seeing how much you all hate me now, I guess you don't want my things. You'll take them back then. It's good to keep them for the journey ahead." With that he swiftly turned and walked out. When Jianye, clutching his chest, looked extremely pained, "Oh, my medicine, hurry and bring my medicine over, I can hardly take it anymore." Yu Hongmei hurried to get the medicine, stuffing it directly into his mouth, watching him swallow it repeatedly, worriedly saying, "Master, you must stay calm, don't get angry, please don't get angry. If you collapse, what will I do? What will happen to our children? We still need to find a way to bring them back. You must hold on." With bloodshot eyes filled with regret he said, "I was wrong, we all were wrong. It turns out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, cruel and merciless, all that kindness was just a facade." When Jianya shed tears of regret, "If I had discovered it sooner and chased him away, this wouldn't have happened. Oh my dear children." Yu Hongmei cried out while holding him, "This will all pass, everything will be fine. That devil will leave tomorrow and we'll find a way to bring the children back to the city." As for what he said, "Just stay away from that devil and don't provoke him again." "Ha Hongmei, I'm fine, don't worry." After Lu Yang took his belongings outside, he slipped into an alley, stored the items in his space, and put on a disguise that made him look like he had been slapped before walking out of the alley. Under the tree at the street corner, people chatting about everyday life saw him approaching with red eyes and bruises, looking somewhat dazed. The loudspeaker turned its eyes and hurriedly stood up to walk over. Knowing he was asking for trouble, he exclaimed, "Oh, what happened to you? Who did this to you? It couldn't be your uncle, could it? How could they be so cruel? Their children are down in the countryside and you came to see them with goodwill, yet they treated you like this." Lu Yang smiled sadly, shaking his head, "It's nothing, Aunt Wang. My cousins went to the countryside and my uncle and aunt took out their frustrations on me. It's no big deal. Sigh, I shouldn't have been so disobedient and left work. Everything is my fault. As long as they can vent their anger, it's fine." Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt even more pity. This child is too sensible, the one couple are inhumane. Is it easy for the child to earn some money? They took everything and even beat him up like this. The crowd chimed in, eager to insult Wen Jianya as much as possible. The loudspeaker comforted, "It's all right, child, we all know you're good. Your uncle's family just doesn't understand. Just earn your own money and spend it yourself in the future." Lu Yang looked at their genuine concern, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. The goal of this trip was achieved, and now he could return and rest, planning to act tonight. He wiped his reddened eyes and said pitifully, "Thank you, aunties, I'll go back to work now and I'll come to see you when I have time." Before leaving, he couldn't help but drop a bombshell. "My uncle threatened me earlier, saying it's all my fault that my cousin and siblings went to the countryside and that I should go as well. He seems to have been seriously affected." The loudspeaker widened her eyes, "That's impossible. You have a job, and even if your uncle wanted you to go to the countryside, it wouldn't work. Don't be afraid, hurry back to work." Lu Yang nodded and turned to leave. Back at the inn, he sat on the bed, having prepared plenty of water beforehand, and took out a silver box containing several syringes. The deep green liquid was full of vitality. This was the gene modification liquid that ordinary people crazily pursued in the apocalypse. He had obtained it during a mission, or rather it was cleverly taken from a group of people. 1 high-grade gene modification liquid, 2 medium-grade and 3 low-grade. His abilities had awakened, but the original Boda's physical condition was too poor to unleash his full potential. Modifying the body was a necessity, otherwise how could he handle dangers while hunting in the countryside? Placing his hand on the syringe, he could feel the energy within. Without hesitation, he injected himself with a dose, then pulled out a large wooden barrel and poured a bucket of water into it. Soon the impurities in his body were expelled, releasing a foul odor akin to that of a long-neglected cesspit, making one want to vomit. He stepped into the barrel to soak until all the impurities were cleared out. After cleansing himself several times, he felt much lighter. Clenching his fists, he could distinctly feel his strength increasing, and the symptoms of chest tightness and shortness of breath had vanished. Lu Yang's eyes sparkled. "No wonder it's called high-grade gene modification liquid. The effects are truly remarkable. Few will take a nap and wait for nightfall." After cleaning up, he lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep until nightfall. In the dead of night, a shadow flashed by, sneaking into the One family courtyard. After tossing in a smoke bomb, he swaggered in, glancing at the 2 people passed out on the bed. He shifted his gaze and began to gather everything, regardless of whether it was useful or not, taking all the items that had no value. By the end, except for the large furniture like tables and beds, everything else was gone. The kitchen was also cleared out, leaving only the stove. Pots, pans, and utensils were all missing. After sweeping inside and out, Lu Yang approached the 2 on the bed holding a stick. In his past life, the original owner suffered greatly. In this life, not being able to kill doesn't mean he couldn't cripple them. He raised the long stick high, his expression cold as a Shura, completely unlike the previous innocent and easily bullied demeanor, and brought the stick down heavily onto their calves. With a muffled groan, the unconscious person convulsed in pain. After 3 solid hits, both their legs were broken. He had controlled the force well. Considering the medical conditions of this era, healing a shattered bone would be nearly impossible. He raised his hand and slapped both of them until his hand felt numb before stopping. Lu Yang's lips curled slightly. With these two crippled, who else could the two going to the countryside rely on? They would have to labor hard, and contribute to living comfortably was out of the question. Counting on his fingers, he whispered, "The 5 people I owe from my past life have now received their retribution. The first task I promised you is complete. The second task will wait until I go to the countryside." With these words, the resentment in the original owner's heart was almost completely dissipated. After completing these tasks, Lu Yang glanced at the 2 people on the bed writhing in pain, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he closed the door and left his figure appearing like a ghost from time to time. Following the route from the original owner's memories, he returned to the home of the original owner's adoptive parents. It was a courtyard house sealed with a notice on the door. The original owner climbed over the wall and entered, finding the yard strewn with collapsed jars and bottles, and walked straight inside. He headed towards the study, entering through the window. At a glance, he saw countless bookshelves filled with various books. Lu Yang's eyes flickered as he reached out to touch the books. After a moment's pause, he waved his hand and all the bookshelves instantly vanished. "Let's take these away. They are the hard-earned treasures of the original owner's adoptive father. Wealth is but external, yet these cultural treasures would be too regrettable to lose. It's better to store them away safely." After exploring the yard, Lu Yang was about to leave when he heard rustling sounds. His ears twitched slightly and his figure vanished. In the alley, 3 men finished drinking and leaned against the wall, vomiting profusely. After throwing up, they indulged in their drunken revelry, shouting on the street, "Ha ha! Hick! Have a treasure trove filled with plundered riches. Not just in this life, but even future generations won't be able to spend it all. Too bad for you. Hick!" The other 2 swayed unsteadily, clinging to the wall, mumbling, bouncing around and bragging. As Lu Yang shook his head preparing to leave, the moonlight fell upon him, revealing the clothes they wore. A memory of the original owner surfaced in his mind. These were the people who had come to investigate the adoptive family. What a twist of fate. "Forget it, let's deal with them all at once, otherwise there won't be another chance once we leave the village." He pulled out a spray and sprayed it on his face to change his appearance, then jumped down and disappeared with the 2 drunken men still oblivious. Qingqing felt a blur in front of him, followed by a gust of wind on his face as if he were flying. Thinking of flying, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked down. Houses continued to rush by beneath his feet. If it wasn't flying, what was it? He rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. A sinister voice rang in his ear, "Tell me, where is your treasure trove? Take me there, or I swear I will kill you," Lu Yang said in a rough voice. Qingqing's drunkenness faded instantly. His face turned grim as he threatened, "Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? This is a crime. Let me down quickly, or you'll regret it." "Oh really? I just want your ill-gotten gains. It's all black market dealings. What are you pretending to be noble for? I said I want your treasure trove. If you don't speak up, then..." He paused, covering Qingqing's mouth and stepping on his calf. A piercing crack echoed as a bone broke. Qingqing didn't expect him to be so ruthless. There was no room for negotiation, and he acted directly. This man was a desperate criminal. The pain made his vision go dark, all drunkenness faded, and his mind was clearer than ever. He dared not remain stubborn. "I'll take you to the treasure trove. I'll take you there right now." "Let's go then," Lu Yang said, looking up at the night sky. It should be around 2 or 3 in the morning. There was no chance of sleeping tonight, which was quite frustrating. In a low voice he said, "Guide me. If you hesitate, I will kill you." Yes, just take it easy. You need to turn left at the end and then right," Qingqing explained in detail. Within half an hour they arrived at the location, a very shabby small courtyard that looked quite unremarkable. Once inside, he turned on the switch on the wall. Before him lay a secret room filled with various antiques and paintings, and a small box filled with jade and gold that sparkled so brightly it was hard to look away. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes, finding the paintings somewhat familiar. A scene flashed through his mind, a refined man holding a child standing before the paintings, teaching gently, a warm and tender image of a loving father. Qingqing stammered, "The items in here are treasures I've accumulated over the years. Please take a little. Can you leave some for me? It's not easy to gather these." "Haha, not easy. These items belong to you. When has embezzlement ever been easy? Did anyone beg you to accept them?" "Well, some of them were indeed begged for. They needed something from me, and I used a little bit of my authority to help them. I was just a little greedy, that's all. Is there anything else? Liu Yang's question left Qingqing momentarily stunned. He quickly waved his hands, no, nothing more. All my treasures are here and what remains is for my little lover. I have no other hiding places. He approached Qingqing and knocked him out. In a ghostly tone he said, since there's nothing left, I'll take everything here. If you don't say anything, it seems you agree. Then it's decided. How pleasant. The unconscious Qingqing lay on the ground completely unaware. Liu Yang waved his hand, collecting everything into his space. Looking at the large piece of wood, he tilted his head. What is this? Why does this greedy fellow have such a large piece of wood? It smells quite fragrant. Who cares what it is? Let's take it all. He ran his hand over the table. The golden silk patterns were very beautiful. He whispered, this seems to be golden silk, Nanmo. This wood is also good. Let's take it all. Soon the secret room was left completely empty. There wasn't even a table or chair. It was so bare it made one uneasy. Even a mouse would run away. Liu Yang confirmed that everything was gone and stripped Qingqing of all his clothes, finding a few $100s on him which he stored away. He grinned and said, all right, I'll spare your life and I'll take all your belongings. Thank you, uncle. He swaggered out, closing the door behind him. Back at the inn, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Liu Yang felt a bit swollen in the eyes. Having not slept all night was quite unbearable. He could only wait until he boarded the train to sleep. After freshening up, Liu Yang put on slightly faded clothes and carried a snakeskin bag, looking very shabby and poor as he made his way to the train station. He bought some steamed buns and fried cakes and carried them inside. Approaching the people at the youth office, he cheerfully called out, Director Gao, Aunt Wang, good morning. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to eat a little with me? Gao Hongxia had initially maintained a stern expression, but upon hearing his cheerful voice and seeing his clean smile, her mood inexplicably brightened. No, you eat by yourself. We'll eat together when you all get on the train. Before she could finish her sentence, she was handed a steamed bun and fried cake wrapped in oil paper. Liu Yang smiled brightly, saying, it's fine, I bought plenty. I can't finish them myself. You all come early to deliver, it's hard work. Have some, it's not good for your health to be hungry. Aunt Wang, hearing this, smiled widely, saying, you little rascal know how to be considerate. Although the Xiangyang Brigade is a bit poor, the atmosphere there is good and you'll have an easy time working there. I won't share this news with anyone else. You'll know when you get there. The captain of the Xiangyang Brigade is a good person. Although he isn't very educated, he is quite fair. You young folks haven't been to the countryside, so you don't know much about this. A good brigade can save you a lot of trouble and you won't be targeted or tormented. Gao Hongxia coughed twice and gave her a deep look. Aunt Wang immediately realized she had said too much and hurriedly said, oh, look at me. Older people tend to talk a lot. Don't find me annoying. In any case, work hard when you get there. Your life will definitely not be too bad. All right, thank you for the reminder, Auntie. I will remember. Liu Yang was full of energy, looking very sunny as he said earnestly, I voluntarily went to the countryside to contribute my part. What's a bit of hardship? This is what young people should do, so eat while it's hot. Oh, this awareness of thought is high, unlike your sister and brother. They started making a fuss on the train. They will have a hard time when they get there. Gao Hongxia shot a chilly glance and urged, all right, shall one go outside and see if there are any other educated youth who haven't arrived yet? Have someone urge them not to waste time. Aunt Wang readily replied, okay, I'll go right now. After the person left, Gao Hongxia lowered her voice, don't overthink it. Rural people are very simple and not that complicated. But Xiao Wang is right, if the Xiangyang Brigade is indeed good. When you get there, work hard. If you achieve merit, you can come back earlier. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow at this, seemingly joking. Director Gao, what counts as merit? If I don't want to come back after achieving merit, can I still not return? This child is still young, who would not want to return to the city. Gao Hongxia said sternly, merit can be earned either by hunting or by catching spies. After accumulating enough honor, you can apply to come back. Of course, if you don't apply, you cannot come back early. It all depends on yourself. Once you arrive, the educated youth will be under the brigade's management. Don't get into fights. If a real dispute arises, you can find the secretary or the production team leader or the militia team. Just be aware of this in advance. Without a letter of introduction from the brigade, you absolutely cannot leave on your own. The consequences for that are very serious. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Yang smiled and nodded. He naturally understood. In addition to buying things and making arrangements these days, he had also familiarized himself with the common knowledge of this era, although some aspects were still lagging behind. But it's fine, once I get to the countryside I'll just follow the crowd. Once I understand everything clearly, doing anything will be much easier. At 8:30 all the educated youth arrived, gradually boarding the train and finding their seats. The metal train was very crowded and people were nearly squeezed flat. Lu Yang sat by the window, opened it, and took a few deep breaths. Well, luckily he was by the window, he should be able to rest a bit later. The original owner rarely took the train and had no concept of it. As for him, there was no need to say more. In his past life he had always traveled in armored vehicles and trains felt like a distant concept. This was his first time riding one and it felt a bit novel. He closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a while. He hadn't rested well the previous night and his eyes felt a bit uncomfortable. Suddenly he heard an arrogant female voice say, "Hey, get up and switch seats with me." Lu Yang opened his eyes and looked over. A man was already sitting beside him, wearing glasses on his nose, looking refined, and his face was clean, evidently from a wealthy family in the city. In the aisle stood a little girl in a red dress, looking displeased as she stared at him. "Hey, I told you to switch seats with me. I want to sit with Brother Gu, do you hear me?" Gu Zhe frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Kira, this is a train. Don't shout so loudly, understand?" Ning Kira muttered, "Brother Gu, you're going to the countryside, who will accompany you? Isn't that good enough for you? Why are you so fierce to me? I have nothing to do with you going to the countryside. Why do you have to follow me? The countryside is not a place for nonsense. The work there is more exhausting than you can imagine." I don't care. I just want to follow you. Our families have a betrothal and we are supposed to get engaged and married in the future. You can't shake me off. What if you like someone else in the countryside?" As soon as these words were spoken, the people across from them burst into laughter. Ning Kir glared at the man. "Uncle, what are you laughing at?" Chen Weiguo twitched his mouth at being called an uncle. I'm only 25 this year, I shouldn't be old enough to be called an uncle, right? My name is Chen Weiguo. I just laughed a bit, it wasn't intentional. Sorry about that. Looking 25 is really alarming, you look no different from 35. Others. Gu Zhe closed his eyes, sighing inwardly. When will this tendency to offend others change? This is just asking for trouble. Looking at the stern-faced man, he apologized. "Sorry, my sister is not very sensible. I apologize on her behalf." "It's okay, I'm not the type to hold grudges. However, if your sister goes to the countryside and retains this temperament, she is bound to suffer." Ning Kir felt the topic was drifting further away and stared directly at Lu Yang. "Hey, I just said I wanted to switch seats with you. Why are you ignoring me?" Lu Yang pointed to himself, a smile on his face, and casually said, "I refuse." What? Do you know who I am? On what basis do you refuse?" "Just based on the fact that this seat is mine. It's a reserved seat and I can switch if I want or not switch if I don't. Do you understand, comrade?" Chen Weiguo, sitting opposite, heard this and looked over politely, saying, "Comrade, judging by your outfit you're not also one of the educated youth going to the countryside, are you?" Lu Yang nodded. "Yes, I am going to the countryside. I'm heading to the Xiangyang Brigade in Bidakang, Heilongjiang Province." "Which brigade are you assigned to?" "Oh, what a coincidence, I'm going to the same place." As they spoke, both showed a bit of interest. Ning Kir was completely ignored, stomping her feet in anger. "Brother Gu, look at him. Who bought me this lousy ticket? Why can't I sit with Brother Gu?" She was mumbling and was somewhat noisy. Gu Zhe softly coaxed, "All right, Kir, go back to your own seat. Don't be willful or you'll have to go back to the capital." "Oh, I understand, Brother Gu." She pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved as she walked away. After the person left, Gu Zhe took the initiative to say, "Hello, I'm Gu Zhe, also from your brigade. We might be assigned to the same educated youth courtyard, so we'll be living together. Let's get to know each other a bit." Chen Weiguo smiled heartily. "Nice to meet you. I'm Chen Weiguo and this is my partner Qingqing. We are both educated youth going to the countryside together and we were lucky to be assigned together." Qingqing smiled gently, radiating a kind of intellectual beauty that clearly indicated her upbringing in a scholarly family. Her elegant demeanor matched perfectly with Chen Weiguo's steadiness. A soft and pleasant voice emerged. "Hello everyone, my name is Qingqing and I come from Haicheng. Lu Yang smiled with a clean and pure expression saying, I am Lu Yang from Ningchen. It's a pleasure to meet you all. As we are all in the youth commune together we can keep each other company. The brightness of his sunny smile was endearing. Well, it's fate that we can meet, and being in the same youth commune is even more fortunate. Let's get along well, it will be a rare experience for all of us. Guze chuckled politely saying, that's I guess you could say sister. Her name is Ningqiu and she's a bit spoiled at home. I'm really sorry about what happened earlier. Lu Yang waved his hand dismissively saying, no worries. If you two are dating I can give up my seat for your partner. It would be nice for you to sit together and chat. No, we are not dating. It's fine whether we sit together or not. I see, but Ning seems to be glaring at me with fiery eyes. Seeing them laughing together, Ningqiu puffed up her cheeks in anger, looking like a pufferfish, which was quite funny. When Lu Yang looked at her they exchanged glares. Guze sighed helplessly saying, Kier stayed at my house for a few years when she was little, so she is like my little sister. I came to the countryside for a specific reason and she was worried and insisted on coming along. She's not a bad person, she just doesn't speak tactfully. The other three exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken words. The young lady had been spoiled and spoke without thinking. After a brief introduction, Lu Yang naturally didn't tell the whole truth. The identity of his adoptive parents was better kept under wraps. It was best to just say he was an orphan to avoid any suspicion. As the train started moving, fatigue gradually crept in. Lu Yang leaned against the window and closed his eyes, falling into a peaceful sleep in a world devoid of zombies. There was no need to worry about money as it was safely stored away where even ghosts couldn't steal it. As the day brightened, when Jianye, drenched in cold sweat from pain, groggily opened his eyes to find something strange about the room. His attention was quickly drawn to the excruciating pain, leaving no time to ponder further. When he tried to move his leg, a sharp pain shot through him. Yu Hongmei slowly opened her eyes, exclaiming in pain, "Ah, my leg hurts so much. What happened? Can't you walk either?" A silence as still as death spread through the room. The two exchanged glances, their minds buzzing, and quickly widened their eyes as they noticed something was wrong in the room. Everything was gone. The bedding boxes, decorations, water bottles, and cups were all missing, leaving only empty tables and chairs. Had their home been robbed? Were their legs broken by the robbers? Dragging their injured legs, they crawled towards the door, shouting loudly, "Help! Help! Someone save us! We've been robbed!" The courtyard door was opened and the two crawled to shout at the entrance. They were quickly discovered, and upon seeing their disheveled appearance, the onlooker exclaimed in shock, "My heavens! What happened to you? How did you get beaten like this? You look like pig heads, I almost didn't recognize you." When Jianye touched his face, feeling the sharp pain, it turned out his face was also injured. He hadn't noticed due to the intense pain in his leg. Raising his head weakly, he asked, "Can you take us to the hospital and report this to the police? We were robbed." "Ah, you were robbed?" Lin Ching shouted loudly, "Someone hurry! We've been robbed on our street." A large crowd quickly gathered, armed and looking fierce as they searched around, shouting, "Where's the robber? He'll break their legs." Whose house was robbed? The one family was robbed. The loudspeaker joined in, unable to contain a laugh, saying, "One family, you really are unfortunate. How come only your family was robbed and beaten like this? What kind of bad deeds did you do to be so hated?" Yu Hongmei scolded angrily, "You loudspeaker, do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart? What are you laughing at? Just wait until my leg heals." The two of them began to argue back and forth, and soon the street office personnel arrived. Seeing the miserable state of the two, they felt some sympathy. Upon entering the empty house, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, I've seen robberies before, but never one this thorough. They must have taken everything, not even leaving a tile behind. Indeed, why would they target the one family? They must have offended someone. Let's hurry to the hospital and then report to the police for an investigation." When the two were taken to the hospital, they almost collided with someone while turning a corner. They exchanged glances and frowned in unison. "Qinhong, why are you also in the hospital?" Damn it, he was the one who led the charge to report their brother-in-law's family. What a twist of fate. If it weren't for Qinhong, the one family wouldn't be this unlucky. Without saying a word, when Jianye rushed up to hit him. Qinhong had been robbed of his treasures last night and had been stripped clean, nearly running out naked, only to be reported for indecent exposure. That person was simply lacking in virtue. If it weren't for his wife passing by chance, he would have been in serious trouble. Fuming inside, he was furious that the one family dared to attack him. The two quickly engaged in a scuffle and their leg injuries worsened. When Jianye screamed in agony. Eventually they were pulled apart, and after the doctor examined them he sighed, saying, "Your leg injury is too severe, the bone is shattered. Even after healing you'll still walk with a limp. Be mentally prepared for that." Hearing this, Wen Jianye was stunned, trembling as he said, "Doctor, is my injury really due to the fight? Damn Chen Hong, this is all your fault. Why are you always targeting our Wen family?" Chen Hong laughed in anger, saying, "Are you sick? Your leg was injured before you ran into me. You charged at me first, I was just defending myself. What's my fault?" The two continued to bicker while the doctor looked back and forth between them. Impatiently the doctor interrupted, "All right, enough arguing. Are you going to treat your leg or not? If you are, hurry up and pay for the hospital admission. Is there anyone from your family coming to care for you?" Upon hearing this, Wen Jianye's eyes turned red and he suddenly broke down, crying loudly, "Wah! I'm so heartbroken. We've lost all our money, our children have gone to the countryside, and now we're disabled. How are we going to live? They haven't repaid their debts and now they can't even go to work. Isn't this pushing them to their death?" Chen Hong could only stare in disbelief, thinking, "Damn, the Wen family is shameless. They must be trying to extort money. I need to run, I have to get out of here as soon as possible." Inching towards the exit. Seeing him trying to escape, Wen Jianye would not let him go so easily. He lunged forward and grabbed his leg, crying, "You must help me with my leg. Otherwise this matter is not over." Chen Hong in despair screamed, "Ah! Let go! You scoundrel! My pants! Don't pull! My pants are going to fall off!" Inside the train carriage everyone appeared to be drowsy. Ning Qiu in her haze felt something tugging at the cloth bag on her body and opened her eyes slightly to see a white silhouette. She yawned and continued to sleep, unaware of how long had passed before she woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she opened her bag to look for a mirror, but to her surprise the bag was empty. Not only was her mirror missing, but her small wallet was gone too, which her mother had brought back from abroad. A piercing scream echoed throughout the carriage. "Ah!" Upon hearing the scream everyone trembled in fear, instinctively standing up, bewilderedly looking around, still feeling drowsy. What happened? What's going on? Guze looked towards the direction of the sound and walked over. Ning Qiu felt wronged and frightened. After all, that was over 1,000 yuan she had saved up for a long time. How could it just disappear like that? Without money, how could she survive in the countryside? Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, she stretched out her hand, wanting to rush into the other person's arms. Noticing the change in the other person's expression, he realized that in such a public place it was inappropriate to rush into someone's arms. He couldn't explain himself, and if he was reported. He reached out to stop her. "Kier, don't cry. Just tell me slowly what happened." Ning Kier cried out loudly, her voice intermittent, "There's a thief. My money has been stolen. It's all gone, everything is gone. Boo-hoo." Guze frowned, concerned. "How much did you lose?" "A little over 1,000 yuan, which I had saved for a long time, and a watch too. I thought it was unsafe to wear it, so I took it off. I never expected it would be stolen. If I had sat next to Brother Gu, my things wouldn't have been stolen." She pointed accusingly at Lu Yang, saying, "It's all your fault. If you had switched seats with me, how could I have fallen asleep and let my things be stolen?" Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Having encountered unreasonable women before, he had never met one as unreasonable as her. It was no one's fault but her own for not keeping an eye on her belongings. He smirked slightly, looking at her with a half-smile. "Comrade whose money is just left in a bag. Shouldn't it be hidden a bit more discreetly? The way you're dressed is just inviting pickpockets. If not you, then who should be stolen from? What does that have to do with me?" Ning Qiu was about to say something more, but Guze's gaze turned towards her, carrying a hint of displeasure. "Qiu, that was Lu Yang's seat. Whether he wants to switch or not is his choice. You being robbed is the thief's fault, it has nothing to do with Lu Yang. Stay here and don't say anything. I'll go find the train attendant. Your things were all there before you slept, right?" Seeing her nod, Guze continued, "Then they must have been stolen while you were asleep. The train hasn't stopped since you fell asleep, which means the thief is still on the train. I'll go find the attendant to investigate." Ning Qiu's eyes brightened, tears welling in her eyes, looking pitiful and heart-wrenching. "Then will we really be able to get it back? Whether we can or not, we have to try to find out." After seeing Guze about to leave, Lu Yang's eyes flickered as he approached with a smile. Let's go together. It's good to look out for each other, right? Guze nodded. Thank you, Lu Yang. No problem, we're all from the same place and we'll see each other often. If someone is in trouble, we should lend a hand. It's fate. Yes, it's all fate. As they passed through other carriages, Lu Yang heightened his senses, perceiving the subtle movements of all passengers within 10 meters. Even without looking, he could sense them searching for any clues. After passing through 3 carriages without any findings, he encountered the train attendant on his way back, nearly colliding with a person coming out of the restroom. The middle-aged woman lowered her head apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't see you just now. It's fine. As they brushed past each other, Lu Yang keenly heard a faint jingling sound like the clinking of bracelets. In the roar of the train it was not very noticeable, but his heightened senses allowed him to hear it. He turned to look at the grayish figure, raising an eyebrow. Guze noticed he had stopped and called out, Lu Yang, what are you looking at? Lu Yang shook his head, maintaining a casual expression, and followed along. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that woman looked quite plump. In these times it's hard for everyone to have enough to eat, so being this chubby is quite a feat. What on earth was he talking about? He had been staring for so long just to say she was fat. With the train attendant approaching, Ningqiu complained, how do you manage this train? You can't even find the thief on the train. I lost so much money, you must help me find it. The attendant felt displeased upon hearing this. Comrade, before boarding we announce over the loudspeaker that passengers must keep an eye on their belongings, as it is easy to be targeted by pickpockets. As you can see, there are so many people getting on and off the train, we truly can't manage everything. There is still half an hour until the next stop, the thief will likely get off there. So comrade, if you want to recover your belongings, you only have half an hour. Ningqiu's face fell upon hearing this. She cried out, half an hour? That's impossible. This is just making it difficult for me. I lost my money, boo-hoo. That was my living expenses for going to the countryside. How am I going to survive without it? The attendant glanced at the time and urged, now is not the time to cry. Hurry and search each carriage within half an hour. We will assist you in searching, but whether we can find it is uncertain. Guze nodded in thanks. All right, we understand. Thank you, comrade. Lu Yang, could you come help me? Sure, I'm always eager to help. It's no problem at all. Chen Weiguo exchanged a quiet glance with him and also stood up. Let's help as well. It would be best if we can recover that much money, otherwise it's going to be painful. All right, thank you all. The group split into 2 teams and began searching in different directions through the carriage. Lu Yang followed the attendant, scanning the passengers on both sides. The middle-aged woman sat inside, and upon seeing them approach she appeared a bit flustered, standing up to go to the restroom to hide. If she could just endure for half an hour until the stop, she could get off. As she squeezed out, she accidentally bumped into a little girl's backpack, causing a sudden clattering noise. The girl with braided hair looked up, her gaze filled with confusion. Sorry, young lady, I didn't mean to. I apologize. She bent down to pick up something that looked like grass and placed it back in the backpack. Full of apologies, this is medicinal herb. You are quite impressive, little girl. Jiang Ning. The middle-aged woman forced a smile and quickly turned to rush towards the restroom. Lu Yang looked at her retreating back towards the restroom, noticing it seemed heavier. Was she hiding something? Should he remind her? A casual glance caught a strikingly beautiful figure with 2 braids cascading gracefully on either side. A few strands of hair danced in the wind, framing her delicate features, her fair cheeks, and innocent pure gaze. Lu Yang quickly averted his gaze, realizing how remarkably clean those eyes were. His thoughts drifted. In a post-apocalyptic world, one wouldn't find such pristine eyes. The 3 soon approached the closed bathroom door, and the conductor knocked, saying, "Is anyone in there? Please come out and cooperate with our inquiry." Inside, a middle-aged woman was in a panic, her forehead slick with cold sweat. If discovered, it would be disastrous. She only needed to wait another 20 minutes. What should she do? Was there any way out? Just when she was anxious, an idea sparked in her mind. She adjusted her emotions, opened the door with a friendly smile, and said, "Comrade, what can I help you with?" The conductor examined her up and down, finding nothing amiss. He spoke, "There is something missing from car No. 5. Have you seen any suspicious individuals? Don't misunderstand, I am asking everyone, and if anyone has leads, there's a reward." The middle-aged woman hesitated slightly. Guze, noticing her demeanor, urged, "Sister, if you've noticed anything, please let us know." If we find it, we can offer you a reward as thanks. She waved her hands quickly, saying, No need for that. Helping each other is what we should do. Offering money isn't right. I just saw. She pointed to a girl in the corner, whispering, I saw that little girl putting something into her backpack and her eyes were a bit shifty, but I'm not sure if she's the pickpocket you mentioned. The conductor turned to look in the direction she indicated. In the corner sat a girl with braids, wearing a slightly faded blue and white shirt, looking quite lively. Sister, are you sure you saw that? The middle-aged woman nodded. Yes, I'm sure. All right, let's go ask her. Finally they could leave. If that girl delayed them a bit longer, they would soon arrive at their destination and she would be safe. Seeing her about to leave, Lu Yang reached out to stop her, saying, Sister, since you identified her, why not go take a look together? If we find her, there's a reward to be had. The middle-aged woman met his gaze, feeling as though he saw right through her. She forced herself to appear calm and said, All right, let's go take a look together. The conductor stood in the aisle looking down and saying, Little girl, someone in the next compartment has lost something. Did you happen to see anything? Huh? Didn't you just ask me? I didn't see anything. Could you open your backpack for us to take a look? Jiang Ning frowned slightly, glancing at the middle-aged woman standing behind her, the same woman who had sat beside her earlier. Why would this woman want to report her? She replied earnestly, I know whether I took something or not. There's no problem with checking, but I request that she be checked too. They looked in the direction she pointed, and it was the woman who had just gone to the bathroom. The middle-aged woman's heart sank. She hadn't expected this seemingly delicate girl to involve her in this matter. Of course, she couldn't allow herself to be searched. If they searched her belongings, everything would be exposed. She feigned grievance, saying, Little girl, how can you do this? Jiang Ning's fair face was filled with determination. Why can't I? Why is it acceptable for you to pull me into this without consent, but not for me to demand fairness? The conductor interrupted the middle-aged woman, stating, All right, both of you need to be checked. If there's truly nothing wrong, that would be best. In other words, if there was an issue, there would be no leaving. Jiang Ning nodded at this, opening her backpack to indicate they could search. Her calm and clear eyes made the middle-aged woman feel increasingly guilty. A sudden clattering sound broke the tension as the conductor pulled out a gold bracelet and a watch from the backpack filled with herbs. Upon seeing the items, the conductor was stunned. He looked at the young girl in disbelief. She certainly didn't look like a thief. How could this be? Guze glanced at the watch and gently said, Conductor, I recognize this watch. I gave it to my sister for her birthday and it has her engraved initials inside. You can check it. The conductor turned it over and saw the engraving indeed. His expression darkened immediately. Comrade, do you have anything to say? Jiang Ning noticed their lips quivering and hurriedly explained, It wasn't me. If it were, I wouldn't let you search my backpack. You have to believe me, I didn't steal anything. If it's not yours, how do you explain these items? I don't know. The conductor replied harshly, Let's go, come with us for an inquiry. Jiang Ning's eyes reflected helplessness. She clearly hadn't done anything wrong, but where did these items come from? She couldn't explain. Just as she was feeling desperate, a voice called out. Wait, why hurry? There's still one more person who hasn't been checked. Guze looked over and said, But the watch has already been found with her, which confirms she did it. Otherwise, how would the items be here? Lu Yang smirked, speaking casually, Since we said we would check both, we can't overlook anyone. Sister, don't you agree? Facing Lu Yang's slightly menacing gaze, a deeper smile crept onto his lips. No, since the thief has been found, why do I need to be checked? Are you unwilling, sister? Of course I am unwilling. I was cooperative before when nothing was found, but now that something has been found, why should I still be checked? You're deliberately targeting me? The middle-aged woman glared at him, filled with accusations. Lu Yang shrugged, appearing indifferent. Oh dear sister, why are you so nervous and agitated? If you're innocent, a simple check will clear everything up. If you're unhappy with that, I'm also open to you checking me. Seeing him say this, Jiang Ning felt a little less afraid. It was her first time encountering such a situation and she felt utterly helpless. Come on, since she wanted to check you, now it's your turn to check her. It's all right, we're all women together. Jiang Ning understood his intention and nodded gratefully, stepping closer to the middle-aged woman. The woman instinctively backed away, turning to flee, but ended up tripping over someone. As she fell to the ground, a clattering sound was unmistakable. Various items spilled from her sleeves and pockets, gold rings, gold bracelets, and even jade bangles of substantial quality. There were also scattered bundles of money and various receipts on the ground. The crowd watched this dramatic scene in shock. "Oh my, this person has too much stuff on her. She really is a thief." The conductor looked at her with a cold expression. "So it turns out you're the one who accused others first. Let's go, come with me and confess everything honestly." He turned to the girl with the braids, his tone softening significantly. "As for this comrade, she should also come with me for a statement." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement and calmly said, "All right, I will definitely cooperate." As he passed by Lu Yang, the gentle words of thanks floated into his ears. Guze glanced at the two and lowered his voice, saying, "Do you know that girl?" "No, I don't." "Then why are you speaking up for her? How did you know she wasn't a pickpocket but that she was the older sister? What made you realize that?" "Haha, you want to know, huh?" "Yes." Lu Yang chuckled. "I won't tell you unless you bribe me with something delicious. Otherwise I won't say a word." Guze fell silent. The two returned to their seats and Ning Qiu rushed over anxiously, asking, "How is it, Brother Gu? Do you have any leads? Did they catch the pickpocket?" "Yes, they have already been caught." "Wow, really?" Ning Qiu showed a look of delight. "That's great. When will my things be returned?" "My watch that you gave me is inside, and I didn't dare wear it for fear of losing it in the crowd." Guze gently reassured her. "Qiu, don't worry. The train attendant has taken them for questioning. Once everything is clarified, your things will be returned." "Oh, who are the people taken for questioning?" "An older sister and a little girl." "Ah, little girl? So there were two people who stole my things?" Ning Qiu clearly misunderstood, her little face full of anger. "I knew it. With so much cash and jewelry, it couldn't possibly be one person stealing. It must be a gang operation." I vaguely opened my eyes and saw a white figure. Guze raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking, "A white figure?" The older sister who was stealing was wearing gray, not white, while the little girl was in blue and white clothing. As the two were conversing, the train attendant arrived with the items, saying, "Comrade, come take a look. Are these your things? Is anything missing?" The girl in red hurried over, counted the items and frowned. "A piece of my safety pendant is missing. It was specially made for me by my mother when I was born." Her words were cut off by Guze. "Comrade, that safety pendant was a gift from Kier's mother to her at birth. It's very important. Could you please look for it again?" "Well, okay, I'll ask again." Ning Qiu came to her senses, realizing that she shouldn't mention the master blessing it, or else it would be considered superstitious and could lead to complaints. What will happen to those two pickpockets? Will they go to jail? The attendant shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure. When we reach the station, it will be handed over to the local police. Besides, there aren't two pickpockets, only one older one is a thief. The other little girl is a village doctor. She's traveling to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell medicine, and all her introduction materials are complete, so there shouldn't be any problems. As for the gold bracelet and watch in her backpack, they were directly stuffed into her backpack by the pickpocket while she wasn't paying attention. The pickpocket admitted this." Ning Qiu frowned, feeling distressed after retrieving her belongings. "But what about my safety pendant? It's very important to me." As they were speaking, a voice came from behind. A light and pleasant voice said, "This must be your safety pendant." Hearing this voice, they turned around in unison, startled by the pair of beautiful clear eyes. Ning Qiu looked at her face and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She glanced at the safety pendant in her hand and reached out to take a closer look, nodding, "It is mine." "How did you know it was mine?" Jiang Ning pointed to a spot. "There is a small engraving here, Qiu, the same as the one on the watch. I thought it must belong to the same owner, so I brought it back to you." "Where did you find it?" "Under the seat. It must have been dropped by the pickpocket in a panic." The attendant sighed in relief upon seeing this. As long as they found everything, it was good, otherwise this young lady would surely cause a commotion that would give everyone a headache. "Little girl, finding your things back is lucky. You must take good care of them. If you lose them again, you might not be able to find them, and you should thank this little girl. My name is Jiang Ning. You don't have to be polite for such a small matter." Jiang Ning stood in front of her, clearly half a head taller, at least over 1.6 meters tall, and her figure was quite slim and tall. "Please move aside." Ning Qiu was taken aback and instinctively stepped aside. She watched as Jiang Ning walked up to that annoying person. Thank you for what happened earlier, comrade. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to explain clearly. But how did you know she was the pickpocket? Lu Yang smiled slightly, saying, oh this. I've always had sensitive ears since I was a child. When she walked I heard the sound of things clattering. Plus she was walking very carefully. Didn't you notice? When I was a child and hid fruit in my arms I walked carefully and ended up dropping what I was hiding. With her bulky appearance it's strange to say she wasn't hiding anything. Everyone suddenly understood upon hearing this. Jiang Ning's eyes brightened and her watery eyes curved like crescent moons. I understand. Thank you for earlier. I am Jiang Ning, the village doctor from Xiangyang Brigade. You all look like you're also sent down to the countryside, right? You're from Xiangyang Brigade too? Yes. From what you said you are also going to Xiangyang Brigade. That's quite a coincidence. Lu Yang nodded, saying, hello, I am Lu Yang, also heading to Xiangyang Brigade. As the few chatted they didn't notice the malicious glances in the corner sweeping over the beautiful girl before finally settling on Jiang Ning. After thanking her, Jiang Ning returned to the adjacent carriage. The carriage quieted down again. Lu Yang, facing those piercing gazes, touched his face confidently, saying, what's wrong? Did you find out I'm the most handsome? You all look mesmerized by me. Guze chuckled, pulling out a small pack of beef jerky from his backpack and handing it over, saying softly, thank you for your help. Otherwise Kier's items would definitely not have been found. This is a token of my gratitude. The beef jerky tastes great. The previously lazy person instantly perked up, reaching out to take it with shining eyes as if holding onto some treasure instead of jerky. Swallowing hard, he carefully put the jerky away. Lu Yang looked at him with blazing eyes. Good brother, I really like this gift. Guze replied, your character is also very good. Haha, I think so too. If anything comes up in the future, just let me know. As long as there's food, everything is negotiable. Are you so protective of food because you were hungry before? Yeah, I'm an orphan, you know. Orphans have problems with food and shelter. I got used to being hungry and became protective of food. Ning Kier handed over her bag. Brother Gu, please hold on to this for me. I'm afraid if I fall asleep it will be stolen again. Guze thought for a moment and agreed, realizing this girl was careless and if she lost it again it might not be easy to find. Jiang Ning had barely settled back into her seat when a middle-aged woman sat down next to her, a dark mole at the corner of her mouth, her eyes darting around as if evaluating merchandise. That glaring gaze was quite uncomfortable. Turning her head, she fixed a wary stare at the woman and asked, who are you? Is this seat taken? The woman smiled warmly, saying, oh little girl, don't be afraid. The restroom next door is too crowded, so I just came over to use the facilities in your carriage since there's an empty seat here. She sighed, oh, I'm exhausted. Standing for several hours has nearly broken my legs. Why is a young girl traveling alone by train? Jiang Ning's eyes grew even more vigilant. The earlier incident had left her a bit traumatized. She hoped this woman wasn't a pickpocket trying to ensnare her. She had been lucky this time, but next time might not be the same. She remained silent, keeping a cold expression. The woman smiled even more gently, noticing Jiang Ning's reluctance to speak, and quietly sat there without leaving. Before long it was noon. The train attendant shouted loudly, lunchboxes. Is there anyone who wants a lunchbox? Each one is 3.5 yuan. If you want one, come here to collect your ticket. If you don't collect a ticket you won't be able to buy one later. As she walked by, the woman waved her hand, saying, comrade, I'd like 2 portions, thank you. Alright, give me the money and keep your ticket safe. Come back at noon to claim your lunchbox. She replied, got it. She had ridden the train enough times to know the procedure well. Lu Yang, noticing the lunchbox vendor, called out, comrade, I want 3 lunchboxes. Guze looked at him and said, the lunchboxes on the train are not very tasty. Do you think you can finish 3 of them? Lu Yang replied, of course. Don't be fooled by my thin appearance, I actually have a big appetite. Guze retorted, I don't believe you. You're too thin to have a big appetite. It's common sense that someone with a large appetite wouldn't be thin. Lu Yang shrugged and said nothing more. The gene modification serum he had injected would enhance his physical abilities step by step, provided there was enough food. Eventually his muscles would grow, although they might not be easily visible through his clothes. When they reached noon, the food cart slowly approached. After receiving their lunchboxes, Lu Yang buried his head in his meal, eating as if it were a feast. Ningqiu had some snacks, but the aroma of the food in the carriage was tempting her. "Brother Gu, I want a lunchbox too," she said. Guze replied helplessly, "You'll have to wait until dinner. If you don't buy a ticket in advance, there won't be any lunchboxes. Didn't you say you weren't hungry? That's why I didn't buy you one." She pointed to the table where 2 boxes were stacked. "But there are some over there. It's too much for him to eat 3 by himself. Why don't we share one?" Ningqiu whined playfully. Lu Yang glanced up and muttered, "I won't give you money. If you want to buy it, you can trade me for food. I prefer to stock up on food." "Alright, Lu Yang, can I trade you some white rabbit candy?" "Sure." Guze pulled out a pack of white rabbit candy and handed it over, receiving a lunchbox in return. Jiang Ning had intended to take a short nap, but her sleeve was tugged. She opened her eyes to see an aluminum lunchbox in front of her, looking curiously at the benevolent smile of the woman. The woman said enthusiastically, "Here, this portion is for you. I can't finish 2 by myself." The previous young girl was easily swayed and liked to take advantage. As long as you offered them a lunchbox, they would obediently accept it. This one looked a bit smarter, but the smarter ones were easier to sell to. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning refused, saying, "No thanks, I'm not hungry." She understood very well that there's no such thing as a free lunch. She didn't know this woman, so how could she eat something offered by her? The woman's expression stiffened. Seeing that Jiang Ning really wouldn't accept it, she helplessly said, "I just thought you, a young girl, shouldn't go hungry in the middle of the day. I felt a bit sorry for you. I have a daughter about your age, and looking at you feels familiar. Are you annoyed by me?" "I'm so sorry, I tend to talk a lot." Jiang Ning leaned her head against the window, resting her eyes. The woman squinted, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. The little girl really didn't know what was good for her. She would see. In the afternoon, the people in the carriage were drowsy, and the sound of a child crying was somewhat disruptive. A loud wailing woke many people, and they looked over to see a 5 or 6-year-old girl standing in the aisle, her hands clasped together, fresh red blood seeping through her fingers. Jiang Ning opened her eyes and saw the bright red blood. Instinctively, she stood up and walked over, squatting down to softly ask, "Child, where are your family?" The little girl sniffed, glancing at the elderly woman who was asleep. Choking back tears, she said, "I accidentally cut myself and Grandma won't let me disturb her, but my hand really hurts. Can you please help me, sister?" "Alright, sister, we'll help you bandage it. Don't cry." Jiang Ning took out a strip of cloth and some powdered medicine from her backpack, wiped the wound with a clean cloth, sprinkled some powder to stop the bleeding, and bandaged it up. The little girl flinched in pain, her eyelashes fluttering. "Sister, you're such a good person. Thank you. Otherwise Grandma would surely scold me." "It's nothing. Just be careful not to get the wound wet, alright?" I'll remember." "Thank you, beautiful sister." Jiang Ning gently patted her head, saying, "Go back now. Little kids shouldn't wander around. It's dangerous with so many kidnappers out there." The little girl's eyes flickered with a strange light at her words, looking somewhat eerie. Yet she kept her head down, and no one noticed her unusual demeanor. Returning to her seat, Jiang Ning heard a voice beside her say, "Hey, that little girl truly has a kind heart to carry medicine with her." Jiang Ning replied with a noncommittal and didn't wish to talk much with her. The woman smiled, glancing at the previously injured little girl, and exchanged a look with Jiang Ning, her smile deepening. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next stop is Tongqing, arriving in 10 minutes. Passengers disembarking at Tongqing, please prepare and gather your belongings." A rustling sound arose as many began to pack their things to get off. 10 minutes later, as people stood in the aisle, Jiang Ning leaned against the window watching. The earlier little girl ran over, grabbing her hand, her expression anxious. Sister, I can't find Grandma. Can you help me look for her?" Jiang Ning rarely took the train and wasn't sure whether she needed to find the train attendant. But now the aisle was crowded, and even if she wanted to find the attendant, she couldn't squeeze through. The little girl pointed outside the window, urging, "Sister, look. That's my Grandma getting off. What should I do? Woo, does she not want me anymore?" "No, we'll go find the train attendant, okay? But there's no time. The train only stops for a few minutes. Sister, can you take me down to find Grandma? You can come back up later." Jiang Ning hesitated. Her grandfather had told her that once on the train she shouldn't get off easily unless it was a stop, otherwise it could be troublesome if they missed the train. The little girl cried loudly, secretly observing her expression. With his uninjured hand he pulled her through the crowd. Jiang Ning sighed helplessly. All right, I'll escort you down. But promise me you'll stay close behind me, understood? I understand, sister. The little girl beamed sweetly as she tugged Jiang Ning down the aisle toward the train door, her eyes gleaming with an eerie calculating light. She had chosen this beautiful woman to be her mother. If only her father and this woman bore a younger brother, she would no longer suffer beatings. Just as they neared the door, Lu Yang emerged from the restroom, spotted the familiar silhouette, raised an eyebrow and called out, but she did not hear him. He reached out and lightly patted her shoulder. Dear Jiang, where are you headed? Jiang Ning turned, and froze upon meeting those bright familiar eyes. Before she could utter another word, the little girl yanked her sharply. Jiang Ning staggered, nearly toppling over, and frowned faintly at the child. Sister, are you all right? I just saw Grandma. I think we should get off now. The girl's voice trembled with feigned guilt. I'm sorry, I was just too anxious just now. The carriage buzzed with chaotic noise. Pressed tightly by the surging crowd, Jiang Ning couldn't even turn around. She was carried helplessly toward the exit and stepped down onto the platform. Lu Yang watched the little girl intently, curiosity flickering in his gaze, then followed them off the train. Once on the platform, the girl led Jiang Ning straight to a middle-aged woman and chirped, Aunt May, I've brought the sister you wanted. At the sight of the woman turning toward her, Jiang Ning stiffened. Something was deeply wrong. She spun around instantly, intent on rushing back aboard the train, only to have her hair seized violently from behind and a stinging slap crash across her face. Stars exploded before her eyes. Her limbs went slack in an instant. Another elderly woman lunged forward, and together they gripped Jiang Ning's arms, one on each side. Aunt May ran her fingers across Jiang Ning's other cheek, murmuring, so fair and smooth, truly doesn't look like someone from the countryside. Leaning close to Jiang Ning's ear, she whispered, TSK, caught you at last. Come along now, I'll take you home to become my daughter-in-law. Obey me quietly and I won't kill you. A hoarse-aged voice rasped nearby, Humph. Maisie's taken a liking to her, clearly the sort who'll bear sons. I'll take her home as my daughter-in-law. And since Pandy adores her, she'll make the perfect mother for her too. Aunt May's fingers lingered, her gaze glinting with raw avarice. As long as the money's right, everything's negotiable. Jiang Ning's head swam, her cheek burned fiercely. Her heart sank as their words registered, human traffickers. How could such chaos exist out here? No, she refused to be taken. Absolutely not. Summoning every ounce of strength, she thrashed wildly. Sensing her resistance, the two women's eyes darkened with cruel resolve. Pandy, hurry up and come here. The little girl approached calmly and slipped a pill into Jiang Ning's mouth. Her expression was cold, her gaze unnervingly mature for her age. Jiang Ning's jaw was clamped shut. She swallowed the pill involuntarily. Darkness surged before her eyes. Just as unconsciousness threatened, she bit down hard on her tongue. Agony jolted through her, clearing the fog in her mind. She bent low and sank her teeth into the arm gripping her. As the woman cried out in pain, Jiang Ning wrenched free and stumbled backward, lurching toward the train steps, her legs unsteady beneath her. Behind her, the woman she'd bitten seethed with murderous fury. Wretched hag, grab her now. The two women shoved past bystanders, arms outstretched. Jiang Ning felt them closing in, despair rising, when suddenly she crashed headlong into a broad chest enveloped by the clean, crisp scent of soap, familiar grounding. She tilted her head upward, and met eyes as luminous as starlight. Her vision blurred, tears spilled over. She parted her lips, to speak, to plead, but no sound emerged. Lu Yang gently patted her back. It's over now, I'll handle this. As the brigade's physician, aiding her was both duty and necessity. Later in the brigade, he'd surely need her expertise for herbal remedies for hunting deep in the mountains. After all, the true perils of the mountains weren't wild beasts, but venomous snakes, biting insects, leeches, and toxic flora. Helping the doctor meant access to mountain game, meat always meat. Aunt May and the two women pushed forward, glaring fiercely. Who are you? Hand her over, now. Lu Yang glanced down at the woman slumped unconscious in his arms, then shrugged lightly. Afraid that's impossible. The lady is our brigade's physician. Extremely valuable to me. Why on earth would I surrender her to you, ugly, despicable traffickers? Oh my, what a little viper, barely out of diapers and already rotten to the core. The trio's faces twisted in fury. They lunged at him. A faint chilling smile curved Liu Yang's lips. His eyes turned utterly cold. He drove a brutal kick into each of them, one after another. Even the child received no mercy. They flew backward, clutching their stomachs and shrieking in agony. Bystanders recoiled in shock. What on earth is happening? From inside the train, Guzhe pressed close to the window, his eyes widened slightly. That's Liu Yang. What's going on? Chen Weiguo leaned beside him, peering out. No idea. Good heavens, how viciously he struck. Sent them flying, didn't spare even the child. Dozens crowded the windows drawn by the commotion. Ning Kuo dashed over, pointed emphatically, and declared, "See. I told you he was trouble. Brother Gu, look how savagely he kicked her. How could he treat a little girl so brutally?" Outside, Liu Yang stood tall, one arm cradling Jiang Ning securely, and strode deliberately toward the three fallen figures. He dropped to a crouch, seized Aunt May's hair, and slammed her head into the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sickening thuds echoed, chilling onlookers to the bone. Even those who'd smiled moments earlier instinctively stepped back, unnerved by the dissonance between his cheerful demeanor and his merciless hands. Jiang Ning forced her eyes open, just in time to witness the horror. She blinked, stunned into silence. Moments later, 3 railway police officers arrived, stared silently at the bloodied figures, then fixed wary eyes on the tall, lean man. "Comrade, what exactly are you doing?" Liu Yang rose slowly, his expression still warm, sunlit, disarmingly kind. "Greetings, comrades. These 3 are human traffickers. They nearly abducted this young woman. To prevent resistance, I applied slightly more force than usual. Rest assured, they're all alive. I carefully controlled my strength, no permanent harm done. It merely looks alarming. Please take them into custody, we must reboard the train shortly." The officers exchanged glances, then shifted their gaze to the dazed young woman nestled in his arms. "Wait, you can't leave yet. You must remain for investigation. We'll speak with her once she regains full consciousness. But I'm assigned to go down to the countryside, my destination and schedule are already confirmed. Delaying will cause complications there. Don't worry, we'll coordinate directly with your receiving unit. For now, please accompany us." Liu Yang offered a wry, resigned smile. "Very well. Could you retrieve my luggage? She's seated in the far corner of carriage 6, and there's also a medicinal herb basket you'll need to bring down." One officer nodded and boarded the train to collect the items. Chen Weiguo flung open the window and shouted, "Liu Yang, you're stuck then. Don't fret, we'll inform everyone at the brigade when we arrive." "Thank you, I appreciate it." The train rumbled back to life, gathering speed as it vanished into the distance. Liu Yang watched it recede, then turned his gaze back to the 3 groaning figures. His eyes deepened, shadowed with quiet, simmering regret. "I should have struck harder." In the hospital ward, Jiang Ning suddenly sat up from the bed, panic in her eyes as she looked around. Upon seeing a familiar figure, she slowly let out a sigh of relief. "Liu Yang?" Liu Yang turned around and smiled. "Dr. Jiang, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" "No, I feel much better. It was you who brought me to the hospital, right? What happened to those 3 people?" "Oh, they're in the ward across the hall. The police are watching them so they can't escape. Do you want to know what those 3 confessed?" Jiang Ning was stunned and instinctively nodded. "I want to know." She looked at him eagerly, clearly an easy person to deceive. Liu Yang's smile deepened as he slowly said, "The old woman and the little con artist are a grandmother and granddaughter. The previous daughter-in-law died in childbirth, and now they want to trick someone into having a son. As for the one with the big black mole, her name is Mei Lan, and she is a human trafficker. Over the years she has deceived many young girls, staging family dramas to openly take them away." "Staging a drama? How do they do that?" Jiang Ning was astonished, clearly not expecting such danger outside. Liu Yang shrugged and explained leisurely, "The old lady poses as your mother-in-law, the young one calls you mom, and the one with the mole is your aunt. They would say you are a runaway bride and they take you away without any suspicion. Of course there are girls who cause a scene, so they have experience. Once a girl gets out of the car, they slap her to stun her, then feed her a drug to ensure she can be taken away quietly. If someone suspects something and wants to interfere, they put on this act, and very few will actually intervene. Train stations are crowded with people in transit who has time to meddle in others' affairs. That's why they managed to deceive over a dozen girls in the past 2 years without being discovered." Jiang Ning's face turned pale as her body trembled slightly. She felt a wave of dread. Then how did you end up following me off the train? Lu Yang smirked slightly and provided a reason. Dr. Jiang, a young girl like you out in the world is the easiest target for someone to stalk. I thought I should follow you to assess the situation. I never expected to really encounter a human trafficker, especially one so thoroughly schemed. In the end times of the past there were many pregnant women deceived and children taken away. The moment he saw the child he felt something was off in their eyes. His intuition proved accurate. Jiang Ning was frightened to the core, unable to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't followed her off the train, being taken away to a remote mountain to give birth perhaps. It was truly terrifying. Tears silently streamed down her face as she looked pitifully at him. Lu Yang said, Dr. Jiang, please don't cry. It's all fine now. Just be careful when you go out in the future. You can't trust anyone. Even children can deceive you. It's better to be a bit cold-hearted than to end up in trouble. Although it's a matter of probability, if it happens to you it's 100% disaster. Next time you could carry some poison for self-defense. If anything happens it could help protect you. You're a doctor, so making poison should be easy, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning suddenly felt less sorrowful. She remembered something and looked at him with tear-filled eyes. You're a sent-down youth. Being in the hospital with me now will waste your time. If the team can't reach you, they'll think you ran away. No, I need to call the team and let them know about this situation. Are you going to tell them the truth? Lu Yang looked into her pure, clear eyes and thought how interesting this era was. If these people were in the end times, they'd probably get tricked and killed the moment they stepped out. Jiang Ning asked, can't we tell the truth? If you say you were deceived by human traffickers and drugged, if this truth spreads in the village, do you think your reputation will survive? Just say you encountered a pickpocket on the train and needed to get off to cooperate with the inquiry. You can return a day later. Lu Yang thought of Gu Zhe and the others and said, the other sent-down youths on the train only saw me doing something to someone, but they were too far to hear anything clearly. Even if they went to the team, they wouldn't spread any rumors. Jiang Ning thought about it and agreed this matter couldn't be explained in too much detail. All right, thank you, Lu Yang. Well, take the train back tomorrow morning. Now I'll go make a call. You should call the team as well to give them a heads up. Considering that sent-down youths might encounter delays, they generally inform their teams via phone in case of unexpected situations. The two went to the phone booth together, and after finishing their calls they sighed in relief as they looked outside, noticing it was getting dark. Jiang Ning suggested, let me treat you to a meal. Lu Yang's eyes lit up. You want to treat me? Yes, you saved my life, so I naturally want to express my gratitude. However, this one meal won't be enough to repay you. Once we get to the team, feel free to reach out to me anytime if you need help. Alright, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Building a good relationship with the local doctor will only benefit me. Jiang Ning took him to a noodle shop and politely said, I earned quite a bit from selling herbs this time. Order whatever you want, don't hold back with me. Lu Yang couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. This girl was indeed very genuine. Alright, I want a large bowl of braised noodles. Before long the noodles were served and the two sat facing each other to eat. Jiang Ning softly asked, you look young, how did you end up in the countryside? Oh, my job was taken by a relative. As an orphan in the city I couldn't survive, so I came to the countryside for food. At least I don't have to rely on others. You're an orphan? Lu Yang replied casually, yes, I am an orphan. Jiang Ning said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I shouldn't have mentioned your painful past. It's fine. It's all in the past. Soon they finished their meal and returned to the hospital ward, preparing to stay overnight before heading to the train station in the morning. An awkward situation arose. There was no place to sleep except for the hospital bed. Lu Yang, why don't you stay at the hotel across the street? They'll pay for it. Lu Yang waved his hand. No, it's all right. They'll just make do on this chair for the night. Tomorrow I can rest on the train, so there's no need to waste money. Besides, those three are right across. If I leave, what if they go crazy and retaliate? Can you handle them alone? Jiang Ning fell silent. She really couldn't handle them. You see, it's just one night to make do. I usually stay in a thatched cottage at my relative's place where mice and bugs are noisy, making it impossible to sleep at night. This place is already much better. At least there are no mice or bugs, so I won't have to worry about being bitten while I sleep. Lu Yang spoke nonchalantly. After all, those were the misfortunes of the original owner, and he had only to endure a few nights. His mindset was stable as he had already taken revenge. Jiang Ning felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. Just how much torment had he endured that made him prefer to toil in the countryside rather than stay in the city? Jiang Ning looked at him sincerely and said, "Don't worry, everyone in our team is very simple and easy to get along with. Your youth commune has only been built for 3 years, so there definitely won't be any mice or bugs." Lu Yang smiled and nodded. "Good, then I can rest assured. Otherwise, if I work during the day and can't sleep at night, my head will hurt after a while. I'll go find 2 chairs for you to lie on and sleep better." "It's fine, you go lie on the sickbed. I'll just go move a bench and take a look at how to handle those 3 people later." Jiang Ning obediently replied, "Okay, thank you, Lu Yang." "You're welcome. In the future, if someone in the team has a headache or fever, I'll be counting on Dr. Jiang to save us." "You don't have to call me Dr. Jiang. My grandfather was a barefoot doctor and I learned a bit from him. I still have to work in the fields, it's more appropriate to just call me by my name." Lu Yang readily agreed. "All right, Jiang Ning." After leaving the hospital room, he brought back a bottle of hot water, then went to move a bench into the room and laid a thin blanket over it. He came to the door opposite and opened it, blinking his eyes earnestly. "Comrade Public Security, I am a youth sent to the countryside. Tomorrow we need to catch a train to report to the team. Is there anything else you need me to assist with?" The public security officers turned their heads in unison at the sound, their expressions somewhat strange. "There's nothing we need your cooperation for, we can handle the investigation here ourselves. Since you're a youth sent to the countryside, you should report early. Next time just go a bit easier on your actions." Lu Yang looked at the person on the sickbed whose head was wrapped like a mummy and humbly said, "Okay, I remember. I apologize to the 3 of you, I may have been a bit too heavy-handed before. But who told you not to be aware and to bully a good girl? Just understand there won't be a next time." The 3 of them. They wanted to kill him. Aunt May hurriedly called out, "Wait, even if we are human traffickers, we have our dignity. He can't just beat us up like this and get away with it. No way, he must compensate us for our treatment before he leaves." The public security officer looked at the shouting individuals with some melancholy. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at them with a half-smile. "You want me to compensate? Then how do you plan to compensate for the girl you harmed? There must be a cause before there's an effect. I was just defending myself. Who knew that you would be so ruthless and your bodies so weak? I just didn't control my strength well. If I had a few more tries, I'm sure I could manage the force better." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, his gaze narrowing dangerously. The 3 on the sickbed trembled. That feeling of near death surged up, instantly dominated by fear. The old woman hurriedly waved her hand. No need for compensation, you should hurry and leave." Lu Yang withdrew his fist, waved his hand, and prepared to exit. "Wait, can I ask you about something?" The public security officer stopped him somewhat helplessly. "We want to ask about the situation in their village. How many girls have been trafficked, how many are alive, and how many have died? They keep going around in circles and refuse to answer, and we can't get anything out of them." Lu Yang pointed to himself. "Comrades, do you want me to help ask?" "Yes, can you?" "Of course I can. Someone as warm-hearted as me is naturally willing to help, but the methods might not be so gentle, but I can guarantee that no one will die. You decide what questions to ask and I will ask them." The 2 public security officers exchanged glances and nodded. "All right, you handle it. After this matter is resolved, we will write you a letter of appreciation that you can take back to the team. It will be considered an honor." Lu Yang politely replied, "Great, thank you very much." He walked straight to Aunt Mai's sickbed and asked, "When did you start trafficking people? How many have you trafficked? Write down their names, ages and genders, and whether they are alive or dead." Aunt May coldly snorted and turned her head away. He slapped her face several times, and even through the gauze she could feel the taste of blood in her mouth as she opened her mouth to curse, only to see him raise his hand again. He continued to slap for several minutes, not knowing how many slaps he had delivered. The gauze was taut and she had no idea how swollen her face was. When she opened her mouth, a bloodied tooth fell out and her pupils instantly constricted. Lu Yang shook his numbed hand. "Now is it continuing to beat, or will you confess?" "Everyone." Aunt May glared at him with red eyes. I can tell the truth, can't I? Just don't hit me anymore." "Okay, go ahead." In less than half an hour the paper was densely covered with writing containing basic information about the victims as well as the changes in their deceptive tactics which became increasingly vicious each time. The public security officers couldn't help but click their tongues at the series of tactics. How many girls could withstand such repeated torment? Originally weak and unable to resist, not to mention being drugged. After questioning, Liu Yang received a letter of introduction written by the public security officers. The compliments inside made him blush. He folded it neatly, put it in his pocket, and left the hospital lying on the bench and closing his eyes to sleep. The next day, just as dawn broke, the two arrived at the train station. After a day and night on the train they arrived, and after some hassle at the train station they waited for a donkey cart at the town entrance, feeling a bit bored sitting on a stone under a tree. Liu Yang glanced at the person sitting next to him and casually asked, "Jiangning, why do you go so far to sell herbs?" "It's not entirely for selling herbs. My grandfather has a good brother who is sick, but he can't move well. Both of my older sisters have kids at home, so they can't spare the time. My parents are busy harvesting in the fields and can't leave either, so I came. I just happened to gather a century-old ginseng, and selling it in town would be too cheap. It's better to sell it in Qingqing." Jiang Ning explained everything without hiding anything. Liu Yang looked at her and gently said, "Regarding the ginseng, you'd better not tell anyone else. If they know that it's valuable and can be sold for a lot of money, they might target you." I know. You're my lifesaver, so I'm telling you the truth. If it were someone else I wouldn't say a word." "Haha, that's good." The two waited for half an hour when a donkey cart slowly approached. Jiang Ning quickly stood up to greet them with a smile. "Uncle Lao Zhen, when are you going back to the village? Can we ride the donkey cart together?" "Oh, of course." "Ning girl, what are you doing in town?" "Oh, I came out to buy some things. By the way, Uncle Lao Zhen, there's someone else who wants to go to the village too. They are a youth sent from Ningcheng." Liu Yang hurriedly walked over, smiling and extending his hand. "Hello, Uncle Lao Zhen, my name is Liu Yang and I am a new youth sent to the countryside. I ran into some trouble on the way and only just arrived after a day's delay." Uncle Lao Zhen instinctively looked up at him, his expression changing as he leaned in to take a closer look, his eyes filled with some confusion. You look familiar. How old are you this year?" "I'm 22 years old. Do you know me, Uncle Lao Zhen?" "I don't know, just feel like you look a bit familiar." I can't quite remember at the moment. Maybe I'm mistaken." "Wait here for a moment. I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things, and then we can go back to the village," Uncle Lao Zhen said as he waved his hand and limped toward the cooperative. He frowned along the way, trying to recall who he resembled. It should be someone very familiar, yet he just couldn't remember. He knocked on his head, feeling that this matter was very important. After leaving the cooperative, the glaring sun made it hard to open his eyes, yet the autumn sun's power should not be underestimated, and in just a short time he was already sweating profusely. Uncle Lao Zhen carried his items toward the donkey cart, his gaze subconsciously landing on the young intellectual's face, which he found increasingly familiar. Suddenly a flash of realization struck him. It overlapped with another resolute face. His eyes widened abruptly, filled with disbelief. "Oh my! Now I finally understand where this familiarity comes from. This kid looks exactly like the brigade leader when he was young at 20 years old. The brigade leader's only child has been missing for 18 years, and if you count it, he just happens to be 20. Jiang Ning called out when he saw him return. "Uncle Lao Zhen, you're back." Uncle Lao Zhen, somewhat lost in thought, nodded and called out, "Let's get on the donkey cart. We can go back to the village. You still need to report to the brigade, and you'll need to stay at the young intellectual dormitory tonight." The donkey cart moved slowly as Uncle Lao Zhen tentatively asked, "Young intellectual, you don't look very old. Did your family send you to the countryside, or did you choose to come on your own?" "Oh, I volunteered to go to the countryside, responding to the national policy to contribute my part," Liu Yang said, politely unwilling to elaborate further. Jiang Ning, sitting beside him, knew that orphans usually didn't want to talk about their families, so he changed the subject. "Uncle Lao Zhen, didn't a batch of young intellectuals arrive a couple of days ago? How many people are staying at the dormitory now?" "Oh, there are probably around 20 now." "Is that so? I wonder if there will be enough space." "Don't worry, if there isn't, there are empty rooms in the village where you can stay." Uncle Lao Zhen nodded. "Yes, if there isn't enough space, the brigade leader will arrange it." "Young intellectual, don't worry." Liu Yang smiled and nodded. "All right, I'm fine with anything." The three chatted and laughed along the way. Uncle Lao Zhen liked to bring the conversation back to himself now and then, casually saying, although our village is a bit remote, it's close to the mountains. You can find wild chickens and hares at the foot of the mountains. Young intellectual, the dormitory in the village also has a vegetable garden, and now that autumn harvest is over you can plant some vegetables. You'll have fresh produce to eat in winter. By the way, if you need vegetable seeds, come to my house. I have plenty of coriander seeds. Lu Yang politely replied, thank you, Uncle Lao Zhen. I wonder if you have any other vegetable seeds. I'm allergic to coriander and can't eat it. Ah, what do you mean by allergic? It means I can't stand the smell. Just a whiff makes me vomit. Uncle Lao Zhen's eyes flickered. That child couldn't eat coriander before he went missing. The brigade leader also had a strong aversion to coriander. Could it be that this child really is? Wait, don't be hasty. What if this child isn't him? The brigade leader might not handle this well. Lu Yang gazed at the endless mountain range, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. In a relaxed tone he asked Uncle Lao Zhen, what is daily life like for young intellectuals? Is work just to earn work points, and if we go hunting in the mountains, do the spoils belong to the village or to ourselves? Uncle Lao Zhen explained in detail. The work in the fields earns work points every day, and when it's harvest time the grain is distributed according to the points. As for hunting, the rabbits and wild chickens you catch are yours, but larger game requires exchanging work points. If you manage to catch good pelts like sable or fox pelts, you can exchange them for money at the supply and marketing cooperative, which is a bit more convenient than in town, but the prices are slightly lower. Young intellectuals from the city might not understand these things. Once you arrive at the village, older young intellectuals will explain everything to you. If you're lucky enough to catch large game, you still can't sell it yourself. It all belongs to the collective and is processed by the brigade. Lu Yang pondered for a moment and understood. In other words, the game he hunted belongs to him, but he has no right to dispose of it and must hand it over to the brigade for work points. Well, that's not a big problem. He could secretly eat what he hunted in his own space. He wasn't short on money, but figuring out how to take it out without arousing suspicion was a problem. He would think of a way later. There must be some way to make money. Uncle Lao Zhen chuckled. Young intellectual, you're so young. Do you really know how to hunt? It's not an easy task. Don't be fooled by the number of mountains, they can be dangerous. Lu Yang said softly, haha, I'm just asking casually. With so many mountains I thought there must be plenty of game inside, but I wouldn't dare enter deep into the mountains. Jiang Ning, you usually gather herbs at the foot of the mountain, right? Not really, I occasionally go into the mountains, but I don't dare to get too close to the inner mountains. It could be life-threatening if I encounter wild beasts. As the three chatted, they arrived at the village. Jiang Ning got off the cart, waved goodbye and walked toward his home, while Uncle Lao Zhen took the others to the young intellectual dormitory. Chen Weiguo walked out of the house, and seeing that familiar figure his eyes lit up. He hurried over and said, Lu Yang, you finally made it. How was the journey? Was it smooth? He patted Lu Yang on the shoulder and led him inside, calling out, Guze, Guze, come out quickly, Lu Yang is here. The two entered the house, which had a large communal sleeping area. At a glance there was no space left. Uncle Lao Zhen also followed and glanced at the situation inside and frowned at, how can we sleep if there's no space? Young intellectual, later you can go with me to the brigade leader's house to see how he arranges things. Lu Yang nodded gently. All right, thank you, Uncle Lao Zhen. Chen Weiguo waved his hand. It's fine. We'll make some adjustments and squeeze out a spot for you. Where will you stay if you don't live at the young intellectual dormitory? Is there an empty house in the village? A sharp voice chimed in. What do you mean by adjust? It's not easy for me to shift it. This bed is meant for 10 people. Now with one more person, where will they sleep? What can a newcomer like you do? I absolutely won't agree to moving positions. A thin figure walked into the room and the three turned to look. It was a slightly feminine-looking male young intellectual glaring at Lu Yang with an unfriendly expression, clearly someone not easy to get along with. Seeing this, Lu Yang pondered that he really didn't want to stay in this communal dormitory. If he lived in the communal dormitory, anything he wanted to eat would be exposed to everyone, whether it was distributed or not. If it was distributed, it would cause him pain in his heart. If it wasn't distributed, if someone wanted to target him, it could be quite troublesome. Chen Weiguo frowned slightly at him. Xiao Yangwen, Lu Yang is also a young intellectual assigned here. It's only natural for him to stay here. Why are you speaking like that? Xiao Yangwen coldly retorted, so what? Unless the brigade leader comes to tell me himself, I absolutely won't move. You can all see how crowded this communal dormitory is. Squeezing in one more person means no one will sleep well. Uncle Lao Zhen glanced at them, his eyes rolling slightly as he said, "How about this? I'll first take you to the captain's house to see if there are any vacant rooms in the village. If there aren't any, then you can come back and squeeze in somewhere." Lu Yang nodded and thanked him softly. "All right, thank you, Uncle Lao Zhen." The two left the youth commune, one in front and the other behind. Watching them leave, Xiao Yangwen scoffed. "Vacant rooms? I've been here for over a year and haven't heard of anyone having a spare room, and not even the firewood room would be given to the youth. I think they'll have to come back, it's really annoying." Murmuring to himself, Chen Weiguo frowned at the scene and disinterested walked out. In the yard of the captain's house there were quite a few people sitting, and the atmosphere was noticeably tense. Old Zhou held a pipe in his hand, occasionally tapping it against the ground, urging, Don't be silent, you're the second son of the family with 2 sons. What's wrong with adopting one of the eldest sons? It would be quite suitable for him to take care of you in your old age." In the captain's family there were 3 brothers, and he was the second. Zhou Yuanshan had a resolute face with a tanned complexion, his sharp gaze fixed on the old man as he coldly replied, "Father, I've said it before, I have a son and do not need to adopt my elder brother's son." The 2 older parents favored the eldest and the youngest, and over the years he had seen it clearly. As the second son, his parents never cared about him. If it weren't for his position as captain, they would probably wish to drain his blood. Now they wanted to adopt out of greed for his property. Absolutely not. What he earned could only belong to his son. Even if his son was lost, so what? One day he would be found, he would definitely be found. Old Zhou sighed. It's not that I want to say this, but your son has been missing for 18 years. It's uncertain whether he's even alive. Do you really want to keep waiting?" Hearing this, the captain felt as if a knife had pierced his heart, suppressing a painful feeling within. "Father, what are you talking about? My son is just lost, or perhaps he has encountered a good family that has taken him in. In any case, I have a son. Until I can confirm his news, I will absolutely not adopt my elder brother's son." You're being stubborn. Your son went missing in the 50 years. Very few families could afford to feed their own children. Which family would take in your son? The father and son started arguing directly. The captain, feeling irritated, scratched his head and said impatiently, "All right, father, elder brother, you're coming on too strong just to force me to adopt, right? I'm swamped with work during harvest season, can't this wait until I'm done?" Busy? What are you even busy with? Not having descendants is the biggest issue. If you die without a son, no one will even break a bowl for you. Eldest Zhou signaled to his youngest son, "Yaozu, hurry up and bow to your second uncle to acknowledge him. Remember to be filial to him, especially since he has no son. How pitiful he will be in 100 years. "Yes, father, I understand." Zhou Yaozu ran over and plopped down to kneel. In a casual tone he said, "Oh, second uncle, just agree already. From now on you'll be my real father. I will definitely take good care of you in memory of my deceased cousin." Hearing this, the captain's face turned increasingly ugly. This is bullying him because he has no son by his side, right? They almost had him agree by pressing his head. Unwillingness surged within him, he was truly unwilling. Zhou Yaozu had a smug look in his eyes. After all, his second uncle was the captain. Once he recognized him as his father, everything belonging to his uncle would be his. As for the 3 cousins, they would eventually be married off, they wouldn't interfere with him at all. There was nothing to worry about, and that missing cousin wouldn't matter at all. Who knew how tall the grass on his grave was? Second uncle, even if you don't think for yourself, you should consider the 3 cousins. They're not young anymore, shouldn't they be getting married soon? Without a younger brother who will defend them from bullying? With me around it would be different, at least people would think twice, right? Eldest Zhou persuaded. "Yes, why are you being so stubborn? There are 3 types of unfilial behavior, and having no descendants is the worst. If you adopt before the autumn harvest, Yaozu can help you with the harvest. You could also take a break, right?" Old Zhou echoed, "That makes sense. If you had a son, you wouldn't have to work so hard. Not having someone to help is indeed a problem." "Have you finished?" Elder brother, your Yaozu is lazy and useless. It's better to just talk openly with family. I can't rely on him to help me." "All right, don't kneel anymore. This matter isn't up for discussion." The captain frowned tightly, feeling utterly exhausted. Zhou Yaozu was unwilling to get up, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing his head. "No, second uncle, I won't get up. If you don't acknowledge me, I won't get up." You. Alright, now a junior dares to force me. Old Zhou scolded. How can you speak like that? What do you mean we're forcing you? We're all doing this for your own good, not wanting to see you grow old without a son to care for you. The atmosphere in the yard grew increasingly tense. Suddenly a knock on the door sounded. Uncle Lao Zhen pushed the door open and looked at the yard, meeting the uniform gazes directed at him. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with understanding. It seemed they were arguing again about the adoption. Uncle Lao Zhen lightly coughed. Captain, the last youth has arrived. There's no room at the youth commune, so I brought him to check if there might be an available room in the village. The captain frowned tightly, wishing he could squash a fly. Lao Zhen, I have family matters to deal with. Please take the person back first. Once I'm done here we can talk. If it doesn't work we can look for something at the youth commune. That's fine, but there's no time. Everyone is busy with harvest right now. Even if you're willing to spend money, no one has time to build a house. You still need a temporary place to stay. The captain's eyes shifted as he spoke. Father, elder brother, you all should go back. I'll think about this matter some more. Right now I really have a lot on my plate with the youth coming to the countryside and production arrangements. The meaning was clear, don't bring me trouble at this time. Old Zhou, having finally caught him at home, was unwilling to let it go so easily. The door creaked open and Uncle Lao Zhen came in with the person smiling. Lu Yang, come meet the captain. If there really isn't a room in the village, I'll have to take you back to the youth commune. Alright, I understand, Uncle Lao Zhen. Lu Yang stepped out from behind him, and as soon as his face appeared, a few people in the yard looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Old Zhou didn't even notice his pipe had fallen to the ground. The captain stared blankly at the face, stepping closer and grasping his shoulder as he asked, Child, what is your name? How old are you this year? Where do you come from? Lu Yang was a bit bewildered by the rapid-fire questions. Cough, Captain, look, are you still dealing with family matters? Or should I take him to the educated youth courtyard? There aren't any available beds over there. If we squeeze him in, he might not rest well. No, there's no need to go to the educated youth courtyard. My house has a vacant room, so he can stay here. The captain gazed at him intently. The familiarity in his bloodline was undeniable. A certain suspicion arose in his heart, and he couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. Worried that too many questions might scare him away, he turned to the old man, his eyes sharp. Dad, the educated youth has arrived. I still need to arrange these matters. We'll discuss the adoption later. Elder brother, take your Yaozu back. If he doesn't get up, don't blame me for throwing him out. Old Zhou looked at the two faces that were carved from the same mold, his expression dark enough to drip water. He reminded second son, keep your wits about you. Don't let yourself be used. That room in your home is just for Xiaoheng. Not just anyone, but a counterfeit who bears some resemblance. Old Zhou gazed at the two, his heart racing. They looked far too similar. How could this be mere coincidence? The person kneeling on the ground was even more hoarse, looking at him with terrified eyes. Is this a ghost? No, it can't be. The captain invited the person out. As for Zhou Yaozu, who stubbornly refused to leave, he was dragged out with a kick, his eyes shining with an alarming brightness, as if he had suddenly regained his spirit. Yaozu, go back. From now on, pay attention in the village. If you continue to be lazy, even if you're my nephew, I won't be able to protect you. With that, he slammed the door shut. Lu Yang was pulled into the main room and sat down. Under that fervent gaze, he felt a bit uneasy, glancing down to ensure he was appropriately dressed. What was the captain staring at? See, Captain, what are you looking at? The captain took a deep breath and asked softly, Oh, it's nothing. I just think you look quite spirited. The educated youth courtyard is full. It's fine for you to stay at my home where there's a vacant room. Although unsure why, having a room to himself was certainly better than staying in a crowded dormitory at the educated youth courtyard. He smiled and nodded. All right, thank you, Captain. It's nothing, you just call me Uncle Zhou. Let me take you to see the room. He hurriedly stood up to grab the keys. Once he left, Lu Yang quietly asked Uncle Lao Zhen, what's wrong with the captain? Uncle Lao Zhen smiled knowingly. Haha, it's nothing. The captain probably just finds you pleasing to the eye, so it's normal for him to be a bit kinder. Don't overthink it, just settle in here comfortably. Oh, alright, I understand. Thinking that the captain really had a warm heart, willing to let him stay in a vacant room, he felt he could do things more conveniently now without being watched constantly. The captain returned with the keys, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Taking a few deep breaths, he walked out and unlocked the adjacent door. The room was very clean and tidy, clearly regularly maintained, with a cloth tiger placed on the shelf. He waved his hand. "Child, come in. You will stay in this room from now on. If you need anything, feel free to find me. You educated youth are not used to rural life yet. If you face difficulties, you must let me know, all right?" Lu Yang responded with an his gaze briefly scanning the cloth tiger. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he couldn't pinpoint where it came from. The captain declared loudly, "All right, you just arrived in the village today. Rest well. Tomorrow I'll arrange for you to start working. The autumn harvest might be a bit busy and tiring, but once it's over you can rest for a few days." "I understand, thank you." "No thank you, Uncle Zhou." Now that's more like it." After they went out, the captain directly pulled Uncle Lao Zhen into the main room, his expression excited. "Lao Zhen, don't you think that child looks so much like my second brother? The moment I saw him I thought of Xiaoheng. Oh, my heart, it's still pounding like crazy right now." Uncle Lao Zhen chuckled. "When I saw that child for the first time I also felt a sense of familiarity. I asked about the situation. His name is Lu Yang and he is 20 years old. He seems reluctant to talk about his family situation. I suspect it might not be good. Otherwise he wouldn't have been sent to the countryside. If you two are indeed biological father and son, then this is heaven's arrangement." The captain's eyes turned red, his body slightly trembling as he choked out, "Lao Zhen, you don't understand. Just now when I saw that child for the first time I couldn't help it. I absolutely can't be mistaken. I wouldn't misidentify my own son." "Good, truly good." Uncle Lao Zhen nodded. "Indeed, I don't believe there are such coincidental things in this world. They look so alike, their ages match, and most importantly, that child is allergic to—" "What was that word again?" "Cilantro. I guess that's a city person's phrasing. With so many coincidences piling up, it's highly likely that he is your missing Xiaoheng. The only question is, how do you feel about this? If that's the case, once I recognize this child he won't be able to return to the city. Can you let him go back?" Hearing this, the captain felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Indeed, if he recognizes him, this child will be trapped in the village. What about the family that raised him? They have raised him for 18 years, can he accept it? He looked conflicted. "Lao Zhen, I think it might be better to hold off on recognizing him for now. Let's wait and see what the child wants. If he wants to return to the city, that's only normal. After all, his adoptive parents have raised him for 18 years. In the main room, the two were murmuring something before finally deciding to keep this matter a secret. Even if someone noticed something, they wouldn't admit it, just saying it was a resemblance. As for the future, they would see what the child's thoughts were. Lu Yang ate 2 buns, locked the door, and lay down to sleep. On the other side, after Zhou Lao and the others went out, they exchanged glances. "Elder brother, don't you think that educated youth looks too much like your second brother?" Zhou Lao's brow furrowed tightly as he denied vehemently. "Dad, there must be a misunderstanding here. Perhaps they just resemble each other. It's absolutely impossible that Xiaoheng has returned. How could it be so coincidental? 18 years ago he was just 2 years old. The child lost at the train station has never been heard of being found, especially a young man who directly shows up as an educated youth. That's just wishful thinking." But your second brother letting someone stay in Xiaoheng's room, could it be?" Zhou Yaozu, listening to their conversation, anxiously interjected. "Dad, what should we do? If it really doesn't work out, can we ask the clan elders to help? I can't shake this uneasy feeling." What he didn't say was that seeing that educated youth gave him chills. He felt that if that person stayed at his second uncle's house, something he didn't want to see would definitely happen. Zhou Yaozu's eyes darted around as he thought of a plan. "Father, I will go tell second aunt that that room belongs to Xiaoheng. No one has ever stayed there for all these years. If second aunt finds out, perhaps she will drive him away immediately." Zhou Laoda watched his son run off and his unease intensified. He worried, "Father, what if second brother is unwilling to adopt Yaozu? We will have no other choice and our family's possessions will surely end up cheapened by outsiders. Now second brother only has 3 daughters at home, and after they marry they will certainly support their husbands." Zhou Laoju, with a pipe in his mouth, squinted at the words and said with a grimace on his weathered face, "Haha, I will not allow such a thing. The belongings of the Zhou family can only remain within the Zhou family. Moreover, the position of the captain in the brigade must be held by someone from our family in the future, preferably Yaozu, so that our family can gain more benefits. Your second brother is so foolish, he doesn't even know to help his own family. He spends all day working for the village contributing this and that. It's simply infuriating. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with scheming. Zhou Yaozu rushed along the riverbank spotting someone washing clothes and shouted, "Second aunt, something happened at your home." Lin Suqing, the captain's wife, was very bold, otherwise she wouldn't be able to keep her family from suffering losses in the hands of the biased old couple. Hearing this voice, the people washing clothes turned to look. "Oh, isn't that Yaozu? What happened at your home? Spill it." Zhou Yaozu jogged over, ignoring the teasing voices, and said, "The last educated youth arrived today and he looks a bit like second uncle." Second uncle went completely mad, arranging for him to stay in Zhou Heng's room. With a loud clatter, a wooden hammer fell from someone's hand, crashing onto the gravel. "What? An educated youth staying at home?" "Yes, second aunt, my father and grandfather are discussing something with second uncle, and when he saw that educated youth he transformed into a completely different person, treating him so warmly." The women washing clothes teased, "Oh, Su Qingqing, you should hurry back and check. What if it's the captain's illegitimate child?" "Haha. Exactly, but considering the educated youth is from the city, that seems unlikely." Lin Suqing glared at them, her face showing a hint of boldness. "What are you all so idle? Tomorrow at work make sure to arrange more tasks and strive for the advanced title in Xiangyang Brigade this year. Really, we haven't even seen the person yet and you're here chattering on. Big girl, second girl, third girl, keep washing, Yim going home to cook." Glancing at the troublemaker Zhou Yaozu, she waved her hand. "Yaozu, come here." The two walked briskly toward home. Big girl Zhou Ping, second girl Zhou Shuang, and third girl Zhou Qiao exchanged glances and whispered, "Is father crazy? Our family's courtyard has so many women, how can we arrange for a male educated youth to stay here? It's so inconvenient. Right? I don't know what father is thinking. Hurry and wash your clothes so we can go home and see. If that educated youth looks suspicious, we must drive him away." Zhou Shuang took after her mother Lin Suqing, exhibiting a very bold demeanor. Zhou Ping softly said, "Father has his own plans. Second girl, don't always shout about fighting and killing. He is after all an educated youth from the city, cultured and educated. If we casually hit him, we won't be able to explain to the commune." "Oh dear, big sister, I was just speaking off the cuff. None of us said anything about him. Having a male educated youth in the courtyard will sound bad if it gets out. I just don't know what father is thinking." As the three spoke, they quickened their movements, clearly eager to return and see what the situation was with that person. Along the way, Zhou Yaozu kept sowing discord. "Second aunt, that educated youth doesn't seem good at all. He delayed mysteriously on the way here, and as soon as he arrived in the village, he went looking for second uncle's home. He might be trying to latch onto second uncle, hoping to get easier work arrangements in the future. Those educated youths, don't be fooled by their scholarly appearance, they have plenty of schemes up their sleeves." Lin Suqing stayed silent, finding his incessant chatter rather annoying. She impatiently scolded, "Yaozu, quiet down, you're driving me crazy. Second aunt, enough with the is. Work seriously when you're at work. Many people have reported to your second uncle about your laziness at work. Save him some trouble and don't make it hard on him. As a grown man, stop gossiping all day like a woman. You're getting older, soon you should be marrying a wife, right?" Lin Suqing unleashed a barrage of scolding and only stopped when she saw him fall silent. When they reached the door, Lin Yaozu hesitated and said, "Second aunt, I won't go in. I don't want second uncle to think I'm complaining or anything." Saying this, he turned to leave. After Lin Suqing entered the house, he quietly leaned against the door, peeking through the gap to listen to what they were saying. The door was suddenly flung open and he met Lin Suqing's displeased gaze. Zhou Yaozu's heart skipped a beat as he awkwardly said, "Second aunt, I'll head back now." Watching him walk far away, Lin Suqing slammed the door shut. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the captain came out beaming with a bright smile. "Wife, you're back. Are you going to make lunch? How about we kill a chicken for lunch?" Lin Suqing frowned and replied bluntly, "What? Chicken? It's not like it's New Year's or anything. What's going on with that educated youth? Who told you to arrange him in Xiao Heng's room? That's my son's room." Wife, keep your voice down. The child traveled a long way to the village and is exhausted. He just fell asleep for a bit. He'll have to work tomorrow and it will be tough for him. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense is this? The captain tried to appease her. "Oh dear, don't take it the wrong way. Just go and kill the chicken, and when you see the child you'll understand." Lin Suqing flatly refused. No way. We only have a few chickens at home, we can't just eat them. We need to save some for eggs. While the two were talking in the courtyard, Lu Yang woke up after a short nap, opened the door and looked toward the courtyard, smiling sincerely. Uncle Zhou, I slept well. I don't know where to fetch water, so I'll go get some. And I'll be staying at Uncle Zhou's house. I still need to pay rent. How much do you think is appropriate for a month? Just let me know. Hearing a voice from behind, Lin Suqing instinctively turned around and saw his face stunned in place, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes without her realizing it. You. Lu Yang touched his face, puzzled. Why did everyone look at him like this? Was there something wrong with his face? And what's wrong? The squad leader lightly coughed and smiled, saying, It's fine, Lu Yang. If you need to fetch water, just head out and walk to the right for about 200 meters and you'll be there. Thank you for your hard work. As for the rent, you don't need to pay. After all, the house at home is empty, so if you stay it saves us the trouble of cleaning it. Alright, then I'll cover my own rations. Just let me know what needs to be done at home and I'll go fetch water now. Unable to bear the strange atmosphere, Lu Yang hurried to the kitchen, grabbed a wooden bucket and yoke and dashed away. If he doesn't have to pay rent, then he can do more work. Lin Suqing silently cried, watching him leave with longing, and only withdrew her gaze to look at the man after he was out of sight, sniffling and choking with emotion. Did you recognize him too? Yes, I recognized him at first glance, but I didn't dare to say anything. We have no idea how that child has fared all these years since he went missing at 2 years old. If I say it recklessly, I'm afraid the child will resist us. Besides, he is a sent-down youth and is likely to return to the city in the future. It would be a mistake to let him feel trapped in the countryside. The squad leader sighed, his face filled with conflict and helplessness. By the way, did you not see that I was washing clothes by the river? Dad and my brother came to find me, insisting that I adopt Yaozu, but I refused. Lin Suqing glared at him and said irritably, Of course we can't agree to that. We already have a son. What would happen to our son if we adopt Yaozu? Moreover, I know what kind of person Yaozu is. If he were to be my son, I might as well just marry a son-in-law. At least we wouldn't lose everything we worked hard for over our lives. The two exchanged glances, their eyes clear and resolute. The squad leader raised his hand to wipe her tears and urged, Alright, don't cry. If that child sees you, he might get scared and run to the sent-down youth dormitory. It's better to live in the same courtyard after all. If that happens, you can still see your son every day. Lin Suqing took a deep breath, adjusting her emotions. Okay, I understand. Let's keep this matter a secret for now and take care of the child discreetly. We shouldn't mention this for the time being. He currently sees us as strangers. If we say it recklessly, how will he interact with us? It's better to cultivate some feelings first before addressing it. I've imagined many times what it would be like to see my son, but I've never thought that heaven would send him directly to me. Doing good deeds really does bring good rewards. The squad leader nodded repeatedly, joking, Of course. Can we still keep the chickens for laying eggs now? Lin Suqing shot him a glare and turned to enter the kitchen. You go kill the chicken, you'll start boiling water. The fattest one doesn't lay eggs, let's kill it to nourish the child. Alright, I'm on it right now. The two reached a consensus without any of Zhou Yao's chaotic thoughts or loud arguments. Lu Yang walked to the right for 200 meters, gazing at the clear river water flowing where he could see the fish clearly, unlike the polluted murky water of the apocalypse. He squatted down, reaching out to touch the cold clear water, feeling pleasantly chilled. After standing up and shaking off the water, he began filling the wooden bucket, and after it was filled to the brim, he picked it up and walked toward the squad leader's house. He pushed open the door, set down the yoke, and with one hand carrying a wooden bucket, he skillfully filled the water jar, smiling as he said, Auntie, I've brought enough water to start the fire. Lin Suqing looked at him with concern and waved her hand. No need. From now on, just fetch water once a day. You don't have to worry about food and lodging. Treat this place as your own home and don't be polite. Seeing her face full of sincerity, which didn't seem like mere politeness, Lu Yang smiled and said, Auntie, you are really kind. Hey, you kids have it hard too. Alright, after fetching water, go rest for a while. I'll take care of the kitchen. Do you eat green onions and garlic? I eat everything, I'm not picky. Lin Suqing said affectionately, Alright, I understand. Lu Yang left the kitchen, found a broom and began sweeping the yard. Being diligent in someone else's house is certainly not a bad thing. Living in a room is different from living in a large communal dormitory, even a fool knows which is better. The three Zhou sisters finished washing clothes, laughing and chatting as they pushed open the door, but their voices halted abruptly upon seeing the person in the yard. You are that sent-down youth? Yes, just call me Lu Yang. Hello, three elder sisters. Hello. The three sisters exchanged glances, somewhat awkwardly looking at him, and said, Lu, the sent-down youth, well, just sweep that yard. You should rest since you just arrived in our village today. Lu Yang grinned with a carefree smile, saying, It's fine, I'm not tired. If there's any work to be done, just let me know. I'm strong and I can do it. This person seems quite nice, not like a petty person. The eldest sister Zhou Ping glanced at her two younger sisters and said softly, You two hang the clothes out to dry. They'll go to the kitchen to help Mom cook. We have to go to work in the afternoon, so we need to make the most of our time. Alright, got it, eldest sister. After drying the clothes, the two approached him and scrutinized him. Lu Yang, have you been to our village before? You look so familiar, like someone we've seen before. The second sister Zhou Shuang rolled her eyes at her younger sister upon hearing this. Xiao, isn't that obvious? Sent-down youths all look like humans, and he is quite handsome, but it just feels so familiar. Are you sure you've never been to this village before? Lu Yang looked at them, feeling somewhat uncertain. I'm sure, I've never been here before. Perhaps I resemble someone a bit, which is why it feels familiar. Hey, that's also possible. I'm Zhou Shuang, the second sister, and she's Zhou Qiao, the third sister. Hello, Zhou second sister. Hello, Zhou third sister. The two smiled at each other, saying, Right, we're a bit older than you, so it's correct for you to call us sisters. We're twins. Do we look alike? Lu Yang took a careful look and shook his head. Not really. One looks like Uncle Zhou and the other like Auntie. Zhou Qiao mischievously said, See, I told you no one would recognize us. We're twins. The three were of similar age, and they quickly became familiar with each other as they chatted. Zhou Shuang politely said, Since you can't stay at the sent-down youth dormitory, just feel at ease living here. Just don't mention my brother at home. Your brother? Yes, my brother went to the city for treatment at 2 years old and went missing. We have been looking for him for 18 years, and that room has always been kept for him. Lu Yang's eyes flashed with realization. No wonder the squad leader's expression was so complex when he opened the door. It turns out it was the room of his younger son. Allowing him to stay in that room indeed showed the kindness of the family. No problem. When your brother comes back, you'll immediately give up the room. Zhou Shuang waved her hand, her gaze dimming. He's been missing for so long, and we still don't know if we can find him. My brother is the pain in our parents' hearts. Please don't mention him in front of them, or they will be very sad. Okay, I will remember. Thank you for the reminder, Zhou second sister. The two spoke in unison. No need to be polite, we will get busy now. If you get tired, feel free to rest. As a new arrival, you can take a break on the first day and start working on the second day. If it weren't for the busy farming season, we might have given you a couple more days to rest and let you go to the town to buy things. But it's too busy now, so you'll have to bear with it for a while. Lu Yang nodded in understanding. I understand the need to rush during harvest season. I will head to the fields tomorrow. After all, it was real food. In a polluted post-apocalyptic environment, crops could only be grown using technology at the base. The taste could only be described as not deadly, but definitely not pure and natural. Feeling a little tired is nothing. He liked autumn harvest, the season of reaping. Seeing that he had no signs of resistance, the two felt increasingly satisfied. Good, unlike some new arrivals who were spoiled and showed obvious reluctance at the thought of the busy autumn harvest, as if they had suffered a great loss. Lunch was soon ready. Lin Suqing brought out a small bowl of chicken, stir-fried eggplant, and stir-fried cabbage with preserved meat. For this village, it was already considered a generous reception. Usually when guests came, they would only eat a little meat. When the dishes were served, Zhou Qiao looked surprised and said, Mother, did you kill our big hen? Didn't we plan to wait until the new year to eat it? Oh, there's still meat. This preserved meat was saved from last winter. Lu, my mother holds you in high regard. She wouldn't even let relatives eat it before. Lu Yang smiled charmingly. Thank you, Auntie, for your hospitality. I truly appreciate it. Lin Suqing waved her hand, feeling a bit shy. No, it's nothing. Let's all sit down and eat. After we finish, we can go to work together. By the way, Lu Yang, since you are busy in the fields these days, if you need anything, feel free to use what we have at home. Once this rush is over and we have harvested the crops, we will let you new arrivals take a break and go to the town to buy things. The village chief casually mentioned. Lu Yang readily agreed, all right, thank you Uncle Zhou and Auntie. Can I go to the village to pick up the things that were sent over this afternoon? My family sent me winter clothes. And also a second-hand bicycle. I want to bring it back. What? Bicycle? Did you just say bicycle? Lu, your family must be quite wealthy. Zhou Qiao opened her eyes wide looking at him with envy. Lu Yang smiled and said politely, if you want to ride it, feel free to do so. Let me first check if that bicycle has arrived. Really? Wow, Lu, you are so generous. Other new arrivals look down on us rural folks and are usually unwilling to talk to us. Haha, it's nothing. You all treat me better. I just arrived and you already killed a hen for me, thank you. Lin Suqing watched them interact so harmoniously, feeling a bit emotional. Her son's foster parents treated him so well, how could her family compare? Some things were better left unsaid to avoid making others uncomfortable. Sai, let's take good care of my son first. She picked up a chicken leg and placed it in his bowl with a loving expression. Lu Yang, try this and see if it suits your taste. This is from the hen I raised myself and it is quite fat. Lu Yang looked at the chicken leg and before he could speak she added another one, raising his head to meet their gazes. Eat up. After we finish I'll take you to the village to pick up your things. Won't that be too much trouble for the village chief? Not at all. You don't know the way so it'll take you the first time. After that you'll know the route. There's a small supply and marketing cooperative in the village, but it's much more convenient for shopping. The village chief said while eating. Our village is close to the mountains and the road out is down a slope which is not easy to walk. It's not easy to go to the town, so a small supply and marketing cooperative was opened at the junction of the two villages. Lu Yang listened attentively and handed a chicken leg to Lin Suqing. He smiled and said, Auntie, one is enough for me. Hey, why are you being so polite? We feel a connection with you, so consider this your home from now on. The family of six enjoyed their long-awaited reunion dinner after 18 years. Although only the couple knew they were very happy, being able to see their son again was already a great blessing. After finishing the meal, the three sisters went to clean up. The village chief called out, Lu Yang, let's go. I will take you to pick up your things. Lu Yang hurriedly followed, and after half an hour of walking they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard which had a sign that read Beidatsang Commune. Once inside, the village chief shouted, Is Xiao Su here? A voice came from inside the room, Yes, just come in. A young man in the unique uniform of a mailman was busy organizing things. When he saw them he looked up and was momentarily stunned. Huh? This person looked very much like the village chief. Could they be relatives or something? You must be village chief Xiang Yang. What did you come to pick up? Yes, this is our village's new arrival, Lu Yang. My family should have sent winter items and a bicycle. Can you check if they have arrived? Oh, I see. So that bicycle is yours. It was quite difficult to transport. I was worried it would get damaged along the way. I can't afford to compensate for it, haha. Lu Yang smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just a second-hand bicycle, a little scratch is no big deal. That won't do. Bicycles are expensive. I covered it with cloth in the warehouse. Lu Yang, follow me to take it out. Alright, thank you, Comrade Su. Before long a Phoenix brand bicycle was brought out. The village chief couldn't help but look over, his eyes full of envy. This bicycle looks really nice. It probably won't cost less than 200 yuan. Lu Yang, this is a valuable item, don't let it get wet back at home. Lu Yang nodded, his eyes filled with surprise. He didn't expect that the person Guoyong would be so generous. The second-hand bicycle he got was almost as good as new. It would be much more convenient for trips to the town in the future. Su Ansai dragged 2 plastic bags, panting heavily. Oh Lu, your family treats you so well. I've seen families send things to new arrivals, but not many send this much stuff. And there's also a letter for you to take back. Make sure you don't lose anything. Lu Yang nodded and opened the plastic bag to check. He found the cotton padded jacket, cotton shoes, and cotton pants he needed. Even if the sizes were not perfect, it didn't matter, he could adjust them for his foster parents. Staying warm was the most important thing. Confirming everything was fine, he signed and took the items to the courtyard. The village chief placed the 2 plastic bags on the bicycle and the two headed towards the village, chatting along the way. Lu Yang, your family treats you really well. How could they bear to send you to the countryside? Oh, it was my request. I want to contribute my share to the country. I see. That's a good mindset. Lu Yang smiled but didn't want to talk much about his family. He changed the subject. Village chief, do new arrivals need to work in the fields every day to earn work points? If I want to go hunting in the mountains, what do I need to meet the requirements? The village chief was taken aback and looked at his tall and thin frame. You want to go hunting? The mountains are too dangerous. What will you do if you encounter wild beasts? Lu Yang said earnestly, Captain, I have learned some skills at home and I am not as weak as I might seem. If I could go into the mountains to hunt, I could eat more meat. Wouldn't that be great? The captain, seeing his insistence, pondered for a moment and replied in a low voice, actually the team encourages this, but it's too dangerous. Most people are unwilling to become hunters. A hunter only needs to sow seeds and work during harvest time. The rest of the time is free, but to become a hunter you must contribute at least 500 pounds of meat to the team each year. Of course, this meat isn't given for free. 500 pounds of meat can be exchanged for 300 work points, and during the harvest you can exchange work points for food. Then the meat would be distributed to every household in the village. The Hongqi team is the wealthiest team precisely because they have a dedicated hunting team. As long as you contribute enough meat on a regular basis, you can do whatever you want if the team won't interfere. Our team doesn't have hunters, so if you want to go into the mountains it might be quite dangerous relying solely on yourself. Lu Yang nodded, saying, all right, I understand now. I will go into the mountains after the busy farming season. Since I just arrived in the countryside, I am not very familiar with many rules. If I want to learn more, who should I ask? The captain pointed towards the youth commune and said, ask the senior youth Yan Onli. He has been here for 5 years and knows a lot about many things. You are all youths, so it will be easier for you to communicate. All right, I understand. Thank you, Captain. No problem, but Lu Yang going into the mountains to hunt is not a joke. These endless mountains may seem full of resources, but the dangers once you enter are something even experienced hunters must be cautious about. Lu Yang listened attentively and replied softly, I understand. I will be careful. The captain smiled and said, if you really manage to bring back game, it would be a good thing for the team and everyone could enjoy some meat, since the meat in town is simply too expensive. As for us, we can only watch the game in the mountains. There's nothing we can do about it. Right now it's still good. Come early winter we won't be able to encircle a batch of them. In winter those wild boars and wolves come down the mountains, and that's when it really becomes dangerous. The two chatted and laughed, quickly approaching the youth commune. Xiao Yangwan came out with another youth and immediately spotted them. His gaze fell on the bicycle and he almost felt a pang of jealousy. Not daring to act recklessly in front of the captain, he forced a smile and greeted, hello, Captain. Hello, Youth Lu. Where are you two headed? This bicycle belongs to Youth Lu, right? Oh, I'm going to the captain's house. This bicycle was sent by my family. Going to the captain's house? Lu Yang simply explained, I'm not going back to the youth commune. There's an empty room at the captain's house, so I'm temporarily staying there. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Liangwen's eyes flickered and he quickly stepped forward to block his path, saying, Youth Lu, the youth commune is really crowded. Since you're alone, how about I join you? Captain, can I help with chores at your house? I'd also like to stay there. Joking aside, he really didn't want to live in the youth commune. With so many people, the snoring at night and stinky feet almost drove him crazy. Why does Lu Yang have such good fortune to stay in the captain's empty room? The captain's smile faded significantly and he looked sternly at Xia Liangwen, a bit intimidating. Xia, the youth commune was built for you all. Besides, there are enough beds. It's inappropriate for you not to stay in the youth commune and instead stay at my house. There are 3 daughters at home. Bringing a male youth in is not appropriate. Well, my own son doesn't count. He must stay at home. Xia Liangwen clearly didn't catch the hint and boldly said, Captain, you see, 1 youth staying at your house is fine, so is 2. Why can Youth Lu stay and I cannot? As soon as he said this, the captain's expression changed. He exploded in anger. Ha, I am the captain. Do I need to report to you who stays at my house? I can let anyone stay, do you understand? Just stay in the youth commune and don't meddle in this. Alright, you all go to work. I have other matters to attend to. The captain looked over with a softened expression and said, Lu Yang, you can go back now. Lu Yang nodded, pushed his bicycle and followed along, not noticing the dark look on Xiao Yangwen's face behind him. Grinding his teeth, he complained, Sun Qing, what's so special about Lu Yang? Why does the captain treat him so well? You can see the difference in how he treats us too. Sun Qing scratched his head and laughed innocently, I don't know. We are youths living in the village and we have to listen to the captain. Lu Yangwen, it's better for you to watch your words. I heard from the senior youth that the captain has a very fiery temper and is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it's his own house, he can let whoever he wants stay based on their connection. Didn't you notice? Youth Lu resembles the captain, perhaps they are relatives or something. It's better not to meddle too much in this. Xiao Yangwen raised an eyebrow, resemble. I think they don't look alike at all. Sun Qing replied. As long as you're happy. I have to go to work or I'll be scolded for being late. You should hurry too. Saying this, he quickly walked away. Lu Yang returned home to put away his things. The yard was already empty. The captain, holding a sickle, was about to leave when he saw Lu Yang come out and said, You can rest at home and go to work tomorrow morning. All right, I understand. After the captain left, Lu Yang closed the yard gate, returned to his room, took out everything from the snakeskin bag and tossed it directly into his space, then began to read a letter. The letter contained numerous nationwide vouchers which were considerably more valuable than local ones. It's likely that Guiyong put in a lot of effort to procure these vouchers. With these vouchers he could buy supplies in town which would make things much more convenient. The letter was filled with gratitude towards him. Lu Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips, realizing the key point towards the end. I won't bother thanking you, but I have good news. Your uncle and aunt have had their legs broken by some kind-hearted person and are currently in the hospital. I hear they will need to rest for a while and can't work. Oh, and your master is very good. He doesn't mind that I'm slow and teaches me earnestly. Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I would have gone to the countryside and my fiancé would have definitely left me. Leave me your home phone number. If you need anything in the future, just call. I'll definitely help you. Hee, you won't be able to drink my wedding wine, but I'll send some wedding candy your way later. Lu Yang. After sorting out the vouchers, which included cotton vouchers and food vouchers, all of which were quite practical, he thought Guiyong was indeed a nice person and decided to keep in touch more often. Once the autumn harvest is over, I'll use the food vouchers to buy food. I can't keep eating the captain's food. It's not right to take advantage of someone who isn't a relative. After tidying up his things, he lay on the bed and slept for a while. Xiao Yangwen took a sickle to work in the field, soon sweating profusely, feeling a bit dizzy and thinking about how he wouldn't sleep well at night, his mood filled with resentment. Wielding the sickle in frustration, a startled voice cried out nearby. The young woman Lu Chunhong shouted, Xiao Yangwen, what are you doing? Be careful with that sickle. What if you hit me while swinging it around? Honestly, what's bothering you this time? Ugh, it's annoying. How can a man be more finicky than a woman? Right, if you keep wasting time like this, we won't finish cutting the rice before it gets dark. It'll be scary to cut it in the dark then. Xiao Yangwen turned his head and saw it was Lu, the most formidable woman in the youth cohort. A flicker of calculation crossed his eyes. Oh, it's Lu, my apologies. I didn't sleep well last night and am in a bad mood. It's nothing compared to your youth cohort where you can rest well at night. I can't sleep with those snoring sounds keeping me awake. Lu Chunhong frowned. What does that have to do with me? You're a grown man. Other youths manage, why can't you? You're just holding us back. Haven't you heard what the villagers say about us? They say we are soft-fruited shrimp from the city. Even old ladies with bound feet can work faster than us. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? We are all part of the youth cohort. If you finish early, you can go back and rest sooner. You can fall asleep earlier, so why complain here? Xiao Yangwen sighed while working. Yes, some male youths have it good if they can have their own rooms. We can't compare. If I had a room to myself, I could definitely sleep better. What do you mean by that? All the youths live in the youth dormitory. Who has a private room? Lu Chunhong looked at him a bit puzzled. Under the sun, his face was flushed, looking somewhat frightening. Xiao Yangwen glanced at her, his voice neither loud nor soft, just right for a few youths to hear. Of course there is. The last youth to arrive, Lu Yang, is currently living with the team leader's family. I honestly don't understand why, since he has 3 unmarried daughters. How can they let a male youth stay in their home? Aren't they worried about tarnishing their daughters' reputations? You female youths would be better off living there, you wouldn't have to worry so much. What a pity. Lu Chunhong pondered. Everyone knew that living alone was better. I know there's a room at the team leader's house. The villagers say it's for his youngest son who has been missing for 18 years. No one knows if he's dead or alive. Villagers say he is most likely dead. Why would they suddenly let a youth live there? Xiao Yangwen shook his head, not sure. Maybe he paid for it. I saw Lu Yang riding a bicycle to the team leader's house today. They might be quite wealthy, who knows? Others denied. Impossible. Accepting money under the table is not allowed even for the team leader. Are you sure Lu Yang paid? I'm not sure, but aside from that reason there's no way the team leader would let a male youth live in his house. That would be absurd. The older youth Yan only saw them getting carried away and said solemnly, "All right everyone, let's get back to work. Don't discuss the team leader's family matters privately." Someone got beaten up by the team leader for speaking out of turn before. Don't be fooled by how easygoing the team leader seems. His temper is explosive. He can become violent over the smallest thing, so be careful. And about the team leader's lost son, that's a taboo for him. Don't bring it up. If you do, you'll face the consequences. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hearing this, a few people fell silent, exchanging glances filled with curiosity about Lu Yang's background, wondering what kind of family he came from that enabled him to live with the team leader. Xiao Yangwen saw him speak and smirked, clearly unconvinced. Meanwhile, the team leader was working with a sickle, his usually stern face now beaming with joy, greeting everyone like a different person. Curious villagers asked, "Team leader, is there something good happening? You seem so happy." "Haha, not really, I'm just in a good mood today." "Really? I heard that Yaozu went to your house. Is he going to be adopted?" As soon as the team leader heard the word adopted, his expression darkened and he denied vehemently, "Nonsense. Yaozu has his own parents. Why would he need to be adopted by me? I have my own son. I won't raise someone else's child." The villagers remained silent, noticing his displeasure. After all, the team leader's son had gone missing at 2 years old and no one dared to mention it. "All right everyone, let's get back to work. If we finish the autumn harvest and deliver the grain, we can distribute it to everyone. Then we can prepare for winter in the mountains." "Yes, team leader." Everyone busily worked, occasionally wiping away the beads of sweat that kept falling. Bending down in the heat, one careless move caused a rice leaf to cut like a blade, leaving scratches on their arms, the sweat stinging painfully. It was hard work, but the joy of harvest was real. "Team leader, do you think our team can be recognized as advanced this year? Every year it's the red flag team. We're a bit envious. The advanced production team gets rewards. Who wouldn't be envious? The red flag team has been advanced for 10 years straight." The leaders had built a road for their team, which was the only road among dozens of teams, making everyone envious. Even on rainy days they could go out without getting their feet muddy. The team leader shook his head. "It's going to be difficult this year. Let's aim for next year. Before the snow falls, we still need to organize people to go hunting in the mountains. If things go smoothly this year, everyone will have a better time during the new year. Having meat during winter is great." "Ah, that's even harder. Our Xiangyang team doesn't have any hunters. The red flag team has hunters. They often get to eat meat." Having many hunters in the team was very good. Every household could get meat without paying, which was something no one would refuse. But in their village there were no hunters and buying meat was too expensive. After working until dark, everyone finally came up from the fields, exhausted to the point where they could barely straighten their backs. Xiao Yangwen let out a long sigh. Another day had come to an end. Time to go back, wash up and sleep. The team leader's family returned home, where a dim light glowed in the kitchen. Lu Yang walked out upon hearing the door open, smiling. "Uncle Zhou, Aunt, you're back. I made handmade noodles. You come quickly to eat. I've also boiled hot water. You can wash up and feel more comfortable afterward." A few of them, seeing the bicycle in the corner, didn't care about anything else and walked directly to it, squatting down to touch it, their movements cautious. "This bicycle is really beautiful. It must belong to Lu, right?" The captain and his wife felt warmth in their hearts upon hearing this and quickly replied, "All right, Lu Yang, thank you for your hard work. Next time don't do this. We'll boil water ourselves when we return." "It's fine. I had nothing to do at home, so I just made it." Turning around, they saw the 3 girls were already looking at the bicycle. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Xiao Ping, Xiao Shuang, Xiao, hurry up and come eat. After eating, wash up and rest early. We have to work again at dawn." Eldest sister Zhou Ping pulled her 2 younger sisters to get bowls. A large basin of mixed grain noodles was placed on the table, simple handmade noodles with some green vegetables inside. If the warm food alleviated their fatigue. Zhou Qiao playfully said, Lu Ziqing, that bicycle is yours, right? Yes, it is mine. If you want to learn, I'll teach you after the busy farming season is over. Wow, you're really nice. Dad, can I learn to ride the bicycle? The captain smiled, delighted to see his children getting along well, and nodded, sure, but be careful not to break it. There are only 2 bicycles in the entire village. Zhou Qiao nodded repeatedly, I know, Dad. Thank you, Zhou Ziqing. After the busy season, I'll go pick some fruits for you. The wild fruits I pick are really delicious. Alright, thank you then, haha. No need to be polite, I feel a strong connection with you, haha. Laughter filled the main room, creating a warm atmosphere. Early the next morning they got up before dawn. Lin Suqing directly cooked a pot of corn porridge paired with her homemade pickled radishes. The warm porridge filled their stomachs, giving them strength for a day of work. She also made some pancakes, dividing them among everyone. They wouldn't return for lunch as running back and forth to cook took too much time. With that time they could harvest more wheat. As they stepped outside, Lu Yang felt warmth in his hand. Looking down, he saw an egg and looked at her in confusion. Auntie, I can't take this egg. Lin Suqing smiled and said, take it. You look so thin, you need to nourish your body. We don't have much here, but we still have 2 eggs at home every day. Take it and eat it when you're hungry, otherwise you won't have the strength to work. Alright, it's time to go to the fields. If we finish early, we can rest. Yes, thank you, Auntie. You are so kind to me. Lu Yang's smile held a bit more sincerity as he followed them with a backpack. Soon the scorekeeper assigned the work and everyone began to head into the fields. Holding a sickle, he stood there and gestured a bit. Initially he was somewhat clumsy and didn't know how to use it, but after a while he got more adept and his speed increased, pushing ahead and leaving the other youth behind. The others turned their heads to look if the person was already out of sight. Watching the one moving so quickly, they fell silent, saying, that must be Lu Ziqing. How can he work so hard without getting tired? He won't have any strength left later, and then he won't be able to work at all. Hurry up and work. Didn't you hear those aunties nagging again? Lu Yang's hands were wrapped in cloth and he almost flung the sickle away. Coming back to his senses, he realized he was going too fast and slowly reduced his speed. The surrounding aunties looked at him and praised, a new youth working so proficiently. You wouldn't guess he looks a bit thin, but he has quite a bit of strength. Yes, he's much faster than the other youths. Hey, I heard you live with the captain. What's your relationship with him? Are you relatives? Lu Yang looked at their curious eyes and shook his head, we're not relatives. I couldn't find a place to stay in the youth dormitory. The captain saw I had nowhere to live and kindly let me stay at his home. It's impossible, the captain is a good person, but before there were other youths who wanted to live in that empty room and they were all refused. The captain treats you differently. You're really not relatives? No. After saying that, he smiled and increased his speed, quickly leaving the gossiping auntie behind. The aunties murmured quietly, this young man is quite secretive. He must have some relation to the captain. Perhaps he's an illegitimate son, otherwise he wouldn't look so much like him. But why is his surname Lu? Who knows? Lu Ziqing looks like a city person, but he works with us rural folk. Maybe it's just a coincidence, there are so many similar people in the world, it's quite normal. Hey, better not talk too much, the captain's wife is quite fiery. Lu Yang controlled his speed, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close from them. The captain was busy and the scorekeeper approached, hesitating about what to say. What's wrong, Li, the scorekeeper? Captain, your nephew Zhou Yaozu has gone. He was assigned work in that area, but half an hour ago he said he was going to the toilet and hasn't returned since. Hearing this, the captain understood what it meant. He straightened up and said, I see. Which direction did he go? I'll go find him. The captain quickly walked toward the toilet and indeed saw the familiar figure sleeping under a tree. Anger surged within him and without a word he grabbed the collar and dragged him away. Zhou Yaozu was sleeping soundly, almost ready to embrace Li Chunjuan's tender body when he was suddenly dragged away. The autumn tiger weather made clothes thin, and with just a thin layer of fabric he felt the friction on his backside, crying out in pain. Without opening his eyes he cursed, that little bastard is messing with you, Grandpa. Just wait until I beat him to death. Upon opening his eyes and meeting those furious eyes, he couldn't help but shiver, and his tone immediately softened. Second uncle, what are you doing? Quickly let go. Ouch, my butt hurts. Second uncle, letting go is better than dragging me around. The captain let go, watching the person fall to the ground with a cold face. You have no sense of how busy we are during the autumn harvest, do you? Everyone is working hard and you choose to sleep. Do you think that's appropriate? Zhou Yao's eyes darted around, looking quite shifty. No, second uncle. I wasn't feeling well in my stomach today and went to the toilet. I just needed to rest a bit under the tree. Hee, resting a bit? It's been half an hour. Do you think the scorekeeper is a fool? Hurry up and get up to work. If you don't finish your tasks today, you won't go home to sleep tonight. The captain kicked him lightly, his eyes full of disdain. You think you can get away with this nonsense? Ugh, how annoying. Zhou Yaozu hurriedly got up, all smiles, and said, Second uncle, look at me. I'm your own nephew. If you adopt me, then I would be your son. As a captain, you should take care of your own people. I'm tired. What's wrong with wanting to rest a bit? If you want to rest without working, you'll get less grain. Do you agree? If you do, we'll tell the scorekeeper and we'll deduct your work points according to the rules. Hey, don't do that. Second uncle, I'll go back and work obediently, okay? Zhou Yaozu wore a bitter expression, occasionally stealing glances at him while muttering, Fortunately, it's still family, but there's not a hint of benefit. When it's time to work, they just keep an eye on me, and it's no wonder my son lost his vitality. The team leader with a scowl said, What are you muttering about? Speak up so I can hear too. Are you dumb? Uncle, I wasn't saying anything at all. I just think you are fair, and just that's why your position as team leader is so stable. If my cousin comes back, you can hand the position to him. The two quickly arrived at the field ridge. After watching him work, the team leader turned to the scorekeeper and courteously said, Lee, if my nephew slacks off again, don't hesitate to deduct his points directly. If he doesn't work and starves, he deserves it. Got it, I understand, team leader, said Li Jun, the scorekeeper. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yao's resentment deepened as he listened to the surrounding discussions. What a useless uncle. If his father were the team leader, his life would surely be comfortable. Hey Yaozu, you need to work hard. When it's time to distribute the grain based on work points, if you have too few, how will you survive the winter? Haha, that's true. But Yaozu doesn't have to worry. With the whole family working and no wife or kids at home eating steamed buns made of white flour, every meal in winter is no problem. The older women teased him, knowing full well he was just a lazybones relying on his parents and grandparents for support. Zhou Yaozu, unable to grasp the underlying meaning, proudly said, Of course my family never worries about food or clothing. Anyone who marries into my family will enjoy a good life. Aunts, do you have any pretty girls to introduce to me? As long as she's pretty and capable, the bride price is negotiable. Who do you like, Yaozu? The educated youths definitely won't do if the city girls have high standards and wouldn't want to marry into the countryside. Why not? Didn't many educated youths marry into Hongqi Brigade? The older women exchanged glances, unable to hide their envy. This situation is different. The Hongqi Brigade is known for its achievements every year. A life in the village is good. Their hunting team can bring back plenty of game from the mountains. Every household gets meat and they eat well. Even city folks can't eat meat often, right? If the educated youths want a good life, marrying a hunter is a great option. Yeah, although going into the mountains is dangerous, if luck is on your side, one trip can earn as much as a year's hard work in the city. The brigade sells what they catch and then they can share the profits. That's why the people from Hongqi Brigade have become prosperous, attracting educated youths to marry them. Zhou Yaozu said dejectedly, Oh, it's because our brigade has no money. If we were like the Hongqi Brigade, everyone would be scrambling to marry in. I wish I were a hunter. Unfortunately, our village has no old hunters. I can't even find a master to apprentice under. The fields were busy for a whole day, with different teams having different tasks. Some specialized in cutting rice while others transported the rice to the drying ground. Some were threshing and others were winnowing. No one in the entire village was idle, and the children carried baskets following the adults to pick up fallen rice ears, as they were all food. Soon it was noon, and most families brought something to eat, sitting on the ridge to take a bite, resting under a tree for a while, then getting back to work. After a few days of frantic harvesting, the rice cutters had some downtime. What remained was to thresh the grain and dry it at the granary, then go to the town to pay the agricultural tax when the time came. The educated youths could finally take a breather, taking the village donkey cart to the town to buy supplies. As Lu Yang just got on the donkey cart, everyone turned to look at him. Yan Ongli, sitting nearby, politely said, "Hello Lu, I'm in charge of the educated youth dormitory. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me at the dormitory." "Okay, thank you. How should I address you?" "My name is Yan Ongli, just call me Yan." "Hello Yan." Xiao Liangwen glanced over casually, saying, "Lu, don't you have a bicycle? Why are you squeezing into the donkey cart with us? Isn't that a bit miserable?" Lu Yang smiled with indifference in his eyes. "If I have a bike, I must ride it. I enjoy the bumpy feeling. What's so miserable about squeezing in?" "Cough cough, Xia, you should say less." Yan Ongli nodded and casually started a conversation. "Lu, are you going to buy anything in town this time?" "Buying grain and maybe some meat if possible." The educated youths on the donkey cart perked up at the mention of meat, their eyes almost sparkling with desire. How long had it been since they ate meat? What bad luck to be assigned to Xiangyang Brigade. If they were assigned to Hongqi Brigade, they might have been able to eat meat a few more times. The other educated youths, while chatting about Hongqi Brigade, all had envious expressions. "I saw Bai the other day, we came to the countryside together and he was lucky to go to Hongqi Brigade. I heard that on their first day they distributed meat and they could eat meat twice a month, unlike our brigade where we can't even eat it once a month. If you want to eat, you have to buy it. Even if you have some, the educated youths at the dormitory will be attracted to it, and even if there is meat, it's hard to cook. There's no way around it. They have more hunters in Hongqi Brigade and live better." Lu Yang listened to the gossip, remaining silent. After swaying for about an hour, they finally reached the town. Uncle Lao Zhen shouted, "Go buy things. The state-run meat shop is to the left, the largest supply and marketing cooperative is to the right. You must be back before sunset." The educated youths replied in unison, "Okay, we understand, Uncle Lao Zhen." Lu Yang headed towards the state-run meat shop, planning to buy meat first and then rice flour and oil for a month's supply. Walking openly, no one would suspect anything. Inside the state-run meat shop, as soon as he walked in, he saw a long line at the stall, all shouting for fatty meat. Lu Yang understood at that moment why the villagers said meat was expensive. One couldn't touch meat for a month unless one hunted wild boars in their own village, which were much cheaper than those in town. Standing at the back of the line, it took half an hour before it was finally his turn. The person distributing the meat impatiently said, "We have pig trotters, pig tails and pork ribs, but no fatty pork. If you're not buying, just leave. If you want to buy, keep lining up to the front." "Comrade, what do you want?" Lu Yang took out a meat coupon for 10 jin and pointed at the pig trotters. "I want 2 pig trotters, you just cut as much pork ribs as you can." "Are you sure? You want to buy all these bones with a 10 jin meat coupon? Why not wait until there's fatty meat and come back to buy?" "No, just weigh it for me directly. Can you give me a pig tail as a bonus?" "Oh, if you buy a lot, I can give you some." Lu Yang left carrying over 10 jin of goods. The clerk shook his head behind him, muttering, "What a fool. Buying a bunch of bones with a national meat coupon, where's the good fatty meat?" In this era, people generally lack resources, and for them fatty meat is the most delicious, followed closely by lean meat, while bones are the least desirable. It's not much cheaper than fatty meat, and it's all bones, there's barely anything edible. If anyone buys those things, they would be laughed at. Lu Yang was being discussed by others as he gradually disappeared from view. Inside the supply and marketing cooperative, several educated youth were shopping. When they saw him enter, their gazes instinctively fell on the pork ribs and trotters, and someone laughed unexpectedly. Xiao Liangwen remarked with amusement, "Oh, look at this rich person from the city. They spend money to buy meat while you spend money to buy bones. Impressive. What you bought will barely feed you, what a pity." Lu Yang glanced at him, showing little reaction. "Xia, you can't even eat this. What's there to be sorry about? You're just here to watch." Annoyed, Xia glared at him. "You." Chen Weiguo's voice came from behind as he patted Lu Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Lu Yang, you're here. Oh, did you go to buy meat? Is the fatty meat sold out today?" "Yes, there are only some pork ribs left." "That's true. It's not easy for us to come out from the village. When we line up, the people from the town get here faster. If you want to buy fatty meat, you have to fight for it." "It's fine. It will be better after the busy farming season." Chen Weiguo was puzzled, not understanding how it would be better after the farming season. Comrade, I want 50 pounds of white rice, 50 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 2 pounds of peach crisps. He listed a bunch of items, causing several educated youth to gasp in surprise. Soon Guze entered with a basket on his back and greeted them before starting to list a lot of items he wanted to buy, making the other shoppers silent in awe. Lu Yang, are you buying a month's worth of food at once? Yes, I have a big appetite and the food allocated in the village is not enough. It's still early for the autumn harvest, so I need to buy food for now. That's true. It's good that you're staying at the captain's house. I heard that the captain has a rather volatile temper. Not at all, the captain is very warm-hearted. That's great, I'm relieved. Feel free to come by the educated youth dormitory to hang out when you have time. Sure, let's go after the autumn harvest. I leave for work at dawn and return at dusk, so there's really no time to visit the dormitory. Guze recalled seeing Lu Yang's fierce demeanor on the train and quietly asked, have you considered going into the mountains to hunt to become a hunter? Otherwise you'll be busy working every day with no time for yourself. I have thought about it, but I need to see the mountains first. The two spoke quietly while Xia Liangwen eavesdropped. Xia sarcastically remarked, hunting? How could you think of that? The mountains are dangerous. If something happens, the village wouldn't even be able to find you. It would be tragic to end up as mere bones. I heard from Auntie that last year someone from the far west of the village was so hungry they went into the mountains, and when they were found, their stomach had a huge hole in it with intestines and organs spilling out. It was a sight too horrific to bear. The two looked over in annoyance, frowning. Why is this person so nosy, eavesdropping and butting in? After buying their items, the two placed the small things into the basket, covering them with a piece of cloth to avoid drawing attention. They carried the rice and flour on their shoulders. As everyone finished shopping and prepared to find Uncle Lao Zhen to return to the village, they heard a commotion outside, followed by a few burly men entering. They were holding deer hides and other animal skins. The men shouted, the Hongqi Brigade is here to deliver skins, let's settle the payment. The leader was nearly 1.9 meters tall, muscular, clearly very strong. The people in the supply and marketing cooperative instinctively took a step back, staring intently at the skins. The cooperative staff laughed warmly, their eyes shining when they saw the marten fur. Oh look, there's marten fur this time. It's a pity some is damaged, but it's still a rare good item. 81 pieces, but if they weren't damaged we could have given 100. Next time be more careful and try not to damage the integrity of the skins. After settling the account, the leader took a bundle of cash and walked out amid the astonished gasps of others in the cooperative, who continued to discuss those few pieces of skins are truly valuable. We work for $20 to $30 a month, and one piece of skin is worth my 3 months' salary. Hunters from the mountains make money quickly, but it's all at the cost of their lives. A single mistake could cost them their lives. Yan Only casually remarked, they're from the Hongqi Brigade, the wealthiest team in the village, precisely because they have many hunters. The skins they bring to the cooperative are exchanged for money, and a portion goes back to the team. Over time the team has become increasingly prosperous. These hunters are highly regarded. The meat from the hunted animals is distributed among the villagers in the brigade. Lu Yang looked at him and quietly asked, Yan, aren't the hunted items collectively owned? Why can they sell the skins here? Can't the meat be sold here as well? The skins are specifically collected by the cooperative. As long as they can be hunted, they can be exchanged. As for the meat, it's usually handled by the brigade for labor points, and it's rare to exchange it with the cooperative. If the brigade is willing to take action, it can be done. Individuals are not allowed to sell. Everything must be handed over to the brigade. Yan Only looked at him and said softly, what's wrong? Are you very interested in the hunters, Lu? I have some interest. I just asked. Thank you, Yan. Let's head back now. Several educated youth walked towards the outskirts of the town. Uncle Laugan, seeing their many bags, smiled and said, oh, you've bought a lot. Come, let's put them on the donkey cart. Carrying them is too tiring. The donkey cart slowly started moving, and it took an hour to reach the village. Uncle Laugan, seeing they had bought so much, directly delivered it to the door of the educated youth dormitory. Alright, you can just move the things inside. It'll save you some effort. Yan Only thanked him with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Lao Zhen. No problem, just let me know when you want to come next time. Got it. Uncle Lao Zhen glanced at Lu Yang and said, little educated youth, sit tight. Once they get off, I'll take you to the captain's house. It's tiring to carry all that back by yourself. Hearing this, Lu Yang smiled happily. Uncle Laugan, you're really warm-hearted. Ah, we're all from the same village, there's no need for politeness. Lu Yang unloaded various items from the car and after a moment's thought took out a packet of rock candy from his backpack and stuffed it into Uncle Lao Zhen's arms with a sincere smile saying, "Uncle Lao Zhen, this is for you. Thank you for bringing me back." His heart ached. Ah, that's candy. It pains me to part with it. Uncle Lao Zhen patted the candy quickly waving his hand to return it. Oh no, you young intellectuals have it tough too. How can I accept this rock candy? Besides, I received work points for taking you to the town. No, Uncle Lao Zhen, you're such a good person and you even brought me to the door. It saved me a lot of effort. If you don't accept it, I'll feel embarrassed to let you take me to the door next time. Just accept it. I won't be polite to you in the future, alright? Lu Yang said with a laugh waving his hand as he turned and entered the courtyard. Uncle Lao Zhen looked at the rock candy in his arms and muttered, "This child really is understanding. Then, I'll accept it. I'll take good care of him next time." The rice and flour were moved directly to the kitchen while he kept a packet of peach crisps, a packet of brown sugar and a packet of white rabbit candy as a thank you to the team leader's family for these past few days as he had been eating from their household. It was only proper to show some appreciation. After sweeping the yard, he went to fetch water, standing by the river and gazing at the fish within. Lu Yang swallowed hard, feeling a bit tempted. Once he had some free time, he definitely wanted to catch a few to taste. Having been in this world for more than half a month, he had never tasted fish. After Lu Yang filled the water barrel, he went to the vegetable garden to pick some green onions and garlic. Upon seeing coriander, he turned away without hesitation as he disliked its taste the most. He planned to make braised ribs for lunch and simmer pig's trotters into soup for noodles in the evening. Just thinking about it made his mouth water, so he got busy quickly. At noon, villagers came back from the fields heading home and the intermittent aroma of meat wafted through the air. The villagers sniffed following the scent and upon seeing the courtyard they exclaimed in surprise, "Is the team leader's family eating meat?" "It should be. A few days ago I smelled chicken aroma. Didn't they kill the laying hens? Isn't the team leader usually stingy? They hardly ever eat meat in a month. Why are they so generous now? Could it be that little intellectual gave them money? If they start charging money, that wouldn't be right." Exactly. If someone reports this to the commune saying the team leader is taking money from the young intellectuals, TSK. A faint voice chimed in from behind. "How, what nonsense are you talking? Have you seen us collecting money? If I hear any more of this nonsense, watch me tear your mouths apart." Lin Suqing's face was fierce as if she would rush over and directly tear their mouths apart in the next moment. The two ants shrank their necks hurriedly, flattering her. "Team leader's wife, the way you say that, we were just speaking casually. What kind of situation does Lu Yang's family have? Could it be that they have a special status? Otherwise, how could they be so rich? The other young intellectuals can't even afford meat, yet he..." "Shut up." Seeing her get angry, the two women found an excuse and quickly ran away. Lin Suqing huffed, "Those two gossips, just wait until I deal with you next time." Three daughters approached sniffing the air. The second daughter, Zhou Shuang, swallowed and said, "Mom, what kind of meat is that? It smells so good. Could it be that Lu Yang made something delicious at home? He's really amazing at cooking." "Alright, let's hurry home." As soon as they entered the courtyard and shut the door, the aroma of meat intensified. In this era, people generally couldn't afford meat, making their noses particularly sensitive. They could smell even the slightest hint of meat aroma. The team leader returned holding a sickle. Lu Yang, hearing the noise in the courtyard, walked out of the kitchen with a smile and greeted, "Uncle Zhou, aunt and three sisters, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands, it's time to eat." Lin Suqing walked into the kitchen looking at him with a heart full of concern. "Oh, why are you cooking again? Didn't I say you shouldn't spend money on meals at home? Why did you buy so many things again? And I'm using your kitchen and eating at home. I can't keep eating your rations, can I? I have a big appetite. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep eating like this. This is the rice I bought. For a month I have 50 pounds each for myself. And please don't be polite with me or I'll feel embarrassed to come to eat next time. If I cook separately, that would be more troublesome, right? You save me a lot of effort here." Lu Yang spoke sincerely, "And you've really helped me a lot. I can't keep taking advantage of you." Lin Suqing's lips moved as if she wanted to say he was not an outsider, but the words got stuck in her throat. With red eyes she said, "Alright, you're really too polite." Then let's eat. It'll get cold soon. Okay, okay. The family sat in the main room staring at the glossy red braised ribs, their eyes unable to look away. Lu Yang urged, everyone pick up your chopsticks and eat. Don't be polite with me, I won't be polite with you in the future either. The team leader, feeling complicated, nodded, all right, let's eat while it's hot. We need to get to work after eating. The three sisters picked vegetables, feeling embarrassed to eat the ribs. Seeing them like this, Lu Yang directly served them ribs, smiling as he said, try my cooking and see how it is. I added a bit of rock candy for flavor, it should taste good. Rock candy? Can you put sugar in cooking? Of course. Using rock candy gives color to the ribs, creating this amber caramel color. It's not only beautiful but also delicious. No wonder the dishes at state-run restaurants look different in color. No wonder a plate can be so expensive, there's a reason for the price. Zhou Shuang, being straightforward, started eating. It's delicious. Lu Yang, you're really amazing. You're good-looking, educated, and can cook. Whoever marries you will surely be happy. You better be careful. If the girls in the village have their eyes on you and you marry one, then you can't return to the city anymore. Lu Yang was taken aback, he hadn't thought about marriage. He was only interested in the resources in the forest. Only by saving enough resources would he feel secure. The team leader shot her a glare, saying sternly, girls shouldn't speak carelessly. Hurry and eat your meal. Lu Yang, your cooking is really impressive and delicious. Haha, as long as Uncle Zhou thinks it's good, eat more. Zhou Qiao sniffled a bit, choked up, saying, those people are lying, who says ribs are not tasty. They're clearly better than fatty meat. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they began to tidy up, and Lu Yang also shouldered his backpack and went to the fields. The team provided the young intellectuals half a day to buy things, but after shopping they still needed to go to the fields. They had to hurry to collect the harvest, making the most of every moment, otherwise if it rained the food would spoil. The villagers with keen noses sniffed around in envy, saying, the team leader's family is eating meat. How enviable! The team leader tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled, calling out, all right everyone, let's get to work. If we hold on for a few more days, the autumn harvest will be over and we can enjoy some leisure time. Hey, leisure! Once the harvest is done, we still have to repair the reservoir, otherwise in winter the ground will be too hard to fix. The villagers chatted idly. Lu Yang bent down to start cutting rice, his hands wrapped in cloth and his arms were also wrapped up to prevent being cut by the sharp rice leaves. Seeing this, the team leader followed suit, finding that working all day felt much better without those painful scratches, as the cloth provided a significant relief. The villagers, seeing this, curiously asked, Lu Qingqing, why are you all wrapped up like that? Oh, when I was cutting rice I found those leaves too sharp. I didn't notice while working, but when I went back my arms were covered in cuts and it hurt a lot at night. Wrapping them in cloth like this means I won't get caught while working all day and I can sleep well at night, right? It's best to cover your face too, that way it won't get scratched. After Lu Yang explained, everyone understood. The stinging pain at night was quite uncomfortable. At noon, everyone found old cloth from home which was patched up and wrapped it around their arms, making the afternoon work much more comfortable. The older women praised, little Qingqing, you're really impressive. Being a scholar means your brain works well. This simple method makes things much more comfortable and speeds things up. He smiled shyly, haha, as long as the older women find it useful, it's good. If my arms don't hurt, I can work faster. What's better than that? Isn't it true? Little Qingqing looks so good, yet there must be someone in the city for you. Do you want to find someone in our village? I'll tell you, our village girls are really nice. They are beautiful and capable masters of both home and outside affairs. Most importantly, they are healthy, having children one after another without any hassle. They rambled on. They had figured it out, among these educated youths Lu Qingqing's family must be wealthy. Those without money could not afford a bicycle, and it was rare to find someone who was both good-looking and highly educated. A cultured person can even cook, making him an ideal man. You know, a toad eating meat, haha, how could one know if there's a chance without taking a bite? Thinking about it was unimaginable, he felt he would never have the opportunity. Lu Yang shook his head and said, thank you for your kind intentions, but I'm not considering those things now. I'll talk about it after settling down. He then quickened his pace, quickly leaving the others behind. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly exhaled. That was frightening, it was really too frightening. From then on, Lu Yang noticed some changes in the village. Occasionally girls would come up to him whom he did not recognize, and he felt uneasy about it. This was not the end of the world where one could just roll into bed casually. In this era, just touching hands could ruin one's reputation. A marriage was necessary, and just thinking about it made him feel terrified. He avoided them, either staying close to the team leader or keeping his distance while smiling, not speaking or engaging in conversations. Lin Su Qingqing saw this and quickly walked over, calling out loudly, "Pan Di, what are you doing?" Zhou Pan Di, with a face like a sesame seed, pretended to be shy and said, "My mother told me to come and bring water to Lu Jiqing." "No need." Lu Jiqing brought his own water. "Young lady, it's better to be cautious if there are so many people watching." "Auntie, what do you mean?" "I'm just bringing water." Lin Sukin's expression darkened, feeling quite displeased. After 18 years of searching for her son, now to hear that a girl was trying to take him away felt like a knife to her heart. Zhou Pan Di was oblivious and was still acting shy. "Pan Di, if I remember correctly, you had a match last month. It's likely you'll be getting married at the end of the year. If you keep bringing water to Lu Jiqing, it's one thing if he doesn't want to accept it, but if your match finds out, it could cause problems later on. Will you have a good life after marrying?" She thought that if Lu Jiqing liked her, she would call off the match. If the Li family could not compare to Lu Jiqing. Her mother had said that as long as they could secure Lu Jiqing, her younger brother wouldn't have to worry in the future and their family could live a better life. Lin Su Qingqing suppressed her rising anger, saying, "Pan Di, you've seen it. Lu Jiqing is clearly avoiding you and doesn't feel that way. Why do you insist on pursuing him? If this reputation spreads, what good will it do you? Think carefully about it." She thought to herself, "Ugh, it's maddening. How can a girl be so lacking in self-respect, trying to pursue my son who looks like a mess?" Zhou Pan Di hung her head, looking pitiful. "Auntie, what's wrong with me? Why does Lu Jiqing avoid me? It's like he sees a ghost and finds me so annoying." Lin Su Qingqing. Does he really not have a clue about what is going on? Lu Jiqing is from the city, educated, smart, and good-looking, so naturally his standards are high. You can't read a word, so he definitely wouldn't look at you. Zhou Pan Di huffed, not convinced. "But auntie, you can't read, yet the team leader treats you quite well, right?" Lin Su Qingqing felt a lump in her throat, caught between emotions. "All right, hurry back to work. If you delay any longer, your work points will be deducted. The young ladies have already made their matches, so you need to be more mindful of your reputation, understand?" "Oh, understood, auntie." Lin Su Qingqing watched her leave and slowly exhaled. If her son were to marry someone like this, she might not even wait for her daughter-in-law to enter the door before she'd die of frustration herself. Oh dear, what a worry. Lu Yang was unaware of the events on this side, focusing on his work. His physical capabilities were strengthening step by step. This amount of work did not tire him at all. After several busy days, the autumn harvest was completely over. All that remained was to dry the grain and stack it in the granary, waiting for the grain collection time to go directly to town to deliver it. The remaining grain would be distributed to the villagers based on their work points. After the harvest was done, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yang leaned against a tree at the grain drying area, dozing while watching the grain. This was work arranged by the team leader, earning 7 work points a day, a rare leisurely task. Dozing under the tree at noon was extremely comfortable. Just keep an eye on the sparrows to ensure they don't eat the grain. There were scarecrows set up in the grain drying area. Though they didn't work well, it didn't matter. There were also traps set up to catch sparrows with sticky mud at the bottom of the pits that made it impossible to escape once fallen in. Though sparrows are small, they are still neat. Lu Yang was not picky. While watching the grain, he could also catch a few small things. It was a win-win situation, so why not enjoy it? Sister Zhou Ping came over with a jar and called out, "Lu Yang, Mom made mung bean soup and asked me to bring some for you." Lu Yang opened his eyes and stood up, walking towards that direction. "Sister Zhou is here, thank you for bringing it over. I love drinking mung bean soup." Zhou Ping smiled gently, her gaze towards him warm and affectionate, as if looking at a younger brother. "I'm glad you like it. It's all homegrown mung beans, it's very refreshing for cooling off. So how's the drying of the grains going?" "It's alright, it's not too hot under the tree." Looking up, he saw a series of little creatures that were not sparrows, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Lu Yang, did you catch all these sparrows? How did you manage it? These little things are quite alert and hard to catch, and they keep pecking at the grain, which is really annoying." Lu Yang smiled proudly, tugging at a string in his hand, the other end tied to a piece of paper. As soon as the sparrow landed to eat the grain, the paper would instantly close. In the cramped space, the sparrows couldn't even fly. After seeing it, Su Qingqing exclaimed, "So that's how it is. You're so clever. Although these sparrows have little meat, they're still good when roasted. Yes, I plan to catch more and take them home to braise for dinner. Everyone will be able to eat it anyway. These things can't be completely exterminated. The scarecrow can't even scare them away. How much grain has been wasted?" Lu Yang reached out to take one, tasting the sweetness and feeling somewhat surprised. It has a sweet flavor. Yes, Mom added some rock candy. Su Qingqing lifted the cloth off the basket and handed him a handful of big white rabbit candies. You still have a lot of the ones you gave us last time. Take them and enjoy. It's a bit boring to watch the grain field alone. Sister Zhou, didn't I just give these to you last time? Why are you giving them back to me? You should eat the candies yourself. It's fine, we still have plenty at home. I wrapped 2 pieces of the peach crisp you gave me for you. Remember to eat if you get hungry. Lu Yang looked at her, feeling a bit embarrassed as she kept feeding him things. How could what he gave away come back to his own stomach? Zhou Shuang came over with something, grinning. Eldest sister Lu Yang, you're all here? Look at what good things I brought you. I mentioned before that I would pick wild fruits for you. Eldest sister, you should try some too. I picked a lot. Unwrapping the banana leaves, there were shiny red fruits inside. Zhou Shuang grabbed a handful and placed them in their hands, urging, "Try them, they're really tasty, sweet and sour, much better than what others have picked." Hee hee. Su Qingqing tasted one and nodded. "They're really good, and that little black fruit is also tasty. Didn't you pick any?" "No, I prefer the red ones. The black ones are too small and not worth the effort to pick." After tasting 2, Lu Yang grimaced at the sourness. "Ouch, that's so sour." "Oh, you find it sour? I think the flavor is wonderful. It seems you can't handle sourness, so I'll pick black fruits for you next time." Lu Yang waved his hand. "It's fine, you can eat them. By the way, Uncle Zhou said I could go back around 4 o'clock and it won't be dark yet. Do you want to learn how to ride a bicycle?" Both pairs of eyes turned towards him, filled with anticipation. "Can we really learn? We can actually learn, right?" "Of course. I've been staying at your house without being polite. You don't have to be polite either. It would be great to learn how to ride a bike. We could ride to the town quickly anytime we want." Su Qingqing expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lu Yang." Lu Yang waved his hand, passing the bowl over, and softly said, "Then you 2 sisters should head back. It's quite hot outside. They'll catch a few more sparrows for us to eat tonight." "Wow, you caught so many. Haha, just lucky." The 2 sisters returned together and Lu Yang leaned against the tree, his eyes fixed on the traps. Occasionally he would tug at the string in his hand. The sounds of sparrows flapping in the traps were quite clear. He stood up to take them out, quickly bleeding them and hanging them up. Otherwise, if they died, the blood would leave a strange taste in the sparrow's body. Around 4 o'clock, the villagers came to work stacking the grain. Someone saw the sparrows hanging in the tree and exclaimed, "My goodness, so many sparrows. Did you catch all of these, Lu Qingqing? That's impressive. How did you manage it?" Lu Yang didn't hide it, pointing to the traps and explaining. The crowd was amazed. "So that's how it is. No wonder we couldn't catch any. You're really smart." "It's nothing, you just think of more methods to try." After the grain was piled up, the villagers would take turns to keep watch at night, usually 2 or 3 people, to prevent wild beasts from coming down from the mountains to eat the grain. Lu Yang took a string of sparrows back home, boiled water, and began to pluck the feathers and remove the entrails. One sparrow was instantly reduced to less than half its size, with hardly any meat on it. Just a taste of the meat flavor would suffice. Zhou Qiao leaned over, looking eagerly. "Lu Qingqing, how can you be so amazing? Ever since you came to our house, we've had so much better food. Before, we could barely eat meat once a month." "Haha, it's nothing. Once I make traps down the mountain, I might catch wild chickens or rabbits. If we raise rabbits, there'll be endless meat." With a gulp, Zhou Qiao swallowed hard, her lively eyes spinning continuously, clearly a mischievous spirit. "Can I learn to make traps from you?" "Don't worry, I won't learn for free. They'll find wild fruits for you. The peaches I find are really sweet. Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you." Saying that, she hurriedly ran into the house and came out with a peach the size of a palm, looking juicy and delicious. Lu Yang looked at the peach, his movements pausing for a moment. "This peach is really big. Where did you pick it?" "Ah, speaking of which, I haven't eaten any fruits since coming to this world. I really want to eat some. Zhou Qiao smiled happily, revealing a small tiger tooth looking quite playful. This is a secret, I can't tell anyone or my parents will definitely not allow me to go. If you want to know you can, but you have to teach me how to make traps to catch wild chickens and rabbits. Lu Yang readily agreed. No problem, I will teach you. Okay, I picked them over at the cliff on the back mountain. Every year someone falls and dies there, so I don't dare to tell my parents. So dangerous. How did you manage to pick them? Zhou Qiao glanced around and lowered her voice. I tied myself with vines and slowly went down to pick them. I've picked several. You must not tell my parents. You went alone. What if the vines broke? Didn't you think about how dangerous it is? If you fell, no one would hear you calling for help. She glanced at him guiltily, her voice growing softer. I just really wanted the peaches. I've gone a couple of times without any accidents. How about this? Next time you go, I'll go with you and the sisters Zhou. It'll be much safer this way. He thought that if he went alone with Zhou Sanjie and someone from the village saw them, it would be hard to explain. Zhou Qiao hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and agreed. All right, but you mustn't tell anyone else. It's my secret place, and if others find out, I'll be ruined. The two of them whispered to each other when suddenly a loud voice startled them. What are you talking about? Instinctively turning around, Zhou Qiao met her elder sister's gentle gaze, and she patted her chest with relief, saying, Sister, you walked so quietly you scared me to death. Zhou Ping smiled gently. What's wrong? Qiao, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble again, would you? Come on, be honest with your sister. Sure, it's not trouble, it's about that. She leaned in and whispered in her ear. What? How dare you go to the back? Her voice gradually lowered. You have such a big nerve to go to the back mountain. If Mom and Dad find out, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't you know someone died there just last year? Zhou Qiao touched her nose and in a flattering manner stuffed a peach into her sister's arms, whispering, Sister, keep your voice down. I didn't cause any trouble, did I? Zhou Ping was furious. What nonsense. If you had gotten into trouble, would you still be standing here? I thought it was strange why the room smelled fruity. It turns out you were hiding peaches. Sister, I was wrong. Please don't tell Mom and Dad. Lu Yang said he would go with us. Let's all go pick some together, all right? Otherwise it's a pity if they get eaten by the birds hanging on the tree. Zhou Qiao tugged at her sister's hem, shaking and acting cute. You're the best sister. Promise me this time, will you? Would you really waste those fruits? They're so fragrant and delicious sweet. Zhou Ping looked at their eager expressions, feeling a bit helpless. All right, but we have to keep it a secret from Mom and Dad. We'll talk about it after we pick them. Yes, yes. You're so good, sister. The three of them made plans to go tomorrow. At dinner, the village chief exclaimed, Hey, did Lu Yang catch these? You're a really impressive kid. These sparrows aren't easy to catch. Lu Yang smiled and said, It's all right, as long as you think of a way it's easy to catch them. There are plenty of sparrows at the grain drying yard, so it's not that hard to catch them. Haha, that's great. Chief, what are we doing tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow we need to store the fully dried grain in the granary. We should be going to town to deliver the grain within half a month, and we need to check if everything is clean. That part needs to be checked. We can't accept any poor quality grain. The village chief briefly explained, smiling, If we finish early in the morning, there won't be much to do in the afternoon, so you all can take a break. Lu Yang glanced at Zhou Qiao and they exchanged a knowing look. All right, I understand, Chief. After dinner, Lu Yang took his bicycle outside and called out, Three sisters, you can come out now and learn to ride a bicycle. The three sisters' eyes lit up and they hurried outside. The bicycle with a single handlebar was tall and heavy. Zhou Ping struggled for quite a while to get on, too scared to ride it. Behind her, Lu Yang supported the bicycle gently, saying softly, Sister Zhou, it's okay. You can ride boldly. I'm holding it from behind so you won't fall. If you can't control it, just lean towards the haystack. If you fall like that, it won't hurt. Remember. Zhou Ping nodded, saying, Got it, thank you, Lu Yang. No problem, it's easy to learn. You'll get the hang of it soon enough. Feeling nervous, she couldn't quite control the front of the bike, wobbling as she rode like a snake, twisting its body. The villagers who saw this couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, this bicycle looks pretty hard to learn. Of course. If you fall, it'll hurt. Be careful not to break the bicycle, or that would be even more painful to think about. Knowing someone was supporting her from behind, Zhou Ping's nervousness gradually faded and she found it easier to control the front of the bicycle. Seeing this, Lu Yang generously praised, "Sister Zhou, you're amazing. Look how well you're learning to turn. Now let's try getting on and off a few more times. With more practice you'll be fine. Slow down when braking. Sudden stops can cause you to fall due to inertia." I'll remember that. Zhou Shuang watched eagerly from the side, her eyes full of excitement. "Ah, sister, you learned it. That's really amazing." Soon the second and third sisters followed suit. Zhou Shuang, fearless of falling, learned the fastest. Even when it got dark, the three were still practicing in the grain drying yard. Seeing that the children hadn't returned for a long time, the village chief and his wife took advantage of the moonlight to go look for them. Hearing their laughter, they couldn't help but smile. Lowering her voice, she said, "After all, they're siblings. Even if they don't know each other's identities, they'll quickly become familiar." The second one never showed a good face to anyone before. But with Lu Yang it's different. The third one is clever and likes to tease people, yet she's much more honest with Lu Yang. Lin Suqing felt a pang in her nose, her eyes filled with relief. Yes, the bond of blood runs deep. It's not so easy to sever. When the kids get along well, if we have the chance, we could meet Lu Yang's adoptive parents. If they're nice, it would be even better if the two families could become relatives. The village chief sighed. "I'm afraid that's difficult. A normal family raises a child for 18 years, pouring in so much effort and energy. The biological parents coming back to recognize them is hard. No one can easily accept that. They're afraid the child will be taken away. And if the child acknowledges them, will they stay or leave? It's tough. Whichever choice it is, it's a dilemma for the child." Lin Suqing felt more and more distressed watching her son, but unable to acknowledge him. It felt like a dull knife cutting flesh. The three sisters were getting better at riding the bicycle. Zhou Ping called out, "All right, it's getting late. We should head back or Mom and Dad will start worrying." "Okay, let's go back now." Zhou Qiao hopped along laughing. "Lu Yang, you're such a good teacher. You taught us so well, unlike others who are so fierce." Lu Yang smiled at her words. "Well, that's because you all are clever and learn quickly. Who else could learn this fast?" "Exactly. Your honest words are really comforting to hear." Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted two familiar figures approaching. Zhou Qiao called out, "Mom and Dad, is that you?" The village chief responded, "Yes, it's us. If you've learned it, you should head back early. It's unsafe at the foot of the mountain after dark. It's dangerous if wild animals come down." Yes, understood Mom and Dad. I learned to ride a bicycle and it's so cool and energy saving." The group chatted and laughed all the way home. Once home, Lu Yang finished washing up and was about to close the door when he saw a small figure running towards him, immediately stuffing something into his arms without a word. Looking down, there were two large peaches. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face. He loved this era, a time when people interacted comfortably, unlike the apocalyptic world where interactions were filled with calculations, despair, and oppression. The next noon, while everyone was napping, four figures stealthily made their way to the back mountain, arriving at the edge of the cliff after a few minutes. Zhou Qiao pointed out that indeed there was a peach tree growing at the edge of the cliff bearing dozens of large peaches. However, the location was quite perilous, and to pick them one would have to descend a bit down the cliff. "You see, that's the place. It's not that dangerous as long as there's no wind. It's quite safe." Zhou Ping shot her a glare, but being soft-natured, she couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. "You, this girl, have such a bold spirit. Oh, big sister, just say whether the peaches are delicious or not." "They are delicious, but it's too dangerous." Zhou Qiao laughed mischievously. "If it weren't dangerous, the villagers would have picked them long ago. How could it be our turn? Hand me the basket, you'll go down and pick them." Lu Yang looked at the peaches and volunteered, "You'll go down to pick them. I'm a bit more agile, it will be safer." He then searched for a sturdy vine, tied one end to a tree and the other around his waist, descending nimbly. Standing on the branch of the peach tree, he picked the ripe peaches and carefully placed them in the basket to avoid bruising, as peach skin is thin and easily damaged. The three sisters squatted at the cliff's edge, anxiously watching Lu Yang pick the peaches, worried. "Lu Yang, be careful." "I'm fine." Before long, he had picked about 20 peaches. The remaining ones on the tree were unripe, and picking them would be a waste. Better to leave them for next time. Lu Yang called from below, "I'm tying the basket. You can just lift it up directly." "All right." After the basket was lifted up, Lu Yang grabbed the vine and was about to ascend when a faint sound of friction reached his ears, like something slithering against the cliff wall. It was very subtle, but his heightened senses allowed him to hear it clearly. He turned his head and saw a snake about the thickness of a wrist swimming towards him. Zhou Shuang, the second sister, noticed Liu Yang's stillness and was about to speak when she saw the raised head of the snake getting closer to the peach tree, her pupils instantly shrinking. In a frightened tone she exclaimed, big sister, there's a snake." "A snake?" Zhou Ping looked towards the cliff and indeed saw the snake moving quickly. She didn't know if it was venomous, but a bite could be fatal. Liu Yang stared at the snake. A thought flashed through his mind. He wondered how snake meat would taste. It should be edible, right? There wasn't a zombie virus in this era. As long as it could walk or crawl, it was fair game. With that thought his eyes brightened and he waved his hand saying, it's fine, I can handle it. If you're scared, just turn around and don't look." Zhou Ping found some small stones and worriedly said, "Liu Yang, should we throw stones to scare the snake away?" Liu Yang quickly replied, "No, I want to eat snake meat. I can handle this, leave it to me, I'll kill it and bring it back." The three sisters were taken aback. Eat snake meat? Had the wind made them a bit hard of hearing? Slowly he took out a small knife from his waist. Once the black snake came within striking range, he swiftly grabbed its tongue and plunged the knife into its 7-inch mark. To the three sisters it looked like the snake had already bitten him. In fact, with Liu Yang's spatial confinement, even if it bit his skin for an instant, it could be restrained by the space, making it impossible for it to actually bite. It only looked dangerous. Once the snake in his hand stopped moving, he hung it around his neck and climbed back up using the vine. The three sisters saw the black snake coiled around his neck, their pupils shrinking in an instant. They instinctively took 2 steps back, wary of the black snake, fearing it might retaliate. Liu Yang, fearing to make a noise, crouched down to extract the snake gall, let it bleed out and skinned it, then went to the stream to wash it clean and wrapped it in leaves. "Look, big sisters, with such a thick snake we can finally have some meat." The three of them twitched their lips, not expecting that he was still thinking about eating meat. How much suffering had he endured before that he was so obsessed with it? Zhou Ping stepped forward, grabbing his hand without hesitation, and carefully checked it to ensure he hadn't been bitten, letting out a sigh of relief. "Phew, thankfully you weren't bitten. You can't do this again next time. What if you get bitten?" Liu Yang shrugged helplessly, saying, "There's no choice, it moves too fast. If I didn't kill it, I wouldn't escape either." "Zhou Sanjie, did you see that? This cliff is very dangerous. You can't come here alone in the future. What if you encounter a snake?" Zhou Qiao nodded repeatedly, her face pale with fear. "I didn't know there were snakes here. I thought they only existed in the forest. I didn't expect to find such a thick snake on this cliff. But how do we explain to our parents if Liu Yang just goes back like this?" "It's fine, he'll just say I was wandering at the foot of the mountain and found this snake, so I killed it to eat. There's nothing wrong with that." Liu Yang looked at the peaches with some worry. How should he explain them? If he brought them back, would he have to share them collectively? Handing over a dozen to be divided among everyone? "Sister Zhou, do these peaches need to be reported?" Zhou Ping shook her head softly, looking at her younger sister's eyes. "Be careful not to be discovered. Hide them in the house and eat them slowly. Fruits like these are to be eaten by whoever picks them. But 1 or 2 can't be divided. Generally they won't be reported, but having more than a dozen here is a bit much. We need to hide them well." Can we let our parents know? If they don't know, wouldn't it be better for us to eat secretly?" Zhou Shuang looked a bit conflicted. Their father was the captain. If he found out, would he just take them to the village for distribution? Liu Yang worked so hard to pick them. She didn't want to share. Zhou Ping realized what she was thinking and picked a lot of leaves to line the basket, layering them on top, then added a thick layer above. "Alright, with this no one will notice. Mom and Dad aren't so rigid. Even if they find out, they'll turn a blind eye. Look at how many people in the village found chestnut trees. How many reported them? It's about the same. You can't hide big prey anyway. Alright, we can head back now." Liu Yang wrapped the processed snake meat in banana leaves, cut some vines, and quickly crafted a basket with deft fingers. The snake meat and gall were placed inside, and from the outside no one could tell anything. He clapped his hands, stood up, and prepared to leave when a few bees flew past him, causing his gaze to follow. Sister Zhou, are those bees?" Zhou Ping nodded, glancing at them. "Yes, they are bees." "What's the matter?" Liu Yang swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Does that mean there's honey?" The other two. Hey. Since we're already in the mountains, why not look for some? If we find any we can take it home. A little honey would be good for our health later on. The four of them exchanged glances and nodded in unison. All right. Lu Yang perked up his ears following the sound of buzzing heading towards the noisiest place. As the buzzing grew louder, he looked up and saw a massive beehive. On the sturdy tree branch, the beehive resembled a fan with diligent bees constantly flying back and forth delivering nectar into the hive. Gulp gulp, that was the sound of swallowing. Lu Yang's eyes were glued to the scene. Pure natural honey. Just a taste would be enough to sweeten his heart, and he couldn't even imagine how blissful that would feel. Oh my goodness, what a huge beehive filled with honey. Hey big sister, I heard from the elders that bears love honey. Do you think such a big beehive might attract a bear nearby? As Zhou Shuang finished speaking, she received a playful smack on her forehead. Zhou Ping looked around cautiously and said impatiently, Arya, stop with the bad omens. Every time you say something it never ends well. Keep quiet. Oh, I was just mentioning it casually. Zhou Shuang rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit wronged. Lu Yang watched the bees flying in and out, contemplating how to take the honey. Directly cutting the beehive would be the best option, but getting close was necessary. If he were alone it would be perfect. He could just use a spatial blade and teleport to grab it. But with the three Zhou sisters present, he couldn't use his spatial abilities and had to think of another method. Sister Zhou, I have a plan that might be a bit dangerous and will require your cooperation, and it needs to be done very quickly. Zhou Ping nodded. What plan do you have in mind? Lu Yang picked up a long stick and whispered, there are too many bees. If we approach directly to cut the beehive, we'll definitely be swarmed by them, and being stung is no pleasant experience. If we want to cut the beehive, we can only divert the bees while the others go to cut it. And we must be very fast. Once it's done, we need to run down the mountain. I understand what you mean. They'll take on the task of driving away the bees while you all cut the beehive. Right now we should start weaving baskets to hold the honey later. Zhou Ping thought for a moment and realized that the person driving away the bees would be the most dangerous. After all, Lu Yang had just faced danger picking peaches. They couldn't let him handle this too. Lu Yang hurriedly waved his hands. Sister Zhou, I know what you're worried about, but when it comes to agility and stamina, I'm the strongest. The person driving away the bees has to be quick. I'm the most suitable person. Cutting the beehive may seem safe, but one careless move can lead to getting stung. We should work together as a team. The goal is to get the beehive, so we need to find the safest method. It doesn't matter who does what, we should do whatever is safest. Zhou Ping thought for a moment and nodded. All right, well, follow your lead. Let's weave the baskets now to hold the honey later. Remember to place banana leaves at the bottom of the basket, otherwise if it shakes the honey will all spill out. Okay, big sister, I understand. The four of them busied themselves with their tasks. Lu Yang used strong grass to tie banana leaves to the stick, holding one end of the stick while the other end was spread out with banana leaves. The three sisters quickly finished weaving the baskets, holding their personal machetes. Everyone knew there were wild beasts in the back mountain, so anyone going up the mountain had to bring a machete. Are you all ready? Then keep your distance. After I lure the bees away, you can go cut the hive. In 2 minutes cut as much as you can, and once done run down the mountain without worrying about me. I know the way down the mountain myself. Zhou Ping hesitated for a moment, but seeing him nod she agreed. Lu Yang held the stick with the banana leaves and kept swiping at the beehive, the honey on it attracting the bees to follow him away. Soon only a few scattered bees remained at the hive, and the bees collecting nectar outside flew back, but there were significantly fewer than before. The three sisters dashed forward with Zhou Shuang wielding the machete to chop at the hive chunks falling off. The other two sisters caught the falling pieces with the baskets, their mouths watering at the sight of the translucent sticky honey. Zhou Ping mentally counted the time and shouted, after 2 minutes, Arya Sanya, 2 minutes are up. Hurry, let's run. Ah, but there's still so much honey. Listen to Lu Yang and hurry up. We can come back for the rest later, this is enough for us to eat. Quick, run down the mountain. All right, big sister. The three of them shouldered the baskets and ran down the mountain at full speed, grabbing leaves along the way to hide in the baskets to avoid raising suspicion. On the other side, Lu Yang was chased by the bees running ahead as a dark swarm followed closely behind him, creating a rather terrifying sight. Once he confirmed he had run out of their range, Lu Yang stopped and waved his hand, creating an invisible barrier around himself. The bees suddenly lost their direction, buzzing around him. Crouching down, Lu Yang waited for the bees to disperse before he released the barrier. As he prepared to head back, a shadow flickered past. What was that? Lu Yang wanted to investigate but then thought better of it. Instead of wasting time, he decided to hunt for some small prey to bring back. Turning around, he ran back and indeed encountered a wild rabbit. With a thought, the rabbit's neck was cut open, blood flowing freely as its 4 legs twitched before it quickly lost its life. Carrying 2 rabbits and a basket containing a snake, Lu Yang walked down the mountain. He wouldn't miss any prey he encountered along the way. Even the smallest mosquito was still meat. A head peeked out from behind a tree, baring its teeth and drooling, watching him leave with deep-seated fear in its beastly eyes. It was the instinct of a wild beast that two-legged human was dangerous. Why it was dangerous it didn't know, but it was certain that it should not approach. The 3 sisters ran back home, nodding and greeting other villagers they encountered along the way, never stopping as they hurried towards home. The villagers exchanged glances. What happened to those 3 girls? Are they up in the mountains digging for wild vegetables? Why are they running so frantically? I don't know. Are there wild vegetables over there on the mountain? Who knows? The 3 sisters returned to the courtyard, panting heavily. The captain and his wife came out from the house, looking at the 3 of them with confusion. Where have you 3 been instead of taking a nap? Big you tell us. Zhou Ping's eyes flashed with guilt as she whispered, we didn't go anywhere, just wandered around at the foot of the mountain and picked some things. What about Lu Yang? Did he go out with you? Why are you silent? I'm asking about him. Zhou Shuang lowered her head, mumbling softly, he is on the mountain, probably coming down soon. The captain's expression changed upon hearing this. What did you just say? Which mountain did Lu Yang go to? Why didn't he come down with you? Speak up. We went to the back mountain to pick peaches. Lu Yang discovered the beehive and went to collect it separately. He told us to go down the mountain first and he will be down soon. The couple's expressions darkened immediately upon hearing this. The captain scolded, what nonsense. The back mountain is so dangerous. Who told you to go? Are you trying to give me a heart attack with your worrywart behavior? The couple scolded their daughter, appearing calm on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil. They were terrified at the thought of their son encountering trouble on the mountain. Lin Suqing took a deep breath and urged husband, hurry and go find him on the mountain. I've heard from the elders that there are bear monsters in the back mountain. If that thing shows up, it could be deadly. The 3 sisters exclaimed, what? How could there be bear monsters in the back mountain? Why have we never heard of this? Yeah, I only heard that bear monsters like to eat honey, so I thought they were in the inner mountain. How could they be in the back mountain? Oh no, what if Lu Yang is on the mountain? The captain's expression grew tense. Alright, they'll go find some people from the village to search. It's still daytime, so it should be fine. From now on, no one is allowed to go to the back mountain. The 3 sisters nodded repeatedly. Okay, Dad, well, go look too. You shouldn't go, the back mountain is dangerous. It'll take people to look. With that, he rushed out to find people. Lin Suqing watched them and ultimately didn't say anything more, whispering, all right, quickly put your things in the house. I'll go see what's going on. The captain found a few people and, armed with a machete, arrived at the foot of the mountain. As he followed the mountain path upward, he saw a figure coming down the small path. Both parties froze for a moment. Lu Yang had not expected the villagers to come here, and the villagers were astonished that he had caught so many things, with wild chickens and rabbits hanging from him. It was truly eye-catching. Lu Yang, did you catch all of these? Ah yes, I was just lucky and happened to catch them. Lu Yang smiled without a change in expression, then coughed lightly. Uncle Zhou, what are you all doing here? You're not here to look for me, are you? The captain looked at the prey Lu Yang had caught, swallowing the words he was about to say. Oh, I heard from the elders that there are bear monsters in the back mountain, and I was worried about you, so I brought people to search. It's great that you're fine. Your hunting skills are impressive. Haha, I practiced at home and it's not bad. A young man walked over, staring at the wild chicken, and said, Lu Jiqing, can I trade a dried mushroom for a wild chicken? You see, my wife just gave birth and we don't have milk to feed the baby. I thought I'd get some chicken soup for her to replenish her strength. Lu Yang replied readily, sure, no need to be polite since we're in the same village. This one is fatter, so I'll give you this one. Others looked a bit envious, but since they hadn't contributed anything and didn't have a postpartum woman at home, they felt embarrassed to ask for anything. Since they were here to find him, Lu Yang looked down and opened his backpack, pulling out a snake. Uncle Zhou, I caught a black snake. I'm not sure if snake meat is edible. A black snake, does it have any patterns on it? Lu Yang described it simply. The captain nodded. Oh, it's fine. This is a local snake, it looks scary but is actually not poisonous and the meat is edible. You really are a brave kid. Even if it's not poisonous, a bite still hurts. How did you dare to catch it? Haha, I didn't feel scared at the time. Why don't we share the snake meat so everyone can taste it? I'll also give you 2 rabbits. Lu Yang felt a pang of heartache, but he maintained a calm demeanor and said, thank you all for taking the risk to find me on the mountain. I'll keep 1 rabbit and 1 wild chicken and you can divide the rest among yourselves. A few men exchanged glances and repeatedly waved their hands, feeling embarrassed. That's not right, you caught them yourself and we didn't contribute anything, so we can't accept it. It's fine. If Uncle minds, then just trade some vegetables with me. I like to eat dried vegetables. Let's not talk too much, with the hot weather they'll spoil if not eaten soon. The captain glanced at a few people and nodded. Right, since Su Qingqing has said so, don't be polite. Just bring whatever you have at home to trade with him. You can't give money, but trading items is fine. The others understood the implication, their eyes lighting up, and they nodded repeatedly. Okay, we'll go home and bring back some vegetables. Su Qingqing, just wait here for a bit. Lu Yang responded cheerfully. All right, uncle, you all go ahead. I'll wait here. After they walked away, the captain patted him heavily on the shoulder and let out a long sigh. Oh dear, you really scared me. The elders say there are bear monsters on this mountain. It's so frightening for you to be alone up there. You mustn't come to this mountain again. If something happens, how am I going to explain it to your aunt? Lu Yang replied. Realizing he had misspoken, the captain quickly corrected himself. You young people are dedicated to serving in the countryside. As the captain, naturally, I have to ensure your safety. So what made you decide to come to the back mountain today? I was craving some meat and wanted to take a look. Seeing him roll his eyes, Lu Yang knew the captain had caught on, and he cheerfully admitted, Uncle Zhou, I won't hide it from you, I wanted to eat peaches and honey. Nonsense. How did you know there are peaches on the mountain? I think it's my daughter's doing. She looks innocent but is really very bold. No, it was my idea. It has nothing to do with my 3 sisters. You can't do that next time. Going up the mountain with just a machete is too dangerous. Lu Yang whispered, Uncle Zhou, I really have good skills. The captain stared at him. That doesn't matter. Next time you go up the mountain, I'll go with you. If something happens, I can help you out. That won't work. It's more dangerous with someone following me, and I can't use my abilities. I have to rely on hand-to-hand combat. The villagers came running, carrying baskets on their backs, panting heavily. Phew, Su Qingqing, look, can we trade these dried vegetables with you? Lu Yang glanced at the basket filled with dried vegetables and thought how innocent these people were. He didn't know how long it took to dry the vegetables, and trading wild chickens and rabbits was a good deal for him. What he didn't know was that in this era, villagers living close to the mountains had an abundance of dried vegetables and wild herbs, but what they lacked was the meat they couldn't get. After the trade, both sides were quite satisfied. The men also placed the dried vegetables in the captain's yard and happily took the wild chickens and rabbits, separating the snake into several portions to take home. The 3 sisters of the Zhou family stared at the meat being taken away, looking at him blankly. Wait, Lu Yang, those were all caught by you, right? Lu Yang nodded. Yes, I have good aim. I just stunned the wild chickens and rabbits and let them bleed out. If I catch too many, I'll trade the excess for wild vegetables with Uncle. Then you can rest for a bit while we deal with the wild chickens and rabbits. If I can't finish the snake, I'll share it with a few uncles. If you want to eat, I can kill more next time. The 3 sisters were glared at by their father and quickly said, No, it's too dangerous if we encounter a poisonous snake. We don't eat snakes, you just make sure to keep yourself safe. Lu Yang waved his hand and smiled, saying, It's not dangerous, I'm quite skilled. After the busy farming season, I'll go up the mountain to hunt. He joked, Uncle Zhou, if I manage to catch something big, can I just hand it over to the team to exchange for work points? No problem, if you really can catch something, the villagers will all owe you a favor, but you mustn't go alone into dangerous areas. Then next time Uncle can come with me. If I prove I have the ability to be a hunter, can I go by myself afterwards? The captain thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right, I promise you. After Lin Suqing returned, she looked him up and down with concern, asking, Child, are you hurt anywhere? Lu Yang shook his head, spun around in front of her and grinned, saying, "And see. I'm not hurt at all." "Ah, it's good that you're not hurt." Zhou Shuang went to wash a peach and handed it directly to him. "It's washed. You sit down, take a break, eat a peach, and leave dinner to us. You can take a nap if you want." Okay, thank you, Sister Zhou." After taking a bite, the rich peach juice filled his mouth and he squinted his eyes in enjoyment, saying, "Delicious, this peach is really tasty." Seeing him enjoy the food, Lin Suqing pulled the captain into the kitchen and lowered her voice, saying, "Hey, where did you meet our son? Lu Yang? Is he really that good at hunting?" The captain remarked that this child was too bold, but his face was filled with pride. "Of course he. Cough cough, he is definitely impressive, much better than I was at his age. Ah, but this child craves meat. Otherwise he wouldn't go up the mountain to hunt. It's dangerous for one person to be so skilled. Next time I'll go with him to see. If there's really no problem, then I can rest easy, right?" Just thinking about her son potentially becoming a hunter and going into the woods every day made Lin Suqing's heart uneasy. "When you went into the mountains as a young man, I could never sleep fearing for your safety. Now this child is stubborn. Once he decides to be a hunter, he won't easily give it up." The captain nodded, saying, "Yes, that's why I want to go and see. If the child really is skilled, we can be more at ease." "Well, don't worry. Being able to hunt is a good thing. It means he'll have a better life in the future, otherwise he'll be stuck working every day. That child loves freedom. Only hunters can be free. In the evenings, let's use more oil to make some good food. That child likes it a bit spicy." Lin Suqing sniffed and replied, "Got it. You go get some honey and put it in a jar to send to that child. He's too thin, he needs to drink more to nourish his body." Lu Yang washed his face and was about to change his clothes for washing when Zhou Ping took them away, leaving him staring blankly at her retreating figure. Zhou Shuang laughed, saying, "All right, it's just an outer garment. In the future the eldest sister can wash it for you as well. After eating the peach you should rest. You'll get the honey out. Okay, just remember to divide it into 4 portions so everyone gets some." "I know, don't worry." Lu Yang fell asleep on the bed in an instant. Zhou Dashan carried a wild chicken back and started boiling soup after processing it. The aroma of chicken wafted through the village, enticing the neighbors around. Inside, Li Shilan, who was in confinement, opened the window and watched the man busying himself, feeling warmed inside. "Dashan, will our team have hunters in the future?" "I don't know. Lu Qingqing is definitely skilled. He can catch a sparrow much better than others. If he really becomes a hunter in the future, we can exchange goods and our family can make some changes. You can nourish your body and have milk to feed the baby." Li Shilan responded softly, "This time we really need to thank him, otherwise the child would be starving and I'd have no way to manage." Zhou Dashan nodded and chopped the snake meat into pieces to soak in water, planning to stew it for soup tomorrow. "Wife, can you eat snake meat?" Where did the snake meat come from?" "Lu Qingqing shared it. He said if he couldn't finish it he would give us some. I got quite a big piece. If you can eat it, I'll save it for you to stew for nourishment." Li Shilan hurriedly declined, saying, No, it's fine. They'll just have chicken soup. I don't dare to eat snake meat." Zhou Dashan smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, then you'll braise it. This stuff has a strong fishy smell. The soup tastes strange. That Lu Qingqing is impressive. He dares to catch such a large snake. Yes, he looks tall and thin, but unexpectedly he is very bold, just like the captain when he was young. The captain also went into the woods every day back then. They look so similar, could they be related?" Zhou Dashan shook his head, saying, "I don't know, maybe it's a coincidence. If they really are blood relatives, would the captain let him work? But the attitude is a bit strange. That's not something we can manage. We should just take care of ourselves and live our own little lives well." That night several households in the village ate meat and the scent of meat wafted throughout the village. The next morning everyone began to inquire about what was happening. At dawn Lu Yang yawned and got up. After washing up, Lin Suqing handed him a bamboo cup of water. After taking a sip he noticed something unusual. "And is this honey water?" "Yes, each of you has a cup. From now on I'll prepare a cup for you in the morning. It's good for your health." "Thank you, Aunt, but I already have a jar of honey in my room." Lin Suqing looked at him lovingly and kindly said, "It's fine, having some doesn't hurt. You 3 should drink more to nourish your bodies." The 3 sisters nodded with smiles, saying, "Okay, thank you, Mom." Alright, hurry up and eat while it's hot. Chicken soup noodles are fragrant. After they finished eating, they chatted and laughed as they headed to the drying area. Those rice stalks are also useful for feeding pigs. Chickens and ducks and cows like to eat them. They can also be woven into things like straw shoes, straw hats, and straw curtains, and can be exchanged for a bit of money at the supply and marketing cooperative, which is considered work organized by the team during their leisure time. Lu Yang found a corner to sit down and immediately someone approached him. Lu Qingqing, are you a hunter? Not really. Then are you going to be a hunter in the future? That's a good thing. If you become a hunter, our Xiangyang team won't be considered a team without hunters anymore. The ants chimed in saying, exactly. If we eat meat in the future, it will be much more convenient. Don't worry, we definitely won't take advantage of you, we can trade with you. Listening to their back and forth, Lu Yang's head felt a bit dizzy. Nothing has happened yet, and he hasn't even started hunting yet. They are already placing orders. Lu Yang smiled as he watched them depart, a glint flashing in his eyes. With the issue of the tickets resolved, he was merely waiting for the right moment to strike his prey. The status of the hunters was even higher than he had imagined. The people here inherently feared the deep mountains and dared not venture in lightly, which was quite beneficial for him. Learning to weave from the women, 3 days passed swiftly. In the captain's yard, 2 people were sharpening their axes. After finishing, Lu Yang did not rest but began to handcraft arrows. Engaging in close combat with prey in the mountains was extremely perilous. A single misstep could easily result in injury. The mortality rate from injuries in the mountains was too high, and the scent of blood could attract wild beasts. After being injured, descending the mountain would be very slow, and if he were to get hurt again, lose his clarity and wander off course, survival would be nearly impossible. Even if people down below wanted to rescue him, they would have no means. The continuous mountain range was simply too vast. Losing a person within it would render them unfindable. The captain assisted in crafting bamboo arrows as they needed to prepare more. If one could shoot arrows, people should keep their distance from the prey, adding a layer of safety. Medicinal herbs for pest control and Riager powder were essential. He could simply go to old Jiang's place to trade for some, working tirelessly until darkness fell. Lu Yang, at dawn tomorrow we will enter the mountains. Make sure you have everything ready and don't forget anything. Lu Yang nodded seriously, assuring, Uncle Zhou, you can rest assured I will protect you. The captain chuckled upon hearing this, saying with satisfaction, you are a good boy. Let me tell you, if it weren't for your aunt's worries when I was young, I would have become a hunter long ago. Back then all I wanted was to enter the mountains, but later. His expression dimmed as he continued, some issues arose at home, and seeing your aunt cry every day worried me, thus I gave up on being a hunter. Now thanks to you I can finally go into the mountains again. Otherwise your aunt would definitely not agree. I could have enjoyed myself hunting by now. Lu Yang observed the gloom in his face, recalling what people in the village had said, and thought that the family issue must be related to Uncle Zhou's youngest son going missing. Uncle Zhou, make sure to rest early tonight. We will head into the mountains tomorrow morning. Alright, you should also sleep early, kid. The captain checked the supplies and then returned indoors to sleep. Lu Yang took his bow and arrows outside to test them. Both accuracy and strength were decent. He had no problem with deer, rabbits, or wild chickens, but tackling the tough-skinned wild boars might be a challenge. However, it was no concern. He had a cheat code that made everything easier. With the help of the spatial blade, even the thick skin of wild boars could be dealt with. He returned, hung the bow and arrows up, then lay down on his bed, quickly falling asleep while breathing in the fresh air. On the second day, at the crack of dawn, Su Qingqing got up early, cooked porridge, made pancakes, and prepared some dry bread that wouldn't spoil for them to take into the mountains. Sitting beside them watching them eat, she urged, once you enter the mountains, don't act recklessly, you be extra careful. If the prey escapes, it's alright as long as you stay safe. Alright, my dear wife, don't worry, everything will be fine. Su Qingqing replied with annoyance, I am most worried about you. When you see prey you act like a madman, refusing to stop until you catch it. Do you know how dangerous that is? Lu Yang, you must be careful, alright? Feeling her genuine concern, Lu Yang's heart warmed. Yes, I understand, aunt. If there's danger I will run with Uncle Zhou. Sai, I'll be waiting for you at home. I've packed bread and pickles for you. Make sure to eat and fill your stomach while in the mountains. Got it, aunt. The captain looked at his wife and smiled, saying, Dear, let's keep our mountain trip a secret. Don't mention it to anyone. If we fail to catch any prey, it would be embarrassing. The mountains are vast. Finding prey is the most challenging part. If we can find it quickly, that would be quite a stroke of luck. Lin Suqing nodded. Yes, I understand. The two drank the thick porridge and ate a few pieces of bread to fill themselves up before heading out with their baskets, bows, arrows, and food. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the sky was already bright. Following the narrow path upward, the trail was steep and difficult to traverse. It took them a long time to finally reach the inner mountain. Along the way, Lu Yang did not forget to mark the trees. The bright red markings were the most noticeable. Even if he got lost, it wouldn't be hard to find his way back by following the red marks. Upon entering the inner mountain, it was evident that there were many more small prey around. The captain whispered, "When we first enter the mountains, avoid shooting small things. It's not worth it to hunt them, as they are not only less valuable but also heavy to carry all the way back. Hunting wild boars, deer, and roe deer is what hunters typically prefer. As for bears and tigers, they are too dangerous to consider. Without a hunting rifle, all one can do is run. Weasels and foxes are primarily sought for their fur. They can be exchanged for a fair amount of money at the supply and marketing cooperative. With the money, one can buy a hunting rifle, which would truly make one a hunter." Lu Yang listened attentively, memorizing every word. The captain chatted while walking. "There are countless mountain peaks, and the highest is right here, but no one has ever ventured into the deepest parts of the mountains, so we don't know what kind of prey there is. To the east is the mountain frequently hunted by the Hongqi Brigade, to the west is our village, and to the north is the forest farm, which is, well, just a place where some people work. Do not approach the forest farm. There are militia watching over there. It's very dangerous to get too close. The southern side is near the borderline. There might sometimes be spies, and it is also where the militia is most concentrated, so it's not a place to approach casually." Lu Yang's eyes deepened at the mention of the forest farm. He changed the subject and asked, "Uncle Zhou, if spies were to infiltrate and get caught, would there be a reward for turning them in?" The captain's mouth twitched as he looked at his eager son. As a father, he felt a little weary. This child truly had no understanding of fear. With a glare, he said irritably, "Absolutely not. Those spies are extremely dangerous. If they are armed with rifles, and one wrong move could cost you your life." "Oh, I see. So if you catch one, you can exchange it for money, but what if you accidentally kill one?" Lu Yang casually asked. The captain replied, "If spies truly infiltrate, the militia will take action. If it's the common folk who catch them, there will definitely be a reward. In the past, a hunter from the Hongqi Brigade managed to catch one and was given a reward of 1 or 200. That spy must have had a significant identity. However, you should not think about this. You do not get involved with them. If you encounter one, it's best to hide. Don't risk your life for a little money. Unless you have a hunting rifle in hand." The two continued their journey deeper into the inner mountains, stopping for a quick bite of bread at noon before searching for a nearby cave. The weather in the mountains was unpredictable. It was crucial to find a good temporary shelter, or else if it rained unexpectedly, falling ill could be a dire situation. The captain placed the items in the cave, carrying a basket and a hatchet. He found suitable dry grass and cut a considerable amount to lay in the cave, preparing to rest there for the night. After working for a while, the cave was arranged. They began to weave a grass curtain to block the entrance, as it was safer to do so at night when wild beasts were active. After all this fuss, basically a day had gone by. Hunters entering the mountains would follow this pattern. On the first day, they would travel to find a place to settle and set traps, and only on the second day would they begin hunting. Lu Yang did not dare to go too far into Taiyuan, hunting rabbits nearby and bringing them back. Looking at the dead wood, he kicked it, and seeing it fall, he effortlessly carried it back. The captain jumped down from the cave. They had specifically chosen a higher spot, so when the wild beasts came out at night, they would not be able to reach the cave easily. Looking up at the person carrying the wood, his gaze was a bit dazed. This child. Does he have too much strength? Could it be that he was born this strong? Truly impressive. Lu Yang waved his hand and smiled, greeting Uncle Zhou. "I'm back. Let's have honey-glazed roasted rabbit meat for dinner." The captain didn't know what honey-glazed roasted rabbit meat was. He came over, found a wooden stick, and directly made a roasting rack, turning it to cook more evenly. "Do we need to pick anything else? I can go get it." "No need, I've already gathered everything. After we finish eating the roasted rabbit, let's go check the west side. I saw a lot of fresh wild boar droppings when I was hunting rabbits just now." Lu Yang skinned and processed the rabbit, keeping the fur to make gloves, which would be very warm in winter. He hung it up to dry, planning to take it down the mountain later. Hearing this, the captain was very happy. "Oh, we just entered the mountains and already have made a discovery. Our luck is really good. After we finish eating, let's look for clues to find out where the wild boars are. If we can hunt one back, that would be a profit. Yes, I noticed the droppings are very fresh, so there should have been wild boars passing by in the last couple of days. From the footprints there must be more than one or two. I'll start with the roasted meat. Lu Yang rotated the rabbit, brushing it with the prepared sauce, making small cuts on the meat for better flavor absorption. After the fat dripped out, he brushed it with honey and continued roasting. The captain watched from the side, a bit curious. This method of brushing honey is something I've never seen before. No wonder it's called honey-glazed roasted meat. Haha, that's right. Adding honey enhances the flavor. It was unclear how long had passed, but the rabbit meat had developed a crispy skin. Lu Yang cut off a piece to taste, finding the flavor to be just as described by the old masters from his past life. It was truly delicious. How is it? Is it tasty? Lu Yang cut off a piece and handed it over. Uncle Zhou, try it and see how it compares to the directly roasted one. I added sauce and honey. The captain reached out to take the leaf on which was the roasted crispy rabbit meat. After tasting it, he found the outer skin crispy and fragrant, tender on the inside with no strange taste at all. The flavor was simply excellent. He nodded repeatedly. Delicious, really delicious. As long as it's good. The two of them buried their heads in eating. In no time one rabbit was finished. They stood up carrying the hatchet and bow and headed west. After walking for a little while, they noticed more and more pig droppings on the ground, and there were also dung beetles slowly rolling dung balls. The captain squatted down and used a branch to poke at the droppings, which were obviously still moist, indicating either it had rained or they had been dropped within the day. It didn't rain yesterday. From the moisture of the droppings, they must have been dropped yesterday. If we follow the droppings, we will surely find the traces of the wild boars. Got it, Uncle Zhou? The two followed the droppings for half an hour, squatting in the bushes and peering through the gaps at the riverside where several large wild boars were drinking water. Some were eating tender leaves under the trees. The leader was a male wild boar, its long tusks protruding menacingly, occasionally raising its head to vigilantly observe its surroundings. Four female boars circled around it, one of which had a very large belly, clearly pregnant and about to give birth. Lu Yang whispered Uncle Zhou, that leading boar looks really big, probably around 400 pounds. It's a pity that the female boar hasn't given birth to piglets yet. Otherwise we could take one back to the village to raise. We could have more pigs by New Year's. The captain chuckled quietly. It's already great to encounter a small herd of wild boars. What are the chances we'd even find piglets? Looking at the droppings by the river, this small herd of wild boars must come here often to drink water. We'll just come here tomorrow to wait. If all goes well, we can hunt and head down the mountain. Alright, I'll follow Uncle Zhou's lead. Seeing that night was falling, they decided it would be better not to hunt and risk bringing the scent of blood back to the cave, and to come back tomorrow instead. On the way back, Lu Yang looked around and discovered a wild apple tree. He picked one and took a bite, but it was both bitter and astringent, so he had to spit it out. The captain chuckled. This is our mountain's unique little gala. Generally no one eats this, it tastes too bad. Children might occasionally try it. Oh, look over there, those red hawthorns look nice, but no one eats them if they're just too sour. Lu Yang smacked his lips, still feeling the astringent taste in his mouth. Those hawthorns could be picked, couldn't they? They could be made into candied hawthorns, which should taste sweet and sour. They can be made, but in these times every household is struggling. Even a bit of sugar is hard to come by, let alone boiling sugar to make candied hawthorns. The captain casually picked 2 handfuls of black fruits and handed them to Lu Yang. Try this, it tastes good, sweet and not sour. My son loved to eat this when he was little. Seeing him bring it up, Lu Yang asked curiously, Uncle Zhou, where did your son go later? I haven't seen him at home. When my son was 2, he developed a rash. We couldn't cure it in the town and the fever wouldn't go down. My wife took the child to the city for treatment. At that time it was all my fault. I was obsessed with hunting in the mountains every day. Your aunt took the child to the train station and accidentally. The child went missing. The captain sighed, his eyes reddening. Since then I've given up hunting, focusing on organizing production in the village, seeking stability. Lu Yang comforted him. Uncle Zhou, you and your son will surely meet again someday. Yes, but I'm afraid he blames me, hates me. How could he? Your son going missing wasn't intentional. You've been searching all these years, right? You've kept a room for him, haven't you? The captain looked at him with reddened eyes and said seriously, yes, I've been searching all along. It's been 18 years. I go to that train station several times a year to look for him. I don't even know how many times I've put ads in the paper, yet there hasn't been a single lead. Lu Yang was at a loss for words. Not to mention 18 years ago, even now it would be difficult to find a child. Furthermore, how could one recognize a child who changes year by year? He softly said, Uncle Zhou, it might be hard to find the child when he was little, but as he grows up he will surely resemble his parents. In the future you can use your own photo to post in the newspapers to look for him. With that in mind, it should be much easier to find him. The captain stared at him intently with a hint of depth in his gaze and said, I'll remember that. I hope that when I find my son I can explain everything clearly, and that he doesn't hate me would be wonderful. Lu Yang nodded earnestly and said, as long as you truly love the child and explain that you have been searching for him all these years, how could he possibly hate you? The two arrived at the cave and it was already dark outside. They lit a fire, cooked some porridge in a clay pot, and had some flatbread washing up with the stream water before entering the cave and lowering the grass curtain. Occasionally the howls of wolves echoed in the mountains, frightening them. It was clearly a wolf pack hunting in the mountains at night. The grass curtain blocked the wind and the fire made the cave much warmer. The captain lay on the hay and casually asked, Lu Yang, how many siblings do you have? Why did you come to the countryside at such a young age? Lu Yang's eyes flickered, but he maintained his composure and replied, I have no siblings. My adoptive parents passed away early and I was raised by my uncle. Later they thought of me for work. As for me, I transferred my job to someone else and came to the countryside. What? Your adoptive parents are gone? Lu Yang thought of his adoptive parents at the timber yard, and the best way to protect them was to ensure no one knew about their relationship. The captain suddenly sat up straight, staring at him with an intense gaze, a complex feeling in his heart. Were your adoptive parents good to you when they were alive? Yes, they were good to me, treating me like their own son. They taught me to read and write and instilled values in me, and all my skills were taught by them. Lu Yang's tone became a bit somber as he fabricated his background. Even when things went wrong later, they had already arranged for my future. I truly have nothing to criticize them for. But after all, I am an adopted child. My uncle's family thought I shouldn't have that job, so they forced me to transfer it. Naturally, I didn't want to give it up, so I secretly sold it. Now coming to the Xiang Brigade is quite good. The people in the village are easy to get along with, and I can also hunt in the mountains. It's much better than working in a factory. The captain fell silent, unsure of what to say. His eyes filled with pity. Who didn't know that working in the city was better? If not for being forced, how could this child end up in the countryside? Previously he was worried that the child's adoptive parents might feel that they were snatching the child away. Now could it be that? He wondered if the child would want to return to the city in the future. He casually asked, Lu Yang, will you return to the city in the future? Lu Yang's eyes shifted. According to the original owner's memories, all educated youth were expected to return to the city. If he said he didn't want to go back, wouldn't that be too abrupt? Looking at the original owner's memories, the adoptive parents had no complaints about him. If they returned, he might also go back to visit. I suppose so. There are more opportunities to earn money in the city. As soon as he said this, the captain's heart sank again and his expression dimmed. Indeed, the child's adoptive parents had raised him well. It was unreasonable for a college student not to return to the city. Feeling a bit down, he said, returning to the city is good. The conditions are better there. If it rains here, the roads become muddy and we can't even get out. Lu Yang turned to look, unable to clearly discern the expression on his face. He felt that Uncle Zhou appeared somewhat unhappy, perhaps because the educated youth would return in the future. He picked up some firewood and put it in the fire pit, saying softly, Uncle Zhou, don't worry. Once our brigade has money, we can apply to the commune to repair the roads. Then traveling will be much more convenient. The captain responded with an thinking to himself that making money was not that easy. Their village was located at the foot of the hill and it was somewhat inconvenient to come and go. If they wanted to repair the road, it would be more difficult than in other brigades. They would have to flatten the hillside first, and then it would cost a lot of money to build it. There will be that day. My wish is to repair the road in the brigade so that everyone can travel to town more easily. Otherwise, if someone falls ill, it's really impossible to get out. Lu Yang leaned against the stone wall, and after making sure the fire was good, he lay down on the hay and closed his eyes, falling asleep. In the middle of the night, the sound of dripping water began. The two opened their eyes and looked outside, sitting up and looking at each other. Are you awake? Yes, it seems to be raining outside. The weather in the mountains is indeed unpredictable. The captain lifted the grass curtain and said with relief, fortunately we found a cave to stay in yesterday, otherwise we would have been soaked in the rain. If we're not careful we could catch a fever. It's not easy for hunters to go into the mountains. They have to find a place to stay after a day in the inner mountains. Whether they can come across prey depends on luck, and sometimes they might not encounter anything for days. Once you enter the mountains it takes at least several days to come out. Lu Yang understood his meaning and smiled slightly without saying anything. If he went into the mountains himself he could at least double the speed. As for rainy days it wouldn't be a problem. He could use his abilities to create a barrier. Finding prey would not be too difficult for his current senses. But with Uncle Zhou around he could only learn to act like an ordinary person. The captain looked outside as the rain pattered down. He said in a low voice, "It's nothing, just a night rain in the mountains. It will stop by morning, which won't delay our hunting. Lu Yang, you continue to sleep. I'll keep watch." Lu Yang nodded, feeling a bit drowsy, and said, "All right, after 2 hours Uncle Zhou call me and we can take turns keeping watch so that both of us can rest well." Understood. Sleep well. This sleep lasted until dawn. When Lu Yang woke up he was still a bit dazed, looking out at the light outside as his voice came out hoarse. "Uncle Zhou, why didn't you wake me to keep watch?" The captain's rugged face broke into a smile. "It's fine. I saw you were too tired so I didn't wake you. Get up to wash up, you can drink porridge now. Soon we should go look for wild boars." Lu Yang hurriedly jumped out of the cave and walked towards the creek, quickly washing up. The cool water splashed on his face, instantly waking him up. The two had a simple meal and then followed the traces to look for the prey. Crouching in the bushes they closely watched the riverbank and saw a black shadow with thieving eyes flash by, running to the river to drink before disappearing in a hurry. Uncle Zhou, what was that thing that just ran by?" "That was a badger. It's best to hunt these in the late autumn. Hunting it now yields little profit. The valuable part is the oil in the badger's body. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative wants badger oil, which can be sold for external use. It's very effective for treating burns and frostbite." The captain said softly, "The Supply and Marketing Cooperative buys badger oil for over 10 yuan a pound. You know the monthly wages of workers are only 30 or 40. A mature badger in late autumn can yield about 8 or 9 pounds of oil, so selling it to the cooperative can earn over 100. If we catch one now it won't have much oil on it, so it's better to wait for late autumn and winter." Lu Yang's eyes flashed with realization. So that's how it is. He recalled Uncle Zhou saying that the reason the prey appeared so calm was that the most valuable part was the fat on it. He made a note to kill it and bring it back next time he encountered one. After waiting for a short while the sound of a pig grunting came. "Uncle Zhou, the wild boar is here." The captain perked up his ears to listen but heard no grunting, looking somewhat puzzled. "There's no sound, how did you hear it?" Before he could finish a faint grunting sound reached them and he swallowed the words he was about to say, his eyes brightening. "This child has the innate hearing of a hunter." Lu Yang smiled slightly, lowering his voice. "My ears are very sensitive. I've been able to hear farther than others since I was little." While the two were talking, several wild boars that had appeared yesterday showed up. After cautiously confirming there was no danger, they approached the riverbank and began to drink water. After drinking they nibbled on some tender grass. Lu Yang raised his bow and arrows, aiming 2 arrows at 2 boars. The captain's eyelids twitched. Could this child really shoot 2 arrows at once? Just as he was in shock, a whoosh echoed as the arrows flew out, piercing straight into the bodies of the 2 wild boars. The boars let out a roar, becoming frantic and causing chaos, crashing into trees and bushes. Seeing this, the other sows turned and ran away without a trace. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes, shaking off his earlier laziness. His aura changed dramatically, pressing down on others so they could hardly catch their breath. Again 2 arrows flew out, piercing straight into the hearts of the wild boars. The panting grew louder and with 2 thuds the wild boars fell. Reining in his aura, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncle Zhou, look. I really did it. I killed 2 wild boars. We can take them down the mountain and have a feast." The captain replied, "Be careful. Until the wild boar is completely dead you must be cautious. It's best to deliver a finishing blow to confirm it's dead." Lu Yang laughed happily, responding, "All right, Uncle Zhou." In his heart he was certain the wild boar was dead. As his arrows shot out, the spatial blade followed through, destroying the boar's brain. It was impossible for it to survive. The two walked over to the wild boars, confirming they were dead. Lu Yang swiftly took out a machete to cut the boar's throat to let it bleed out. If they didn't, the dead boar would stink and the taste would be far worse than if they bled it out. After finishing the bleeding, while they drank water, each dragged a wild boar toward the cave. Along the way, the captain occasionally glanced at him, his eyes filled with pride. Indeed, he was his son, so impressive at such a young age. Much stronger than he was at that age, truly wonderful. Arriving at the cave, they hung the wild boars up in a tree to prevent smaller creatures from stealing them and promptly began packing up. If they hurried back, they could get down the mountain before dark. Lu Yang, let's pack up and head down the mountain, aiming to leave before dark. Lu Yang readily agreed. All right, Uncle Zhou. The captain efficiently tidied up the cave. The two shouldered their backpacks, each carrying a wild boar down the mountain. Fortunately, both were strong enough to manage it. After 2 hours of walking, Lu Yang shouted, Uncle Zhou, wait a moment. What is it? Following his gaze, he saw vines climbing the cliff with clusters of wild grapes peeking out from between the leaves. He gently said, Lu Yang, do you want to eat some grapes? Not really, I can't handle sour things. I noticed the three sisters seemed to enjoy sour food, so I wanted to bring back some wild grapes for them. Uncle Zhou, let's dig up a vine to take back. We can plant it in the yard, and whenever we want to eat, we can have them at home. Hearing this, the captain's eyes brimmed with affection and delight. All right, well, do as you say. This child is truly kind-hearted. He remembers every little kindness others show him. Lu Yang approached the wild grapevine, picked up a stick nearby, and began to tap it, ensuring no snakes were hiding inside. A careless move could easily lead to a venomous snake bite. After picking a dozen ripe wild grapes, he also dug up a seedling, wrapping it in soil and placing it in his backpack before turning back, hoisting the wild boar and grinning. Uncle Zhou, we're heading down the mountain now. The villagers will definitely be very happy. The captain laughed heartily. Of course. From now on, the villagers won't have to envy the red flag team for their meat distribution, nor will they have to struggle to queue in the town for meat, often getting nothing good. The two chatted and laughed their way down the mountain. Along the way, when they spotted wild chickens and rabbits, Lu Yang didn't let them escape, shooting arrows swiftly, leaving him with a string of wild chickens and rabbits hanging from his waist. Their speed naturally slowed a bit, and by the time they reached the outer mountain, the sun was setting. The captain panted, I'm so exhausted. This wild boar is really fat. I reckon there will be quite a bit of meat from it. Let's go. Once we reach the foot of the mountain, we can call someone to carry it back. Good, Uncle Zhou. Lu Yang's gaze was fixed on the foot of the mountain. As soon as they descended the mountain, they caught the attention of the villagers. Upon seeing what they were carrying from afar, they froze, then suddenly began to slap their thighs in excitement. They shouted, my goodness, a wild boar? They caught a wild boar? Other villagers, hearing about the wild boar, turned to look. Once they saw clearly, they dropped whatever they were holding and rushed over. The two of them dropped the wild boar to the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat sliding down their cheeks, clearly exhausted. The villagers surrounded the wild boar, their eyes sparkling with excitement. A wild boar? We really have hunters in our team now. This one looks to weigh over 300 pounds. The captain is truly amazing. No one would have thought it was Lu Yang who shot it. After all, a young man from the city likely had never even seen a wild boar, so how could he have had the opportunity to hunt? The crowd buzzed with chatter non-stop. Captain, how do we divide this wild boar? Our village has over 100 households. If we divide these 2 boars, each family should get several pounds of meat. Oh dear, you haven't even removed the head yet. I estimate each family would be lucky to get 5 pounds, but as long as we can eat meat, any amount will do. My family hasn't tasted meat this month. The harvest season has been exhausting. Finally, we can have some grease in our bellies. It's all thanks to the captain. The captain was overwhelmed by the noise and couldn't help but shout, quiet everyone, quiet down. The crowd looked at him with excitement, obediently falling silent. Once he saw they had quieted down, the captain spoke, this wild boar wasn't killed by me, it was all Su Qingqing's doing. I merely helped carry it down. He is skilled with a bow, just look at the arrow wounds on the boar. I've never touched a bow in my life, how could I shoot arrows? What I mean is, if Su Qingqing is willing to give the wild boar to the team, we should calculate his contribution points, and we can discuss how much to give him in return after distributing the grain based on those points. The villagers were momentarily stunned by these words, seemingly unable to comprehend, their heads buzzing with disbelief at what they had just heard. A young intellectual from the city, surprisingly more skilled at hunting than the villagers, left them puzzled. How could this be possible? Wasn't it said that there were no mountains in the city? How could he hunt? Lulu the intellectual, did you really shoot that wild boar? Lu Yang smiled and nodded, his expression radiating sincerity. Yes, my father knew I liked this, so he invited veterans to teach me since I was little, and that's how I learned. With the mountains far from the emperor, half-truths are easy to weave. After all, no one here would recognize him, as long as he had a plausible story that would suffice. Gasps of amazement erupted among the villagers. Truly impressive. The team leader raised his hand to signal for quiet. All right, everyone, bring the wild boar to my doorstep and call the scorekeeper and the intellectuals from the youth dormitory. We need to tally up the numbers and prepare to distribute the meat. Everyone will get to eat meat tonight. Great. It's good to have hunters in the village. Of course, with Lu the intellectual so capable, we will no longer have to envy the Hongqi brigade. Just thinking about this life makes me feel so happy. You're dreaming. If there's only one Lu the intellectual, how could he provide enough meat for the whole village? Just a taste of meat once a month would be enough to satisfy. The crowd moved in a rush towards the team leader's house. The team leader whispered, Lu Yang, usually a wild boar weighing over 300 jin can be exchanged for over 200 work points. I'll count these two as 500 work points for you. What do you think? After we hand in the grain in a few days, we can distribute the grain according to work points. Lu Yang appeared agreeable. Sure, I'll follow Uncle Zhou's lead. I'm fine with that. He had heard that a wild boar could be exchanged for about 200 work points, and to think that a person would toil all day just to earn 10 work points. The production team had 12 work points for the leader, 10 for strong laborers, 8 for women, 8 for the elderly, and usually 6 for children. Averaging out, that would be 10 work points a day. The team leader giving him 500 work points equated to a year and a half's worth of work points, which was quite a good deal. As the two large wild boars were brought into the village, the children gathered around shouting, meat. We're going to have meat. A clever child dashed home, flung open the door and yelled, Mom and Dad, come look. The team leader brought back a wild boar. It's huge. A woman washing clothes glanced at the child with suspicion and waved her hand. All right, stop making noise. The team leader isn't a hunter. How could he catch a wild boar? You little rascal, are you trying to fool me into thinking we'll have meat? Go over there and stop bothering me while I'm working. I'm too busy to listen to your nonsense all day. Seeing that his mother didn't believe him, the boy pulled at his father to come along. Dad, believe me, we really have wild boars in our village. The villagers are bringing them to the team leader's house. We're going to have meat tonight. The man was reluctantly dragged by his son, and when he arrived at the team leader's house and saw the massive boar on the ground, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Dad, look. That's meat, right? So much meat. Seeing his father's lack of reaction, the boy shouted, Dad, have you gone silly? Just like those fools in Taohua village. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a sharp flick on his forehead. Ouch, that hurts. The man grumbled, What nonsense are you talking about? Come on, let's go see who actually hunted this. If the team leader cannot be this good at hunting. The father and son moved closer, gathering information from other villagers, and looked towards the tall, thin figure whose face bore a striking resemblance to the team leader, growing increasingly perplexed. What a coincidence. Could it be that he really has no blood relation to the team leader? Hey, when will the team leader say we can distribute the meat? It's a pity that the pig's blood has all been drained. I really like pig blood. Now I can only eat the meat, but this wild boar looks so fat, it must have a lot of fat. Isn't that right? It would be great to have an early pig killing year. As long as we maintain a good relationship with Lu the intellectual, we can exchange for some meat with the small game he hunts in the future. Oh, there are so many rabbits and wild chickens. The scorekeeper came over with a thick notebook, his eyes widening at the sight of the two wild boars, unable to suppress his astonishment. Wow, such big wild boars. The team leader, seeing him arrive, heartily said, Lee, the scorekeeper, perfect timing. We're about to distribute the meat. You should take a piece back to try. The scorekeeper was sent by the commune and generally settled wages directly with the commune. For food they had to rely on themselves. However, some villages would generously share meat with the scorekeeper. He didn't expect that he would also receive a share. His face lit up with surprise. Thank you, team leader. No problem. Just look at how many households there are. To simplify distribution, we'll set a fixed amount of meat per household and the scorekeeper will distribute separately to the intellectuals. Alright team leader, let me take a look. The scorekeeper flipped through the scoring book which had statistics based on households detailing how many people lived in each household. A few minutes later he spoke up, team leader, there are a total of 135 households in the village, not including those guarding the village, and 20 intellectuals. The team leader nodded, took out paper and pen and began to make calculations. Alright, each household will receive 4 gen of meat and the intellectuals and guards will each receive 2 gen of meat. Are the scales ready? Let's start distributing the meat. Make sure the distribution is fair to avoid any disputes later. Anyone causing trouble won't get to eat any meat. The villagers nodded repeatedly. 4 gen of meat per household was already quite generous enough for a good meal at home. It felt like celebrating New Year in advance. Chattering excitedly, their faces lit up with joy. Occasionally exclamations of amazement rang out. What? This wild boar was hunted by Lu the intellectual? This is too impressive. I always knew he was capable, but it's a pity he doesn't like my little flower. Well, he's good looking and educated and now he can even hunt. Which girl in the village could be a match for him? Speaking of which, I think he matches well with the team leader's daughter. Look how good the team leader is to him. If they say a father-in-law always becomes fonder of his son-in-law. 2 chilling gazes swept over. The gossipy woman met the team leader's peculiar stare and felt a shiver run down her spine. She awkwardly chuckled, haha team leader, I'm just joking. The team leader's face turned serious. Stop talking nonsense, there's nothing going on. What are you thinking day in and day out? Has he gone mad? Trying to match his son and daughter together? These old women don't have a proper thought in their heads, saying all sorts of nonsense and leading his son astray. With a wave of his hand he shouted, quiet down. Juicy, go call people from the village. 1 person per household should come to line up for the meat distribution. Alright team leader, I'll go right away. Soon a long line formed at the captain's door. The captain looked over and called out, Lu Yang, come here and see which piece of meat you want. You hunted it so naturally, you should choose the best meat first. Lu Yang replied softly, Uncle Zhou, I want the pig's head, pig's entrails, and a piece of lard. Upon hearing this, the captain was somewhat taken aback, his voice slightly faltering. What? What did you just say? Why do you want things that others don't want? Are you out of your mind? This delicious fatty meat is the best. The pig's entrails stink and are unappetizing, choose again. The villagers chimed in to persuade him, yes Lu Jiqing, you just came back from hunting so you should choose the best meat. No one wants the pig's entrails, it may look like several dozen pounds but it tastes terrible. Exactly. This child is just too honest, hunting in the mountains is hard work, how can you not take the good meat? Lu Yang smiled earnestly and said, Uncle Zhou, I really want the pig's head, entrails and lard. You can distribute the rest to the villagers, I just need 1 portion, I don't want anything from the other pig. It's hot and we don't have a refrigerator, if I take too much it will spoil and be wasted. Ah, you child. Alright Juicy, take the pig's head, entrails and lard for Lu Jiqing. Distribute the other meats according to my instructions and make sure everything is weighed properly. Got it, rest assured, Captain. Zhu quickly divided the meats into portions, placing them directly on banana leaves, 1 pile for each household and another for the educated youth and those guarding the village. Once everything was divided, the villagers came forward one by one to collect their portions, moving much quicker now. Those who received the pork sincerely thanked Lu Yang. Lu Jiqing, thank you. Tonight we can finally enjoy some meaty dishes. Lu Yang smiled brightly and waved his hand in a polite gesture, saying, no problem. Everyone has been very considerate of me, so this is only right. Uncle Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'd like to go to the riverbank to clean the pig's entrails. I need to prepare them tonight, otherwise I'm afraid they will spoil overnight. Alright, it's not safe for you to go alone. Dia, Arya and Sonia, you all go together and help Lu Jiqing clean the pig's entrails. Understood, Dad. The 3 sisters, though confused as to why Lu Yang wanted those smelly things, knew he always had his reasons for doing things. Lu Yang placed the basket in the yard, strapped his wood-cutting knife to his waist and prepared a basin of plant ash for cleaning. He had considered flour but found it a bit too extravagant. Before the apocalypse he had loved eating pig's entrails, and now that he had the chance he certainly wouldn't let it slip by. With meat he could only take a piece, at most 10 pounds, but with entrails he could take dozens of pounds. Not to mention the lard and fat which could be rendered and last for a long time. It was quite a bargain. The four of them carried their basins to the riverbank as the sky gradually darkened. On the way there, Zhou Qiao blinked her eyes, her gaze sparkling with curiosity. Lu Yang, why do you want these instead of the meat? Lu Yang smiled and replied, Sister Qiao, if I had chosen the meat, how could I have obtained the lard and fat? Well, I suppose that's not entirely impossible. Haha, the lard and fat can be rendered into a lot of oil. With oil, cooking will be delicious and it will last a long time. Just the oil is worth much more than the meat. As for the pig's entrails, they taste bad only because they weren't cleaned properly. Once cleaned, they taste great. I'll fry some for you to try tonight and guarantee you'll want more after tasting them. The three sisters exchanged glances, their expressions a bit complicated. Pig intestines are where excrement is stored. Can they really be eaten? Regardless of taste, the thought of it was repulsive, and they'd heard people in the village say the taste was akin to eating feces. Well, at worst they could eat it and then secretly vomit it out. They couldn't let Lu Yang's kind intentions go to waste. Still, how could something so revolting actually taste good? Squatting by the river, Lu Yang whispered, Sisters, follow my lead. First rinse thoroughly under running water, then use plant ash to scrub repeatedly until there is no trace of slime left. That slime is the reason for the foul smell. As long as it's gone, it won't stink anymore. The three followed his instructions, but the foul odor hit their noses, making them want to gag. Ugh! Zhou Shuang was the first to break gagging incessantly. Seeing this, Lu Yang quickly suggested, how about I wash them myself? You can help me with the pig's liver, heart and lungs. I'll handle the intestines myself. Oh, and make sure the lard and fat are clean too. Later we can render the oil and keep the scraps for dumplings. Alright, let's get to work. The three sisters moved a bit further away. The strong odor was less overwhelming and their nausea subsided somewhat as they began to handle the pig's entrails. Half an hour later, everything had been cleaned and placed in the basin. They picked some mint leaves to wash their hands, but the lingering smell still hovered around their noses. They could only wait until they got home to wash with soap. When the four of them returned home, there were only a few scattered villagers at the entrance. The others had long gone home to prepare meals. Lu Yang set up a pot in the yard, heating it slowly, preparing to render the oil first. Otherwise, the pot used to cook the pig's entrails would definitely have a strange smell, making it harder to render the lard. As the sizzling sound emerged from the pot, the fat gradually rendered out and the rich aroma of oil wafted through the air, making one drool. The three sisters leaned in to watch. Lu Yang, this can render a lot of oil. Yes, it should yield about 2 jars. It will be delicious for stir-frying in the future. By the way, sisters, go check the basket. There are grapes I picked for you. They're dark and ripe. They must be delicious. The three of them lit up, exclaiming in surprise, Really? You picked grapes for us? Ah, how can you be so kind? Lin Suqing entered with wild chickens and rabbits, preparing to process and marinate them. They couldn't eat them all at once. If not handled properly, they would spoil. Seeing her daughters so happy, she smiled and asked, What's going on? Why are you all so joyful? Tell me so I can share in your happiness. Zhou Shuang brought over a bunch of grapes, washed them clean and tasted one, closing her eyes in enjoyment. They are so delicious, sweet and sour. Mom, you should try this. Lu Yang brought these grapes from the mountains. They are truly delicious. Oh. Before Lin Suqing could finish her sentence, a grape was shoved into her mouth. After tasting it, her eyes lit up. These grapes are really good. Not sour at all, and the flavor is rich. While stirring the fat in the pot, Lu Yang said, There's also a grapevine in the basket that I dug up with the roots. We could find a place to plant it. This way, whenever we want grapes, we can have them at home. Wow, Lu Yang, how thoughtful of you. You even brought back a grapevine? That's wonderful. I'll go plant it in the yard right away. Lin Suqing looked at her spirited daughter and shook her head helplessly. Lu Yang, you've worked hard. I hope your trip to the mountains went smoothly. It went smoothly, Auntie. I had good luck and happened to encounter a few wild boars, bringing back 2 in one go. As long as it went well. They'll go handle the wild chickens and rabbits, marinating and drying them to preserve them for longer. Lu Yang responded, All right, thank you for your hard work, Auntie. Lin Suqing's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Such a capable child was born from her. Thinking of the compliments from the villagers made her heart feel as sweet as honey. The captain's whole family began to get busy cleaning up the game. If left overnight the meat would spoil, so it had to be processed quickly. The oil was quickly refined, carefully placed in jars while the residuals were set aside. They fried some in small bowls, seasoning it with salt and chili. The flavor was absolutely delightful. The three sisters enjoyed the oil residue and had some grapes, laughing with satisfaction. Zhou Qiao hopped over, her eyes squinting with joy. Lu Yang, you're so nice. Ever since you came to our house, our lives have been so much better. You can't move out, okay? Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I think it's great too, but I feel like I'm troubling you too much. Sister Zhou helped me wash my clothes and the food is always ready. What's the big deal? It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. If we were to count it all, we would be the ones benefiting from the meat you hunted. Meat is expensive, and we are the ones gaining from it. Zhou Qiao's eyes sparkled as she quietly asked, Hey Lu Yang, what kind of girl do you want to marry in the future? I can keep an eye out for you in the village. Lu Yang's mind flashed with the image of a face as beautiful as a water lily, and he shook his head to dismiss the thought immediately. No need, I don't want to think about marriage for now. Oh, that's too bad. Let me tell you, the most capable and beautiful girl in our village is the Jiang family's younger sister. Oh, why is that? Zhou Qiao was about to say something else when interrupted by Lin Suqing. Cough, Qiao, some things are not appropriate for you to ask. Your courage is getting bolder. Mom, I was just casually asking. If Lu knows a village girl he likes, you might stay in the village in the future. City girls are pretty and fashionable, but they are also delicate. If you want to live life, village girls are better. Jiang's younger sister is so great. There are many suitors, but unfortunately she doesn't fancy anyone. I think they would make a good match. Lin Suqing replied with annoyance, You, a young girl, shouldn't say such things. Don't let it slip outside, otherwise the village gossip will twist it into something else. Zhou Qiao also realized this and knew she couldn't speak of it outside. If they tarnished the reputation of the two, it would be a huge mistake. Okay, I understand, Mom. I won't say anything indiscreet outside. You'll be careful not to ask too much in the future. I'm sorry, Lu. I won't ask any more. Lu Yang nodded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. After cleaning the big pot, they added water and brought it to a boil, then started putting in the cleaned pig entrails. Once cooked, they could be stir-fried for eating, but unfortunately they hadn't prepared any seasoning. If they had, it would have been even more fragrant. As the entrails boiled, Lu Yang went to fetch some scallions and garlic and tossed them in for flavor. After finishing these tasks, he sat down on a stool to rest, inhaling the enticing aroma of meat that had been constant. Every household in the village started cooking meat. Zhou Dashan made pig trotter soup and brought a bowl into the house, looking at his wife who was nursing their baby with a tender expression. Wife, drink more of the soup I've made. It will help with your milk for the baby. There's another pig trotter saved for you to make soup tomorrow. Oh, I'm so sorry. You have to use the bones for my sake. There's no meat. If there was meat, I would send some to your parents to try. It's alright, your parents also got some meat, enough for them. Right now you need to feed the baby, so you must have milk. It's most important to replenish your strength. Since Lu Yang is so capable, small game will definitely be abundant in the future. I'll bring some things to exchange so that you can have more soup to nourish your body. He's easy to talk to, much better than going to the neighboring village to trade for wild chickens. The neighboring village's demands keep increasing, but Lu Yang is much more reasonable. Haha, it's still better to have a hunter in our own village. It's convenient and we don't have to deal with unreasonable demands from others. I'll ask Lu Yang what he needs next time. My carpentry skills are good, and if he wants anything I can make it for him, as long as I can trade a few wild chickens in return. Yes, we shouldn't take advantage of others. It's not easy for him to come from the city into the countryside. If he needs clothes, I can buy fabric and help him make some. It's hard to imagine how difficult it is for someone from the city to come to the countryside. I have nothing to do during my confinement, so it's a good time to make some clothes. Wife, don't rush. You need to rest well after giving birth. If you tire yourself out, you could end up with postpartum complications later on. Listening to her husband's warm words, Li Shoulan smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Dashan. You've been busy with work while also taking care of me these days. Zhou Dashan grinned widely, leaning in closer, looking at their baby's tender face and smiling. We are husband and wife, this is what I should do. Giving birth is tough for you. If you need anything, just call me, don't be polite with me. Li Shoulan obediently leaned on his shoulder, her eyes full of happiness, her voice becoming increasingly gentle. Okay. Every household in the village was eating meat, all filled with joy. Of course, there were a few exceptions. In the main room, old Zhou sat in the main seat staring at the meat on the plate with an increasingly grim expression. The second son is becoming more unreasonable. He goes hunting in the mountains without bringing us more meat. In other teams, the sons of the captains live beautifully. Their parents must be living splendidly. Our family is different. We raised a son who strays. Eldest brother, why weren't you the captain back then? The third brother is even worse, truly disappointing. The old lady cautiously interjected, old man, just look at this good life of eating meat. Don't think about those things. The second son has always been ungrateful, just like he was when he was young. He's being disobedient. Ever since he married that wretched Lin Su Qingqing, he's completely turned his back on us. Now he treats the countryside youth better than he does us. He's truly confused. Zhou Laosen shouted, all right, Dad and Mom, have you finished? I'm starving and still can't eat. Eat, just eat. The table was filled with men. The women cooked some green vegetables in the small kitchen with the oil residue, enjoying their food as well. However, people fear comparisons, and when compared, things didn't seem so beautiful anymore. Yunfang, the eldest brother's wife, watched her mother-in-law eating with smacking lips, her eyes filled with disdain. Thinking of Lin Su Qingqing, that wretched woman devouring meat at home, the jealousy in her heart was almost about to burst out. Why did she not have such good fortune marrying a man so useless? Not even leaving her a piece of meat, just letting her eat stir-fried vegetables in the kitchen made her heart feel as if it were being scratched by a cat. The old lady noticed her daughter-in-law wasn't eating and urged, eldest daughter-in-law, what are you thinking? Hurry up and eat. Yunfang could no longer hold back. With a loud clap, she put down her chopsticks and, wiping her tears, said, mother-in-law, I want to eat meat too. It's been so long since I've had any. Why is it that the second daughter-in-law can eat meat while I, who work hard every day, cannot? The meat is only for the men. Why can't you leave me even a bite? I just want to taste meat. Why is that so difficult? Woo-woo. The old woman, somewhat annoyed by the crying, scolded, what are you crying for? Just like the eldest, you're all useless. If you had any ability, you would go to her house and ask for it. Yunfang was taken aback and instinctively forgot to cry. Mother-in-law, are you implying that? I mean nothing by it. As women, we must prioritize men. How can we fight with them for meat? The work in the fields is exhausting and they toil much harder. Eating meat is only right. If you want meat, you need to think of another way. The old woman looked at the foolish eldest daughter-in-law with disdain. Although she disliked Lin Su Qingqing, the second daughter-in-law, she had to admit that Lin was bold and capable. The eldest daughter-in-law was a soft noodle, only knowing how to cry and be annoying while being lazy and cunning. Tonight everyone in the village is having meat. The second family has plenty and Lu Jiqing is getting even more. There's no way they won't eat it all tonight. Mother-in-law, should we go to their house and take a look? The old woman exchanged a glance and, looking at the corner where the vegetables were full of pest holes, smiled and said, eldest daughter-in-law, let's go to the second family and bring some vegetables. Yunfang's eyes lit up, instantly understanding her mother-in-law's intention. She hurriedly said, mother-in-law, I'll go get them right now. Let's hurry. All right, let's take the basket and go. The two women slung the basket over their shoulders filled with unwanted dried vegetables and quickly made their way to the captain's house. As they got closer, the rich aroma of meat mixed with grease became stronger. The two women sniffed, their eyes filled with greedy desire. They hurriedly pushed the door open and entered the yard. A few people in the yard instinctively looked up, frowning when they saw who had come. Lin Sukin's face turned stern as she coldly said, what are you doing in my house? She had long seen through the people from the old house. Those who came uninvited were certainly up to no good. The old woman felt displeased upon hearing this. Second daughter-in-law, do I still need your approval to come to my son's house? Look at your attitude, you truly don't understand filial piety. Lin Su Qingqing snorted and said, all right, mother-in-law, just get to the point. Her gaze fixed on Lin Su Qingqing, she naturally noticed the people behind the old woman and her expression grew even worse. Oh, this isn't the eldest sister-in-law. You actually left the house to come out. Su Qingqing, how can you say that? No matter what, I am your eldest sister-in-law. Isn't it inappropriate for you to speak to me this way? Oh, what does it matter? If there's nothing to say, you should go out. Our family has things to attend to. Yunfang sniffed, her stomach rumbling. How could she bear to leave? Her eyes were fixed on the kitchen, wishing she could just rush in and grab some. That overtly greedy gaze was quite off-putting. In the kitchen, Su Qingqing was frying dishes. The noise made her oblivious to the commotion in the yard. She turned to the person stoking the fire and asked Lu Yang, should we slice it and stir-fry it with chili? Yes, that's how we cook pig intestines, but for the large intestine it's better to cut it into segments for frying. Leave the pork head meat for tomorrow. Alright, if I'm doing anything wrong just let me know. Lu Yang nodded readily, sure Sister Zhou. As one plate after another of dishes were brought into the main hall, Su Qingqing noticed the people in the yard and instinctively frowned. Why are Grandma and the eldest aunt here? One is unreasonable and the other cries at the drop of a hat. The old woman saw the plates of meat dishes being brought in, her eyes nearly bulging out, her stomach growling loudly as she hurried into the main hall. Without saying a word, she sat down and called out, second daughter-in-law, where are the others? Hurry up and come eat. This attitude of taking charge infuriated Lin Suqing. Zhou Shuang, with her fiery temper, rushed in directly. Seeing the old woman reaching for the dishes with her chopsticks, she snatched them away. Grandma, didn't your family also get meat? Why are you coming to my house? And by the way, all these dishes tonight are from Lu Yang, the educated youth. How can you shamelessly eat what belongs to him? Be careful not to anger him, he might not share any game with your family in the future. Are you sure you want to test that? The old woman had initially wanted to scold, but upon reflection realized the girl had a point. In the village he was the only hunter, and offending him would not end well. What a pity it was! If the second son were a hunter, she could do as she pleased without worrying about an educated youth. Lu Yang came over with a pot of soup, and seeing the unexpected guests raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. And where has Zhou Shu gone? Oh, he just went to bury those rabbit entrails and will be back soon. Lu Yang, you can sit down and eat first. No problem, aunt. I'll wait for Zhou Shu to come back and eat together. A hearty laugh rang out. Haha, let's all go in and eat. I'll join you all soon. The captain's face suddenly darkened when he saw his mother and sister-in-law, his expression becoming blank. Mother, why are you here? Is there something you need? The old woman smiled, her face full of wrinkles. What's wrong? Do I need a reason to come to my son's house? I just wanted to see him and have a meal at your house. Looking at the person beside her, the old woman smiled sweetly. Lu Qingqing, you don't mind us eating here, right? Look at all this food, us two women can't eat much. The educated youth from the city are all shy. She said this, and one wouldn't believe Lu Qingqing would refuse. Lu Yang smiled but firmly refused. No way, I'm protective of my food. If you want to eat, you need to bring something to exchange for it. You can't eat here without anything. Oh, and don't look at Zhou Shu. All this food is what I provided. I have the final say here, old lady. The old woman's expression changed and she quickly put on a pitiful act. Oh dear, I've suffered so much in my old age. I never thought that wanting a bite of meat would be so difficult. How can a person's heart be so hard? Lu Yang waved his hand. Zhou Shu, sit down and eat while it's hot. The captain sat beside him, his eyes filled with guilt. I'm sorry, let me handle this. Mother, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Hurry back, all these dishes belong to Lu Qingqing. It's not appropriate for you to eat and drink for free. What's inappropriate about it? We brought vegetables, not just freeloading. Second son, your words are too harsh. Several people turned to look, and upon seeing the shriveled vegetables their lips twitched, a flash of disdain passing through their eyes. Zhou Shuang bluntly remarked, oh, I thought Grandma and my sister-in-law were generous, but it turns out they are offering grass even the cows wouldn't eat. Lu Qingqing would not care for this grass at all. These are all worm-eaten. If this isn't sending vegetables, it's creating enmity. The two women glared fiercely at Zhou Shuang. The old woman retorted without hesitation, you little brat, who do you think you are to speak? If you were a grandson it would be different. After all, you will marry into another family eventually. Is this how you treat your elders? Yelling at them like this? Who would dare marry such a hot-tempered girl in the future? You. Zhou Shuang glared at her, gritting her teeth. Grandma is also a woman. Why look down on a girl? You are being unreasonable. Oh, I am unreasonable? Let me teach you a lesson, you little brat. The captain, seeing that a quarrel was about to break out, lost his previous good mood and scolded, enough. Aren't you here just to get meat? I will give you some meat, now leave quickly. Stop causing trouble here. Sister-in-law, stop your crying. If others see you, they will think you've suffered some great injustice. Come with me now for some meat, otherwise we will just waste time. The old woman looked at the meat on the table, swallowed hard, and reached out with her grimy hand. Just as she was about to grab a pig trotter, her hand was struck by a chopstick. The pain made her instinctively retract her hand, turning her head to glare fiercely. Lu Yang smiled, looking exceptionally agreeable. Sorry, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. How can I eat if you reach out like that? Does it hurt? I'm really sorry about that. The apology was sincere, but the action was quite ruthless. The old woman looked into his eyes, feeling as if she were being stared at by a beast. The chilling sensation was not a lie, and the curse that almost came to her lips was swallowed back. She said awkwardly, I've suffered a lot at my age. Lu Yang nodded. I understand that after all you went through the Great Famine, so life was hard back then. After eating, boil some hot water so Lu Yang can take a good bath. He must have suffered a lot in the mountains, and a bath will help him sleep better. Third son, burn some mugwort in the yard tonight. The autumn mosquitoes have been numerous these days. After burning, we can sleep better at night. After cutting a piece of meat, the captain sent the people away, directly closing the door and locking it to prevent others from coming back. Back in the main room, he spoke softly. Lu Yang, in 3 days it's our team's turn to go to the town to deliver grain. You should come with me then. You can rest well these 3 days since there's nothing much to do. Being a hunter in the mountains is tough. Once you come down, unless it's planting or harvesting time, you don't need to work. If you want to sleep, you can go anywhere. However, if you want to leave the town, I need to issue you an introduction letter. You can't wander around without it, understood? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's mind flickered with thoughts. In 3 days, when they deliver the grain, he could take the opportunity to visit the forest farm and see the original owner's adoptive parents. He wanted to see if they were in any trouble and lend a hand. In the original owner's memories, his adoptive family had suffered greatly, with some dead and some disabled, and since he promised to help the original owner, he naturally needed to learn more. If they were in danger, it would be better to help them in advance. The captain patiently reminded him. Lu Yang readily agreed. All right, Uncle Zhou, I understand. You can rest assured, I will go with you to the town to deliver grain in 3 days. Tomorrow I want to sleep a bit longer. When you wake up, go fishing. Both sauerkraut fish and boiled fish taste great. A gulp was heard. Someone couldn't help but swallow. Zhou Shuang's face flushed red. I am a bit hungry. Why don't we eat and chat? The family picked up their chopsticks, hesitated a bit over the stir-fried dishes, closed their eyes, and put the food in their mouths. A unique meaty aroma spread in their mouths, and it was quite chewy. This is delicious. The innards have no fishy smell at all. What was I eating just now? Zhou Ping teased with a smirk. It's pig intestines, the smelly kind. I didn't expect them to be odorless after being cleaned. Zhou Shuang nodded repeatedly. Wow, this is really delicious. It doesn't smell at all. It has a different texture than meat. Lu Yang, you are amazing. Your adoptive parents weren't chefs, were they? Otherwise, how could you cook so well? People usually don't know how to prepare pig innards like this. It's truly delicious. Lu Yang just smiled and remained silent, which to them seemed like an acknowledgement. He thought to himself that if his adoptive parents were chefs, they must be excellent at cooking. The family chatted while eating, and the atmosphere quickly became much more harmonious. Zhou Shuang muttered softly, I have to go cut grass tomorrow to feed the cows in the team, so I can't go fishing with you. I really want to go fishing. No worries, I can go fishing by myself. I don't even know if I can catch any fish. If I can't, it would be awkward. And do you have any unused embroidery needles? I want to make fish hooks. Lin Suqing looked at him in surprise. Can needles really be used to make fish hooks? Lu Yang nodded and explained earnestly, yes, fish don't have teeth in their mouths. If you use hooks, they can easily slip off. If you use an embroidery needle to attach the bait, it won't come off easily. So that's how it is. You are quite clever, child. All right, after dinner I'll go find you a needle. Okay, thank you, Aunt. Zhou Qiao curiously asked, Lu Yang, what's the difference between sauerkraut fish and boiled fish? Lu Yang briefly explained, sauerkraut fish is made with sauerkraut and fish slices, while boiled fish is spicy. The two flavors are quite different. I've never eaten it, but it sounds delicious. It's better than braised fish, right? Yes, when I catch fish I'll make it for you to try, you'll know then. Lin Suqing laughed and joked, if someone learns this skill from you, they could easily become a chef in the future. You are truly a child who can do everything. Lu Yang shyly replied, Aunt, you're joking. This is just home cooking. I just love to eat and enjoy experimenting with food. A few people laughed and said, there's nothing wrong with being greedy for food. Being able to cook delicious dishes is a true skill that others cannot easily learn. After dinner, Zhou Ping went to tidy up the kitchen while Lin Suqing went to find a needle. The other two followed closely, curious about how to make a fishing hook from the needle. Lu Yang took 2 needles and directly held them with a kerosene lamp using pliers to roast the needles over the flame. Once they turned red, he applied force against the table, bending the originally straight needle into a hook. The twin sisters exclaimed, "Wow, a hook! Haha, yes. Fish are different from lobsters. If they can easily unhook themselves if they only eat the bait. Without a hook to latch onto their mouths, you won't catch anything all day. If a hook is used, you can reel them in." "Oh, we never thought about that. Lu Yang, you're really clever. I can learn so much from you." Lu Yang smiled gently and said softly, "Those grapes are delicious. You all can have them. They won't last long anyway and will spoil in a few days." Zhou Qiao whispered, "Then aren't you going to eat any?" "I can't eat. I can't handle sour food. It gives me toothache." "Alright, but you like peaches, right? They'll go get all the peaches for you to eat while we have the grapes." As she spoke, the 2 sisters ran into the house and brought back the peaches, placing them gently into the basket beside him. "They're all ripe, so hurry and eat them before they spoil." Lu Yang readily accepted. "Okay, thank you." Zhou Shuang waved her hand, feeling a bit embarrassed as it was clearly them taking advantage, yet he was still thanking them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law carried 2 pounds of meat, grumbling all the way. The second son is becoming increasingly stingy. He only gives this little after making a fuss. "Mother-in-law, did you see how much meat was hanging? Your younger brother only gave you this little, probably to subsidize the father-in-law's family. You're raising a good son for someone else." Yunfang took every opportunity to stir trouble, feeling resentful that the second son's family was doing so well. She didn't want anyone to have a peaceful life. The old woman firmly denied. "Impossible. My son isn't that foolish. He wouldn't give benefits to others while neglecting his own mother." She said sarcastically, "That's hard to say. The younger brother's family hasn't had a son for a long time and his mind seems to be getting muddled. I think he treats a youth who resembles him better than his own son. He should consider that outsiders can't nurture a child as well. My son adopting Yaozu would be great. If the team leader will still belong to the Zhou family in the future. In his old age he will have a son to care for him. Why is he so narrow-minded? Is my son really that bad?" Yunfang grew angrier as she thought about it. She had given birth to 2 sons for the Zhou family, and that was a great contribution. The second son's family only had daughters, and the youngest son probably died young. Why should she endure this miserable life now? Clearly, if the youngest son were adopted, the second son's family would still belong to the sons in the end. Why should they benefit outsiders, yet that couple is so ungrateful? The old woman frowned, worrying about the stubborn second son who had never listened since childhood and was the least worry-free among her 3 sons. But he was also the most capable, and if she clashed with him it would lead to trouble. It truly worried her to death. She spoke with sarcasm. "Who can we blame? Isn't it because your Yaozu is spoiled? Every day he doesn't know to coax the second son's family. If he adopted him earlier it would be more reassuring." Yunfang rolled her eyes and muttered quietly, "Mother-in-law, isn't this just a matter of your words? Can you bear to see the younger brother's family go extinct? If worse comes to worst, you can talk to the clan elders and let them find the younger brother. This is also for his own good. As long as my son is adopted, quickly arrange for a marriage and children. This way the younger brother will have grandchildren and the family will be reunited, which would be wonderful. The child that was lost back then is not something to be thought about. It can't be found at all." The old woman's eyes turned, calculating that if she wanted to bring the second son back, this was the only way. Otherwise, after a long time they would all be subsidizing the father-in-law, and what benefits would they have left? Truly a fool. "Alright, the autumn harvest has just ended. Once we have some free time I will let the old man talk to the clan elders. We need to finalize this before the new year, and after that we'll find a wife for Yaozu." Upon hearing this, Yunfang felt much more at ease. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law returned home, and when the old man saw them back he frowned and reprimanded, "Where have you been? Disappearing without a word, really? Oh, old man, look at this. Meat. Where did you get this meat?" The old woman said proudly, "The second son's family is filial to me. Tomorrow our family will have another meat meal. Life is so good now, we save money on buying meat. The old man nodded in agreement but still maintained his authoritative stance. Yes, the second son is our son and it's only right that he is filial to us. That's right, but what about the matter of adopting Yaozu? Why suddenly bring this up again? Oh, what else could it be? I think the second son is becoming rebellious. He is so stingy with us and with so much meat at home he must be planning to benefit the father-in-law. The three men frowned at this. What? The second son wouldn't be that foolish, would he? Yunfang sighed. Father-in-law, you don't know, but the younger brother treats Lu Jiqing better than his own family. He wouldn't possibly adopt him as a son, would he? Isn't it just because he resembles the younger brother a bit? He really is foolish. That youth will eventually return to the city and I'm just afraid it will all be in vain in the end. Don't talk nonsense. The second son has been searching for his youngest son. He absolutely wouldn't have thoughts about a youth. You are just making wild claims. The old woman scoffed lightly. Even if there is no Lu Jiqing, there is still the second daughter-in-law's family. Who knows how much he will subsidize? We are just raising the second son for nothing. He only treats outsiders well but is stubborn with us. This statement pricked Zhou Laoda's heart. Even if he didn't like the second son he had raised him, how could he tolerate him being filial to others? With a loud bang he slammed the chopsticks on the table. Zhou Laoda, filled with rage, declared, I absolutely will not allow it. If the second son dares to be filial to the father-in-law, I will sever ties with him. This ungrateful child. Yunfang curled her lips, thinking this was no threat. If he truly severed ties, then all the benefits would go to others, and what use would that be to their own family? The old fool really has no brains. Zhou Laoda was always filial. Seeing this, he quickly went over to calm him down. Father, don't be angry. I think this matter can be easily resolved. Once the second son adopts Yaozu, it will be fine. In the future, if he treats Yaozu well, he will naturally consider him as his own. Once he has grandchildren, he won't even think about others anymore. Humph, but that stubborn son is unwilling to adopt. Sigh, well, we need to think of a way. Now that the autumn harvest is over, once the grain is delivered and divided, there isn't much to do at home, so why not? Old man Zhou thought for a moment and agreed, saying that rather than letting the second son give money to outsiders, it was better to benefit his own family. After all, Yaozu was his own grandson. Finally he decided, alright, once the matters in the village are settled, I'll talk to the clan elders. I don't believe the second son can go against them. As for the money for connections, you all can cover it, eldest brother. What? We have to pay? Yunfang instinctively tensed up upon hearing this. His son Yaozu was so obedient. Being adopted was a blessing from his uncle, so why should they pay? Father, we already pay a considerable amount for grain each year and also honor you regularly. Do we really have to pay this money too? Old man Zhou glared, and the authority he was used to as the head of the family was fully displayed, causing Yunfang to immediately lower his head and not dare to speak. A woman with long hair and short knowledge, these matters are naturally decided by men. What right do you have to interrupt? With that time you should think more about how to take care of the men. Yunfang. Zhou Laoda chuckled awkwardly. Father, don't be angry. Yunfang meant no harm, she's just straightforward. You should hurry and serve the food. Do you have no sense of urgency? Watching her leave, Zhou Laoda slowly said, Father, rest assured we will definitely cover this money. I just hope the second son doesn't act foolishly and adopts Yaozu sooner rather than later. Sai Yaozu has grown up. After being adopted, he can be said to be looking for a wife. It's essential to have him produce grandchildren for the second brother's family soon. Old man Zhou's expression gradually softened. That makes sense. For 18 years worrying about a lost child, with that time I could have had another son already. Foolish, really foolish. Back then, for that child, the hunter even stopped working, wasting that talent. Yes, it's all up to the sister-in-law. Losing a son is nothing, you just have another one. Zhou Laoda said sarcastically, but that couple is different, always acting as if their lives were on the line. 18 years wasted, and they still spend so much money on newspapers to look for their son. It makes me furious. If that money were used to honor you, it would be far better than being wasted finding a dead child. That child might have died long ago. Old man Zhou felt a surge of anger at these words. Thinking about it hurts, so much money wasted looking for a dead child. Why can't they understand? Just have another one directly. While the old house was deliberating, the captain's family was in harmony. Everyone had gone to bed early. The next day Lu Yang woke up at 8 o'clock looking at the glaring light outside. He slowly got up from bed feeling completely relaxed. He opened the door and sensed with his 5 senses that there was no one in the yard, probably all gone to work. After stretching and washing up, he leisurely went to the kitchen to make something to eat. He opened the pot lid to find a big bowl of porridge, some hot pig intestines, and a boiled egg inside. Lu Yang reached out to touch the still warm food and immediately knew it had been prepared for him by his aunt in the morning. A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He liked the atmosphere of the captain's family. After finishing his meal and tidying up a bit, he picked up his fishing gear, locked the door, and went to the riverbank, digging up a few earthworms to use as bait. After creating a fishing spot, he threw out the fishing rod. Fishing consumed oil and villagers rarely thought of eating fish. On the other hand, it was also because the fish were hard to catch, but the fish in the river were obviously quite foolish. Not long after casting the rod, there was a bite. Lu Yang stood up and slowly reeled in, forcefully flicking a palm-sized crucian carp onto the shore, which was flopping happily on the grass. Villagers passing by occasionally widened their eyes. "Oh my Lu Qingqing, you can fish. Wow, that fish is quite big. If boiled into soup with a piece of tofu, it would be simply delightful." Lu Yang looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man whose face seemed somewhat unfamiliar. He just smiled and nodded, not saying anything. After putting the fish in the wooden bucket with some water to keep it alive, he began to bait again and cast out. The middle-aged man, intrigued, limped over and sat beside him, watching as he caught fish one after another, his expression shifting from interest to shock. You look a bit unfamiliar. Are you from the village?" Lu Yang shook his head. "No, I'm a Qingqing." "That's not right. Qingqing should be working. Why are you here fishing? Even if the autumn harvest is over, there are still other tasks to do." "Well, I'm a hunter, so I don't need to go to work for my usual tasks." "Yes, you're the hunter who came down from the mountain after catching the wild boar yesterday? I really wouldn't have guessed you look so tall and skinny. How come you have such great skills?" Lu Yang looked at him and asked with a smile, "Uncle, why don't you have to go to work?" Zhou Xing smiled mysteriously. "Guess. Aren't urban Qingqing supposed to be smart? Guess why I don't have to go to work? You must be a retired soldier, right? Also a guard, I reckon." How did you know that?" "When working, I heard the aunt mention it before. Guards are soldiers who came from the battlefield, and if you have a leg injury, it's a bit inconvenient to walk. Plus, I guessed because your face looks unfamiliar. After all, people who have been soldiers are different. Even if they have a limp, their backs will still be straight, making them easy to distinguish from villagers." Zhou Xing laughed heartily upon hearing this. "You're a clever little fellow. How did you catch these fish? Why do I keep losing the hooks?" "Uncle, if you ask, what will you trade for the answer?" "Oh, what do you want to know?" Lu Yang lazily said, "It's nothing much. I just want to gather more firewood for winter. I see there are many trees in the north, but don't know how to get there. Uncle, do you know if there's a path?" Zhou Xing frowned. "The north is the location of the timber factory. They are either planting trees or cutting them down every day, so naturally there are many trees. However, their trees are managed by the factory and cannot be cut down. If you want to cut, just go to the back. Forget it, don't go to the back mountain. There are many dead trees on the slope over there which are easier to cut. You can't go to the timber factory." Previously, there were villagers who wanted to cut trees to make furniture but were caught and almost got into a fight. Lu Yang nodded seriously, saying, "Okay, thank you, Uncle. Now I know where to go for firewood. I'm glad I asked, otherwise I would have gone to the north to cut trees, which would have been troublesome." Zhou Xing laughed heartily. "It's nothing. There are militia patrolling day and night over there. Even if you do go to cut, you will be discovered. At most you will just get scolded and nothing will happen. But if you insist on cutting, then it would be normal for conflicts to arise. After all, the laborers there are different. Avoid contact, you know what I mean. Don't go cut trees over there. You Qingqing just came to the countryside and don't understand these things. If you accidentally offend a taboo, your captain will also have to take responsibility." Lu Yang responded, "Okay, I understand. I just need to know where the firewood is. I'm afraid of the cold. I heard that winter in the north can be very cold, so I'll prepare more dry firewood in advance." Zhou Xing nodded slightly, a smile gracing his well-defined features. "Yes, winter in the north is quite cold. If you're a hunter, you have plenty of time. It's easy to go up the mountain to chop dead wood. If you want company, you can find me at the far west. I live in the grass hut there. You're quite interesting and chatting with you is enjoyable." Lu Yang replied. Thank you, uncle, for telling me where to chop wood. Take a couple of fish as a token of appreciation. Hey little guy, you haven't told me how the fish don't come off the hook. Zhou Shun watched curiously as he pulled the fish up and placed it in a bucket right before him, handing the fishing hook over. With just one look he immediately understood. Oh, it can be done like this? You're quite clever, little guy. No wonder you're a city youth sent to the countryside, your mind is sharp. Wait a moment, I'll go home and get you something. We should have a give-and-take relationship, I can't just take advantage of you. Lu Yang watched him limping away, his expression turning serious as he stared into the northern forest. He would need to venture out tonight to scout the way. During the day, it was too conspicuous and inconvenient to go. If only there were a small path. Before long, Zhou Shun returned with a basket full of bright yellow persimmons which looked quite delightful. These are for you, little guy. They came from the persimmon tree in my yard. Don't let anyone else see, keep them inside until they soften and then you can eat them. Lu Yang glanced at them, somewhat surprised at how simple-minded people were in this era. They didn't want to take advantage of others at all. Uncle, you've given too much. It's just a bent hook, it's not worth so many persimmons. I only need a few. Zhou Shun smiled and waved his hand. Ah, then I've taken advantage of you. You've taught me, now I can fish whenever I want. This is a great favor. Just take them. If you want persimmons in the future, come find me. If you just want to chat, come find me too, I'm just a free man now. Okay, I understand. After giving him 3 fish, Lu Yang watched him walk away, took a bite of a persimmon and grimaced at the astringency, having to spit it out. Hiss, it really needs to be soft before it's good to eat, it's too astringent. After fishing for a while, Lu Yang returned with the bucket, scaled 2 fish for soup and used the bigger one to make boiled fish, busy for a couple of hours until dinner was ready. As he walked down the path, a villager sniffed and said, Hey, whose family is cooking fish? It smells too good. I don't know, those fish are hard to catch. When Zhou Shuang heard about the fish, she exchanged a glance with Zhou Qiao and they both winked at each other, giggling. Uncle, it might be the fragrance of stir-fried dishes. Oh come on, fish aren't that easy to catch. You must have misheard. True, if they were that easy to catch we would have eaten them long ago. Those fish are quite clever. Well, I'm going home to eat now. The team leader's family walked home, the aroma in the air growing richer, a completely different fragrance from meat, indescribably enticing. Once inside the yard, they shut the door with an understanding nod and the family gathered in the kitchen, stretching their necks to peek inside, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Yang, what delicious food are you making? I've made fish soup in a clay pot plus boiled fish slices, and you'll stir-fry some wild vegetables with oil, then we can eat. Zhou Shuang swallowed hard. Wow, this is even more sumptuous than what we eat during the New Year. Ever since you came I feel like I'm going to gain weight. Ah, the food is so good. Lu Yang smiled. Come and light the fire, you'll be done soon. A few minutes later the table was set with dishes, a red spicy boiled fish and a clay pot of milky white fish soup, fragrant enough to keep anyone's eyes glued to it. So this is boiled fish. I thought it was just boiled in water, I didn't expect it to have soup and be spicy. Yes, it's mainly spicy and numbing to go with rice. The team leader looked at the sumptuous meal and called out, hurry and eat while it's hot. Lu Yang, you're really skilled at fishing, you've caught so many fish. Lu Yang said softly, it's nothing. As long as the bait is ready, the hook is prepared, and you set a bait spot, fishing becomes easy. What do you mean by bait spot? Oh, it's to put some food in advance to attract the fish. That way when the fishing hook is dropped there will definitely be more fish to catch, which is much better than relying on luck. The team leader realized, so that's how it is. No wonder we can't catch fish, there are so many tricks to it that we weren't aware of. Zhou Shuang took a bite of the boiled fish, her tongue tingling from the spice, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Wow, it's so spicy. Lu Yang hurriedly poured her a cup of cool boiled water. Drink some cold water to ease it. If you can't handle spice, you'll use less chili next time. No need. It's very spicy but delicious, I like it. Slurping, slurping. After finishing the meal all their eyes were red completely from the spiciness, but it was too delicious, no one could bear to put down their chopsticks. After the meal the 3 sisters took turns cleaning up. Today it was Zhou Shuang's turn to work. Zhou Qiao looked at the persimmons in the yard and curiously asked, Lu Yang, where did those persimmons come from? Oh, an uncle gave them to me. They're too astringent to eat now, but once they soften they can be eaten. Lu Yang placed the basket in the kitchen's straw pile to let them soften faster. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, Lu Yang wandered around the foot of the northern mountain carrying a basket to pick berries, occasionally looking up to search for small paths. He didn't dare to go up the mountain, it was too conspicuous and hard to explain if someone saw him. After wandering for a while, just as he was about to head back, he really found a small path. Though calling it a path was a stretch, it was merely a track made by footfalls, one that could only accommodate a single person. From a distance the path appeared somewhat winding with no clear end in sight. He would have to return tonight to explore it further. As he glanced at the setting sun, Lu Yang returned home. Dinner was made by Su Qingqing, consisting of a pot of corn porridge and a single egg. Even in their household they couldn't eat white flour and drink porridge every day. In the village at night they generally just had corn porridge. During the day they would work and usually have better meals, otherwise they wouldn't have the strength to work, which would delay the production team's plans. As night fell, Lu Yang sat in the yard watching the stars, becoming somewhat entranced. A voice interrupted him. "What are you looking at? What's so special about the stars? They're beautiful. When so many things are around you don't notice them. One day when you can't see them anymore, it's like a piece of your heart has been dug out and you yearn to see them again." Zhou Shuang looked confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The moon and stars are here every day, there's nothing special about them. During the apocalypse I never saw such bright moonlight and stars. It turns out the countryside's moonlight is truly this bright. They're beautiful, you can't see them so bright in the city. So that's how it is. Su Qingqing finished her chores and looked at her son and daughter in the yard, feeling a sense of long-lost peace in her heart. It's wonderful that this year the family can celebrate a reunion for the new year together. No longer needing to go to the newspaper to place an ad, waiting for a faint hope, it seems that heaven has not been unkind to their family. Zhou Ping wiped her hands on her apron, looking at her mother with a hint of sadness in her expression, puzzled as she asked, "Mother, are you all right? Did someone upset you?" "Oh no, let's go look at the moon." Look at the moon." In the end the Zhou family moved their stools and sat in the yard gazing at the stars and moon, chatting casually until 9 o'clock before returning indoors to rest. In the countryside one must work when the sun rises and rest when it gets dark. 9 o'clock is already considered late. With a creak the door was gently pulled open. Lu Yang leaped over the wall and quickly reached the foot of the mountain with the use of teleportation, finding the small path leading up the mountain. After climbing over a hill he saw the forest farm. It was an endless expanse of open land piled high with firewood resembling small mountains, all of which had to be sent to the town every year. The collective delivers grain while the forest farm has a fixed annual delivery of firewood. The leftover can be made into furniture for sale, which constitutes the main source of income for the forest farm. Standing on the hillside after determining the direction of his adoptive parents' home, it was easy to find the grass huts visible were their residence. A regular thatched house would not house laborers like them. With about 10 grass huts, he didn't initially know which one was theirs, so he could only listen and search one by one. Fortunate that the Lu family tended to stay up late so he could hear faint voices. Lu Yang squatted beneath a window and listened. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the window. The elderly couple who were talking suddenly froze, their bodies tensing up as they thought it might be someone coming to educate them in the middle of the night. Wen Shu glanced at the old man and hurriedly opened the window, vigilant. "Who is it?" "Mom, it's me." Hearing that familiar voice, Wen Shu stiffened, doubting whether she was imagining things due to missing her son too much. Xiao Yang was working well in the city and would definitely not come here. Behind her, Lu Yan, seeing she was unmoving, asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Who is it?" Turning his head to look, her lips trembled slightly. It sounds like Xiao Yang's voice. "I must be hearing things. How could that child be here?" "What?" Lu Yan quickly got up from the hay, limping over. His leg had been injured while transporting wood today, and it hurt so badly that he couldn't sleep. He pulled open the window, and in the moonlight, upon seeing the person outside, both old couple's pupils constricted. They were momentarily at a loss for words, afraid of being discovered by the forest farm personnel. If that happened, the child would certainly not escape being implicated. Lu Yan suppressed his panic and lowered his voice. "Let Xiao Yang come in to talk. Wife, you go open the door, but be quiet, don't let anyone else find out." Wen Shu's heart raced excitedly at seeing her son, but she was also anxious about why he was here and if he had gotten caught up in their troubles. But wait, they had already placed an ad to sever ties. Their son had no blood relation to them. Normally this shouldn't happen. Could it be that something unexpected occurred? Lu Yang took a detour towards the door. Once he opened it and stepped inside, his keen senses took in the surroundings, leaving him somewhat stunned by the simplicity of it all. Although it was called a room, there wasn't even a bed. The ground was covered with hay, the small table was shabby, and the benches were rickety, with 3 of the 4 walls allowing the wind to blow through. It was not just simple, it was better suited for livestock than for people. The memory of the original owner's adoptive parents' home was of a spacious courtyard, and these two contrasting images intertwined in his mind, making it hard to breathe as it stirred the residual emotions of the original owner. Liu Yang's voice was somewhat hoarse. Mom, Dad, you've suffered. I've brought you some things and make sure to keep them well. Saying this, he placed the basket he was carrying on the ground and took out bottles and jars to put on the table, including medicines for bruises and injuries, hemostatic medicine, ointments for burns, and more. He handed over a patched cotton coat, cotton pants, and cotton shoes, whispering, Mom, the fabric on the outer layer of the coat is not made of new cloth. To avoid being discovered, you can't risk losing the coat and pants. This patched safety gear has all new cotton inside to keep you warm. Dad, with your old leg condition, you mustn't let yourself get cold. I didn't dare to bring you meat, the smell would be too strong. Here are some chicken and vegetable buns as well as white steamed buns for you to eat a little. We have much to discuss, there's still plenty of time before dawn. Seeing him take out so many carefully selected items that were not easily noticeable, the elderly couple couldn't help but feel their eyes redden. Liu Yan's face was stern, a bit harsh. Speak up, how did you get here? Didn't we agree that you were not to seek us out? You severed ties publicly and now you come to associate with us. Do you know what the consequences might be? You are being too reckless. Liu Yang lowered his gaze to adjust his emotions, sniffing back tears as he said, Dad, there were issues in the city, let me explain slowly. After a dozen minutes, the elderly couple fell silent after listening to their adopted son's words, exchanging a glance filled with guilt, sadness, and confusion. When Shu wiped her tears, Xiaoyang, are you saying the truth? Did your uncle really drug you, frame you with a pregnant girl to force you into changing jobs? Liu Yang looked at them sincerely. Yes, they said I was an adopted son and didn't deserve to work at the machinery factory. At first they tried to coax me into changing jobs, but I refused. Later they drugged me. Fortunately, on days when my stomach felt uncomfortable, I would throw up, otherwise I fear I would have lost my job and had to marry that pregnant Su Qingqing. Seeing that I couldn't keep my job and staying in the city would lead to endless trouble, I gave my job to Uncle Guo's nephew. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple understood. Their adopted son had come to them seeking work. The more they thought about it, the more painful it became, as they initially thought that entrusting him to his uncle was the right thing to do, only to find out that they were the first to take action against him. When Shu felt heartbroken, unable to stop her tears. Her frail body, already worn from the labor at the forest farm, had become nothing but bones. Her body swayed unsteadily, and Liu Yang hurried to support her, saying, Mom, don't overthink it. I truly have no blood relation with you. I can understand my uncle's calculations. However, the current situation isn't bad. I sold my job and becoming a sent-down youth will be better. I can be closer to you. If anything happens, I can lend a hand, right? Liu Yan frowned tightly. No, you cannot come back here. If the forest farm personnel discover you and report you even as a sent-down youth, we will still be implicated. The Xiangyang Brigade is quite good. You can live a safer life. Don't come back here, we will endure. Liu Yang discerned the concern in their words. No wonder the original owner couldn't let go of his foster parents even after death. They had indeed treated him with such kindness that it was no different from that of biological parents. Their words were laced with fear of implicating him. Even though he could make their lives easier, they still didn't want him to take risks. Thinking of this, Liu Yang felt a tug at his heart. He had promised the original owner to protect his foster parents, and now he genuinely wished to safeguard them as long as they could endure another 3 or 4 years until the policy changed. By then his foster parents would be vindicated and returned to the city. Liu Yang understood well that this was not something his foster parents could endure alone. Those laboring in the forest were different from the educated youth. Every action was restricted and education was a daily routine. The physical and mental torment, coupled with his foster father's status in the scientific community, meant those spies would never let him go. Without external help, they wouldn't be able to last 3 or 4 years. Otherwise, in his past life, their family of 5 wouldn't have ended up with only the second brother surviving. No, you don't need to worry about implicating me. I found a small path to come here. As long as I'm careful, it will be fine. Liu Yan opened his mouth to refuse, but seeing the stubborn glimmer in his foster son's eyes, he knew there was no point in arguing. He sighed. Why do you insist on wading through this murky water? Being an educated youth is already exhausting. Why do you have to come here right under everyone's noses? If you get reported by other educated youths, do you know how serious the consequences would be? What can I say to you, my child? Lu Yang looked at him. His once elegant and refined Professor Foster father now looked gaunt, his clothes hanging loosely on him, leaving only a skeletal figure. This was merely a few months' time. To expect such a body to endure 3 or 4 years was beyond what even the strongest will could bear. Dad, I won't be with the educated youths. I stay in a separate room at the village chief's house. As long as I am careful, no one will find out. Besides, I can hunt. Hunters have more freedom. If you lack anything, I can bring it to you and you will have a better time. Otherwise, what will happen if your bodies can't hold up? As long as our family is together, no difficulty is insurmountable. Please don't push me away. I cannot care for you while focusing solely on myself. Lu Yan sighed. All right, but don't come too often. There are too many patrollers around here, and there are high-ranking spies in the forest who will pay special attention to this area. The likelihood of you being discovered is high. You must be exceedingly careful, understand? Wen Shu looked over puzzled. Child, when did you learn to hunt? Are there hunters in your brigade? But it is dangerous to hunt in the mountains. Moreover, I heard that although hunters have flexible schedules, they must deliver 500 jin of meat to the brigade each year. That's no small amount. Are you sure you can manage? Lu Yang smiled softly and replied, Don't worry, Mom. I've always been strong since I was little. Hunting is no problem as long as I'm cautious. A couple of days ago, I went into the mountains with the village chief and brought back 2 wild boars. The villagers are treating me very well now. You can rest assured that I'm doing fine. He pulled out a bag of jerky from his pocket and handed it over. Cooked meat has a strong smell and is inconvenient to bring, but this jerky has no scent. You can eat a little to fill your stomach. Wen Shu hurriedly pushed the jerky back, waving her hands. No, we can't have any meat here. We are all people who don't eat meat. They can smell even a hint of meat. Take it back, you. We are fine with these egg and vegetable buns. Here, old man, eat this as a token of our son's intentions. Ah, thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyang. Lu Yang helplessly took back the jerky, thinking that next time he would bring meat porridge, that flavor would be milder and less likely to be detected at night. Dad, I also have a box of ginseng slices here. Keep it for life-saving use. I will come to deliver food every month. If you lack anything, just tell me without hesitation. Where are these medicines hidden? Lu Yan pointed to the corner of the wall and whispered, Remove the earthen bricks, that's where we hide our valuables. At least if something happens, we have some money to fall back on. Lu Yang squatted down, pulled out the earthen bricks, took out an aluminum lunchbox, and from his pocket he took out a stack of currency and tickets, placing them directly into the lunchbox. Mom and Dad, with money and tickets you can buy whatever you want to, bribe a little to make life easier and avoid suffering from physical strain. We are family. Your health is the most important. If you lack anything, remember to tell me. I will come 3 times a month every 10 days. Lu Yan nodded. All right, but be careful tonight. There might be wild beasts in the mountains. I know, Dad, you can rest assured. Lu Yang sat on a rickety stool watching the 2 of them devour the buns. He felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, knowing that all he could do now was visit more often to make their lives a little better. Dad, do you know who the spies in the forest are? Since there are spies, they wouldn't allow them to have a good life. If he could find that person and deal with them secretly, their lives would improve. Lu Yan shook his head. Not clear. Every time they come to talk to us, it's just lackeys. The person behind is deeply hidden and we don't know who they are. But it can be confirmed that that spy holds a high position in the forest's leadership, otherwise they wouldn't have such power. Lu Yang responded, What is that person's goal? To make you betray your country and follow them to their nation to conduct research. Yes, if I agree, they would send someone to take our whole family away. If I refuse, they would torment us until we can't endure it and die. However, the forest director is a good person. As long as he is here, things won't be too excessive, but he often has to go out, so. Lu Yan stood up but stumbled and almost fell. Lu Yang looked down at his feet with concern. Dad, what's wrong? Did you injure your leg? I twisted my foot while lifting wood today. As one ages, the body weakens. Even lifting wood can cause injury. Don't worry, I'm fine. That's not okay. Let me take a look. If you hurt your bones, it could be hard to heal if it drags on. He pressed him down to sit, squatted down, and felt his ankle, which was clearly swollen. If left untreated, he wouldn't be able to walk tomorrow. He stood up to get the medicinal liquor and began to rub it in. Lu Yan gritted his teeth in pain, his lips pressed into a thin line, remaining silent as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After Lu Yang finished treating him, he softly said, "All right, once the medicine takes effect, have a good sleep and you will be fine by tomorrow. If there is still any discomfort, let me know and I will check on you. Nothing else, just the twisted ankle. That's good. When we have time, I will give the cotton clothes for my brother and sister. I won't go looking for them alone." Although the original owner's elder brother was born prematurely and physically weak, his mind was nearly demonic and quite cunning. It is better to have less contact with him as he easily reveals one's vulnerabilities. As for the other members of the Wen family, based on the original owner's memories, they are easy to get along with and trust the original owner completely, so he does not need to constantly guard against being suspected of his identity. Lu Yang helped the person sit down on the straw, looking at the empty house, and said softly, "Dad, you can't be without a bed. You don't know how cold it gets in the winter here, especially at night. I've heard villagers say that every winter quite a few people freeze to death. I plan to find a way to get you some wooden boards. How about making a bed in front of them? I will think of a way to get cotton quilts for you before winter comes, otherwise it will be hard to survive the season." Lu Yan swallowed the bun, feeling much better as the burning sensation in his stomach eased, but he also appeared somewhat worried. "Yes, we are also anxious about how to get through the winter. Fortunately, your elder brother is a bit stronger, so he can chop more firewood to stock up. Without firewood in winter, one can only wait to die. As for the bed, I will think of another way to make it in front of them. The child is fine, your elder brother is clever. Let him think of a solution." Lu Yang nodded, stood up and continued rummaging through the backpack, pulling out a medicine bottle and handing it over. "Dad, this is the nourishing heart pill I prepared for your second brother. He needs it because of his weak constitution." Wen Shu's eyes brightened at the mention of the nourishing heart pill. "That's wonderful. The second brother is saved. Good child, you don't know how we searched everywhere to buy this medicine and couldn't find it." "It's nothing, Mom. If you lack anything, just tell me. We are family, there is no need to be so polite." All right, it's all my fault for not realizing. I didn't expect your uncle. But now our family is reunited. As long as we can get through this, things will definitely get better in the future." "Yes, it will definitely get better. Dad is a talent in research and will eventually return home. The country needs him, doesn't it?" Lu Yan felt much more relaxed upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, he saw his foster son making a gesture. "Someone is coming. Dad, Mom, I will leave through the window first and come back to see you another day." The two's expressions changed and they quickly opened the window to let their foster son out. After watching the person walk far away, they hurriedly closed the window, peering through the door crack to see who was approaching. A swaying figure approached, walked up to their door and began to urinate after pulling down his pants, laughing foolishly. Who else could it be but that sycophant? Lu Yang observed this scene from the shadows, his eyes narrowing dangerously. After the man urinated against the dilapidated door, he staggered away a bit, quietly sneaking up behind him. With a thought, a piece of wood appeared under the feet of the drunken man, causing him to stumble and fall hard, crying out in pain. He cursed angrily, "Damn it, what the hell tripped me? Just wait, I will." After rummaging through his pockets and seeing the wooden stick, he threw it away in frustration, getting up from the ground, his anger flaring. Wang Erma appeared fierce and intimidating. Lu Yang darted to the hillside, lifted a heavy round stone and hurled it directly in the direction of the man, calculating the trajectory perfectly to ensure he couldn't dodge it. A thunderous sound erupted and Wang Erma turned his head towards the noise. Under the moonlight, he felt a shadow swiftly approaching, but he couldn't make out what it was. His mind was somewhat dazed from the alcohol, and as he stood there stretching his neck to look, when he finally saw that it was a large stone, his pupils suddenly contracted, but his legs had already gone weak. Instinctively, he tried to drop to the ground to roll away, but he couldn't move. The next moment, the large round stone rolled right over his legs. Wang Erma's screams echoed through the forest, waking many people who lit kerosene lamps and came out to see what was happening. Lu Yang smirked at the sight of the screaming man, feeling satisfied as he left. After all, he was one who repaid every grievance. Anyone bold enough to come and urinate in front of his foster parents would surely have connections to the spies. If he couldn't find the spies, he would first deal with their henchmen. The bushes rustled slightly and the figure disappeared without a trace. The people in the grass hut came over slowly. Upon seeing who it was from a distance, they turned around and went back inside without a word. They saw nothing. They didn't see anything at all. The three siblings of the Lu family heard the commotion and hurried over to their parents. Seeing that they were unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly they caught a whiff of the smell of urine and frowned at the marks on the door. Mom, Dad, are you alright? Did someone just come by? Was it Wang Irma from the forest? Sure, you came just in time. Let's talk inside. They closed the door and the cries outside diminished significantly. They were not interested in knowing who was injured. As long as their parents were safe, that was enough. Wen Shu peered through the crack in the door to watch for anyone approaching. Lu Yan briefly explained the situation and warned little Yang, you must never tell anyone about what happened here in the countryside. Come, take this medicinal wine back home to use. Second brother, come here. This is the nourishing heart pill that Xiao Yang bought for you. If you feel any discomfort in your chest, take one. Here, take it. Second brother Lu Huaian reached out to take the medicine bottle, opened it and sniffed. It was the medicine he usually took, which eased some of his doubts. He asked confusedly, Mom, Dad, are you saying that Xiao Yang has come to the countryside? Your uncle's schemes failed and he even got the upper hand, and not only did he come to the countryside unharmed, but he also prepared so many things for us. When did he become so thoughtful and cautious? As soon as the words fell, he was tapped on the forehead. Lu Yan said irritably, Second brother, you should ease up on your suspicions. That is your brother. He could have chosen not to care about us, yet he took the risk to come to the countryside and deliver things for us. How hard is that? Lu Huaian rubbed his head, feeling somewhat helpless. No, that's not what I meant. I just feel that he has been very bold this time and is quite clever. Cough, cough. He still remembers to buy the nourishing heart pill for me. This brother is not ungrateful, it's just that his life as a sent-down youth must not be easy. Xiao Yang said he is now a hunter and life is quite good. He has plenty of free time and doesn't live with those sent-down youths but stays alone at the captain's house. Lu Yan spoke with pride in his eyes. That child used to be somewhat timid and he worried he would suffer in the future, but he never expected him to become so impressive now. Lu Huaian raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat dizzy. That little brother who used to be like a shadow, often crying easily, when did he become so clever and capable? A hunter? That's not an easy job. Dad, didn't you ask if it's dangerous to be a hunter? That guy is so timid, how can he be a hunter? Wen Shu turned her head and glared at him, lowering her voice, Second brother, what are you saying? Xiao Yang has always been strong since he was young. It's perfectly normal for him to be a hunter. I see that he has grown quite strong. Old Lu nodded and said with a smile, indeed, that child is doing quite well now. I won't have to worry about him being bullied anymore. Haha, that muscle on him is much better than before. He looks like a good candidate for a hunter. Perhaps going to the countryside is better for him. Although life in the city is easier, the salary is fixed every month, and with your uncle and aunt watching over him, he doesn't have a good life, so it might be better for him in the countryside. Old Dala Mingyuan chuckled, yes, my younger brother is here too. Our whole family is reunited. By the way, why did he suddenly decide to go to the countryside? Wen Shu sighed and said with some guilt, this is my fault. I didn't expect your uncle and aunt to be so excessive. Fortunately, the child is smart and sold his work to come to the countryside. The family exchanged a few words, took their steamed buns and medicinal wine and returned to their hut while Lu Lauer lay down on the hay. Looking at his elder brother who had fallen asleep and was snoring, he sighed. It's good to be carefree. A life in this forest farm is a bit easier. However, that guy Lu Yang. Something feels off. Forget it, I'll chat with him properly next time I see him. Wang Irma was carried back, his lower leg bones exposed, blood streaming profusely. He was sent to town overnight, but his leg couldn't be saved. As for Lu Yang, he had already followed the small path back, skillfully climbed over the courtyard wall, entered his room, locked the door and let out a long breath. He closed his eyes and slowly fell into a deep sleep. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time to deliver grain to the Xianyang brigade, with several carts piled high with grain stacked like small hills. Dozens of men followed the procession, moving grandly out of the village. The downhill path was the hardest to navigate, both going up and down were dangerous. The men had to hold on to the carts tightly. If the ones in front fell, those behind would suffer too. It was hard work to push the carts up the slope, but once they reached the flat dirt road, it was a relief. The captain was tall, holding a chopping knife as he walked at the front, with Lu Yang beside him, looking around the forest and chatting occasionally with the captain. Haha, once we deliver the grain and return, we can divide the remaining grain. That will be our lifeline for winter. Lu Yang, you haven't been here long, but your work points are pretty good. You'll get a decent share for winter. Lu Yang smiled and nodded, okay Uncle Zhou. Once we divide the grain I'll head up the mountain to hunt quickly and stock up on meat before the snow comes. I also need to gather firewood when I have time. The captain with a stern face broke into a smile, patted his shoulder and said loudly, you're a wise child. Knowing to prepare in advance makes winter easier to get through. When I have time another day I'll teach you how to make charcoal. It keeps the house warm in winter and makes cooking more convenient. Alright, thank you Uncle Zhou. The men behind were also very happy. After all their hard work it was all for that moment of sharing grain. The more grain they could divide the less they'd go hungry at home during winter. Old Jen drove the donkey cart smiling as he looked at the two similar figures ahead, clearly a father and son. The captain had finally endured his hardships. Even if they couldn't recognize him for now it was no problem, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The men, feeling a bit bored, chatted as they glanced enviously into the forest. Those running around couldn't be anything but wild pheasants. They planned to set traps when they got back to see if they could catch some. A braver man found Lu Yang and pointed toward the forest. Lu Qingqing, I heard you are good at catching prey. Do you think you can hunt those pheasants over there in the woods? Lu Yang looked over and saw indeed some pheasants flapping their wings and flying, their long tail feathers trailing behind, making them quite tempting. His eyes lit up, feeling a bit excited. He grabbed a bow and arrow from the cart and called out, Captain, I'm going to stroll around in the woods. You'll catch up with the team soon. Huh? The captain watched as the figure ran off, followed by two men somewhat helplessly saying, slow down, you're only allowed to stay outside the woods, not to go in. Lu Yang waved his hand behind him and ran off swiftly. Zhou Dashan and Zhou Yong chased after him but couldn't catch up, panting heavily. Wow, didn't they say city people are weak? What has Lu Qingqing been eating to run so fast? Oh, I'm exhausted. The sound of rushing came and the two looked up to see him holding an arrow, having caught a pheasant. Wow, that accuracy is incredible. Amazing, Lu Qingqing. Whether our village can have more cured meat this year depends on you now. Lu Yang turned back and smiled, bleeding the pheasant and tying it with grass rope to hang on his waist, continuing to search for the next prey both in the air and on the ground. As long as it was within his range it was a swift arrow shot, almost never missing. The two behind watched in awe, curiously asking, Lu Qingqing, how did you practice that accuracy? It's amazing. Haha, it's nothing. I just practiced with a slingshot a lot and my aim got better. If you find it difficult to practice archery you can practice slingshots instead. It's very easy for catching birds and wild chickens. Zhou Dashan's eyes lit up with excitement, right? Why didn't I think of that? Thank you for the reminder, Lu Qingqing. When I get back I'll definitely practice hard. While they were talking, Lu Yang handed a wild chicken to one of them. With smiles they followed behind, one hunting in front while the two behind busily carried the prey. After Lu Yang got tired he called out, let's go sit on the cart for a while, I'm exhausted. The two happily followed, thinking about what they could trade with Lu Qingqing for pheasants when they got home. They were looking forward to tasting meat again. That was what gave life hope. The captain saw them hanging on to their catch and couldn't help but twitch his mouth looking at them. All these were caught by you, Lu Yang. Your aim is truly impressive. Haha, it's nothing. I had good luck today. There were plenty of pheasants by the woods and I shot down 2 or 3 birds. We'll eat them when we get back. Alright, let's make soup to nourish ourselves. The captain said with concern, you must be tired, we still have about an hour to reach town. Let's quickly rest on the cart. Lu Yang wasn't polite, jumping directly onto the cart, feeling much better in the wind, wiping the sweat from his forehead and smiling brightly. Brother Dashan, do you want to come up and rest? Hehe, let's ask old Jen. If he's willing we'll sit for a while. My legs are sore from running. They didn't dare to sit on the captain's cart unless they wanted to be reckless. If they couldn't compare to Lu Qingqing. The captain treated Lu Qingqing kindly. The two approached old Jen's donkey cart smiling, Old Jen, can we sit for a while? We're exhausted from running into the woods just now. Haha, sure, you two can sit here. This Lu Qingqing is quite capable. Look at how easily he catches prey on the way to deliver grain. Our village will have a better winter this year. The villagers were in good spirits. In the past, when the team lacked hunters, they found it very difficult to buy some meat to taste. Trading with other teams was too expensive and the Hongqi commune looked down on the other teams. If they traded for meat the price would be higher than that in town, but they couldn't avoid buying it. Waiting in line in town wasted too much time and they couldn't choose the meat. When it was their turn they had to buy whatever was left. If they didn't buy it would be a waste of time in line. It was hard to get a piece of meat. They chatted and laughed along the way, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. On their way, Lu Yang's ears twitched slightly as he heard someone shouting for help looking towards the forest ahead. Uncle Zhou, it seems someone is calling for help over there. The team leader was taken aback, perked up his ears to listen but didn't hear anything. However, Lu Yang had sharp hearing, he had seen plenty in the mountains. Since he mentioned it, there must be something going on. He raised his hand to signal the team to stop, called over two agile men and said, "Let's hurry over there to check the situation. The team can move a bit slower." His expression was somewhat serious. There had been instances of wild boars coming down the mountain before. This was not just about stealing food but direct harm to people. So there was always some danger on the road to deliver grain every year. Those who went were all strong men selected by the team. Lu Yang jumped off the cart with his bow and arrow and quickly ran towards the direction of the sound, seeing a few dark figures in the distance surrounding a large creature. As he got closer, he could see clearly that the large creature was none other than a black bear, baring its teeth and swiping at the people surrounding it with fierce light in its eyes. The team leader's group followed closely, all holding hatchets. When they recognized what it was, they gasped in shock, instinctively lowering their voices. "A bear, a black bear. How could it be this thing? Damn it, how did this thing come down the mountain? Uncle Zhou, which team are those people from? Not sure, let's get a bit closer and ask. Regardless of which team they belong to, we can't just stand by and watch them die." The four of them kept approaching. The team leader shouted, "Which team are you from and how did you end up here? What's going on with that black bear?" Li Baoshan's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. Once he saw it was from the Xiangyang team, his expression immediately darkened as he clumsily dodged the attacks from the black bear. "We are hunters from the Hongshi team and my name is Li Baoshan." "Huh? How did you end up here?" Sun Daniu, Sun Jian, Zhao Sanshi and Zhao Monsung exchanged glances, their intentions clear as they ran toward the few people clearly wanting to pull them into the mess. The team leader saw them running over with the already frantic black bear behind them and directly yelled, "Don't come over, you brats. Run. Hurry up and run." Damn it, had I known the Hongshi team's hunters were so ruthless, I wouldn't have expected them to be so heartless, not even asking for help. They even wanted to lure the black bear over. Damn it. Lu Yang paused his steps. "Wait, Uncle Zhou, we can't afford to run. Why not take it down? If we let it return to the forest, it might come down again to harm the villagers in the future. This black bear is too close to our village. I worry that if we let it go this time, it will be hard to kill it next time." The team leader thought for a moment and agreed. Although he didn't know why the Hongshi team's hunters had angered the black bear, it was too close to their village and they would only be the ones suffering in the future. The four of them stopped running and turned to charge at the black bear. The Hongshi team members saw they weren't fleeing, rolling down the slope, and watched as the black bear chased after the Xiangyang team, gasping in relief knowing they were saved. "Li Guo, I'm so exhausted. Damn it, I can't believe we really encountered this thing. We are so unlucky today, almost got killed." Li Baoshan looked at the injured black bear and didn't pursue it anymore, letting out a long sigh of relief. He shook off his numb and trembling hands and checked his hunting rifle. "I'm out of bullets here, do you have any left? This black bear holds grudges. Since it has been provoked, it must be killed." The few of them exchanged glances and shook their heads. "No, we almost got killed just now, we couldn't focus on anything else. We used up all our bullets. It's over. If the black bear takes care of the Xiangyang team, it won't spare us either. Li Gu, should we hurry and run?" Zhao Sanshi, with his bulging eyes, looked at the people fighting the black bear. He knew that the Xiangyang team had no hunters and relying on hatchets to kill the black bear was impossible. Li Baoshan pounded the ground in frustration, feeling the scratch on his shoulder that was pulling at him, gritting his teeth in pain. Damn it, that black bear could possibly have a golden gallbladder. If we kill it and sell the golden gallbladder, we could get thousands of coins. That's a fortune. Even if it's not a golden gallbladder, an iron gallbladder could still fetch hundreds. I can't bear to watch the money slip away. He had long heard about a black bear living nearby that had become intelligent after living for many years. If they killed it, it was very likely to have a golden gallbladder. He thought he was well prepared but underestimated the creature's cunning. It had been toying with them until it finally got angry and started attacking for real. But they had already exhausted their bullets. Zhao Sanshi sighed and advised, "Li Gu, we feel the pain too, but look at us, we are all injured. Even if we rush in, we wouldn't be a match for it. At least now we have the Xiangyang team members to hold it back, giving us a chance to run back to the Hongqi team. If they fall, we won't even be able to run away. Li Baoshan thought about it and agreed. He closed his eyes, struggling to get up, gritting his teeth and saying, "All right, let's go back." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Next time he would definitely bring the team leader with him. He wouldn't believe they couldn't kill that thing. Bleeding and in severe pain, he felt dizzy and stumbled as he climbed up the slope, preparing to hurry back to the team. Sun Dainyu seemed to see something and exclaimed, "Wait, Li Gu, you guys look over there. The black bear seems off." The others quickly looked over. Lu Yang raised his bow and aimed at the black bear's leg, shooting 2 arrows swiftly. Since they encountered it, there was absolutely no chance it could escape. The black bear must die. The black bear roared, its eyes filled with fierce bloodthirst as it charged at Lu Yang. The team leader wanted to move forward but was pulled back by Lu Yang, who handed him the bow and arrow. He drew out a hatchet from his waist and rushed forward. "Uncle Zhou, you all step back. Let me see if I can kill it." "What? This is too dangerous." 1 person and 1 bear were entangled. Lu Yang had his back to them, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty and murderous aura, the kind that only someone who had crawled out of a pile of dead bodies would possess. The black bear paused, instinctively feeling fear and wanting to flee, but the anger of being pursued and shot along with the pain from its injuries had driven it completely insane. The bear, disregarding its injured leg, stood upright like a human and raised its sharp claws to viciously strike at Lu Yang. If that claw were to land, it would not only tear flesh but could easily sever an artery, leading to certain death before help could even arrive. The captain instinctively rushed forward, shouting, "Be careful." Lu Yang, with his extraordinary senses, saw the attack coming. As he dodged, he raised his chopping knife and struck down, severing one of the bear's claws. Screams echoed in the air. Li Baoshan and the others were stunned. The bear, which they couldn't handle even with guns, had its claw chopped off by a mere chopping knife. Muttering, "Damn it, am I dreaming? How is this even possible? When did the Xiangyang team have such powerful people?" His mind raced as he watched the bear begin to retreat under the intense assault, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A glint of calculation flashed in Li Baoshan's eyes. "Brothers, let's go help them out. Well, take the bear gallbladder and we can share some of the bear meat with them." Zhao Sanshi was taken aback. "Ah, Brother Li, are you saying we should snatch the prey? That doesn't seem right." They had been chased by the bear and nearly lost their lives. Now, seeing the Xiangyang team clearly overpowering the bear, it felt like they were just trying to steal the prey. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a fierce glare. "Shut up. This bear is our prey. It rightfully belongs to us. If the Xiangyang team is willing to lend a hand, we can share a little with them." A ruthless glint flashed in Li Baoshan's eyes. "Listen carefully, this bear gallbladder must be ours. If both sides join in to kill it, then according to the rules it will be split evenly." The other 4 exchanged glances, a hint of uncertainty flickering in their eyes. They felt a lack of confidence. Any discerning person could tell that without the Xiangyang team they would have likely perished. Now it seemed unreasonable to snatch the prey. Seeing their reluctance, Li Baoshan's expression grew colder as he scolded, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and follow me. If they kill the bear, there won't be any share left for us." Li Baoshan led his group forward, shouting, "Brothers, we are here to help you." The captain's face darkened as he saw them approach. It was clear he was not fooled by their sudden return after attempting to flee. He rushed over to block them, saying, "Stop. Our team's hunters are about to take down the bear. What are you doing here?" "Oh, Captain Zhou, it's not like that. You saved our lives just now. We just recovered and came back. That one little brother, how could he handle the bear, right?" After Li Baoshan's nonsense, the captain spat angrily. "You little wretch, I've lived long enough to have seen everything. What tricks do you think you're playing in front of me? Weren't you trying to run away? Get lost." "Humph, Captain, that's a bit too much. We are here to help you. Do you want to see that little brother die?" While entangled with the bear, Lu Yang listened, having grown accustomed to such twisted logic in the apocalypse. After hearing this, he understood the implication. Watching the bear, which was being pressured, Lu Yang's eyes flickered with a dangerous gleam as he quickly withdrew his murderous intent. "Uncle Zhou, since they want to help, let them come. I'll let them take the bear, but it's up to them to catch it," Lu Yang said while quickly retreating, smiling at the disheveled group. "Come on, start your hunt. I won't participate." The captain realized what he meant and along with the other 2 turned to flee, standing on the slope to watch those few people tackle the bear. The bear, seeing the terrifying human retreat, instinctively turned to run, but it had already lost its front paw. Even returning to the forest would mean death. Fueled by a mix of old and new grudges, the bear roared fiercely and lunged at the few people determined to take them down with it. Li Baoshan felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the rampaging bear. His instincts screamed that a heated confrontation would lead to death. He shrank back and ran toward the hillside. The captain glared at the ones trying to climb up, his expression stern. You little wretches, weren't you just going to help? Why are you running now? Damn it, when there's danger you throw it at us, and now that it looks like we're about to catch it you shamelessly come back. Do you think I'm a fool? Shameless little wretches, I'm waiting to collect your corpses. With a murderous intent brewing inside him, he thought they were scheming against him, but now they were plotting against his son. If not for his son's extraordinary skills, he feared. He wondered, Lu Yang, don't you find it hard to deal with the bear? You seem to be handling it quite well, even better than the old hunters. Lu Yang, observing the scene of the bear chasing the fleeing individuals, humbly replied, Uncle Zhou, you're overpraising me. The bear was already injured, otherwise I wouldn't stand a chance. The captain thought about it and agreed. If this kid was so young and back in the city, he had no opportunity to encounter wild beasts. Patting him on the shoulder, he praised, you truly are a born hunter in our team. Haha, look at how embarrassed those few little wretches are. Uncle Zhou, are you really not going to help? Those few hunters might really die. They asked for it. If they lack the ability to hunt bears and want to drag us down, they deserve to die. It's over if the captain's arrogance is back. Oh no, if we really see them die without trying to save them, the Hongxi team might come looking for trouble. The captain shot him a glare and said impatiently, I'll ask them if they want help. If not, I'll collect their corpses. If they do, then the bear belongs to Lu Yang. Shameless little wretches, do you want us to save you or not? If you want help, just call me Grandpa. If not, then forget it. We have a schedule to keep. Li Baoshan, in a desperate situation, felt his legs heavy as if filled with lead, his head spinning and cold sweat pouring down on the verge of collapsing. Hearing this, he felt like he had found a lifeline and shouted, Grandpa, help me. I was wrong, I really know my mistake. This bear was hunted by you all. I won't snatch it, I truly won't snatch it. The others frantically shouted, we were wrong, we really know our mistake, please save us. The captain glanced at Lu Yang and winked, saying, Kid, can you take care of that bear monster? If you can eliminate it, that bear monster could fetch a good price at the supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Yang nodded, tightened his grip on the axe and smiled, no problem, Uncle Zhou is just waiting for me here. With that, he dashed forward without hesitation, pouncing onto the back of the bear monster, the axe slashing across its neck and getting stuck in its cervical bone. Applying more force, he pulled the axe out with a swift motion. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the bear monster's head was severed cleanly. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the faces and heads of the few people opposite. The warm blood sprayed on their faces, leaving them frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. They stared in terror at the smiling figure, a sense of impending doom far more terrifying than the bear monster's presence. Lu Yang smiled, his eyes dark and menacing. Gentlemen, I saved you, aren't you going to thank me? Perhaps sign a written acknowledgement as well? Li Baoshan was taken aback, instinctively retorting, What? What? You begged us to save you, and you think it can just pass without a word of thanks? I prefer things to be clearly written down in black and white. Turning back with a seemingly innocent smile, he continued, Uncle Zhou, they were so shameless earlier, trying to rob us of our prey. I believe signing a written acknowledgement is quite necessary. What do you think? The captain's eyes twinkled. All right, let's take them to the town. We can get a written acknowledgement signed then. I reckon you all need to go to the hospital for treatment too. Hearing this, Li Baoqing felt a surge of anger. You are being so calculating. We are all part of the same commune. Helping each other is the right thing to do. Why should we sign a written acknowledgement? Head, just because of your words, I feel a written acknowledgement is absolutely necessary to avoid troubles later on. Not signing, huh? Then you can stay here. The captain turned and called out, Lu Yang, Dashan, hurry up and move the bear monster. The stench of blood is too strong here and we might attract other wild beasts soon. Turning back with a wide grin, he said, You few fools, good luck to you. Lu Yang felt a deeper smile forming at the corner of his mouth. If the captain's personality was to his liking, he was fortunate not to have a captain spouting righteousness. The Xiangyang team was indeed quite good. Li Baoshan and the others were dumbfounded at their impending departure. With their injuries, hoping to return like this was a sure way to meet their demise halfway. They hurried after them humbly saying, Captain Zhou, we were wrong. Whatever you say goes. As long as you can take us to the town hospital, we will sign the acknowledgement. That's more like it. Now hurry up and catch up. The captain quickly pulled Lu Yang to the bear monster's side, urging, quickly dig out the bear bile. We wouldn't want it to spoil before we can get it. That stuff is worth a lot. Lu Yang nodded, squatting down to find the spot and extracted the bear bile, which shimmered faintly with a golden light in the sunlight. Haha, it's actually gold bile? Lu Yang, you're going to get rich. This gold bile is the best from a bear monster. Iron bile and grass bile can't compare to it. Oh wow, this trip was definitely worth it. This piece of gold bile alone is worth 1,000 or so, enough to build a house in the countryside. Truly amazing. Seeing that it was indeed gold bile, Li Baoshan and the others were green with envy. Damn, it was supposed to be theirs. How did this bastard snatch it away from them? Stepping forward with a sheepish laugh, they said, Captain Zhou, after all, we lured out this bear monster and we've sustained so many injuries. How about sharing some of the spoils with us? We don't want anything else, just this piece of bile. The captain, hearing such shameless words, slapped them twice, wiping away his earlier smile and wearing a serious face that was somewhat intimidating. He shouted, Get lost, I haven't even calculated how to repay you for saving your lives, and here you are pestering me. Keep talking and I'll see what happens. This is all Lu Yang's doing. The bear monster was killed solely by him. What do you lot think you are? Remember to repay your savior's kindness, don't be ungrateful. Li Baoshan quickly had a swollen face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staring at them in disbelief. Shameless. These few are the true shameless ones. If they hadn't injured the bear monster, how could that guy have killed it? Just wait, he would go back and tell the captain to seek justice. Lu Yang glanced and then withdrew his gaze, carefully taking out a piece of cloth to wrap the bile, whispering, Uncle Zhou, let's go, we'll sell it for some money in town later. No need, you killed it by yourself, so it belongs to you alone. As for the bear meat, well, see if the supply and marketing cooperative will accept it. If they do, it's all yours. If not, bring it back and I'll calculate your work points for food. Alright, I only want this piece of bile. Whatever the cooperative pays for the bear meat, you three can split it. Lu Yang insisted. Brother Dash and Brother Yong also helped. Sharing is only fair. Uncle Zhou, please don't make excuses. If the bear meat should be shared among us all. Hearing this, Zhou Dashan shook his head, repeatedly declining. No, that's not right. That would be taking advantage of you. We can't accept that. Alright, it's decided then. Let's hurry up and carry it away. It's best to drain the blood from this bear monster to avoid a stench. The group marched on, noticing the food supply team getting closer. The captain waved his hand, saying, Come, stop for a moment. The supply workers could only vaguely see that they seemed to be carrying something, but couldn't see it clearly. When they approached and saw the full scene, they were utterly stunned. With wide eyes, they were in shock, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, trembling fingers pointing at the headless creature. DDD, Captain, is that a bear monster? The captain revealed a big white smile and said cheerfully, Indeed, Lu Yang killed it all by himself. Our team has struck gold. Quickly load this bear monster onto the cart. No, put it on the donkey cart. We don't want the bear monster's blood to soil the food, or it will be hard to explain later. The workers were excited, enthusiastically saying, Wow, this is incredible. One person took down a bear monster. I've never seen such an amazing hunter before. Everyone cheerfully lifted the bear monster onto the donkey cart, chattering non-stop. Someone noticed the injured individuals and curiously asked, Captain, how come the hunters from the red flag team are here? The captain glanced at them, rolling his eyes. Oh, it's nothing. They were chased by a bear monster crying for help, so we just lent a hand to save them. The others. The Xiangyang team members. Wait, when did the captain start joking? It feels so unreal that hunters from the red flag team needed to ask for help from the Xiangyang team. Whatever the captain says it is, then it is. Lu Yang rummaged through the backpack, carefully placing the golden bear gallbladder inside, and began to write with paper and pen. It wasn't that he didn't want them to write, but it was obvious that those few couldn't read. After writing 5 sheets while sitting on the cart, he jumped down to ask each of them for a signature, or rather a thumbprint. In this era, thumbprints were still taken very seriously, unlike in the apocalypse where even a broken finger wouldn't hinder them from going back on their word. There was simply no credibility. The other 4 quickly pressed their thumbprints, but when it was Li Baoshan's turn, his eyes darted around, clearly plotting something to avoid pressing his thumbprint. Lu Yang urged, Press it. What are you dawdling for? Li Baoshan flattered, You don't look like someone from the Xiangyang brigade. You must be a newly arrived educated youth. With such good skills, it's a pity you aren't in the hunter team. How about this? I won't press my thumbprint, but I'll recommend you to the captain to join our brigade's hunter team. How does that sound? Their Hongqi brigade was among the best, and hunters from other brigades had no chance of joining. He thought that proposing this condition would make the other party eager to agree. Who knew he would hear a refusal? Lu Yang flatly declined. He wasn't out of his mind. Hunting alone with his abilities in this era was a dimensional strike. Why would he team up with others? Hunting with others would hinder his abilities. If he were discovered, wouldn't he be labeled a monster? Did they think he was foolish? Hurry up and press your thumbprint. Stop dawdling. Li Baoshan was taken aback, struggling to find another excuse. He awkwardly said, I can't press it if there's no blood left. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow at his words, smiling with a hint of mischief, then raised his hand and slapped it down heavily, pressing his hand on the blood stain at the corner of his mouth. Freshly pressed, the bright red thumbprint was placed on the paper. He blew on it, nodded in satisfaction, and neatly folded it to put in his pocket. All right, you have nothing to do with us now. Be quiet and go to the hospital in town yourself. We still have to go to the commune to distribute grain and don't have time for you. Li Baoshan watched him leave, cautiously touching his face with an expression of anger he couldn't express, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this little bastard looked quiet but hit too hard. His teeth were even a bit loose, much harsher than the brigade leader. When the grain delivery team arrived in town, many people followed after seeing the bear gallbladder, chattering excitedly. Oh my gosh, is that a bear gallbladder? Which brigade is this from? To hunt a bear gallbladder is quite impressive. They even cut off the head. You know, the bones of a bear gallbladder are tough. It must be from the Hongqi brigade. Their hunters are famously skilled, unlike other brigades. The brigade leader was displeased upon hearing this, yelling, the Xiangyang brigade is delivering grain. Make way, make way. Be careful not to bump into each other. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. I haven't heard of the Xiangyang brigade. They're that impressive. Not impressive. They're one of the poorest in the 10 or so brigades, located in a mountain hollow where you have to walk uphill to enter and exit. They live quite poorly. Then, what's the deal with this bear gallbladder? Didn't they hunt it? Who knows? Let's go check it out. This is quite a lively matter worth chatting about when we return. In this era, there weren't many entertainment options, and gossiping to gather news was a rare way to pass the time. They wouldn't easily miss out on such a scene. Soon a large crowd followed behind the grain delivery team, creating a spectacular scene. The brigade leader was glowing with excitement as he walked to the front, presented the account book, and weighed everything before receiving the grain delivery slip, which had the names and stamps of receipt. After securing the slip, he prepared to take Lu Yang to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell the bear gallbladder for money. If they wouldn't buy it, they would take it back to eat. The person inspecting the grain looked at the team somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Why are so many people following? Oh, it seems that the Xiangyang brigade hunted a large bear gallbladder on their way to deliver grain. They're probably going to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell it. What? Isn't the Xiangyang brigade without hunters? Director, I'm not sure. If you want to know, I can ask around. Go take a look. The brigade leader brought the people and dragged the bear gallbladder to the supply and marketing cooperative. The staff there, seeing the fresh golden bear gallbladder, widened their eyes and carefully weighed it to calculate the money. Swallowing hard, they politely said, Comrade, this is a superior golden bear gallbladder totaling a perfect 1,000 yuan. We don't accept bear meat, but we can take the bear paws. If we include the bear paws, we can give you 1,100 yuan. Is that acceptable? Lu Yang didn't have a strong sense of the prices in this era. He didn't know if this was a loss or not, and subconsciously looked at Uncle Zhou. Seeing the brigade leader nod, he readily said, all right, I'll give you the bear paws and gallbladder, and I'll take the bear meat back to the village to distribute. Okay, according to the rules, the Hongqi brigade can choose any 3 items of good quality, each weighing 1 pound. Upon hearing the words Hongqi brigade, the brigade leader pouted slightly, somewhat displeased. Comrades, we are from the Xiangyang brigade, not the Hongqi brigade. Then can we still choose 3 items? The clerk was momentarily at a loss, recalling what the leadership had instructed, and shook their head helplessly. Sorry, if it's not the Hongqi brigade's catch, then these 3 items cannot be offered. The brigade leader snorted lightly and looked at Lu Yang, saying, no worries, we'll switch to another supply and marketing cooperative next time and see who is sincere enough to deal with the same quality of goods, yet you still implement a capitalist distinction. Comrade, you are really interesting. The clerk's eyes showed some panic. No, that's not what I meant. The Hongqi Brigade has been consistently sending good things, so that's why it was instructed this way. How about this? I'll set a precedent for you and register your brigade's name here. In the future, if you have marten fur, tiger skins, or bear gallbladder, ginseng herbs, you can all come to us. Is that all right? Lu Yang responded. 1 pound of brown sugar, 1 pound of white rabbit, 1 pound of. What kind of liquor do you like, Uncle Zhou? Just get me some. Right. The brigade leader was all smiles, proud that his son was so considerate. He hadn't even acknowledged him yet and already knew to be good to him. The ancestral grave of the Zhou family must be smoking with joy. Then let's get rice wine. If the alcohol content is low, everyone can drink it. No strong liquor since your aunt can't handle it. Lu Yang nodded. All right, then pack these 3 up for me. I'll buy some more things to take back. In the end, the 2 came out with the backpack already full. After spending dozens of yuan, Lu Yang still had a large sum of money left in his hands. He took out 100 yuan and handed it over. Uncle Zhou, I mentioned before that when we sold the bear gallbladder meat, you 3 would share in. Now that we've only sold the bear paws, it still needs to be shared. Without waiting for the team leader to speak, he was handed a thick wad of cash and helplessly said, Hey, you are such a straightforward kid. Fine, I will go talk to those 2. The remaining bear meat should be taken back to the village and shared among the villagers. I can count it as 150 work points, all right? Lu Yang readily replied, Sure, Uncle Zhou, you can decide. I have no objections. The team leader found the 2 and pulled them to a corner, giving each of them 35, keeping 30 for himself, thinking of buying fabric and cotton to make a new quilt for his son. Deshan Xiaoyong, this is the money for the bear paws. You split, each of you gets 35. Keep it to yourselves and don't tell anyone else. Wow, you really are giving us a share? Zhou Dashan scratched his head, feeling guilty about accepting the money since they hadn't really done much. It was Lu Yang who had done the hard work of carrying the bear. The team leader didn't linger on the matter, directly stuffing the money into their hands and telling them to keep it safe. All right, go buy whatever you want. We need to head back soon. We won't sell the bear meat to the supply and marketing cooperative. Let's just take it back and share it. Each family can have a little meat to taste. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. Really? We can taste bear meat now? Yes, keep the money safe. If we don't buy anything, we should get ready to head back. Then I will buy some sugar to take back. My wife needs to drink brown sugar as she's in confinement. The team leader hurried inside to get fabric, but couldn't find any cotton tickets after searching for a long time, so he gave up, thinking he would bring the tickets next time. The 30 yuan his son had given him would be used to make a quilt for his son. Seeing him come back excitedly, Lu Yang smiled and asked, Uncle Zhou, you're back and have gotten the fabric? Yes, to make things for use. Haha, great. Li Baoshan hobbled over and said pitifully, Team leader Zhou, could you please take us to the hospital? The team leader's smile faded slightly at these words, and he replied somewhat impatiently, Fine, I'll have someone take you to the entrance of the hospital. You can walk a few steps to deal with your wounds. This little rascal looks cunning. If he wants me to take him to the hospital, that means I have to pay the medical fees. No, thank you. Thank you, Team leader Zhou. The men from the team obediently dropped them off at the hospital entrance and turned to leave without saying a word. They didn't think much of the hunters from the Red Flag Brigade. Li Baoshan watched the receding figures and gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Damn that Xiangyang Brigade, they are truly overstepping. I won't let this slide after suffering such a huge loss. Zhao San in pain urged Li Ge, we should hurry and get bandaged up. That broken donkey cart is too bumpy and my bones feel like they are going to fall apart. All right, I got it, let's go in. The group limped into the hospital. This hunting trip was indeed a huge loss. Not only had they lost bullets, but the hunting rifle also needed repairs, not to mention the injuries that required care, all of which would add up to extra costs. They gained nothing from this trip and ended up losing. They had let the Xiangyang Brigade take advantage of them for nothing. Especially that Lu Yang, damn him. After delivering the grain, the men from the Xiangyang Brigade pushed their cart back home, feeling light and easy, occasionally glancing at the bear on the cart and grinning. The team leader had said they would share the meat when they got back. Ever since Su Qingqing came, they had been eating meat this month more frequently than they had the entire previous year. Lu Yang sat on the cart, nodding off as it bounced along. The team leader patted his shoulder and said, Kid, lie down and sleep, I'll pull you. No, how can I let you pull me, Uncle Zhou? I'm just a bit sleepy. I'll wash my face by the river later and it'll be fine. Hey, why be so formal with me? If you're tired, just sleep. Hunting bear is tiring work, you know. Zhou Dashan and Zhou Yong had received their money and looked at Lu Yang with admiration, agreeing, "That's right, you put in so much effort, it's normal to be tired. It would be better to take a nap on this journey, which will take at least an hour. By the time you wake up, we'll be home." Lu Yang yawned. Indeed, the drowsiness hit him hard, so he climbed up without any pretenses and lay back with his eyes closed. "Ah, that's more like it. You are the only hunter in our brigade. If you're tired, rest. Who would dare say anything to you?" The cart swayed gently and Lu Yang fell asleep without realizing it. The men spoke in hushed tones, their words filled with excitement. "It's great. I wonder when Lu Yang will go into the mountains next and whether he will take anyone with him. How can someone be so capable? If only I could learn it, I could go into the mountains to hunt and help my family live a better life." "Ah, it's fine," Lu Yang said. "We can practice with slingshots and catch wild chickens and rabbits at the foot of the mountain. Our families won't lack meat and the mountains are too dangerous. We don't have that kind of skill. Going into the mountains would only be a burden to Lu Qingqing. True, we shouldn't take advantage of him." The group gradually made their way towards the village, the setting sun casting a warm glow on their faces, and the smiles they wore brought a sense of satisfaction. As the cart passed through the village, the villagers hurriedly gathered around, watching as the team began to cut the meat with knives, forming an orderly queue, their eyes gleaming with joy. For them, just having a piece of meat to eat was already a great happiness. Lu Yang, covered in blood, took a refreshing bath inside and came out wearing a short-sleeved shirt, standing at the door drying the droplets from his hair. The setting sun illuminated him, making him appear radiant. Many young wives blushed upon seeing his handsome face, their eyes glued to him, unwilling to look away. "Ahem, what are you looking at, wife?" "Nothing, nothing." "Humph, how is Lu Qingqing? Just a bit fairer. After working in the fields for another 2 years, his skin will definitely be darker than mine. You should pay more attention to me." The young wife shot him a glare and retorted, "His skin isn't dark, it's a nice sweet color. Stop being so sour, I'm just taking a look. If you didn't put in the effort, would we be able to eat meat? If you went to exchange with him, you would have been the one getting tricked every time. Don't think too much. I just feel that a person as capable as Lu Qingqing is unlikely to find a match among our village. Any girl who is illiterate wouldn't do." The man nodded. "That's right, he has good handwriting and education, is a skilled hunter, and looks. Why is there such a big difference between the children born to different parents? Ordinary girls really can't match up. Besides, he's from the city and will definitely return there in the future. He wouldn't marry a village girl." "True, you have a point there." The families who received meat went straight home to cook it. Though it was autumn and the weather had cooled down a bit, meat that was left for too long wouldn't taste good. Lu Yang received a hind leg and cooked it that night. The family sat together at the dining table as Lu Yang placed a packet of brown sugar on the table and gently said, "And this brown sugar is for you and the sisters. As a man, I have no use for it." Lin Suqing declined, saying, "No, although you have money now, hunting is inherently unstable. It's better to keep the money for yourself. If we want to eat, we can buy it ourselves. No worries, it didn't cost me anything. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Zhou. It was delivered by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." Hearing this, the team leader nodded repeatedly and briefly explained the situation with a hint of pride. Lu Yang is impressive, but with just a few words he got someone to deliver the goods. Just wait until the Hongqi Brigade shows off again. I can't stand their attitude. What is there to be proud of? They act so high and mighty every day, it's infuriating. You always competing with the Hongqi Brigade every day. Lin Suqing glanced at him helplessly and reached for the brown sugar. "All right, I'll accept it. Next time I'll take your measurements to make you a cotton-padded jacket." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Great, then it's a task for you, Aunt. I'm just worrying about who to ask to make this jacket. Hey, treat this place like your own home. Just say what you need, I'll do whatever I can. I see your quilt is a bit thin too. Once we buy cotton, they'll also make you a quilt. It gets really cold in winter. This is your first year here and I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the chill." How cold does it get in winter?" Lin Suqing sighed at the thought of the bone-chilling cold every winter. "It can drop to as low as -30 degrees. If you don't protect your ears when going out, they could freeze off." Lu Yang pondered for a moment. Such cold would indeed be hard to endure, so he needed to hunt more to store meat for the winter. "That cold, huh? I've never been to such a cold place before." "Yes, we are used to it, but it's unbearable for you young people from the south. The winter days are truly tough for you." The team leader chuckled, saying, "No worries, I'll prepare more charcoal for you. You can keep it warm indoors, but hunting is quite difficult in winter, it's dangerous. Lu Yang called out, Uncle Zhou, and you all eat while it's hot. This is my first time eating bear meat, so I don't know what it tastes like. Haha, great, everyone come eat. He picked up a piece of meat, took a bite, and found it tender and delicious, unlike the strong taste of pork. His keen senses detected the distinct flavor of wild boar meat. This is delicious, really good meat. Haha, indeed it tastes great. Thanks to Lu Yang, otherwise we wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy bear meat. As the family happily ate, a series of knocks came at the door. Lin Su Qingqing, hearing the knocks, instinctively thought it was someone from the old house, and her smile faded. She stood up and said, I'll go take a look. Peeking through the crack of the door and seeing it was people from the educated youth dormitory, she opened the door with a slight smile. What brings you two educated youths here? Chen Weiguo politely said, Hello, aunt. We are looking for educated youth. Lu, is he available? He's having a meal. If you'd like, you can come in and talk. Let's wait a moment. You all eat first. We don't have anything urgent, we just came to ask if we could exchange tickets for some wild chicken. Lin Su Qingqing smiled and said, Oh, I see. Let me ask him. You can come in and talk, there's no need to be so formal. Chen Weiguo waved his hand, knowing that getting meat in this village is not easy and visiting during mealtime would be awkward. They decided to come back later. And then we'll head back for now and come to look for educated youth Lu later. Alright, take care and be safe on your way. No problem. Lin Su Qingqing watched them walk away, closed the door, and returned to the main room. Lu Yang, just now 2 educated youths came looking for you. They wanted to exchange tickets for wild chicken, but they didn't want to come in. Oh, what did they look like? One was tall and very honest looking, and the other was wearing glasses. He looked like an intellectual. Do you know them? A hint of realization flashed in Lu Yang's eyes as he smiled and nodded. Yes, I know them. I'll go find them later. We met on the train and they're both quite nice. Then it's settled. When you go, just be discreet and don't let anyone see you taking money. Wild chicken is not allowed to be bought or sold. Understood? It's just an exchange. It's acceptable for one village to trade with another. Exactly, it's just an exchange. Lin Su Qingqing nodded with a smile. Eat well and then go. Lu Yang replied affirmatively, eating his bread with bear meat heartily. After eating well, he took 2 fat wild chickens with him and went to the educated youth dormitory. He knocked on the door and it was Yan Anli who opened it. Seeing him, he was a bit surprised. Educated youth Lu, who are you looking for? Yan, could you please help me call Chen Weiguo and Gu Zai? Sure, please wait a moment. Soon the sound of hurried footsteps approached as the 2 came running. Upon seeing him, they cheerfully exclaimed, Lu Yang, you're here. Thank you for the bear meat, it was really delicious. Lu Yang smiled and said, Haha, just lucky. If you don't mind coming out, let's find another place to talk. The 2 noticed the items he was carrying and their smiles widened. Having a friend who is a hunter makes life in the countryside much easier. The 3 of them went to a more secluded place and Lu Yang cheerfully handed over the wild chickens, saying, I heard you were looking for me about wild chickens, here's some for you. If it's not enough, I can get more. Gu Zai couldn't help but laugh, saying, what a straightforward person. I have sewing machine tickets, cotton tickets, and fabric tickets. Can I trade these with you? Of course, I'm in need of tickets, so this works perfectly. That's great. Lu Yang exchanged for over 10 jin of cotton tickets and some fabric tickets, then lowered his voice to say, in the future, if you want anything to eat, feel free to come to me for an exchange. It's mutually beneficial. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. All right, thank you, Lu Yang. No worries, you were all educated youths. Helping each other is what we should do. I'll head back now. I'll try to exchange for more salt tickets next time. It's getting cold soon and I want to pickle more meat. I heard it's particularly cold here in winter, so you all should prepare early. -30 degrees is no joke. Gu Zai nodded seriously, saying, thanks, I'll be careful. You should head back early, it's not safe to be out at night. Okay, goodbye. Lu Yang left quickly with the tickets. Chen Weiguo said softly, we're really lucky to meet Lu Yang, a kind-hearted person, otherwise it would have been hard to get a taste of meat. Yeah, we're lucky, it's also fate. Come on, let's go back and deal with the wild chickens, making soup to replenish our bodies. We've lost quite a bit during the busy farming season. Haha, indeed. My little Jing is also craving chicken soup. On his way back, Lu Yang felt an inexplicable itch in his nose. Achoo achoo. He muttered to himself, who is talking about me again? As he passed by Zhou Dashan's door, a voice called out to him, "Lu Jiqing, come here for a moment, I have something to say to you." You were looking for me, Brother Dashan? Lu Yang remembered that there was a woman in labor at his home and it would be inconvenient to go inside, so he stood at the door. However, he was still pulled in by Zhou Dashan, who stuffed a flapping duck into his hands. With a somewhat confused expression, he asked, "Brother Dashan, what are you giving me a duck for?" Zhou Dashan scratched his head awkwardly and said softly, "I didn't handle it well today and you gave me 35 yuan for it. That's too much money. My wife said that if you don't want it, then just take the duck home to eat. It's a small token of our appreciation and we hope you won't decline, Lu Jiqing. I know this is a bit little, but if you ever need anything, just let me know and I, Zhou Dashan, will never refuse." Looking at the duck in his hands, Lu Yang's expression was somewhat complex. The people of this era were indeed so simple and good-hearted. While they were talking, the sound of a baby crying came from inside the house. Zhou Dashan awkwardly said, "Lu Jiqing, I'm going to check on the baby. You take the duck home and make some soup. This old duck soup is good for your health. As a hunter, it's hard work going into the mountains. When you're not out hunting, you need to replenish your strength, otherwise how can you have the energy to hunt?" Lu Yang nodded and took out a milk powder coupon from his pocket, which was actually from his space, and handed it over. "Brother Dashan, take this. I have a milk powder coupon here. I am not married and don't have any children, so this milk powder coupon is of no use to me. You can use it to buy milk powder for the baby when he's hungry." Zhou Dashan waved his hand, refusing to accept it. He felt he had already taken advantage of Lu Jiqing too much and didn't want to ask for the milk powder coupon, which was said to be quite hard to come by. Lu Yang didn't say anything more and directly shoved it into his hand. He smiled and said, "A child is a treasure. Even if the adults suffer, we shouldn't let the child suffer. Since I don't need it, isn't it a waste in my hands? Alright, it's getting late, so I'll head back now. Brother Dashan, hurry up and take care of your wife and child. I'm off." Zhou Dashan watched him walk out the door, tightly clutching the milk powder coupon in his hand. His eyes were slightly red as he sniffed and went back inside. He reached out to hold the small baby and handed over the milk powder coupon, saying, "Wife, this is from Lu Jiqing for the baby." Li Xiulan was taken aback, reaching out to take it and glancing at it. It was indeed a milk powder coupon, and it was a national coupon, which was far more precious than that duck. "Hey, that person hunted and put in so much effort. You just took a few yuan and not only ate the meat from the hunt but are also trying to take his milk powder coupon? An old duck isn't worth that much money. We are really taking too much advantage of him." Zhou Dashan gently coaxed his daughter. "Yes, I said the same, but Lu Jiqing is just too straightforward. He insisted on giving it to me even though he said he wouldn't use it. Oh, they say children are treasures. City folks have a way with words and are quite capable." Hearing this, Li Xiulan looked at the child with even more tenderness in her eyes. Lu Jiqing is different from those people. He has no airs about him and is kind to everyone. He also doesn't want to take advantage of others. He's very genuine. You with your wooden head should learn more from Lu Jiqing. Just do what he asks, and regarding that village rogue, avoid him. He's not a good person. And that Xie Jiqing, I always feel something is off about him." Zhou Dashan nodded repeatedly, saying, "Don't worry, wife, I understand. You women are observant. If you say someone has a problem, I definitely won't interact with him. However, the more favors we owe, how can we repay Lu Jiqing in the future?" Li Xiulan rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "That's simple. Winter is coming soon, and since Lu Jiqing is from the south, he surely doesn't know how cold it gets here in winter. When the time comes when you prepare firewood, add an extra portion for Lu Jiqing and send it directly to his house. To maintain good relations, it's about give and take. We can't always take advantage of others." Zhou Dashan nodded repeatedly. "Alright, I understand, wife." Lu Yang, a straightforward and honest man, was currently declining a bag of yellow beans. "Brother Yong, you really don't have to. These beans can be saved for your family. They're great for sprouting in winter." Zhou Yong, with a determined expression, said, "That won't do. My family doesn't have anything good. If you don't mind, take the yellow beans. If you do mind, then forget it." Since they had come this far, Lu Yang found it hard to refuse, reaching out to take them. "Alright, I'll take them home to sprout and eat." "This is right. I still have a fishing net at home. The fish in the river below are divided among the collective for the new year, so we can't use the fishing net to catch them, but if you go hunting in the mountains, you can take the fishing net with you. The fish you catch in the mountains will be yours. Zhou Yong said softly, noticing the sparkle in Lu Yang's eyes. He thought to himself, who wouldn't want to stock up on food before winter? Lu Yang smiled and nodded. Okay, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yong. I'll head back now. Take care on your way back. Alright. Holding a duck in one hand and a bag of yellow beans in the other, he walked back to the captain's house under the moonlight. Lin Suqing heard the noise and came out, seeing him return with things. She was somewhat surprised. Did you get this from those two Jiqings? I remember the Jiqing dormitory didn't raise ducks. Auntie, you're not mistaken. The Jiqing dormitory indeed doesn't raise ducks. This is a thank you gift from Brother Dashan and Brother Yong. Auntie, do you want to raise the duck or eat it directly? Let me see. If it's a female duck, then I can raise it for eggs. I can make you scrambled eggs with chives. Lu Yang also thought this was quite good. There were still wild chickens at home that hadn't been eaten. He wanted to eat old duck soup, but finishing it all at once seemed a bit extravagant. Alright, let's raise it. We can kill it later when we want to eat it. Lin Suqing came over to touch it, confirming it was a female duck, then called for the captain to set up a spot in the corner for raising ducks in the future. The next day the captain went to find the scorekeeper, tallying up the number of labor points and checking the remaining grain in the granary, preparing to distribute the grain as soon as possible. After distributing, the empty granary was just right for storing potatoes. Once the potatoes were distributed, they could start preparing firewood for winter, and in the 12th month they would deal with the fish in the pond and the New Year pigs. After the busy farming season, instead of having some leisure, they became even busier, but it was all for good reasons. This was the time the villagers looked forward to the most. The amount of grain distributed in winter meant how many people could survive the winter at home. If there was a lack of grain, many would not make it through the winter. Lu Yang waited with his cloth bag. When the villagers saw him coming, they warmly said, Lu Jiqing, you go ahead and line up in front. We'll be behind you. Lu Yang waved his hand politely and said, Thank you, Auntie, but I'm not in a hurry. I'll just wait in line like this. The ants looked at him as if he were their own son-in-law, probing indirectly, Lu Ziqing, do you have any requirements for your future wife? Since it's not our turn yet, how about we chat? If you have any requests, the ants will keep an eye out for you. It won't delay your return to the city. You can just bring your wife and children along later. Exactly, although girls from the city are nice, the girls from our village are also not bad. They can endure hardships and are capable at home and outside. Lu Yang found himself smiling awkwardly at this, thinking, why are they starting to urge marriage again? It turns out that the pressure for marriage in peacetime is quite formidable. The ants chimed in one after another. Lu Ziqing, what do you think? Look at you coming to the countryside alone. It's quite pitiful not having someone to take care of you. Getting married is simple. If Lu Ziqing is your type, I believe there are many girls who won't ask for a betrothal gift. As long as you agree, you can choose any good girl you like. I think being alone is quite nice. I haven't thought about marriage yet, so it's better not to delay the girls. The men joined in, teasing, Haha, Lu Ziqing looks so young, he hasn't experienced the benefits of having a wife. Once you have a real wife and children, you'll understand. Right, you're already 20. It's better to marry a wife early to take care of yourself. There are many good girls in our village. You're a cultured person, of course you prefer someone educated. Although there are few literate girls, if you want to find one you can still manage. Listening to their banter made Lu Yang's head buzz. The pressure for marriage was truly frightening. Before he had made up his mind, he absolutely wouldn't get married. Being alone is great. One person being full means the whole family won't go hungry. Besides, he has secrets to keep, and living under one roof requires constant hiding. Who knows when he might not be able to keep it under wraps anymore. Some secrets are easy to hide from an entire courtyard, but hiding them from a wife is nearly impossible. How can one keep secrets when sharing the same bed? Just thinking about it is exhausting. Reluctantly finding an excuse, he said, No thanks, it's dangerous for a hunter like me to go into the mountains. If something happens, wouldn't that harm the girl? The ants hurriedly interjected, Oh no, you can't say such inauspicious things. Other hunters from different teams are getting married, so it doesn't hinder marriage, does it? Lu Ziqing, if you don't want to get married, you could at least date someone. If you are satisfied, then get married. If not, just break up. Exactly, marriage is a big deal. It shouldn't be forced. It's all about how you two live together. Upon hearing the word breakup, Lu Yang felt a slight temptation, but in this era relationships between men and women were so strict, could breaking up be that easy? In the apocalypse it was indeed easier if one would just meet, have a night together and then part ways without any entanglements. The greatest challenge everyone faced was whether they'd be alive today, let alone tomorrow. Naturally, there was no time to ponder such matters. Living for the moment was the norm. Thinking of this, he recalled the memories of the original owner, where those who indulged in casual relationships ended up facing terrible fates. It was more than just tragic. Lu Yang couldn't help but shudder. Long life being single. He looked somewhat resistant and said, "No thanks, aunties. However, I believe that for someone you want to spend a lifetime with, it should be mutual affection. Only then will life be enjoyable." Haha, Lu Qingqing is still young and doesn't understand the good of women yet. Sisters, let's not press him anymore. The aunts snorted lightly. Men always act tough before marriage. Once they realize the good of women, they'll all wish to go home every day. Lu Yang simply smiled and remained silent. He realized there was no way to communicate. No matter what he said, the aunts would just twist it back to say he didn't understand and that he'd get it once married. Alright then, he decided to keep quiet and not agree. They couldn't force him to agree, could they? On the other side of Xiangyang Brigade, the atmosphere was much more tense. After Li Baoshan and the others dealt with their wounds at the hospital, they called the brigade. Soon someone from the brigade came to pick them up. The mocking gazes made them completely lose their composure. Captain Zhao Hongjun of the Red Flag Brigade arrived, as did Captain Zhao Gang of the Hunter Brigade. Zhao Gang was 2 meters tall, all muscle, resembling a giant. Hearing that the 3rd squad had suffered such a huge loss, he came along with the captain to take a look. As the big man squeezed in, the room instantly became much more crowded. The two of them looked at them seriously, their bodies wrapped in bandages, their faces bearing swollen handprints. Li Baoshan was the worst off, with a leg broken, looking like a rag doll. Zhao Hongjun said coldly, "Speak up, what's with those handprints on your face? Did you get into a fight while hunting? Explain the whole situation clearly. Who dares to bully our Red Flag Brigade hunters? They truly are blind." Upon hearing this, Li Baoshan cried out as if he had found his backbone, wailing as if he had lost his parents. "Wu, Captain, you must seek justice for us. The people from Xiangyang Brigade are too much. They shouldn't bully others like this." "Who? Which brigade did you just mention?" Zhao Hongjun, seeing him cry with snot and tears, found it utterly unbearable and looked at him with disdain. "Oh, stop crying already. You're a grown man. Crying like this is just embarrassing." Li Baoshan was choked by this remark, suddenly gasping for breath, his hiccups becoming uncontrollable as he stuttered. "Let me explain slowly. They bullied us." "Alright, just stop talking. Your stuttering is making my heart race." Zhao Hongjun had a violent temper, and being the richest brigade among so many others, he was used to being pampered and had almost no patience. Zhao Sanshi, tell the story clearly and in detail. Zhao Sanshi was taken aback, not expecting to be asked to speak. Should he tell the truth or conceal some details? If he told the whole truth, the captain might not help them seek justice. If that happened, they would have suffered for nothing. Losing to Xiangyang Brigade was quite hard to accept. He instinctively glanced at the hiccuping Li Baoshan. Li Baoshan signaled with his eyes. The meaning was clear: only mention what was beneficial to them and avoid the unfavorable aspects. Zhao Sanshi caught the hint and subtly nodded in understanding. Sighing, he pitifully said, "Captain, we only went because of you. We heard there was a blind bear on the mountain from Xiangyang Brigade with golden gallbladder. We thought to kill it and bring the golden gallbladder to you. Our luck was indeed good. We found the blind bear and seriously injured it." But, Zhao Hongjun frowned and said, "But what? You're dragging this out like you're taking half a dump, aren't you?" Zhao Sanshi choked. The captain's short temper is good, but his cultural level is too low and vulgar. He often speaks of excrement and urine, making him lose his appetite. Cough. "Captain, don't be anxious. Let me explain slowly. After that bear was severely injured, we planned to take it down in one go, but unexpectedly we encountered the grain transport team from the Xiangyang Brigade. Seeing that the bear was heavily injured and we were also wounded, they directly intercepted it and killed the bear, not giving us a single piece of meat." Li Baoshan finally managed to suppress his sobs, choking out, "Captain, you have no idea how miserable we are. A new educated youth from the Xiangyang Brigade is quite skilled as a hunter. Their captain Zhou Yuanshan has become arrogant. I said that we were heavily wounded when we took down the bear, so how about giving us the golden core? It's fine if they keep the bear's meat, but Zhou Yuanshan directly slapped me twice. My teeth are loose. This is an insult to me. crying out, "No, this is an insult to our Hongqi brigade, an insult to you, Captain. If they didn't look down on us, how could they be so arrogant?" Zhao Hongjun frowned, visibly angry as his temper flared. "That Zhou Yuanshan is insane. Who gave him the guts to hit people from my brigade? Our brigade's hunter is severely injured and they took advantage of it. How dare they hit someone? This is simply too much. Zhao Gang, go gather our hunters. We need to confront the Xiangyang brigade. They took our things and they must return them." Zhao Gang, tall and robust, appeared somewhat clumsy, yet his mind was sharp and cautious, otherwise he wouldn't have held the position of the hunter team leader. "Captain, I think we should understand the situation better. If the two brigades get into a conflict, it won't be a good thing. If we alert the commune, no one will benefit from it." Zhao Hongjun shot him a glare. His nephew was good in many ways, but sometimes he was overly cautious, which was not ideal, making him feel frustrated. He scolded, "Shut up, Zhao Gang. Who is the captain here, you or I? Now that your hunter team has encountered trouble, you as the team leader remain indifferent. Do I still need to seek justice for you, Zhao Gang? You truly lack guts. I must get justice for this matter, otherwise the Xiangyang brigade will ride over us in the future." Zhao Gang felt a headache from these words. His uncle usually treated him well and was quite clear-headed, but once anger clouded his judgment, it was disastrous. Stubborn as he was, he couldn't be stopped by 10 oxen. Forget it, he would still follow along to see if anything happened. He could intervene to prevent the situation from escalating. Nodding in compromise, he said, "All right, I understand, uncle. They'll go find people now. Is 10 enough?" Zhao Hongjun retorted, "Nonsense, what can 10 do? We need to gather 20 or 30, otherwise if we go to the Xiangyang brigade and get surrounded, won't we suffer?" Zhao Gang felt a bit weary at this. "All right, I understand. But uncle, let's discuss this clearly and avoid conflict. If there's a fatality, you won't be able to continue as captain. You are just too timid, that's why people dare to bully your brothers." After the others left, Li Baoshan continued to instigate. "Captain Zhou Yuanshan also said that our Hongqi brigade is worthless. He wants to teach us a lesson. By the way, he called us bastards, which is truly excessive." Zhao Hongjun's anger grew, wishing to confront Zhou Yuanshan immediately. They had fought often in their youth, but later both became brigade captains. One had to consider face. They met only once a year, not speaking to each other, so there was no opportunity to clash. With a loud bang, he slammed his hand on the table. The few people in the room were startled. Zhao Sanshi shrank his neck, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. The handprint they pressed should not be a problem, right? He secretly glanced at Li Baoshan and after the captain left leaned over to whisper, "Li Go, if the captain sees the document we signed, will there be a problem?" Li Baoshan glared at him, warning, "Don't speak of this. You must keep this to yourselves. If anyone dares to speak of it, I won't spare them. It was just a handprint. As long as we stick to our denial, who can prove it was ours? But what if it can be traced back?" "It won't, I said it won't. We made this so terrible. Do you think we'll easily let the Xiangyang brigade off? We must retaliate." Zhao Sanshi looked at the coldness in his eyes, forcing a smile and remaining silent. Li Baoshan scoffed, "Our Hongqi brigade has such strong strength. How can a poor brigade compare? We want to show them the consequences of offending us. Otherwise, who will fear our Hongqi brigade in the future?" At the grain drying field, Zhao Gang gathered only 15 men. If he really sought 30 to confront them, it would be an obvious provocation. It would be strange not to fight. He thought just a dozen or so to inquire about the situation. He would try to stop any fights from breaking out. Zhao Hongjun glanced over and counted, dissatisfied. "Zhao Gang, what are you doing? Why aren't there enough people? I asked for 20 or 30 and you only brought this many." Zhao Gang admitted honestly, "I'm sorry, uncle. I could only gather this many, the others couldn't make it. We just want to ask about the situation. We can't just listen to one side, right? Besides, if we go seeking a fight and are in the wrong, we won't be able to control the situation. You coward, and you think our brigade's hunters are the problem without even asking." "No, if it were someone else I'd believe it, but Li Baoshan rarely speaks the truth. I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding. If both brigades clash too fiercely, it won't be good." Zhao Hongjun couldn't hear his words at all, feeling he was just opposing him. He waved his hand, "Let's go, we need to ask the Xiangyang brigade and see whose fault it really is. Our hunter is so severely injured and they not only intercepted the prey but also didn't give us a scent. This is truly too much. That was a golden core worth over 1,000 at least. How could they give it to the Xiangyang brigade? They must be crazy poor." Hearing this, the hunter's eyes lit up, cheering, "Captain, let's go. We must reclaim our honor today, otherwise other brigades will follow suit and who will respect us in the future. They are hunters and care about their reputation. Being bullied like this is simply unbearable." Zhao Gang glanced at the instigator, and with his elder uncle watching, he felt it inappropriate to say much, so he lowered his head and remained silent. Zhao Hongjun led the charge, approaching the Xiangyang brigade with great momentum. Curious onlookers wanted to ask questions, but no one bothered to engage with them. They arrived at the entrance of the brigade leader's house. Seeing the locked door, he darkened his expression and coldly commanded, "Go find a villager to tell Zhou Yuanshan that Zhao Hongjun is looking for him regarding an urgent matter. Tell him to come back immediately." As soon as these blunt words were spoken, the onlookers realized something must be wrong, otherwise the tone wouldn't be so forceful. A villager had already run to find Zhou Yuanshan when they entered the village. At that moment, Zhou Yuanshan was in the fields collecting potatoes, as the grain distribution had finished and the next item to be distributed was potatoes, which were a rare food source in winter. While he was busy, a villager rushed over, panic-stricken, saying, "The brigade leader is in trouble. The Red Flag Brigade has come. They brought many people with them, and from their demeanor they don't come in peace. What should we do?" Zhou Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "Repeat that. Are the Red Flag Brigade members here or the Hunters Brigade? If it's the Red Flag Brigade, then it's that arrogant Zhao Hongjun. If it's the Hunters Brigade, then it's Zhao Gang, who doesn't seem like an unreasonable person. As for Zhao Hongjun, he's just an unreasonable mad dog." The villager replied, "Leader, they are all here." "All of them?" The brigade leader was a bit stunned. What kind of matter could bring both of them here? Perhaps those few troublemakers said something. Thinking about it, that might be possible. He decided to go back and check. Turning to the people digging potatoes, Lu Yang worked earnestly. He called out, "Lu Yang, Zhou Dashan, Zhou Yong, you three come up and accompany me to meet those two. Well, deal with it and return afterward." Lu Yang carefully placed the potatoes into the basket, his actions cautious, for these were precious food, natural provisions that couldn't be cultivated in this apocalypse. Seeing him like this, an old lady chuckled, "Lu Qingqing is truly different from others. Only those of our generation who experienced the Great Famine would treat food with such reverence. You grew up in the city, yet you value it so much. What a good child you are." "You flatter me, ma'am. I just believe that every grain of food is hard-earned, and being careful during difficult times means that even a single mouthful can save a life." While Lu Yang was speaking, a familiar voice came from behind. He turned, nodded, put the basket aside, dusted off the soil from his hands, and approached the brigade leader, saying, "Uncle Zhou, did you need something?" "Yes, the Red Flag Brigade has arrived. You all come with me, it's better to clarify some matters." Zhou Dashan frowned with concern, saying, "Leader, are they here to demand the bear's paw? The Red Flag Brigade never lets things slide easily. If they suffered a loss this time, they won't let it go lightly." The brigade leader snorted, his eyes sharpening. "Loss? I'm not someone who can be taken advantage of. If they come looking for trouble, then I will accompany them to the end. In any case, regarding the bear's paw, each must rely on their own abilities. I have already shown great leniency by not pursuing the 5 hunters who brought trouble upon us. As long as the matter is clarified, if they act unreasonably, then I won't bother with reasoning either. It will just come to blows." Lin Suqing approached, giving his arm a couple of light pats, saying sternly, "What are you going to fight for? Fighting won't solve the problem. Once it starts, it might lead to injuries. Those two brigades are already at odds. Are you still the same second-rate person as before? You're now the brigade leader and must be responsible for the villagers' lives. If you can't resolve it verbally, go to the commune to explain things, but no fighting, do you hear me?" The brigade leader understood in his heart, but he feared he couldn't suppress his anger. He and Zhao Hongjun had never gotten along since childhood, and whenever they faced off, it was always filled with rage and irrationality. Lin Suqing knew her husband's temperament, glanced at the others, and finally focused on Lu Yang, her gaze pleading. "Lu Yang, sometimes your Uncle Zhou isn't rational. Can you please help me? If he loses his temper and fights, can you stop him? If necessary, I could knock him out as long as it doesn't escalate to a fight." Lu Yang thought for a moment and asked, "But what if they strike first? Should I defend or retaliate?" Lin Suqing looked at him seriously. "If they act unreasonably and the commune doesn't want to get involved and they strike first against you, then you can fight back. But avoid using weapons. Fist fights won't lead to deaths. If weapons are involved and someone dies, that becomes a serious matter. Understood, Aunt?" The brigade leader, hearing his wife's serious tone, mumbled, "Oh dear, it's not that serious. We haven't done anything wrong, so why would we need to fight with them? Alright, you keep an eye on the fields and work. It'll take them to clarify things. Let's go." The group walked briskly toward the village, and from a distance they saw a dark crowd at the entrance. The brigade leader scoffed. This was clearly the kind of scene that Zhao Hongjun would orchestrate. Zhao Hongjun also saw him coming. He had expected many people to show up, but only 4 had come. The two sides quickly confronted each other. The brigade leader opened the door and shouted, "All right, everyone, come in and talk. Why stand at the door? Hongjun, isn't that right? Come in, have some water, and let's discuss this slowly." Fine, I want to see what you have to say." After a dozen people entered the courtyard, those outside still tried to peek in. The brigade leader shut the door and bolted it while Lu Yang brought out a bench. Zhao Hongjun sat down, questioning with a hint of accusation. "You must have heard of Li Baoshan, Sun Daniu, Sun Jian, Zhao Sanxi, and Zhao Monsang from the Red Flag Brigade, right?" "Yes, I have heard. They cried for help when being chased to the brink of death by the bear. We are all from the same commune. I couldn't just watch them get killed by the bear, so I stepped in to save them. You don't need to thank me, Hongjun." "Haha, what nonsense are you talking? You beat up my people and stole our team's prey. Why would I come to thank you? Am I out of my mind?" Zhao Hongjun was so furious he laughed. He really couldn't be bothered to talk to Zhou Yuanshan, this second-rate person. Every encounter ended in shouting. It was utterly shameless. The brigade leader said seriously, "Ah, so you're not here to thank me? Then what are you here for? That's obvious. You need to give me an explanation. I want to know the whole story of what happened." The captain shrugged and said, "All right, let me tell you about yesterday. It was the day we delivered grain to the Xiangyang team, and just as we approached Niujiao Mountain, those hunters cried for help. I took 3 people to check it out and saw them being chased by a bear, all covered in injuries. I am a warm-hearted person. How could I stand by and do nothing? So I rushed in with my people, and thanks to Lu Jiqing, we quickly turned the tide against the bear." His proud demeanor was as if he had personally slain the bear. Zhao Hongjun could not bear this expression, his face growing darker, clearly on the brink of an outburst. The captain clapped his hands, getting excited. "They came to us for help, but those bastards ran away with their hunting rifles. Damn it, isn't that just immoral? Speaking of this, it makes me angry, but still our Lu Jiqing performed admirably, nearly subduing that bear. I couldn't be bothered to argue with those bastards." Then came the most infuriating part. When they saw the bear was almost subdued, they hurried to join the fray. If it were you, wouldn't you have been tempted to slice the prey's throat? Would you have been willing to step in at that moment?" Zhao Hongjun frowned, listening intently. Why hadn't Zhao Sanxi mentioned this part? Who was telling the truth? The captain sighed. "According to the rules, it was wrong for me to stop them. They insisted on snatching the prey, and since we are all from the same commune, I let it go." Then the show began. When that bear saw them, it went berserk and charged at them, willing to bite them to death. Those 5 began crying for help, and if I hadn't seen them as lives at stake, I wouldn't have bothered with those bastards. In the end, Lu Jiqing dispatched the bear. Zhao Hongjun, after hearing this, coldly questioned, "Let me ask you, was that bear injured by our team? If you killed the injured bear, shouldn't you share something?" The captain, displeased by this remark, straightened his chest and shouted, "Hey, that's not how it went down. It was your people who cried for help first. If we had ignored them and they died, then the prey would still belong to us. Zhao Hongjun, don't be unreasonable. We were just trying to save lives and happened to kill the bear in the process. You all owe us a debt of gratitude for saving lives. What right do you have to claim the prey? The bear was only slightly injured." Zhao Hongjun, skeptical, thought, how could those who went with hunting rifles possibly miss the bear? They must be lying. The two began to argue, their voices growing louder. The captain was furious. If the hunters from Hongqi team were just like Zhao Hongjun, refusing to acknowledge their debt of gratitude and distorting the truth. Lu Yang, seeing they were about to come to blows, reached out to pull the captain back and whispered, "Captain, the scorekeeper was present during the division of the bear. Let him testify." There were indeed no gunshot wounds on the bear. "And don't forget the written agreement with handprints. The ant said not to fight and to speak properly. If it's unclear, we can consult the commune leaders for clarification." Seeing his son speak, the captain calmed down his anger, realizing that arguing would not help and would not resolve anything. "Dasha, go call the scorekeeper over. Lu Yang, take out the written agreement and show it to team leader Zhao." Lu Yang went inside, actually retrieving several written agreements from the space and handed them to Zhao Hongjuan. Team leader Zhao, here are the agreements signed by those few. Please take a look. Zhao Hongjun frowned as he looked at Lu Yang's face. You look just like that second-rate guy. Are you related? I haven't heard he has relatives in the city. Haha, no, I'm a young intellectual from the countryside. It's not strange to look a bit alike. Let me see. Upon receiving the paper and opening it, he saw bright red handprints. After reading the beginning, Zhao Hongjun's frown deepened. He realized there was a problem. There were some characters he didn't recognize, but he couldn't admit that in front of that second-rate guy or he would be laughed at. Zhao Hongjun pointed and said, just read it to me. Lu Yang replied with an and read it from the beginning, seemingly oblivious to the darkening expression of the other party, smiling kindly. Team leader Zhao, that's how the matter stands. We kindly took people to the town hospital. If there are thanks to be given, they can come and thank us themselves when they recover. No need for team leader Zhao to bring people all the way here. Oh, coming empty-handed. Team leader Zhao nodded in agreement. Right, old Zhao, you can't disregard the rules. The rule for hunters in danger is that if someone steps in to save them, the prey belongs to the rescuer. The rescued hunters should express gratitude to their saviors. Now they haven't even said a word of thanks and are turning the tables. What does that mean? Do you recognize this agreement? If not, bring those few over and we can confront each other directly. You know me, I have no interest in lying. I will tell it like it is. Zhao Hongjun snorted softly. That bear's body, did it really not have gunshot wounds? When did my team's hunters become so incompetent? Soon the scorekeeper arrived. After understanding the situation, he said seriously, Team leader Zhao, I was present during the division of the bear and can attest that there were absolutely no gunshot wounds. The injuries were mainly from knife wounds. The bear's front paw was severed and it had a fatal wound in its neck with the neck bone fractured. Team leader Zhao went to bring the bear's head over and directly confronted Zhao Hongjuan. Oh Zhao, take a good look at the wounds on this bear's neck. What kind of injury is it? Zhao Hongjun took a look, reaching out to touch the scratches on the bone, confirming they could only be made by a knife. Biting his lip in silence after a long while, he turned to look at Lu Yang, his eyes filled with scrutiny. You are a hunter from the Xiangyang team, right? Since you can single-handedly take down the bear, then you must have some exceptional skills. Normally it would take around 10 hunters to take down a bear, of course assuming they don't have hunting rifles. Since you can do it alone, why don't we test it? If you can knock down my people, I will admit to this matter. Team leader Zhou, hearing this, widened his eyes. Old Zhao, don't be too unreasonable. The situation isn't the same. Lu Yang against 10 hunters. Have some decency. Zhao Hongjun sneered. If he could single-handedly kill the bear, he must possess exceptional skills. Let's have him fight my people. If he wins, I will believe he killed the bear. Otherwise, he's just picking up the scraps from our team. I won't acknowledge this debt of gratitude. Think about it, Lu Yang, right? Lu Yang smiled innocently. A fight is fine, but we need to sign an agreement first. In case of any accidental injuries, we can't hold grudges and we can't let the two teams come to blows. It's just a competition, it's best to keep it light. Zhao Hongjun sincerely wanted to test his strength and readily agreed, saying, no problem, it's normal to get injured during sparring. It's the ones who get overly emotional that are petty. Although I can be a bit aggressive, I'm not unreasonable, unlike your second-rate team leader. Captain Zhou glared, saying, hey, you can talk all you want, but don't resort to insults. Who's the second-rate? What are you rambling about, you illiterate? Even if I am second-rate, I'm still stronger than you illiterate. Did you even learn to read in primary school? How dare you talk about me here? The crowd murmured. Sigh, they are all in their 50s, yet their argument resembles a child's game. This is just ridiculous. Lu Yang watched the two with a twitch of his lips, adjusting his emotions before nodding. All right, let's head to the grain drying field. Zhao Hongjun's eyes lit up as he stood up and strode outside, saying, let's go, you all better perform well today. If anyone embarrasses me, The group arrived at the grain drying field where a dozen hunters looked at him with disdain. They saw little muscle on him, a city youth in the countryside. How could he possibly have the strength to kill a bear? It seemed impossible, which was why they didn't suspect Zhao Sanxi was lying. In their perception, it just couldn't be true. Lu Yang's eyes were clear and he smiled as he calmly looked at them, softly asking, are you all ready? The hunters replied in unison, of course. As he spoke, a muscular man stepped forward, taking off his outer clothes to reveal bulging muscles that seemed to have explosive power with every fist he balled up. He clenched his fists and directly attacked Liu Yang's face. Liu Yang raised his hand effortlessly, catching that punch, controlling it as if it were nothing, rendering his opponent completely immobile. The others looked at this scene in confusion, wondering, what's going on? Why isn't Dongxing moving? They shouted out, "Xiao Dongxing, you fool, why are you just standing there? Are you just watching like a monkey? Isn't all that muscle useful for something?" Xiao Dongxing wanted to move, but his fist was trapped by the other's hand, feeling as if it had been sucked in, unable to budge. What was going on? Could this kid really be this powerful? Distracted for a moment, he felt a tremendous force hit his stomach, and in the next instant his body soared into the air, crashing onto a straw pile. It didn't hurt much, but how did he end up flying? Was he seeing things? Liu Yang had kicked him onto the straw pile, controlling his strength to ensure he wouldn't injure him internally. If he were a real opponent, one kick would leave no room for survival. The others watched as Xiao Dongxing flew through the air, eyes wide with disbelief. They muttered, "No, it's impossible. How could someone be kicked away with just one kick? What kind of strength is needed for that? How did that city youth do it?" Captain Zhou wore a smug expression, saying, "How about it, old Zhao? Our team only has this one hunter, but quality trumps quantity, right? This one is worth more than your entire squad." Zhao Hongjun snorted coldly, "This is just the beginning, yet we haven't even brought out all our people yet. What's there to be smug about? Even if that city youth is impressive, it doesn't have much to do with you. Look at that smug smile of yours. That city youth will eventually return to the city. Who will remember you, a mud-legged person, later on? You illiterate. You second-rate. Illiterate. Second-rate." The two men, both over 50, began to bicker. Those watching rolled their eyes and shook their heads, wondering what occasion this was for them to still be arguing. These two have never settled things since childhood. A dozen hunters exchanged glances, raised their fists, and charged forward. Liu Yang continued to smile as he watched, raising his fists to meet them. Zhao Sanshui's punch hit Liu Yang as if striking an iron plate, causing his face to twist momentarily. His hand and arm went numb, and he opened his hand to shake it off. Damn, this kid is too strong. Liu Yang was as slippery as an eel, occasionally throwing punches and kicks, sending people flying in a chaotic brawl that left spectators in awe as the numbers quickly dwindled. Captain Zhou's face lit up with delight as he chuckled, "How about it, old Zhao? It seems your men are about to lose. How embarrassing that they can't even handle one person." "Shut up, you second-rate." The sounds of punches echoed continuously. The onlookers were already numb, staring blankly at the one-sided beating. It seemed something had shattered into pieces on the ground. When did the red flag team's hunters become so weak? Zhao Gang quietly watched from the side, his eyes growing brighter. This skill and strength were undeniable. If he could recruit him into the team, they could venture deeper into the mountains for hunting. In less than 10 minutes, Liu Yang clapped his hands and walked over with a warm smile, saying, "Captain Zhao, are you satisfied now? Do you have any doubts left?" Zhao Hongjun paused for a moment before speaking. "Your seemingly light movements look so slow. How come your strength is so great?" "That's Tai Chi taught to me by my master. The core principle is using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. It has nothing to do with strength. Even women can learn it and take down several big men. That's the beauty of Tai Chi." After Liu Yang finished speaking, he noticed the other party was lost in thought. "Captain Zhao, are you okay?" Zhao Hongjun came back to his senses, puzzled. 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Where have I heard that phrase before? At this, a chuckle came from the side. "Old Zhao, you should go back and read more books, otherwise even if you get the technique you won't understand its meaning. Now it's clear those 5 from your team are clearly distorting the truth, so don't follow the crowd." Captain Zhou glanced at the sun. He didn't want to provide lunch and urged, "Old Zhao, it's getting late. Our team still needs to harvest the potatoes. You all should hurry back. After those few recover, let them come to thank me personally for saving their lives. Don't think pretending to be dead will work." A dozen hunters got up and walked over to Liu Yang. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at him. "Liu, are you saying that your boxing technique is called Tai Chi? Are you taking students? You can name any conditions you want." "Yes, yes. Does your master allow you to teach others? Is it easy to learn? It looks quite simple, doesn't it? Can it really be learned in a year or 2? "I think it can be done, but I wonder if Liu would be willing to teach." "Name any conditions you have." Liu Yang replied, "Well, Tai Chi may look simple, but laying the foundation is quite troublesome. I've practiced for over a decade to reach this level. It takes at least 10 years to master this technique. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. Is it really that difficult? That makes sense. If it were easy, it wouldn't have such an effect. No wonder he could take down that bear. It's truly enviable. Zhao Hongjun looked at their useless appearance and said irritably, all right, stop crowding around. This matter ends here and we should head back now. How embarrassing, truly too embarrassing. Looking at Captain Zhou, his tone was somewhat sour. You lucky fool, it's rare to see a capable, educated youth in the countryside, but if he returns to the city later, your team doesn't have a single hunter. How about we strike a deal? You send Lu Yang to our hunter team and we can split the game we catch between our two teams. The team leader frowned at these words and refused. No, old Zhao, I'm not being harsh, but you know what your hunter team is like. A few bad apples spoil the whole batch. You still keep them, right? Letting Lu Yang join your hunter team means he'll be the one in danger when issues arise, right? It's not just that, he might also need to watch out for backstabbing. Encountering wild beasts is frightening, but nothing is worse than being stabbed in the back. Forget it, Lu Yang will definitely not join your hunter team. Hearing this, Zhao Hongjun felt a bit reluctant. With Lu Yang's excellent skills, it was a shame for him to be in the Xiangyang team. No matter how capable a solitary hunter was, they could not provide enough game for all the villagers in the entire team. Lucky fool, are you sure? No matter how skilled he is only one person. How much can he possibly provide for the villagers? Our team is different. With dozens of hunters, we can ensure that each household among the villagers eats meat at least twice a month. Ask Lu Yang if he can do that. Besides, just because you disagree doesn't mean the villagers will too. Why not ask for their opinions? The team leader's face was already turning unpleasant upon hearing this. Coldly he said, are you done talking? Once you're finished, get out quickly. Where Lu Yang goes is up to him. He is not a tool for the Xiangyang team to trade meat. Do you hear me? Whether the villagers can eat meat relies on their own abilities. How can they depend on Lu Yang alone? If Lu Yang returns to the city in the future, will they follow him back too? According to the rules, each hunter only needs to contribute 500 gene of meat to the team in a year. Anything more is welcome, but lacking that isn't a problem either. The villagers of the Xiangyang team nodded repeatedly. Yes, we won't exchange Lu, the educated youth, for meat. It's just fine in our team and we should be grateful for any game caught that's shared with us. It's normal not to catch so much if the mountains are dangerous. We can't rely entirely on Lu, the educated youth, for meat. That would be heartless. Team leader, what was that saying? Something about rice and enmity? Anyway, we can't do something unethical. The team leader smiled faintly. A favor of a grain of rice is repaid with a bushel of rice. The villagers echoed eagerly. Yes, yes, that's the saying. Although we can't read much, we understand the principle of reciprocity and wouldn't be so heartless. The reputation of the Hongqi team isn't good. They didn't want Lu Yang to go there, afraid he would be ostracized and used as a scapegoat. The mountains are so dangerous. What if something unexpected happens? Listening to their words, Zhao Hongjun felt even more uncomfortable. He snorted angrily, leaving with his crew. The team leader patted Lu Yang on the shoulder, his face filled with affection. Let's go, we need to harvest potatoes. Don't pay attention to those people. Avoid the Hongqi team's hunter group as well. That's not a good place. There's a lot of bad elements there. If they plan to scheme against you in the mountains, no matter how skilled you are, it won't help. Your safety is the most important thing. Don't take on burdens that aren't your responsibility, do you hear? Lu Yang felt warmth in his heart, his eyes curving into a smile. All right, Uncle Zhou, let's get to work. We've already wasted an hour or so. The team leader nodded, starting to murmur that illiterate likes to stir up trouble, but it's good to clarify things now to prevent future misunderstandings. The downside of rural life is the gossip. However, old Zhao won't let that few people off easily when he returns. That's fine, it allows for some venting. Lu Yang responded with a hum, and the group returned to the field to continue their work, busily leaving the matter behind them. Little did he know the story of him single-handedly taking on over a dozen hunters and defeating them spread quickly, and he became a well-known figure across various teams. Zhao Hongjun, filled with anger, returned and kicked open the door, dragging Zhao Sanshi into the yard, looking down at him. Speak, what exactly happened yesterday? If you dare to lie to me again, I'll throw you out of the hunter team. Zhao Sanshi, bewildered, felt panic upon hearing this and quickly said, No, it's not like that. Team leader, let me explain. Yesterday's incident was... It was the Xiangyang team's fault. How do you take me for a fool? I brought my team to seek justice for you and you used me as a pawn, right? That bear didn't have any gunshot wounds. How can you tell me you injured the bear while letting the Xiangyang team's hunters take advantage of the situation? What kind of advantage are you talking about? Zhao Hongjun was filled with rage. Now was the time to settle scores. If he didn't vent it out, he would explode. What an embarrassment. Today he went to cause trouble with righteous indignation, yet he ended up looking like a clown. If the scorekeeper reported this to the commune, they in the Hongqi team would surely suffer disgrace. Zhao Gang spoke up from the side. We all understand the situation, so stop pretending here. If you speak the truth, I can let you off this time, otherwise. Zhao Sanqi hurriedly replied, I'll tell you everything. It was Li Baoshan who pressured me, otherwise I wouldn't have lied. This is how it happened. After hearing him, Zhao Hongjun's face twisted. He finally understood what the lucky fool's words meant. Damn it, how could these people be from their team? Utterly shameless, he raised his hand and slapped Zhao Sanqi twice. Zhao Sanqi, seeing the team leader's grim expression, lowered his head in fear, whispering, I'm sorry, team leader, I know I was wrong and won't dare again. Zhao Hongjun shouted directly, shut up. Do you know what consequences your actions can cause? If it weren't for that Lu Yang having skills, all four of you would have died trying to save you. If this reputation spreads in the future, if the Hongqi team's hunters encounter problems, who would dare to lend a hand? Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? Truly, a grain of mouse droppings spoils the whole pot of porridge. Get lost. He lifted his foot and walked into the room, looking at the person sleeping on the bed. He raised his hand and slapped him continuously, one after another, until his hand felt numb before stopping. Li Baoshan woke up in pain, looking dazed at the team leader's grim face, his mind somewhat confused. He pitifully said, Team leader, why did you hit me? Zhao Hongjun was not polite at all, switching hands to continue slapping until both palms were red, transforming the face before him into a swollen mess resembling that of a pig's head. Rubbing his somewhat numb palms, he coldly looked at his nephew and said, Zhao Gang, from now on make sure to properly manage the hunter team. Anyone who dares to backstab their brothers will be kicked out immediately. No matter how capable a person is, if they lie and scheme against their brothers, they should not be spared. Hearing his uncle's words, Zhao Gang's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light and a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. With his uncle's backing, he could finally take the necessary actions. All right, I understand, uncle. What about these few? Take back the hunting rifles and let them think clearly. They can only return to the Xiangyang team when they are willing to apologize, and they must also prepare a token of gratitude. Zhao Hongjun's chilling gaze swept over them, and seeing them bow their heads, he continued, the Xiangyang team saved your lives, and that's a fact. The token of gratitude must be sent. You can only return to the hunter team when they forgive you. If they do not forgive you, you won't have a place in the hunter team anymore. Upon hearing this, several of them began to panic. Sun Dania pointed at Li Baoshan and accused, Captain, we were wrong, but it was all Li Baoshan who forced us. He said that if we followed his instructions, this matter would not be known. If it had remained unknown, we wouldn't have been so embarrassed. I didn't want to lie, I was left with no choice. Zhao Hongjun's anger deepened upon hearing this, dare to do but not to face it. Bah! I don't care about your petty affairs, and my face has already been thoroughly humiliated. Zhao Gang, handle it as you see fit. I'm tired and need to rest. Frustrated, he truly felt exasperated. Zhao Gang, the tall figure, stepped aside slightly. Li Baoshan, dazed from the beating, covered his face and felt a buzzing in his ears. When he came to his senses, he heard this and became even more frightened. Captain, did something happen when you went to the Xiangyang team? What do you think? My uncle's face, our red flag team's reputation, all have been rubbed into the dirt because of you liars. Zhao Gang looked down at them, his gaze contemptuous. First recover from your injuries. Once you're better, buy some gifts and go apologize to the Xiangyang team to seek forgiveness. Otherwise the hunter team won't miss you. After all, 5 people couldn't even hunt a bear. All the bullets in the hunting rifles were used up, yet they still failed to hit the bear. It's truly pathetic. If you continue to stay in the hunter team, you never know when your rifles might be aimed at your own team instead of the prey. The 4 on the bed froze, feeling so embarrassed they wished they could find a hole to hide in. After Zhao Gang finished speaking, he got up and left, needing to manage the others in the hunter team to prevent more rotten apples from appearing. It was indeed not wise to consider the feelings of relatives. Having incompetent hunters by your side is just inviting trouble, as fools are always foolish in bizarre ways. The four in the room exchanged glances. Li Baoshan's face was swollen, his eyes reduced to slits, and his heart sank completely, feeling utterly defeated. Are we being abandoned? How can the captain treat us this way? If I don't go to the hunter team, my wife will definitely make a scene. It's over. If my parents find out, they'll definitely scold me for being useless. What should I do? In the past, their hardest days were a chilling memory. After finally becoming hunters, their status at home had clearly risen and their wives pampered them. Now being told that if they didn't thank the Xiangyang team, they would be kicked out of the hunter team, how could they possibly live like that? Zhao Monsung complained, Li Baoshan, this is all because of you. You forced us to do this, and now our faces are ruined. The captain is angry with us. What will we do in the future? The more he thought, the angrier he became, lunging at Li Baoshan and starting to punch him. If it weren't for his words, how could they be in such a passive situation? Li Baoshan felt pain all over his body, crying out, don't hit me, don't hit me. How dare you treat me like this? When in better just wait. Ouch, it hurts so much. Why is it always him who gets hurt? The captain only slapped him, yet these bastards also came to beat him. Did they think he was a soft persimmon? Gritting his teeth, he fought back, and soon they were all in a brawl. On the other side, the captain led the villagers to clean the harvested potatoes, removing the dirt from the surface before storing them in the granary. Once everything was gathered, they would distribute it according to their work points. This also counted as winter provisions. Lu Yang carried a basket full of potatoes and dumped them into the cart. Looking at the gaps between the baskets, he felt it was a bit wasteful. It would be better if it was packed tighter. If they could just dump the potatoes directly in, they could deliver them to the granary faster, as the round potatoes wouldn't break from the impact. Seeing him lost in thought, the captain patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong, Lu Yang? Lu Yang came back to his senses and casually replied, nothing much, just thinking that the baskets take up a lot of space in the cart. If there weren't any gaps, we could transport more potatoes back. Oh, that's a problem, but we can't seal it up. If we seal it, it will be difficult to unload firewood. Uncle Zhou, why not make it with movable boards? The captain was taken aback. Movable boards? What do you mean? Lu Yang smiled brightly. If you trust me, Uncle Zhou, why not let me take this cart and make it for you to see? If it doesn't work, it won't be a hassle to take it apart. It's really just adding a board under the cart specifically for transporting potatoes and sweet potatoes during busy farming times. When carrying firewood, the board can be removed. Make it movable, that way it's more convenient for dual use. The captain raised his eyebrows, imagining it in his mind and feeling it could work. He encouraged, all right, go ahead and give it a try. As a young person, you should try more. Practice leads to knowledge. Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Practice leads to true knowledge. Yes, exactly, practice leads to true knowledge. I'm getting old and my mind isn't as sharp anymore. You young folks are quick-witted, so just go and try things out. Go on, once you've made it, bring it back for me to see. Okay, I'll go get it done right away. The captain watched Lu Yang walk away with the cart, his eyes filled with admiration. Lu Jiqing truly has a high level of awareness. Only those who are willing to change can improve efficiency. Lin Suqin rolled her eyes at him. Where did you hear that? You just copied it directly. Hee, I read it in the newspaper. We should subscribe to a newspaper at home. I need to broaden my mind, or else I won't understand anything the young people say. Only when the mind is sharp can we bring prosperity to the team faster. Lu Yang pulled the cart back, lifting it into the yard, where he found logs in the corner to split with an axe, quickly crafting wooden boards and making grooves on the cart. Utilizing the mortise and tenon structure to disperse the load, the wooden boards became sturdier, and then he assembled them piece by piece like stacking blocks. With two boards at the front and back, he fixed the cart to resemble a tractor's cargo box, ensuring maximum space for transporting potatoes and sweet potatoes. After about an hour, Lu Yang completed the modifications and directly pulled it to the edge of the field. The cart could now hold twice the previous capacity of 10 baskets of potatoes. The captain watched the improvements and laughed heartily. Good. Young people really know how to use their brains. This will save a lot of trips. Lu Yang smiled. He enjoyed working efficiently. In this era, everything relied on manual labor, and efficiency was indeed too low. If it weren't for the lack of enough iron, he could forge many tools to enhance efficiency, but never mind, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He decided to create small gadgets to slightly improve efficiency without taking too many risks. After all, he still wanted to live a peaceful life. The captain asked him to modify all the carts in the brigade, saying they could handle the field work while the young brains should focus on more important tasks. Lu Yang smiled sincerely. He genuinely felt fortunate to have such an open-minded captain who was willing to accept new ideas. In just one day he completed the modifications on more than a dozen carts in the brigade, reducing what should have taken 3 days to just 2 for transporting the potatoes. The villagers suddenly had an extra day off. Initially they felt a bit uneasy but quickly adapted and went to forage for wild vegetables, as the extra time was a gain. They could blanch the wild vegetables in boiling water and dry them. During winter they could eat them. For them, anything that could sustain life was good. After a day of rest, Lu Yang went straight to the mountains. Alone he felt much freer and quickly arrived at the inner mountain, his eyes glimmering as he spotted the animals drinking water. Meat, it was all meat. There were abundant resources. What danger could the mountains pose? These were treasures, a continuous source of treasures. Lu Yang felt like a little mouse falling into a grain store filled with an exhilarating excitement. Standing in the bushes, he opened his senses to ensure no one was around before he began hunting with stealth. It was unlikely there were any other hunters, yet the mountains near the Xiangyang brigade stretched endlessly, and yet the brigade had no hunters while the mountain's prey was countless. Lu Yang raised his hand and sent out spatial blades, and in an instant wild cattle, wild boars, and deer fell to the ground, causing the remaining prey to scatter in panic. Stepping out from the bushes, he dug a pit by the river to bleed out the prey one by one, ensuring that no blood went to waste as he took out a wooden bucket from his spatial storage. Although his space couldn't be used for farming, time stood still inside it, placing the prey within wooden spoil, allowing him to store meat abundantly in case he ever returned. With space at his disposal, resources were at hand, and he could live well anywhere. After filling several large buckets with the blood of wild cattle, wild boars, and deer, Lu Yang took his chopping knife and began to process the prey into pieces for easy access when he wanted to eat. The strong smell of blood by the river was somewhat pungent, but Lu Yang quickly processed the meat without worrying about attracting other wild beasts. If they came, they would just be offering him food. What did he have to worry about? When Lu Yang grew tired from using the chopping knife, he switched to using spatial blades, and in the blink of an eye, a cow was divided into several pieces, ensuring no internal organs went to waste. Squatting by the river, he washed the pieces in the flowing water, cleaned them up, and stored them in his space, keeping the internal organs separate. Just as he finished processing one cow, he heard grunting behind him, turned to look, and found 3 wild boars with fearsome tusks slowly approaching. Lu Yang glanced over without much reaction, yet seeing this, the 3 wild boars charged at him, as wild boars were omnivorous and would eat meat when starving. Including humans. Was also on their hunting menu. With 3 loud thuds, the wild boars collided with the barrier and rebounded back, struggling to get up and attempt another charge. 3 invisible spatial blades flew out, effortlessly slicing the wild boar's neck, and blood gushed out. Lu Yang glanced at it with a bit of pity. Side pig's blood is also quite delicious. A little gamey smell is nothing. He could make it into a spicy hot pot, adding lots of spice and chili. Thinking happily, he felt even more regret. He rummaged through his space and quickly found a few wooden bowls to collect the blood, while the 3 wild boars remained pinned by the barrier, allowing their blood to flow out slowly. Lu Yang processed the prey even faster. Otherwise, what if more came? With such a vast mountain, he could be trapped here. This was a sweet burden. Half an hour later, only a few traces of blood remained by the river, with a pit containing the inedible guts buried, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, yet the man had vanished without a trace. A figure continuously flashed through the forest, mercilessly reaping the lives of the prey, with the spoils piling up like a mountain in his space. Lu Yang raised his head to look at the chestnut tree, swallowed, climbed up the tree, and started shaking it. Those chestnuts disappeared before they hit the ground, directly entering his space. Alone in the perilous inner mountain felt as easy as being in his own backyard, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Apples. Collected. Persimmons collected. Iron-skinned dendrobium herbs collected. In half a day, Lu Yang had accomplished what dozens of others would take days to achieve, feeling satisfied as he walked towards the outer mountain, passing by a valley filled with yam beans. He took out a hoe and started digging, and indeed there were long yam sticks inside it. This large area must have several acres, and if he were to collect all of it, wow, too much. Just collecting half would be enough. Unfortunately, his space couldn't carry soil, so he had to dig them out one by one, which wasted quite a bit of time. After a short while he grew tired. A single person's strength was too small without mechanical tools. But if he told the people in the brigade to come and dig, he would end up with more than if he dug alone. Lu Yang's mind turned quickly and he soon came up with a good idea: collect yam beans in his space, and for the yams in the ground he could tell Uncle Zhou to organize people to come and dig. These were all food supplies that the villagers would not be able to resist. However, it was slightly dangerous at the edge of the inner mountain. He placed a few in his basket and walked down the mountain to inform Uncle Zhou, saying that if the villagers were unwilling he would just keep digging slowly by himself. After all, there were plenty of treasures in the mountains and there was no way he could finish digging them all. At the foot of the mountain the villagers were digging wild vegetables. Hearing a noise, they looked up to see a familiar figure emerging from the forest holding only 2 rabbits without any other game. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes, but he quickly waved his hand enthusiastically to greet Su Qingqing. Did you go to the mountains? Lu Yang smiled warmly. Yes, just taking a stroll in the mountains. I'm heading home now. Alright, you should head back. Okay, goodbye uncle. Remember to come home before dark, it's a bit dangerous at the foot of the mountain. Haha, take care Su Qingqing. Once the person walked away, the man continued speaking to those beside him. What a good kid. I wonder who will benefit from him in the future. It's a pity we don't have any daughters at home, or I would definitely mention it. Tisk tisk, come on, who would fancy the village girls? Isn't it better to marry a girl from the city? Lu Yang returned to the courtyard with the rabbits but didn't see anyone. He called out, Uncle Zhou, are you home? Lin Suqing walked out from inside the house smiling gently. Lu Yang is back. Your Uncle Zhou went to check the fields and will be back soon. Good then, and he'll use the kitchen for a bit. Feel free to use it, no need to be polite. Got it, Aunt. Lu Yang skinned the rabbits and hung them up. The fur was also valuable. It could make good gloves in winter, providing some water resistance and warmth to prevent frostbite. The rabbit meat was directly braised. Stewing it might make it tough, but braising would definitely enhance the flavor. He boiled water in a pot to steam the yam and cut another piece to stir-fry for a crispy and sweet taste. After doing these, he chopped the rabbit meat into pieces, added a spoonful of lard, chili and garlic and began to stir-fry. A burst of spiciness wafted out, slightly irritating to the nose. The aroma drifted up the chimney. As the captain returned home, he followed the scent into the courtyard, happily exclaiming, Wife, can we have meat again today? It smells so good, it must be braised. Lin Suqing sniffed the spiciness, somewhat overwhelming her, causing her to sneeze. She then said, Lu Yang is cooking, it seems to be braised rabbit. Ah, chill. The captain rushed into the kitchen, the smell even more overwhelming and causing him to cough twice. Lu Yang, are you making braised rabbit? No, it's dry pot rabbit meat, it's very delicious. I've never heard of it, but just from the smell it seems very fragrant. Achoo achoo. Seeing this, Lu Yang felt a bit embarrassed and said, Uncle Zhou, you should go out and rest for a moment. I'm almost done here. By the way, have you heard of yam? The captain shook his head. I've never heard of it. What kind of herb is that? If it's a medicinal herb, we should ask Jiang Yatui. Her family has been barefoot doctors for generations and would definitely know. Do you need to ask? Bring it to me, I can help you ask. Hearing this, Lu Yang helplessly smiled. No, Uncle Zhou, yam is not a medicinal herb, it's food. It can be considered a grain and can be eaten as a vegetable. I made dinner, you all can taste it later. Ah, food. As long as it's edible, it's good stuff. As long as it's not poisonous, it's fine. The captain didn't think much of it and just assumed that city people had a broader experience with food that they might not have seen before. As long as it was edible and not poisonous, that was good enough. The 3 sisters brought back a lot of purslane. There are many varieties of wild vegetables, but purslane blanched in boiling water and then dried has a meaty texture suitable for winter meals. It's their family's favorite wild vegetable. Whenever they have some free time, they will go to the foot of the mountain to dig up purslane. Fresh purslane can be eaten cold, stir-fried, or dried, all of which are delicious. They poured the wild vegetables onto the ground in the corner, and after dinner under the moonlight they simply processed these wild vegetables. After washing and blanching, they could be dried. Mother, we are back. Oh. Lin Suqing looked at the small mountain of wild vegetables and smiled. You've really worked hard. You've dug up quite a lot today. It's best to clean and sort them out tonight so it won't affect your work time during the day. The 3 sisters nodded repeatedly. Okay, Mother. The stimulating aroma wafted over and all 3 sneezed in unison, looking towards the kitchen. What is Su Qingqing cooking? Zhou Shuang said he's stir-frying chili achou. Zhou Qiao added it's a bit spicy. Lin Suqing couldn't help but laugh. He must be braising rabbit meat. Lu Yang went to the mountains and brought back 2 rabbits. Ah, then we can have meat again at noon. Great, great. I've been gaining weight recently and my skin has become a lot fairer. I brought some sweet dark berries for Su Qingqing. Lu Yang prepared a pot of dry pot rabbit meat and brought it into the main room calling out, "Dinner is ready. Today we have rabbit meat and other delicious dishes." The three sisters hurried to help in the kitchen. The family sat at the table in the main room looking at a plate of sliced white items that resembled a dish, somewhat confused. What is this? It looks like the flesh of a pear, but pears aren't suitable for stir-frying, so what is it? Curious glances were cast over their eager expressions, somewhat amusing. Lu Yang, building up their curiosity, beckoned, "Try this and see how it tastes. This is called stir-fried yam slices. It would taste even better with some wood ear mushrooms." One person picked up a slice and took a bite. The crisp sweetness along with a slight stretchy texture was quite special. The Zhou family members' eyes lit up. "This is delicious. Yam, so that's what it's called. I thought it was something that grows in the ground like water chestnuts. We also call those matai here." "No, that's much smaller, but look at this, it's sliced so large it definitely isn't water chestnuts." "Lu Yang, just tell us where you picked this up and what it's called. Why does it taste so good?" Lu Yang mysteriously said, "Don't rush, try the flavor of the steamed one and see how it differs from the stir-fried one. I'll tell you what this is later, it's a big treasure." The captain looked at the tender white pieces, grabbed a pair of chopsticks and took a bite. It had little flavor but a pleasantly soft and sticky texture. His eyes brightened. The steamed one tastes even better. It could definitely be considered a grain. The satiety should be similar to sweet potatoes, but I wonder what the yield is like." "Lu Yang, you picked this in the mountains, right?" Lu Yang nodded, but it wasn't picked, it was dug up. "This is called yam and it can indeed be eaten as a grain. It aids digestion and is suitable for the elderly and children. Moreover, the yield is very high. It can be stir-fried as a vegetable, boiled or steamed. It won't waste oil and eating it is quite comfortable, unlike sweet potatoes that can cause bloating." "Uncle Zhou, I discovered a large patch on the mountain estimating about 3 to 4 acres. 1 acre could yield about 2 to 3,000 jin." Suddenly a loud clattering sound echoed as someone dropped their chopsticks. The captain's eyes shone brightly, his gaze akin to that of looking at gold as he grabbed Lu Yang's hand. Emotions ran high as he exclaimed, "Lu Yang, do you know what you just said? Do you realize what this means? I have come through the Great Famine. You cannot imagine how precious it is to discover a new food source." He choked up as he continued, "How many lives could be saved? Although life has improved somewhat now, there are still many who go hungry in winter. Every winter several people starve or freeze to death in each brigade. If we could indeed dig up that many yams, we could survive the winter. Good, good child, you truly are a treasure of the Xiangyang Brigade." The captain could not hold back his tears. Such a precious resource must be excavated and protected so they could return to harvest it every autumn. Lu Yang understood humans in the apocalypse lived far more difficult lives akin to a hellish existence. Moreover, the land was polluted and hope was nowhere to be found. At that time, any edible food, regardless of taste, would be celebrated in the base. There was no choice. If they did not celebrate, people would lose hope for survival, becoming mere walking corpses. The captain wiped the moisture from his eyes and spoke softly, "Lu Yang, where exactly is that place in the mountains?" Lu Yang pondered and gestured with his fingers. "It's probably across the outer mountain through the middle mountain, slightly closer to the inner mountain. It could be dangerous if we attempt to dig there. If a pack of wild beasts attacks, I am just one person. Even if I want to protect everyone, it would be difficult to ensure everyone's safety. If I dig alone, it would be far too slow. With winter approaching, I wouldn't even be able to harvest an acre. Uncle Zhou, why don't you discuss with the villagers? Those unwilling to go can opt out. For those willing to go, there will still be dangers." The captain's excitement quickly cooled as he confronted the reality. Yes, it was indeed in the mountains, and the villagers were afraid to even approach them for fear of danger. Fear was the greatest obstacle. Unless pushed to the brink, they would never willingly enter the mountains. He sighed, feeling somewhat melancholic. The mountains held treasures, yet it was the times of helplessness that were the most painful. Even if he could persuade the villagers to enter the mountains, and no matter how well he prepared them, if even one person were to get hurt, chaos would surely ensue. Small issues could be managed, but life and death was another matter. The captain beckoned, "Let's eat. I will think this over some more and see if there are any safer methods. Food is important, but people's safety is paramount." Regardless, Lu Yang, you have rendered great service. If the commune learns of this, they might experiment with planting it in the fields, yielding much higher output than conventional crops. This could alleviate the situation of starvation somewhat, but there's no rush. We must find a way to bring the yams down the mountain first. Lu Yang replied affirmatively, quickly finishing his meal. After the meal, the Zhou family went to inspect the yams. Gazing at the stick-like objects, their eyes were filled with curiosity. So this is what they look like. If you don't pay attention, you'd think they were just sticks. Who would have thought they would taste so good? Indeed, what a treasure. After observing, the captain wandered around the courtyard, contemplating going into the mountains with Lu Yang tomorrow to see where the yam field was and how long it would take to get there. People cannot stay in the mountains at night, which means villagers must ascend the mountain during the day and return before dark. The time available for digging would be too short, otherwise they would have to stay overnight, which significantly increases the danger. It's difficult to find a perfect solution. Lu Yang approached quietly and said, Uncle Zhou, are you still worried about entering the mountains? If we could open a mountain path, the cart would greatly improve efficiency. There are still dangers, of course, but with proper training, those in the inner circle could dig for yams while those on the outside form two protective rings. It wouldn't be that dangerous. We can also set traps around and perhaps catch some prey in the process. There's some risk, but it's not as terrifying as it seems. The captain nodded. I understand, but the journey up the mountain takes time. Where would we stay at night? The mountains are too dangerous after dark, with all sorts of wild beasts roaming about. Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, there's a cliff not far from the yams and it has caves. If we clear it out, it could serve as a resting spot. Really? If that's the case, then this matter is quite feasible, though it will delay us a few days to gather firewood. Also, there's the issue of familiarization. This is a new food source. If everyone tries it one by one, it would waste too much time. The captain considered and decided to hold a meeting tomorrow to gauge the villagers' reactions, pondering strategies as the weather grew colder. They needed to dig up the yams as soon as possible. He patted Lu Yang on the shoulder, saying, All right, I will think this over. Thank you, Lu Yang. This child truly had no words. He was always thinking of the brigade. If he hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known about the yam field, which could have all been his. What a good child. This must be counted in labor credits. Early the next morning, the captain gathered the villagers for a meeting, announcing over the loudspeaker, Villagers, I've called you here to discuss something. It's half good news and half bad. He presented a plate of yams still with their skins on, looking from a distance like wooden sticks. What is the captain doing bringing out those sticks? Could it be a treasure? The weather is getting colder. I wonder when we will organize to gather firewood. I don't know. Judging by the captain's demeanor, he seems to have something else occupying him. Firewood will be fine, we can just collect it from the mountains. The captain called two people up to taste it, smiling as he asked, How does it taste? Is it good? It's soft and not sweet, with little flavor. It's a bit like sweet potato, but not as sweet, and it looks different too. Captain, what is this? This is the yam Lu Yang discovered in the mountains. It's good for the body and can be stored as food. The two men were taken aback. Food? This can be considered food? That's wonderful news. How much of this yam do we have? The captain replied, There are 3 to 4 acres of land, and each acre can yield 2 to 3,000 jin. When divided among households, that's quite a substantial amount of food. Oh, that's great. Captain, why are you still worried? Just tell us when we can go dig it up. When the villagers heard it was a food source similar to sweet potatoes, their faces lit up with joy. They were thrilled. Wintering at home was leisurely, but being hungry was truly unbearable. Now that they could have an additional food source, they were naturally delighted, chattering excitedly, Oh, this is wonderful. If it's really like sweet potatoes, even my old man can eat it. People get old and their teeth aren't what they used to be. The villagers happily said, Captain, you mentioned that the wild yam is located somewhere. We are all willing to go dig it up. Bringing it back will ensure we have more food to eat during the winter, which is a good thing. Indeed, the grain distributed this year is quite ample. My family will be able to have another child. Having more children brings more blessings, doesn't it? Haha. Oh dear Chuanhua, you already have 6 or 7 children. Aren't you going to stop? Don't keep having more. It's going to be difficult to raise them all. Chuanhua, the one being called out, was a woman who had married into the village. Her tall and strong family members had all perished during the years of famine, and she had a fixation on having more children, believing that having many would ensure future prosperity. Wang Chunhua glared at them and proudly said, "Being able to give birth is a blessing. Others want children but can't have any. What's wrong with having many kids? They can start working by the age of 2, which is wonderful." "That's true. One more child means one more share of food." "Exactly. What if there's an unfilial child? At least there are others who will be filial. If we can ever have a capable one, the whole family will enjoy blessings together." Haha. The captain hesitated for a moment, then quickly cleared his throat, holding a loudspeaker to announce, "The wild yam is on Niujiao Mountain near the inner mountain. It is still somewhat dangerous." Upon hearing that it was Niujiao Mountain, the crowd fell silent, their expressions changing as they exclaimed, "Oh my god, isn't that the place where the bear was killed before? What if there are still bears lurking around? Outer mountains are fine, but the inner mountains are filled with wild beasts. If we dig there, won't wild animals come looking for us?" "Exactly. It takes at least half a day to reach the inner mountain. It will take a whole day to go up and down, and we definitely won't make it back before dark. If we have to spend the night in the mountains, our ancestors said it would attract trouble." "Sure, you can't say that. That's feudal superstition. You be careful you don't get caught. I'm mainly worried about encountering a pack of wild beasts." "Well, who isn't afraid? I'm scared too." The villagers chattered nervously, their faces full of reluctance. While having more food was good, risking their lives for it was not appealing. They'd rather go hungry than take such a risk. The captain noticed their expressions and understood that the number of volunteers willing to go dig would likely be less than half. Lu Yang watched from the side, lowering his gaze to hide the strangeness in his eyes. Those who had experienced famine were different from those who lived through an apocalypse, if the latter would seek food regardless of danger. The villagers' fear of the mountains was ingrained in their bones. Unless they were starving to the point of no return, it was difficult to convince them to venture into the inner mountains. No matter, he could always go dig more later. Slower was still better than not going at all. The captain struck a gong, signaling for everyone to be quiet. The harsh sound of the gong silenced the villagers instantly, and they turned to the captain as he spoke. "This matter is based on the principle of voluntariness. Those who do not wish to go are not compelled. However, similarly, this time the wild yam will not be distributed according to work points. Only those who enter the mountains can share in the yam. Those who do not go will not receive any. Those willing to go, please stay behind. Those who do not wish to go may return home. I will discuss how to allocate the work with those who remain. You all have half an hour to discuss this." The villagers exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. It was indeed fair. If you were unwilling to take risks, you could not share in the rewards, while those willing to take risks would rightfully share. In comparison, they were still unwilling to take risks. Their families were not in a dire state. Why would they risk their lives for food? Many shared this sentiment. As soon as they heard that staying behind meant going into the mountains, several turned and walked away without hesitation, distancing themselves and observing from a corner. Zhou Yong tugged at Zhou Dashan's sleeve and whispered, "Dashan, your wife just gave birth and the child is so small. Do you really have to risk going into the mountains? The elders say that the mountains are full of man-eating tigers. Going in there is very dangerous. Shouldn't you consider your wife and child more? What if something happens? What will happen to your wife and child?" Zhou Dashan's gaze was resolute as he replied, "Yonggu, it's precisely because of my wife and child that I've decided to go into the mountains to dig for wild yam. To be honest, you know my family situation. I'm the second child and not favored at home. My parents don't want to take care of my children. My wife is busy with the baby and can't work, and my parents also need to be provided with grain every year. The food that can actually feed our family of 3 is truly minimal. My mother-in-law does provide some support, but enduring through the winter is tough. We can't always rely on that, can we?" Hearing this, Zhou Yong sighed. "You really have it hard. Why are your parents so heartless? They can help your older brother and younger brother raise their kids, but they won't help you." Zhou Dashan let out a bitter smile. "This is my fate. Thankfully my wife understands and is willing to suffer with me, but how can I bear to let her? The child is still small and can't endure the winter. I need to come up with a way to gather more food before winter arrives, otherwise adults can endure some suffering but the child won't be able to take it." "Alright, then I won't persuade you any further. Just be extra careful." "I know." Half an hour later the captain looked at the few dozen people who remained, less than a third of the village, who were all from very difficult circumstances, which explained their willingness to take risks and go into the mountains. Those who are willing to go into the mountains, please come forward. I will register your names. When the wild yam is brought back, we will distribute it to everyone. All right, thank you, Captain. Old Lady Lu trembled as she approached, feeling a bit embarrassed. Captain, do you think I could also go into the mountains? Even if you give me a smaller share, it would be fine. My family truly has nothing to eat. The captain looked at the emaciated figure and sighed inwardly. Old Lady Lu was indeed a pitiful person. 2 years ago she lost her son and her daughter-in-law left. Last year her husband also passed away, leaving her with a grandson and granddaughter. She couldn't consistently work and naturally she couldn't share in the village's grain. Usually the captain would give part of his own share to them, at least to ensure they had something to eat. He couldn't just watch them starve to death. The two small children looked up, their eyes wide and startling, their cheeks sunken and their clothes patched up. Their pale lips and weak demeanor clearly indicated that they were starving. The captain divided some wild yam from the plate for the two children, saying, "Here, children, eat up." "No, Grandma, we don't want it." Old Lady Lu felt a pang in her heart, gently stroking the heads of the two children as she softly said, "It's all right, just take it. Remember to say thank you to Big Uncle." "Yes, thank you, Big Uncle." She extended her hand to take it. Her hand was as thin as a chicken's claw. After receiving the yam, she started to eat it without peeling, doing so cautiously as if afraid to waste a single bit. The captain nodded. "All right, Old Lady Lu, you can come with us into the mountains, but the two children cannot go. How about you leave them with my family so my daughter can look after them?" Old Lady Lu sighed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Captain, I really am troubling you too much." "It's all right, we are all part of the same village. I understand your situation and I will help as much as I can." Lu Yang watched the two small children with a sense of detachment. In the apocalypse, one rarely saw children. They either died or were taken away. Even after the base stabilized, he had seen very few. Lu Yang snapped back to reality, turned around, went into the house to grab some candy and walked up to the two children, stuffing a handful of white rabbit candy into their pockets. "Candy for you to eat." The two children were taken aback, their eyes wide as they looked at him, disbelief and a hint of nervous fear in their expressions. "Big brother, this white rabbit candy is so precious, we can't accept it, please take it back." Lu Yang smiled like the sun. The two children blinked, staring at him in a daze. "Haha, no worries, my family has plenty of candy, this is for you to enjoy." Lu Posey softly thanked him. "Thank you, Lu Jiqing." Before they could only have a bit of meat during the new year, but ever since Lu Jiqing came and started hunting, the team leader has also been giving them some meat, so they have had a little more meat to eat. Lu Yang waved his hand and said softly, "It's nothing, Granny, just a bit of candy for the kids to taste the sweetness. You want to go into the mountains with us, right?" "Yes, I want to gather more food for the children to keep for winter, otherwise if it snows and there's nothing to eat, we could starve. Winters are hard to endure." There are quite a few yam in that area. If we dig them up and bring them back, there will be plenty to share at home, making it a bit easier to get through winter." After Lu Posey spoke, the two children quietly thanked him. "Thank you, big brother." Their small hands tightly clutched their pockets, afraid the candy would fall out. Ever since their father and grandfather passed away, they hadn't eaten candy in a long time. This big brother was truly a kind-hearted person. After the team leader counted the number of people, he sent someone back to pack things and bring dry food. They would enter the mountains at dawn tomorrow. He had also made arrangements for the rest to cut firewood in the mountains, and those who stayed behind had no objections. In the afternoon they divided up the potatoes from the granary, otherwise there would be nowhere to store the yams when they brought them back. The team leader had thought ahead about where to put all those yams. Lu Yang divided over 100 pounds of potatoes. If an ordinary family ate sparingly, these potatoes would last for quite some time in the long winter of Haitian, which lasted over 3 months. The two little children followed Lu Posey home, chattering all the way. Their energy noticeably increased. "Grandma, the meat we ate before was also hunted by that big brother, right?" "Yes, he is a Jiqing from the city, educated and skilled at hunting, and he has a good heart. We like that big brother. If Grandma goes into the mountains tomorrow, can we go to Big Brother's house?" Lu Posey responded, "Yes, we will go to the team leader's house, but Lu Jiqing also lives there. You need to be sensible when you go, help out a bit and don't be naughty, okay? The team leader has helped us a lot. We must remember his kindness. Grandma will make some steamed buns for you. You will eat this and don't take anything from the team leader's house, understood?" It's not easy for anyone, even after eating we can't repay it. The two children were very sensible, nodding in agreement. Okay, we will remember Grandma. You can go into the mountains with peace of mind. We will behave and help Big Brother work. They took out the milk candy and handed it over. Grandma, you will be tired in the mountains. You take the candy with you. We'll only keep one just to lick it a bit. Lu Posey felt a lump in her throat, tears almost falling. When her son was around, their family would never have lived like this, but now her only son was gone. Be good, you eat it. Grandma won't worry about food in the mountains, there is plenty to eat there. The three of them arrived at the thatched cottage, which was empty inside with a hole in the roof. Lu Posey sighed as she looked around. Once they came back from the mountains, she would find someone to fix the roof. The two children carefully placed their white rabbit candies, each taking one and licking it cautiously, their eyes squinting with happiness. Brother, the white rabbit candy is so sweet. It's delicious. When I grow up I will also go into the mountains to become a hunter, buying lots of candy for my sister, letting her eat as much as she wants. Good then, brother, grow up quickly. Families preparing to enter the mountains began to pack dry food after returning home. They took steamed buns that could be softened with water, which were the most popular food for those going into the mountains. The team leader's kitchen was also busy, with the three sisters starting to make pancakes, their voices occasionally drifting out. Eldest sister, what else needs to be done after the jerky is ready? Su Qingqing was bustling around saying, go get some pickled vegetables, stir-fry them and pack them in jars for Dad and Lu Yang to take into the mountains to eat with the steamed buns during meal times. Zhou Shuang was in a hurry running out. Zhou Qiao was blanching porcelain in the yard, then taking it out to dry in the sun on a fan. Once dried, it would become dried vegetables, which were quite good to eat after soaking in water during winter. Lu Yang was sharpening bamboo arrows with a hatchet. The long-range attacks would require this after entering the mountains. He checked his bow and arrow for any issues, and there was a basket of items to be taken into the mountains. After checking everything thoroughly and confirming there were no problems, Lu Yang walked over to Zhou Qiao, curiously looking at the porcelain in the pot. Sister Qiao, are you blanching it? Yes, if you dry wild vegetables directly they become straw. If you blanch them before drying, then they can turn into dried vegetables. This blanching step is absolutely essential. Of course, mushrooms should not be blanched if they can be dried directly. Only wild vegetables need blanching. Once the water boils, you blanch them briefly before taking them out to dry. Lu Yang nodded in understanding. So bamboo shoots also need blanching and wild vegetables do too, only mushrooms can be dried directly. Zhou Qiao smiled and said, yes, I don't know why either, it's just something passed down from our ancestors. Everyone does it this way during winter when we lack vegetables. With these dried wild vegetables we can have more vegetables to eat during winter. We are close to the mountains, so we won't lack vegetables in spring, summer, and autumn. Stocking up won't hurt. These things can be stored for a long time once dried without spoiling. Got it, thanks for teaching me, Sister Qiao. Zhou Qiao blinked, smiling mischievously. Hey, don't be so polite with me, I truly see you as my younger brother. You'll be taking the villagers into the mountains tomorrow, so if you're tired, go rest. Once the dry food is ready, the eldest sister will make dinner and call you to eat. Lu Yang shook his head. It's fine, I'm not tired. I will go see if Uncle Zhou needs my help with anything. Alright, you go ahead. The villagers who hadn't signed up saw how busy those who were going into the mountains were and felt a bit conflicted. They were afraid to go, but also worried that the others would really bring back a lot of yams. They're so busy bringing so much dry food into the mountains, who knows how many yams they'll dig up. Who knows, it would be great if there's no danger. Those yams look delicious, much better than eating potatoes. TCH, how would you know? You haven't tasted them. Lu Yang quickly walked toward the drying field, being chased down by the ants, who asked, Lu Jiqing, we heard that the yams were discovered by you. Is it far? Is there any danger around? It's far, and there is danger. If we encounter a pack of wild beasts, it could be deadly. The ants exclaimed. As dawn broke, the villagers gradually rose, packing their belongings and making their way to the foot of the mountain, engaging in quiet conversations with one another. The three sisters saw their parents off at the door, their eyes filled with concern. Mother, father, you must be extra careful in the mountains. The insect repellent powder is in the backpack, and sprinkle the realgar powder before sleeping. Alright, we understand. You three sisters must also take care at home. You do not go out after dark. Make sure to lock the door, and you must all go out together. And look after the two little ones at Granny Liu's house. Don't let them near the river, understood? After Lin Suqing finished her careful instructions, she felt at ease to follow her husband to the foot of the mountain. Eldest sister Zhou Ping opened the door and waited. Before long, Granny Lu arrived with her 2 grandchildren, her face lined with wrinkles yet filled with affection. Ping girl, I trouble you. This basket contains food for my 2 children for the next few days. I've prepared everything for them. She gently patted the heads of the 2 children, softly reminding them, you 2 must be diligent and help your 3 sisters with their chores. Be obedient and do not run around causing trouble, understood? The 2 little ones nodded vigorously. We understand, Grandma, we will be very good. Granny Lu smiled and politely said, Ping girl, I leave the children in your care. Zhou Ping replied softly, don't worry, Grandma, I will take good care of the children. You just need to focus on your trip to the mountain. You don't need to prepare any food, the children won't eat much. Ah, that won't do. Nowadays every household has it tough. Your father has taken good care of us orphans, and we can't keep taking advantage of you. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. Alright, take care, Granny Lu. Granny Lu waved her hand and slowly made her way to the foot of the mountain. The 2 little children watched as their grandmother's figure grew fainter, their noses tinged with sadness. Their father had left in the same way before, never to return. They were somewhat afraid, yet they understood that Grandma was doing this for them. Without food they couldn't possibly survive the winter. Zhou Ping reached out her hand to hold theirs, her voice gentle. Let's go inside, it gets cold outside. They'll make you something delicious, alright? She locked the yard door and led the 2 children into the kitchen, where the warmth of the fire was much more comforting. She quickly boiled water in a pot and started to steam some eggs. The little girl, with a head larger than her body and hardly any flesh on her bony frame, swallowed hard as she watched her sister crack the eggs. Her little mouth pursed tightly as she gazed longingly at the eggshells. She wished she could lick them as there was still some egg liquid inside, but Grandma had told her to be good. She lowered her head, not daring to look further, fearing she would give in to the temptation to pick one up and lick it. It had been such a long time since she had eaten an egg, not since her father passed away. A delicate voice chimed in, elder sister, are you making breakfast? Zhou Ping responded, yes, I'm preparing our breakfast. We'll have porridge with pickles this morning, and once it gets light we'll go to the foot of the mountain to collect firewood. Every little bit helps. Zhou Shuang and Zhou Qiao leaned against the door, their heads poking in. Great. Let's go collect some when it gets light. Seeing the 2 little ones sitting, Zhou Qiao playfully blinked her eyes, her round apricot-shaped eyes curving in a friendly manner. Ping and Sui, you're here. The 2 little ones looked up sweetly, calling out, Sister Shuang, Sister Qiao, hello. Hey, hello. When it gets light I'll go pick some tasty wild fruits for you. Would you like to come with me? They're really delicious. Upon hearing about food, the 2 little ones couldn't help but lick their lips, clearly eager to go. The little girl glanced at her brother beside her, her eyes blinking with a hint of longing. Usually Grandma took care of the 2 of them alone, and they dared not pick wild fruits. It would worry Grandma too much. Ping'an looked at his sister and nodded like a little adult. We can go, Grandma said we should listen to our sisters. Wherever the sisters take them they will follow. Sui laughed cheerfully. Yes, Sui will also be obedient. Thank you, sisters. Before long Zhou Ping finished preparing breakfast and brought out a small bowl of steamed eggs sprinkled with chopped green onions and drizzled with a few drops of sesame oil. The fragrant egg custard was ready. As soon as the egg custard was placed on the table, the 2 little ones could not help but swallow hard. Perhaps realizing this was inappropriate, they hurriedly lowered their heads and dared not look. 2 bowls of porridge were placed in front of them with thick burst rice grains. Zhou Ping gently said, Ping and Sui, it's time for breakfast. Come and try the egg custard I made. How is it? No, it's fine, Sister Ping. We brought some steamed buns to eat. We're really not hungry. Oh, what do you mean you're not hungry? Grandma said you have to be obedient, right? Then use your chopsticks to eat. You should have more of the egg custard. You're too thin. Zhou Ping'an looked at the golden egg custard on the white rice porridge, feeling somewhat at a loss. Sister, we really don't need it. Zhou Ping gently patted his little head softly, saying, once it's light we'll need your help with chores. If you don't eat, how will you have the strength to work? The more you eat the stronger you'll be. Then I can eat a little less and still work. Haha, alright, eat it while it's hot. Upon hearing they could eat, Zhou Sui scooped a mouthful of the egg custard, the smooth texture and fragrant flavor reminiscent of something she had eaten long ago. Her eyes lit up and her little mouth broke into a sweet smile. Sister, your egg custard is so delicious. Haha, eat more. If we don't eat the eggs we have stored they will spoil. Can you help us finish them? No, that's not good. Eggs are expensive. Hearing this, Zhou Ping's expression turned pain. How pitiful these children were. She should care for them as much as she could. Zhou Shuang and Zhou Qiao, seeing this, only ate pickles and did not compete with the two little ones for the egg. It was simply too heartbreaking. These children were so thin. The two little ones patted their bellies, their faces showing satisfied smiles. It had been a long time since they had eaten a full meal, and it was truly delicious. After the meal, the two little ones were not idle, following Zhou Shuang to help. Whatever they did, they followed along. By the time Zhou Ping tidied up the kitchen, the sky had already brightened. I call out, second sister, third sister, grab the backpacks. We're going to the foot of the mountain to collect firewood. All right, elder sister. The three sisters took the two little ones to the foot of the mountain, where they chopped off dry tree branches and divided them into sections to put in their backpacks, also carrying a small basket. They came across some wild fruits and picked them to put in the basket. The two little ones joined in, feeling energetic after their meal. They worked quickly and diligently, showing no signs of the mischief typical of other children. Zhou Qiao smiled, revealing her dimples as she handed a handful of black wild fruits to them, grinning. Come try these, they're quite sweet. Captain Lu Yang led the way ahead, holding a bamboo pole, occasionally tapping the surrounding bushes to ward off any poisonous snakes lurking there. The villagers behind carried firewood knives, clearing the weeds and bushes along the way to make it easier for the cart to come up. Otherwise, even with many people, the amount they could carry down the mountain would still be limited. It wasn't easy to go up the mountain, and naturally they hoped to bring down more things. Granny Lu walked for a while and soon felt exhausted. Not wanting to slow down the team's pace, she leaned on her cane to keep going. Seeing this, Zhou Dashan kindly said, Granny Lu, you can sit on the cart and they'll pull you along. It's fine, Dashan, you've already worked hard pulling the cart. If I sit on it, it would be even more tiring for you, she said, wiping the sweat from her forehead, pretending that everything was fine. Zhou Dashan lowered his voice. It's all right, Granny Lu, you should sit. It's normal for people of your age to have mobility issues. No one will criticize you for it. Besides, if you exhaust yourself, how will you dig up the yam to carry down? If you tire yourself out in the mountains, you won't be able to reach the hospital in time. Hearing this, the others acknowledged, knowing Granny Liu's family situation, considered the hardest off in the village, and chimed in, that's right, Granny Lu, you should get on. You're not that heavy by yourself. Granny Lu also didn't want to delay the group. Next time she would feel embarrassed to go up the mountain. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and climbed onto the cart. She quietly thanked him. Dashan, thank you for your hard work. Zhou Dashan smiled. Honestly, it's nothing. Everyone gets old, and it's no problem to lend a hand. Please don't treat me as a stranger. The team never stopped yet. They continuously cleared a path, and half a day passed as they walked, gradually feeling a bit tired. The captain turned back to look and asked softly, Lu Yang, how far is it to the yam field? Uncle Zhou, we should arrive in about half an hour. All right, I understand. He raised the loudspeaker and shouted, everyone hang in there a bit longer. We'll reach our destination in half an hour. Once we get there, we can eat and take a break. Everyone responded, okay, Captain, we're not tired. Half an hour later, as they struggled over the hillside, they caught sight of the patch of slightly yellow leaves in the hollow, their eyes filled with a bit of confusion. Could that be yam? They murmured softly, this yam looks like peanuts. It actually grows above the ground while the fruit grows underground. How interesting. Yeah, if the yield is really that high, it would be great to grow it at the foot of the mountain. We can try to clear some land to see. The captain instructed everyone to rest and eat a little on the hillside while he neglected his own rest to survey the surroundings. Lu Yang followed him, and after searching the area for a while, they indeed found a cave. Although referred to as a cave, it was merely a space between two giant rocks. The interior space was quite large enough for the villagers to take shelter temporarily. Even in the rain, they wouldn't be afraid if the walls on both sides provided some shelter, and it was quite ventilated and a bit cold. The cave was funnel-shaped, one end larger and the other smaller. The captain looked at the smaller end, which was over a person's height. If it was cold, they could completely block it with stones to make the cave much warmer. He nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yang, this place is really good. Lu Yang smiled and said, indeed, as a resting spot it's quite nice. Plus, being a bit higher up is drier, so we don't have to worry about poisonous snakes lurking around. It's just a bit far from the creek. Later I'll go chop some bamboo and use bamboo tubes to divert the creek water here, so we'll have a resting place when we come back to dig. Hearing this, the captain praised him. Haha, as expected from a scholar, your mind is very agile. All right, let's do as you say. There's so much yam here, we definitely won't finish it all in one trip. We also don't have enough hands, it might take 2 or 3 trips to gather it all. We need to bring water over, otherwise the villagers will have to go to the creek and it'll be troublesome if they encounter any danger. The two discussed briefly, finalized their plans, and then returned to sit on the hillside eating bread with pickles to fill their stomachs. The captain stood at the high point of the hillside holding up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Once everyone is full, we'll start digging. Be very careful not to break the yam skins. The convenient spot is behind the mountain wall and the creek water is to the east. Zhou Yong and Qingqing, you two will be in charge of fetching water, the rest should not leave the group easily. If you must leave, you must report to me. I hope everyone remembers that this is deep in the mountains and very dangerous. Once someone gets lost, there's no way to find them even if we know." The villagers were already fearful of the mountains and dared not leave on their own. They could only relax once they finished digging the yam and brought it down. After the captain arranged everything, they began digging in groups of 3, gradually pushing deeper inside. One man was also busy preemptively tapping on the yam vines, wary of any snakes hiding inside. Being bitten by a poisonous snake in the mountains would be no small matter, as it could cost one's life. Alas, not having a barefoot doctor with them in the mountains was inconvenient. In the past, when old Jiang was healthy and entered the mountains, the villagers could feel safer. Lu Yang noticed his sigh and softly asked Uncle Zhou, "What's wrong?" The captain shook his head. "It's nothing. I was just thinking how difficult it is to go into the mountains. There are all kinds of poisonous insects and snakes. I'm worried someone might get bitten and not be able to get treated. We don't understand these things. It would be great if a barefoot doctor were willing to come into the mountains. They could dig for medicinal herbs while we dig for yams. If something happens, we could handle it in time." In the past, old Jiang was agile and would go into the mountains with hunters, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Old Jiang could find better medicinal herbs in the deep mountains, and the hunters felt more secure with a barefoot doctor along. Lu Yang immediately thought of the clean and pure pair of eyes he saw on the train. He casually asked, "Is old Jiang the grandfather of Jiang Ning? Does Jiang Ning also know medicine?" The captain looked at him in surprise. "Lu Yang, you know Jiang girl? Old Jiang has 1 son and 3 granddaughters, and among the 3 only the youngest granddaughter Jiang Ning has this talent. However, that girl is still a girl. Even if the hunters let her go into the mountains, old Jiang would never agree. It's not suitable for a man and a woman to be alone together." Lu Yang nodded, understanding him. "I encountered her on the road when we came to the countryside. If Uncle Zhou is really worried, we can look for Jiang Ning after we go back this time. Going up the mountain with the villagers is different from going with the hunters. There are many precious medicinal herbs in the mountains, and it's not a situation of a man and a woman being alone. Perhaps Jiang Ning would agree. Having a doctor by our side would naturally be safer. This way the concerns about being alone would be alleviated, and Jiang Ning could dig for medicinal herbs while we could feel more at ease digging for yams." The captain pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed, your idea is quite good. Elder Jiang forbids his granddaughter from going up the mountain with the hunters because he fears she might suffer. However, since this involves the villagers coming together, it would be more appropriate for Jiang's girl to join us. She could also look for medicinal herbs and exchange them for money at the supply and marketing cooperative. Good idea. Then before the next trip, you should come with me to find Elder Jiang." Lu Yang was taken aback. "Me? I also get to go?" The captain nodded naturally, saying, "Of course you should come with me. You definitely need to meet the barefoot doctor in our team. As a hunter, you'll inevitably have dealings with the barefoot doctor. It's better to keep medicinal herbs handy and trade directly with them rather than buying from the town, which is much more expensive. It's more convenient if we can do it within our team. Why go to the town? Don't you think? Plus their family can exchange for meat. It's beneficial for both sides." Lu Yang thought for a moment and agreed. The medicinal ointments and powders he had stored in the city would eventually run out, and it would be troublesome to buy more in the town later. He couldn't finish the small animals he hunted, so it would be perfect to trade them with the barefoot doctor for medicine, saving time on trips to town, which was indeed much more convenient. He nodded enthusiastically, saying, "All right, Uncle Zhou will go with you after we descend the mountain." The captain smiled even more happily, thinking how obedient his son was. The more he looked, the more he liked it. If by any chance his son could end up with Jiang's girl, it would indeed be a wonderful match. Lu Yang had no idea what he was thinking. He merely felt a slight itch in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze. The villagers squatted down to start digging. As they saw the yam roots being unearthed, they couldn't help but smile widely. However, soon a problem arose as someone noticed that their arms and hands were becoming increasingly itchy. Red spots were appearing and scratching made it worse. They couldn't help but go find the captain. The captain glanced at the rashes on their arms, frowning slightly. "What's going on? They didn't have rashes when we ate the yams before." He called out, Lu Yang, come take a look." Lu Yang jogged over puzzled and asked, "Uncle Zhou, what do you need me for? Look at these rashes on my arm. Is it because the vine is poisonous, or is the yam poisonous? It can't be, we ate them without any issues." After looking at the rashes on the arms, Lu Yang recalled something and quickly thought of a possibility, saying, "Uncle, did you accidentally break the skin of the yam and get its sap on your skin?" "Yes, I accidentally broke it a bit earlier and wiped my hand on it. Could that sap be toxic?" Lu Yang shook his head with a smile. "No, that's not poison, it's an allergy. It's just like some people can't eat eggs. If they do, they break out in rashes all over. Come on, I'll take you to the creek to wash off the sap from your arms and hands. After that, wrap your hands and arms in cloth. If you come into contact with the sap, wash it off immediately." The man sighed in relief, saying, "Phew, you scared me. I thought it was poison. Thank you, Lu Qingqing. If you hadn't known what was going on, I wouldn't have known what to do." "No problem, let's hurry and wash it off." The other villagers turned to look at the commotion. The captain shouted loudly, "Everyone pay attention. The sap from broken yam skins can cause allergies and rashes. If anyone comes into contact with the sap, don't be frightened. It's not poisoning, just wash it clean in time. Now let's continue digging, and if we finish early we can head down the mountain sooner." After saying that, the captain didn't idle around either. After assigning patrols around, he took his tools and directly started digging, watching as the yams were being unearthed one by one. He couldn't help but smile, saying, "Wife, look at the high yield of these yams. I plan to clear some land at the foot of the mountain to plant some next year. If we can grow them successfully, then the land we clear won't go to waste. We can also report this to the commune and promote it, which could save so many hungry people." Lin Suqing's eyes lit up upon hearing this, encouraging him, "Good, I think this is feasible, but we need to try it out first before reporting. Otherwise, if we report blindly and it fails, it would be for nothing. If it works, it would be a great joy. Those barren lands that can't grow grains are wasted. If we can grow yams, that would mean an extra source of food." The captain grinned widely, showing his big white teeth. Yes, that's what I think too. If it works out, it would be a contribution. If the higher-ups ask me what I want, I'll ask for road repairs. Do you think they will agree?" Lin Suqing replied. "In broad daylight, how can you start dreaming? To repair the road, you need to be the advanced team for 10 consecutive years. Just this one achievement isn't enough. But we can save it up. Once we achieve more, the commune will remember our team's contributions. If one day we can actually fix the road, it would greatly improve our access to the town. Yes, if the road had been repaired earlier, Stone wouldn't have been delayed in getting to the hospital and he wouldn't have died." The captain sighed, "To be rich, we must first repair the road. It's really difficult." Lin Suqing shook her head helplessly and consoled him, "Take it slow. Our team is the poorest. Changing our situation isn't something that can happen overnight. It's good enough that things are getting better gradually. This winter should be a bit easier. The team shouldn't have to worry about starvation. If we can avoid starvation, that's already great. Yes, let's hurry up and get to work." After Lu Yang led the people to wash off the yam sap, he brought them back and started cutting bamboo to direct spring water into a cave, working tirelessly without rest. The villagers were also reluctant to rest. With so many yams, a little fatigue was worth it. They were digging up food which made them happy. This winter would be a bit easier. Granny Lu wore a smile on her face. These yams were great. When steamed, they were soft and could be eaten even if one had poor teeth. Once the two children grew a bit older, she would be able to go to work, and at that time the family would have stable food supplies. Life would get better and better, it certainly would. One person felt a bit urgent for the restroom and got up to go behind the mountain wall. After finishing up, he was preparing to return when he caught a glimpse of a white figure out of the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, it was not a rabbit but a very plump one. The man swallowed hard, feeling tempted. He hesitated on whether to go after it, gritted his teeth, and decided to follow. If he could catch it, he could eat roasted rabbit meat. Zhou Dahu chased after him completely unaware that he was walking further away. He pounced forward grabbing the rabbit which struggled fiercely to escape. Haha, I've caught you now. Run, I won't let you go. Tonight I can enjoy roasted rabbit meat, how wonderful. Let's head back. Zhou Dahu stood up with the rabbit in his arms looking around at the wild grass and utterly losing his sense of direction. He didn't even know where he came from and panic set in. He squatted down to look around trying to find traces of his path back. However, the wild grass he had stepped on earlier had long since started to recover, making it impossible to find any signs. The villagers worked tirelessly until 3 in the afternoon. The captain shouted, "Everyone take a break for a moment, we will continue digging later. Don't exhaust yourselves and run around aimlessly." Zhou Dashan rushed over with a panicked expression, lowering his voice, "Captain, something happened. Zhou Dahu is missing." Huh? When did he go missing? About an hour ago. That kid said he was going to relieve himself just behind that mountainside not far away. I thought it was closed so I didn't follow him. I waited for about an hour and he still didn't return. That kid is not one to behave. I hope he hasn't been lured away by some wild animal. The captain's expression darkened. An hour. That definitely means something has happened. When that brat comes back I will skin him alive. Zhou Dashan anxiously said, "Captain, what should we do now? Should we send people from the village to look for him? What if something bad has happened?" "No, we can't send too many people. That will only create more chaos. If he isn't found and someone else goes missing, it will be a complete disaster. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Anyone who runs around disobeying orders, just tie them up. I will go look for him with Lu Yang. He's a hunter and knows the terrain well." The captain pondered for a moment and came up with this plan. Zhou Dashan felt a bit more reassured. The captain's reasoning made sense. They weren't familiar with the mountain terrain, and even if they went looking it would be hard to find anyone. "All right, I understand, Captain. Just be careful." The captain patted his shoulder quietly, reminding him, "If anyone asks where I went, just say I went to check around nearby. Don't let anyone know about Zhou Dahu's disappearance." Zhou Dashan nodded, "I understand. Don't worry, Captain." After hearing about this, Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. Losing someone in these deep mountains was no easy task. Even though his senses were much sharper than ordinary people, there were still limitations due to distance. He could sense within a range of 300 meters, but beyond that it became impossible unless his body was fully developed in the future, allowing him to sense further. "Uncle Zhou, let's follow the tracks and see if we can find him." "All right, let's head to that mountainside." The two circled around to the back of the mountainside and searched for tracks. Lu Yang slightly closed his eyes to sense the surroundings and followed his intuition in a particular direction. After walking for a while, a patch of grass that was half a person's height appeared before them. If he stepped into it, he could easily lose his sense of direction. So Lu Yang simply took his machete and began to clear the grass. This way the traces left behind wouldn't be buried. Otherwise the footprints would quickly return to their original state, leaving them without any reference. The captain followed closely behind. The two passed through the thick weeds and climbed up a hill, looking around but saw no sign of anyone. He shouted loudly, Zhou Dahu, where are you?" No response came back from his loud calls. The captain's face was stern. "You brat. If I find you, I swear I will skin you alive." Meanwhile, Zhou Dahu was also searching for his way back, but he couldn't find it at all. Everything around looked the same and he was completely lost, just wandering aimlessly. Suddenly he was startled by a howl from a wolf. Cautiously he sneaked over and hid in the bushes, seeing wild boars and deer by the lake as well as a few wild cattle. Several wolves pounced on the deer, tearing into them as blood sprayed out, creating a horrifying sight. Zhou Dahu was somewhat scared and hurriedly turned to run. He stepped on a dry twig which snapped loudly. A wolf turned its head sharply, staring at him intently, clearly realizing something was amiss. The wolf sprinted toward him, darting through the bushes in pursuit of Zhou Dahu. Terrified, Zhou Dahu shouted, "Help! Help!" He didn't care if he would attract other wild beasts. He cried out in panic, his voice filled with fear. The rabbit he held tightly in his arms had forgotten to let go. As Lu Yang was preparing to leave, his ears twitched slightly. He looked south with closed eyes, listened intently, and when he opened his eyes his gaze was filled with determination. "Uncle Zhou went that way. There are people over there." The captain's eyes lit up. He knew this kid had exceptional hearing. If he said there were people, then there definitely were. The two dashed toward the south. Soon the sound grew closer. The captain recognized it, gritting his teeth. It's Zhou Dahu's voice. As long as that brat is alive, that's good enough. As they got closer, the captain shouted at the top of his lungs, Zhou Dahu, Zhou Dahu. Zhou Dahu, who was running wildly, heard the voice and, disregarding everything else, ran towards the sound. Upon passing through the woods, he saw two figures and almost burst into tears. Wu, Captain, there are wolves chasing me. Lu Yang, seeing the wolves relentlessly pursuing him, instinctively drew his bow and arrow from behind, aiming for the wolf's neck as he ran. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out. Zhou Dahu felt a rush of wind by his ear and heard a wolf's howl of pain behind him. He turned to look and saw an arrow lodged in the wolf's neck, clearly shot by someone just now. Stumbling and running to the captain's side, he collapsed weakly, breathing heavily and unable to speak. The captain looked at him furious and slapped him on the forehead, cursing, "You brat! Do you think my words are just wind? You're driving me insane." After a few slaps, his palms tingled. Only then did the panic subside. If something had happened, how would he explain it to Dahu's parents? He was simply too reckless. He would deal with it when they got back. Lu Yang stepped forward, pulled out the arrow, and swiftly cut the wolf's throat to let it bleed out. Otherwise, if it died in the forest, the blood would congeal and it would be unsuitable for eating. After the bleeding was done, he carried the dead wolf over and said, "Uncle Zhou, since we found the person, let's hurry back. There are many wild beasts here and it's not suitable to stay long." "Alright, let's head back now." Zhou Dahu, being pulled up by the collar, lowered his head and obediently followed. He was no longer as scared. His mind started to recall things. "Captain, I found a lake over there. There are deer, wild boars, and even wild cattle by the lake." "What? You said there are wild cattle?" "Cattle are currently the most important productivity in every team, and their team is far from enough. However, cattle are very hard to buy." He never expected that there would be wild cattle in the mountains. The captain sighed and said helplessly, "Knowing there's a cow is useless. Such a big creature can't be caught, and there's no way to bring it down the mountain. If only we could have more cows. Sai, let's head back. From now on, you're not allowed to come out alone, otherwise I'll have no choice but to skin you alive." Zhou Dashan, seeing the captain's fierce expression, shrank his neck in fright and pleaded, "Captain, I was wrong. I promise I won't run around anymore. This rabbit is for you to eat. Thank you for coming to find me, otherwise I really would have died here. Boo-hoo, I'm so scared." Zhou Dashan continued, "The mountains are terrifying, Captain, I'm so afraid." The captain saw him clinging to his arm like a sticky little girl, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. He mercilessly pulled his arm away with a look of disdain. "Hey, get a grip. You're not a little girl. You're tall enough, can't you just run with your legs?" Zhou Dahu was crying and had snot running down his face, looking pitiful. Lu Yang dragged the wolf ahead, cutting through the dense wild grass for a while before saying, "Uncle Zhou, you guys should head back. I'll take care of the wolf meat here." "Alright, be careful." "It's fine, you all go back." The captain brought Zhou Dahu back and the villagers all looked over with curiosity. "Dahu, where have you been slacking off? You've been gone for so long. Look at the time, the sun is about to set. If you don't work, then don't bother coming up the mountain next time." Zhou Dahu pouted and said pitifully, "Boo-hoo, I was so scared. Auntie, why are you scolding me?" The woman replied, "What did I say? Why are you crying like someone bullied you? Explain clearly, where did you go just now?" Someone noticed the rabbit in his hand and exclaimed, "Oh, it's a rabbit. This rabbit is really fat. Dahu, you're impressive, you actually caught a rabbit." "Huh? Where did this rabbit come from? Don't tell me you caught it barehanded. When did the rabbits in the inner mountains become so easy to catch? You little rascal must have snuck out, no wonder we couldn't find you." Everyone began to criticize him, each saying a word. Zhou Dahu felt utterly wronged. He was lured away by this stupid rabbit. It wasn't intentional. Why were they all scolding him? He knew he was wrong and wouldn't dare again. The captain, seeing his cowardly demeanor, thought to himself that his own son was better. This coward only knew how to cause trouble. He kicked towards his calf and said impatiently, "If you know you're wrong, hurry up and move. What are you dawdling around for? Go process the rabbit and get it cooked. Everyone is digging for yam, you should handle the rabbit. Shouldn't this rabbit be shared with everyone?" Zhou Dahu, seeing the captain's expression, immediately understood. He wiped away his tears and said earnestly, right, it's all my fault. I'll go kill the rabbit so we can all eat together. The villagers, hearing they could eat together, swallowed their saliva and immediately stopped saying anything more. Eating some meat was still better than nothing. He ran off happily to prepare, approaching Lu Yang by the creek with a curious expression. Lu, your archery skills are truly impressive. I've never seen anyone shoot better than you. Of course he hadn't seen anyone, he had never been into the mountains to see a ghost. Lu Yang glanced at him, smiled kindly and didn't say much. He swiftly skinned the wolf, cut open its belly to remove the organs and buried them in a pit. This way the bloody smell wouldn't attract other creatures. Zhou Dahu quickly processed the rabbit and said eagerly, Lu, are you going hunting tomorrow? Can you take me with you? I can help you out. Help out. He had space and didn't need anyone's help, nor did he want anyone following him. If someone followed him, how would he use his abilities and store the prey in his space? Lu Yang smiled and shook his head, refusing. It's fine, I can go by myself. If there's any danger, I can run faster on my own. It would be difficult to protect you. Sorry about that. Zhou Dahu waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No. You saved my life, so you are my savior. If you need anything in the village, just find me. Although I'm not doing things the right way, I'm not a bad person and I have my ears to the ground. You're a hunter, you definitely don't want to leave all your large game at the team, right? It's a hassle to trade work points for food. I have a way for you to sell your game for money and tickets without anyone knowing. Hearing this, Lu Yang looked at him silently. Zhou Dahu felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. Under this pressure he couldn't even utter a word of refusal and hurriedly said, I know where the black market is. Black market? What is that? It sounds somewhat familiar. I've realized you're quite capable, Lu. Handing over 500 pounds of meat to the team in a year is a piece of cake for you. You still have to give any excess to the team, right? Lu Yang remained silent, just looking at him. Zhou Dahu didn't keep it from him any longer and lowered his voice. Aside from the mandatory meat you have to turn in, any excess is useless for work points. You can't possibly consume all that food by yourself. Compared to work points, money and tickets are more practical for you, right? Since private sales are not allowed, that's where the black market comes in. You can freely buy and sell for money and tickets there. As long as you're careful and don't get caught, it'll be fine. Hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. He didn't have to work every day, he could just turn in 500 pounds of meat a year for regular food distribution. Exchanging 500 pounds of extra meat for work points was indeed not worth it, it was better to convert it into money and tickets. Having been here for some time, he knew the importance of money and tickets. This isn't the end of the world, just stocking supplies isn't enough. If he wanted to live a normal life, he needed money and tickets. Staying at the captain's house was nice, but it was someone else's home. If he wanted an independent and private space, he still needed to build a house. He couldn't just say he would give them meat to build a house. Money is still more practical. Hiring someone to build a house with money is more flexible. Lu Yang stared at him. Where is the black market? How can I get in to buy and sell things? Zhou Dahu chuckled and said, Don't worry, after we finish with the yams I'll take you to the town in the evening. I know there's a black market there and trading in it doesn't require tickets, which is very convenient. Trading your wild chickens and rabbits with the villagers is a big loss. It's better to go to the black market and exchange for what you want. In the black market, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. But I must say this up front, you can't spill the beans about me. I don't know anything. Lu Yang nodded. No problem. You take me to the black market and I'll give you $20 as a reward. After that we'll pretend this never happened. Zhou Dahu's eyes brightened momentarily, then he waved his hand saying, No, it's not necessary. You are my savior. Although I, Zhou Dahu, may be a bit unruly, I understand the value of gratitude and repaying kindness. If you were like other hunters struggling to catch 500 gene of meat each year, I wouldn't bother telling you this. I truly believe in your abilities, and not going to the black market would be a loss. Well, let's consider it a repayment for saving my life. Lu Yang smiled humbly upon hearing this. Brother Dahu, you're too kind. I merely honed my accuracy from a young age, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Are you ready? Let's head back. Zhou Dahu quickly stood up with the rabbit in hand saying, I'm ready. Please, my savior. Lu Yang chuckled, haha brother Dahu, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Lu Yang, calling me savior feels too distant. Right Lu Yang, let's go back. When the two returned, the villagers had already gone to the slope to rest. Upon seeing them return, their eyes lit up and they waved saying, Lu Jiqing Dahu, you're back. Lu Yang greeted them with a smile saying, yes, I just finished processing the wolf meat, yeah, let's have this for dinner tonight. The team leader walked over smiling, great, well, have this for dinner. The sky is getting dark, so let's call it a day for digging yang. It's hard to see when it gets dark, we wouldn't want to get bitten by something without realizing it. Tonight we'll go to that cave over there, the water has been diverted there, making it more convenient for everyone to use. This is all thanks to Lu Jiqing, otherwise would have to run out to fetch water. It's not safe at night. The villagers loaded the yams onto the cart, which was thickly covered with dry grass, ensuring that even if the cart jolted, the yams wouldn't be damaged, allowing them to feel at ease. Lu Yang led the people to the cave and began chopping the wolf meat into chunks, then placed it in a large iron pot to boil. With hardly any seasoning on hand, he could only prepare a pot of wolf meat soup for everyone to share. The strong smell of wolf meat prompted Lu Yang to find some ginger and wild onions to cook along with it, hoping to mask the odor. Li Suqing hurried over, looking him up and down with concern. Lu Yang, let me cook, you should go rest over there for a while. You've worked hard. Auntie, it's fine, cooking this isn't tiring at all. But searching for people in the forest is exhausting. I've laid down dry grass for you over there, and I've also blocked the vent on the other side. You go rest in a sheltered place. Lu Yang thought for a moment and agreed if the wolf meat would take a while to cook. He stood up and said, okay, Auntie, you'll go rest over there for a bit. Alright, go ahead. The person who had gone to find firewood returned, placing a good amount in the corner, then brought some over softly saying, Auntie, here raised the firewood for you. Good, just put it over here. Zhou Dahu looked at the people lying in the corner resting and made a gesture, show everyone speak softly. Don't disturb Lu Jiqing's rest, he must be exhausted. If it weren't for Lu Jiqing's arrow today, I would have been in danger. Thankfully I was lucky. Aunt Suihua playfully punched his arm twice saying unhappily, you little brat, the team leader has said many times not to run around. Why don't you ever listen? If something unexpected happened, what would your parents do? Zhou Dahu chuckled awkwardly, I understand, Auntie. They'll definitely listen from now on and won't run around anymore. Lu Yang slipped into a light sleep when someone slowly approached him. His instinctive vigilance made him open his eyes and turn his head to look, his gaze glinting with a cold light. Gone was the previous warmth and clarity. Zhou Dahu seemed startled, standing frozen in place. Upon recognizing him, Lu Yang adjusted his mood and with a hint of drowsiness called out, Brother Dahu, did you need something? Oh yes. Auntie asked me to call you for dinner. Zhou Dahu's eyes still held a hint of confusion. He thought he had seen wrong, or else why would Lu Jiqing's gaze seem even more fearsome than a wild beast's? He shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts in his mind, and reached out to pull him along saying, come on, let's go over there. Lu Yang casually took hold of his hand, applying slight pressure. Seeing the other person wince in pain, he softly apologized, sorry, I must have used too much strength. Zhou Dahu withdrew his hand behind him, shaking his head, unable to suppress his inner complaints. Indeed, he was born to be a hunter, his strength was a bit too much, almost crushing his bones. He shook his head and forced a smile saying, it's fine, it's fine. My bones are just too soft. Let's go eat the wolf meat. When the villagers saw him arrive, they quickly made room for him, gratefully saying, thank you, Lu Jiqing. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to dig up so many yams or have this delicious wolf meat to eat. It's nothing. I was just lucky to find them by chance. As a part of the Xiangyang team, this is what I should do. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Still, it's the consciousness of a Jiqing. The country needs people like you to contribute to the countryside. Come sit over here. Gathered around the fire eating the steaming wolf meat and dipping in dry bread, the taste was simply exquisite. After a bowl, his entire body felt warm. Delicious. I didn't expect this wolf meat to taste so good. After finishing the warm food, it feels really comfortable. The team leader served him some dishes, his eyes filled with affection, saying, Lu Yang, let's dig for one more day tomorrow, if the cart is almost full. By the day after tomorrow we can go down the mountain early. Are you going hunting tomorrow, or will you stay to dig yams? Oh, I'll go hunting. Lu Yang nodded. He was better at hunting. Trading prey for yams was the same, but more importantly he wanted to look for wild buffalo. Licking his lips, his eyes filled with determination. The team leader readily replied, "All right, but can you manage alone? Should we send someone with you? It's good to have someone to look out for each other." "It's fine, Uncle Zhou. I can manage on my own. I won't go too far, you can rest assured. Oh, and we need to arrange for someone to patrol nearby. If there's danger, just climb up to hide so wild beasts can't reach there." "All right, I'll remember that." Lin Suqing looked at the other women and said, "Tomorrow we'll gather some mushrooms around here to bring back. They taste really good when added to the meat." Lu Yang also liked mushrooms, but he was more knowledgeable about prey. As for mushrooms and wild vegetables, he genuinely couldn't recognize them, fearing he might bring back something poisonous. Tomorrow I'll wander around and see if I can pick some to bring back. The people in the village will surely recognize them. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, a few stayed to take turns keeping watch while the rest went into the cave to rest. As the sky grew darker, the sounds of various animals in the mountains became louder, especially the howling of wolves, causing the villagers to have trouble sleeping, fearing that wolves might come looking for them. The sound was alarmingly close. It was their first night in the mountains, how could they not be afraid? Zhou Dashan and Zhou Yong on night watch sat at the entrance of the cave wearing thick cotton jackets. The wind still felt a bit chilly, prompting them to rub their arms to warm up. His brother Dashan, "It's really cold in the mountains." "Yeah, being a hunter isn't easy. We have to find shelter and prey when entering the mountains. At night with no one on watch, it's hard to sleep well. If we're not careful, we might catch a cold in this weather. Damn, it's really cold. I need to move around a bit." The two endured until midnight, when they switched with others for the night watch, taking turns until dawn broke. The villagers were already accustomed to rising with the sun and resting at sunset. As soon as it got bright, they naturally got up, following the arrangements made by the team leader in advance, each attending to their own tasks. The main group dug for yam while a few patrolled the surroundings. Lin Suqing took 2 people to collect mushrooms, saving some for lunch and dinner. In the morning they nibbled on some berries, as no one specifically started a fire to cook. Lu Yang, carrying a bow and arrow, exited the cave and circled around to the back of the mountain wall, heading towards the direction Zhou Dahua had gone the previous day. Once the area was clear of people, he quickly used teleportation to reach the thicket by the lakeside. He crouched down by the lakeside waiting for prey. While waiting, he didn't idle, taking out a powerful anesthetic needle from his space and quietly preparing for what he hoped would be a way to bring back a calf. He considered killing a large wild bull to store in his space as resources. He couldn't bring back the big bull. There was no way to explain how he had taken down such a massive creature without a scratch. Even great strength would be of no use. If it was a calf, he could say he had dug a trap to capture it and just hope for good luck. Before he knew it, the sun was high in the sky. Little animals came to the lakeside one after another to drink water. Lu Yang didn't want the wild boars in his space and continued waiting. Just when he was about to doze off, a noise startled him awake. Lu Yang sat up abruptly and looked over. Among the 3 wild bulls by the lake, one was surrounded by a calf, while a few wolves stood opposite, their eyes fixed hungrily on the calf. Their eyes glinted with a green light as the leader of the wolves lunged forward, attempting to scatter the prey and seize the opportunity to hunt down the calf that had just been born. Salivating and ready to pounce, a fierce struggle ensued between the wolves and the wild bulls. The trembling calf in a panic fell over and couldn't get up. Just as a wolf pounced on it, its jaws opened to bite its neck, the calf's head fell. Blood sprayed directly onto the calf, which was so frightened it dared not move. The smell of blood spread along the riverbank, and lurking hyenas watched closely, waiting for the right moment to snatch the prey. Lu Yang, with his bow and arrow, approached his target step by step. A bloodthirsty killing intent shone in his eyes, and an imposing aura radiated from him. Animals, being the most perceptive, instinctively retreated, and the wolves that had been fighting turned to flee. One of the wild bulls lowered its head slightly and charged directly at him, intending to gore him with its horns. Lu Yang slightly raised his hand, and the spatial blade in his hand enveloped the wild bull like a net, instantly slicing it into countless pieces, blood spraying forth and staining the ground. Seeing this, the other 2 wild bulls turned and ran. The pieces of wild bull meat on the ground instantly disappeared. Lu Yang walked over to the calf, assessing that it weighed around dozens of pounds, although its front leg was somewhat injured. The calf attempted to crawl away on the ground, but having just been born with its front leg injured, it couldn't escape. It let out a pitiful moan. Lu Yang checked on the hyenas behind him, crouching down to see that the calf's front hooves were trembling and couldn't get up. He directly hoisted it up and stored the headless wolf in his space. Glancing at the hyenas which scattered in fear, he raised an eyebrow and walked away. Saved an anesthetic needle, that's a good thing. At the stream he washed the blood off the calf and dried it with straw, patting its trembling body. He spoke softly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. They'll take you back to help out." "Moo moo," the calf responded. Lu Yang hummed a tune as he returned the calf slung over his shoulder. Upon reaching the hillside he called out to the people digging for yams, "Uncle Zhou, look what I found." The team leader instinctively turned his head to look, directly stunned as he heard the villagers exclaiming in delight, "A cow! It's actually a cow! Heavens, it's still a newborn calf! Lu Qingqing, where did you get this from? What happened to the big wild bull? Did it hurt you?" "I'm fine. I dug a pit in advance. The calf fell in and got its front leg hurt. After the big wild bull ran away, I went to catch it." Soon everyone gathered around, some reaching out to touch the calf, their eyes filled with excitement. "This is great. Our team now has an extra cow. I heard wild bulls are really strong and plow well." The team leader squeezed in, grinning broadly and excitedly said, "This is fantastic. Lu Yang, you've really achieved something here. I'll tell the commune right away. Getting an advanced individual award is definitely no problem. Come on, let's put the calf down. I want to see how badly its leg is hurt." Lu Yang set the calf down. It trembled and didn't move, lying directly on the ground. The villagers began to chatter. "What happened? Is it too cold? Does anyone have a cotton jacket? Hurry and cover this little guy so he doesn't freeze to death." One person hurried over, draping a cotton jacket over the calf. The gesture looked less like caring for a calf and more like caring for a child. "Team leader, what do we do with this calf when we go back? The weather is getting colder. If we don't take care of it properly, this little one might freeze to death." I know. We'll take it to my yard to care for it. Once its leg is better, we'll send it to the barn for someone to look after. It's too small right now, and I'm afraid it won't be cared for well." The team leader glanced at the sun and called out, "Dash and go look nearby for some tender grass for this little guy to eat." "Can it eat grass? It's too small. Does this calf drink milk or eat grass?" "Right, what if it needs milk?" "No worries, there's a cow in the barn. Go milk it and give it to the calf. It'll be fine after drinking for a while." Lu Yang's lips twitched as he suddenly realized he had done something foolish. Bringing back such a small one that needed milk, he should have brought back a bigger one which could eat grass and be easier to care for. The team leader patted his shoulder excitedly, saying, "Lu Yang, you're really amazing. How did you make that trap?" "Oh, I took people nearby to dig a trap. If we're lucky, we can have meat today." He called a few people to start getting busy. After the villagers had their fun, they quickly got back to digging for yams, needing to fill the cart today since they had to go down the mountain early tomorrow. Chattering away, laughter erupted from time to time. "Haha, we're really lucky. That's right, this trip went smoothly. Not only did we not encounter any dangers, but we also managed to get a little calf which will be a great asset for work in the future. They are too timid to come and they really missed out this time. They got neither the yam nor the calf." While talking, he worked even harder. Soon piles of yam sticks appeared on the ground, gradually being placed onto the cart. Any excess was also packed into the basket and yams were tied on the cart's handlebars. Lu Yang took a few people nearby to dig traps, leaving some bait and marking the spots, planning to come back to check in the afternoon. On the way back, Jin Dashin scratched his arm, rolled up his sleeve and saw that the black wriggling thing was nothing but a mountain leech, instantly making him feel sick. He took off his shoes and slapped it away, knocking it out. He shouted, "Come over and check if you have mountain leeches on you, we need to clean up." Lu Yang took a glance and felt his scalp tingle. Such a creature could not be seen in the apocalypse. In the polluted land of the apocalypse where plants mutated, how could there be mountain leeches? He rolled up his sleeves to check and found one or two as well. After slapping them away, blood gushed out and several people went to wash with creek water. Zhou Yong crouched on the ground to drink water but was stopped by a voice. "Wait, don't drink." Zhou Yong looked up confused and asked, "What's wrong, Lu Qingqing?" Lu Yang pointed at a spot slightly above where a mantis was crawling towards the water. The others took a glance but couldn't see anything wrong. "What's wrong? A mantis also needs to drink water. What's the problem? You all drink raw water? Just keep watching." The three watched as the mantis crawled into the water and a black thread-like thing crawled out from its body, still wriggling, clearly a living worm. Zhou Yong looked down at the creek water, then at the mantis not far above, and couldn't help but shiver. Damn, I almost drank a worm. What is that thing? How can there be this inside a mantis? Lu Yang squatted down, used a stick to remove the dead mantis, buried it directly, and casually said, I've seen this thing in books before. It's called a horsehair worm. I'm not sure if it can infect humans, but they generally like to lay their eggs in water. The mantis was dead long ago. It was just controlled to go into the water. Don't drink raw water, it might contain worm eggs. Alright, let's go collect some mushrooms to take back. Zhou Yong hurriedly got up, forcing himself to suppress the cold feeling on his back. Now he didn't want to drink water even if he was thirsty, as the image of worms entering his body flashed through his mind. Lu Yang looked at the mushrooms he picked and tossed them into the basket. He remembered that even the ones that turned blue when broken could be eaten as long as they were cooked. That one from earlier could definitely be eaten too. Before long he had filled half a basket, all chosen for their dull colors. He recalled that the ancient texts mentioned that brightly colored ones are poisonous. The other three hadn't picked mushrooms much, so they followed him in whatever he picked, not doubting his knowledge at all. In their eyes, Lu Qingqing was knowledgeable about everything. When they returned to the cave entrance, they shouted, Auntie, we're back. We've picked a lot of mushrooms, take a look and cook them for lunch. Lin Suqing walked over, glanced at the mushrooms in the basket, and widened her eyes in surprise, unsure of what to say. Who picked these mushrooms? It was Lu Qingqing. We followed Lu Qingqing to pick them, and he picked them so quickly. I didn't expect someone from the city to be more familiar with the mountains than us. We don't even recognize these mushrooms. Seeing her expression was off, Lu Yang asked, Auntie, did I pick some poisonous mushrooms? If so, please sort out the non-poisonous ones so I can recognize them and remember for next time I go into the mountains. Lin Suqing bent down to sort through them, and finally only 3 or 4 edible ones remained in the basket. She looked at Lu Yang sincerely and said, Child, in the future when you go into the mountains, just eat meat. You don't recognize these things, it's best not to touch them. So the ones in the basket are poisonous? No, aside from the 3 or 4 in the basket, the others are all poisonous. If you eat the wrong ones, it could kill you. Don't eat anything you don't recognize, okay? Lin Suqing urged. You all hurry and wash your hands with soap, nuts, to make sure you don't get poisoned. Lu Yang lightly coughed, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Sorry, Auntie, I thought the gray mushrooms were non-toxic. It's fine. There are many types of mushrooms in the mountains, and it's normal for someone from the city to mistake them. Go wash your hands over there and come back for lunch later. Uncle Zhou brought back some rabbits and wild chickens, so we can have wild chicken stew with mushrooms for lunch. I've already picked the mushrooms, so you don't need to pick any more. She sighed inwardly, thinking this child is indeed great at hunting, but he really has no skills when it comes to picking mushrooms. How could he be so accurate in gathering so many poisonous mushrooms? This luck is truly unmatched. Lin Suqing tossed the poisonous mushrooms far away and dug up some wild scallions and bananas for seasoning. The aroma in the cave grew stronger, and the villagers transporting yams sniffed the air, swallowing their saliva, feeling a bit hungry. Life in the mountains was much better than at the foot of the mountain. In the village they couldn't eat meat every day, but the mountains had no shortage of meat. If it weren't for the fear of possible wild animal attacks, it would still be better here. The cart was piled high like a small hill. If they brought everything down the mountain, each person would get at least 100 pounds, enough to last a long time. After Lu Yang and the others returned, they helped carry the yams and pack them up, only going to eat lunch after someone called out. Lin Suqing caught a glimpse of some red on his wrist and pointed at the bloodstain with concern, saying, Lu Yang, are you hurt? Oh, it's nothing, Auntie, just a leech bite. Leech? Didn't you bring sulfur ointment? I haven't heard of that. I brought blood-stopping and anti-itch ointments and mosquito repellent, but I didn't bring any sulfur ointment. He felt a tickling sensation on his arm and couldn't help but scratch it. Lin Suqing got up to fetch some ointment, and after applying it for him softly said, This is sulfur ointment given by Jiang Yadu. It works wonders. Leeches love to bite humans. You can either apply this on your wrist and ankle or wrap it with cloth. But if you wrap it, that thing might crawl inside your clothes. Applying ointment is still better. Next time you go to Jiang Yadu's place, get some more. It's common to go hunting in the mountains, so you definitely need to prepare the ointment. Lu Yang quietly noted this down and nodded. All right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Auntie. The villagers were very happy thinking about going back tomorrow, chatting and laughing. Captain, when we go back tomorrow, those who didn't come must be regretting it terribly. Yes, next time there will probably be more people coming into the mountains. When there are too many people, it will be harder to manage. It's fine, we'll talk about it after we return. The captain glanced at Zhou Yong, still feeling a lingering fear. This brat almost caused a disaster. If it happened 2 or 3 more times, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. There are some disobedient folks in the village. Should we discuss it next time? My head hurts, let's think about it later. Before night fell, Zhou Dashan went to check on the traps and brought back wild chickens and rabbits, as well as a weasel that had pierced its little leg on a bamboo stick, all of which he carried back. Lin Suqing looked at the yellow thing he was carrying, her brow twitching. Dashan, how did you bring that back? That creature has a strong desire for revenge. It's all skin and bones with hardly any meat, better let it go. Oh, what if it dies? It's fine, if it dies it won't concern you anymore. Hurry and release it, it has little meat and could cause trouble. The elders say that eating a weasel can bring misfortune. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dashan hurriedly placed the weasel on the ground, watching as the yellow streak quickly disappeared from sight before he approached. The night was filled with wolf howls mixed with strange cries, occasionally resembling a baby's cry. It was a creature in the woods that specialized in luring people in. Just like the fish in the river that are nearby, yet you just can't catch them. If you follow that sound, you might never return. Old Lady Lu sat at the cave entrance, softly telling stories passed down from the elders, smiling as she said, Lu Jiqing, you will have to spend nights in the mountains when you go hunting. No matter what sounds you hear at night, you mustn't go towards them. It's easiest to be misled by sounds in the dark, and one careless move could lead to trouble. Back then my father said that my uncle was lured by a baby's cry, and when he stepped wrong he fell off a cliff and died. What that thing was no one knew, it certainly wasn't anything good. Lu Yang said earnestly, okay, I will remember, Old Lady Lu. It's getting late, you should rest early. Old Lady Lu nodded with a smile, yes, thank you for keeping watch. It's nothing, it's expected. Tonight it was the captain's turn to keep watch with Lu Yang. The two sat at the mouth of the cave roasting fire while various frightening sounds echoed through the night. The night quickly passed. By morning the team headed down to the foot of the mountain. The path was already cleared on the way here, so returning was naturally much faster. In less than half a day they reached the foot of the mountain. The large group headed towards the village, and the villagers cutting dry wood on the mountain saw this and rushed over, their faces filled with astonishment. Heavens, did you really bring back so many yams? How dangerous was it in the mountains? It's fine, Auntie, we had a lot of people. Auntie looked enviously at the yams, thinking if she had gone too she could have brought back a lot as well. She regretted it and hurried home to tell her son and daughter-in-law. News quickly spread throughout the village, and many who were unwilling to go into the mountains came over to join the excitement. The captain sent someone to weigh and tally the yams, distributing them according to the list of participants, while those who stayed home to gather firewood would earn some work points but would not receive any yams. Of course, some thick-skinned individuals came up shouting if they could get a share, promising to return it next time they went into the mountains, but they were naturally yelled away by the captain. Few people had gone in the first place, so the distribution went quickly. After 2 hours everyone had taken their yams home. Old Lady Lu went to check on the 2 children. Seeing their rosy cheeks, she knew that in the past few days they must have eaten well at the captain's house. She felt somewhat moved. Hastily she took out 2 pounds of yam beans, smiling as she said, Ping girl, these are what I picked up in the mountains. I've heard that they are delicious when steamed. Take them and eat. Zhou Ping knew that their family was in difficulty and was unwilling to accept it, repeatedly waving her hands. Old Lady Lu, I can't accept this. The 2 children are very sensible and have helped me with work. If I accept this, won't I have to give them something too? Don't be polite, if the children are really easy to take care of. After a round of refusal, seeing that she really didn't want to accept, Old Lady Lu gratefully said, all right, then you'll take the children back. If there's anything in the future, feel free to come find me. I have plenty of shoe soles, if you need them just come find me. Don't be polite. Zhou Ping smiled warmly, okay, I will remember. The 3 generations took the distributed yams home and placed them in the cellar, clapping their little hands joyfully. Grandma, it's amazing, we have so much food now, we won't go hungry in winter. Yes, we have food now, and this is all thanks to the villagers' care. Otherwise, with Grandma's old age and slow work, how could we have gotten so much? When you grow a bit older, Grandma will be able to work too. By then our family will be able to share grain and survive. The two little ones nodded. We also want to grow up quickly and work. Hey, Dan Gu said he earns 6 work points a day. When we grow a bit more we can work too. Old Lady Lu couldn't help but laugh. Good, you are all well-behaved children. The future days will definitely get better and better. After Lu Yang finished distributing the yams, he directly placed them in his room, closed the door, and said, "Shower sister, can you take me to the barefoot doctor? I want to get some medicine." "Oh sure." Zhou Qiao bounced over smiling. "Come on, I'll take you to Grandpa Jiang's house. The medicine they prepare is very effective. Our team has the best barefoot doctor." "Haha, that's great. I won't have to go to town to buy medicine anymore. I can get it right here in the team." "That's right. Plus Sister Jiang Ning also makes good medicine. When I had pimples on my face before, she helped me treat them. She's really amazing." Lu Yang carried over a dozen pounds of yams and some coupons. He couldn't pay with money, so he figured a trade would work. The two chatted and laughed, leaving and climbing over a hill before seeing a few scattered households. Zhou Qiao brought him to the gate and shouted loudly, "Sister Jiang, are you home?" A graceful figure walked out, looking over the fence, her peach blossom eyes filled with laughter. Slightly startled, "Lu Yang, do you have something?" "Oh Zhou sister, you didn't even talk to me when you saw me. I brought Lu Jiqing to find Grandpa Jiang. If Sister Jiang has time, that would be great. He wants to get some medicine." Jiang Ning opened the gate, her voice light and pleasant. Come in and talk. Grandpa is at home too." The old man sat in the living room, his head full of silver hair and his face somewhat aged. Hearing the sound, he looked up and his gaze fell on Lu Yang. "You are Lu Yang, the educated youth from the city?" "Yes, Grandpa Jiang, do you know me?" I've heard Jiang girl mention you before. Thank you for what happened earlier. Just let me know what medicine you need." Zhou Qiao looked around curiously, her eyes darting. "Hey, does Lu Yang know Sister Jiang from before?" Lu Yang thought little of it and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sun-kissed skin bound with cloth stained and bloodied, which looked rather alarming. Jiang Ning observed this, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, adding a touch of seriousness. "You sit over there while I take care of your wound. It's easy to get infected and fester like this." She brought out a medicine box from the room, and after unwrapping the bandage, she found several bloodied puncture wounds on his arm where the blood had started to dry. After cleaning it with hot water, she wiped it with alcohol, then once dry applied ointment, wrapping it with white gauze, reminding him, avoid water to prevent infection. Lu Yang softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Jiang Ning casually asked, "How did you get hurt on your arm? The wound is small and normally it wouldn't bleed this much. Were you moving your arm a lot?" Lu Yang replied, "Yes, I was pushing a cart down the mountain and it kept bleeding because the wound wasn't clotting properly." He continued, "It's a bite from a mountain leech about this long and slender, and once it bites the blood flows out profusely. I wonder if Miss Jiang has the medicine for this." He added, "I often go hunting in the mountains and it's inevitable to encounter these creatures. It would be great if there was medicine to repel leeches." Jiang Ning nodded, "I have some, I'll go get it for you." Old Master Jiang fixed a sharp gaze on him. "You are a hunter, and a city youth being a hunter is quite rare." Lu Yang responded, "Yes, I enjoyed honing my skills in the city, thinking it wouldn't be of much use, but coming down the mountain has turned out to be a good thing, allowing me to hunt and eat meat." Old Master Jiang pondered, "Being a hunter isn't bad, but there's no other hunters in Xianyang Brigade. Going into the mountains alone is far more dangerous than going in a group." As they were conversing, Jiang Ning came out of the house holding a small bottle with a red label indicating its contents and effects. "This is for you. One is for repelling insects and the other is for treating wounds. Also, this insect repellent pouch should be worn. Change the medicine when it loses its scent." Lu Yang noted everything down, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, I will remember. I wonder if you need any mountain goods. I have some coupons you can check out. All are national coupons, convenient for buying things in town." Jiang Ning was not polite. The medicine she provided was of high quality, made with considerable effort, and some were not available outside the mountains, nor did she dare to enter the inner mountains. She picked up a Tenjin cotton coupon and pushed the others back. "I want the cotton coupon. Grandpa, it's getting cold. We should buy more cotton to make quilts. New cotton is comfortable to cover in winter." Old Master Jiang gave her a faint look and said lightly, "No, return everything to him. He saved your life and he is your benefactor. How can you take a benefactor's things?" Jiang Ning thought for a moment and agreed to return the coupons. "How about this? In the future you can help me gather medicine in the mountains, and I will give you the herbs for the ointment. There are 2 types I cannot dig up, only found in the inner mountains. Make a note of it and bring them back next time. Lu Yang saw she didn't want the coupons and shook his head. That's not acceptable. This medicine is clearly not easy to make, and a favor is a favor to you. Helping me is just that we can't mix the two. If it's about gathering medicine, I want to see what it looks like so I can remember to collect it next time I see it. Alright, come with me to the courtyard. The two walked out, one in front of the other. Zhou Qiao smiled and asked, Grandpa Jiang, how is your health lately? The mountain yam that Lu Yang brought is delicious. Even you with bad teeth can eat it. You should keep it for yourself. Many people from the village went up the mountain to dig it. We got quite a bit and he can't possibly eat it all by himself. Can Grandfather Jiang tell me if Lu Yang knows Sister Jiang? When did they meet and what is the nature of the life-saving grace? Old Master Jiang glanced at her and couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. You with your quirky nature, what are you trying to find out? I can't tell you that. Zhou Qiao pouted, wanting to act cute, but upon seeing them return she quickly put on a well-behaved expression. Lu Yang, have you remembered everything? Yes, I have remembered. Grandpa Jiang, I will take the medicine, you all keep the mountain yam and take this Tenjin cotton coupon. I will definitely trouble you again in the future. After politely saying goodbye, Lu Yang left with Zhou Qiao, who bounced along the way blinking her eyes and asking, Lu Yang, do you know Sister Jiang? You call her sister, she is older than you. Yes, even a day older is still older. I know her, but don't ask how we met. Let's go home. Once they had walked far, old Master Jiang watched his granddaughter still gazing in that direction and pressed down the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Has the little girl taken a liking to him? Jiang Ning's expression turned awkward, her eyes dodging. No, there's nothing, Grandpa, don't guess randomly, it's not true. Haha, you seem anxious. You're not a child anymore, it's time to consider someone. Look at your two sisters, when they were your age they already had children. However, it's still better to find someone from the village. City youths are fine and capable, but they will eventually return to the city. The future is uncertain. Old Master Jiang seemed to be reminding her of something. You should have heard about last year's incident in the neighboring village, right? That girl also fell for a city youth and they got married, but later when the youth returned to the city she was left behind. How do a mother and orphan survive, especially facing so many rumors? Sigh, she even jumped into the river and died. Jiang Ning pressed her lips together and said softly, That's not true, Grandpa, you're overthinking it. He saved my life and I should repay him, it's that simple. Old Master Jiang looked deeply at his granddaughter. He had only one son in his lifetime and 3 granddaughters. The most promising among them was San Yatu, who had exceptional talent in medicine. It's just a pity that due to family circumstances she could only be a barefoot doctor in the village. Finding someone from the village would be good too. If you want to seek someone from the town, I can have your eldest and second sisters keep an eye out for you. What do you think? You're not young anymore, you can't delay any longer. Jiang Ning's expression turned stubborn. Grandpa, must a girl marry in her lifetime? I have things I want to do, can I join the army? Old Master Jiang's face darkened and he flatly refused. Impossible. You want to be a military doctor? It's a dream for a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to become a military doctor. You better not entertain such thoughts again. Girl, I'm doing this for your own good. It's fine to love learning medicine, but for a girl in her lifetime the most important thing is to find a good man and get married. Listening with her head down, it didn't register in her mind. Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with stubbornness. Why couldn't she use the skills she learned? Did she really have to marry and become a housewife? That was not the life she wanted. A group of villagers gathered at the entrance of the home, their voices blending into a cacophony that was deafening until the sharp clang of a gong cut through the noise, bringing silence. The team leader holding a loudspeaker spoke with a serious expression. Quiet down. I know you all want to go into the mountains, but you must understand the dangers that await. Anyone who disobeys orders and runs off will bear the consequences. The villagers' eyes were only focused on the mound of yams and the little calf, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. No matter what the team leader said, they nodded in agreement. They patiently lined up to press their fingerprints, appearing cooperative, but the team leader knew well that these families were unreasonable. They would take advantage but never accept loss. Once they suffered a loss, regardless of previous promises, they would inevitably backtrack. However, now that everyone was signing up, if he were to kick those few families out, they would surely report him to the commune, creating trouble for him. There was no way out, he had to let them all go together. Hearing about the situation, the educated youth from the youth commune gradually came to sign up as well. Yan only leaned in and whispered, "Have you all thought this through? Going into the mountains is very dangerous. If something happens, the consequences are unimaginable. We know, thank you for the reminder, Yan, but we need to survive. Some risks must be taken. Here winters drop to -20 or 30 degrees. If we don't prepare enough food, how will we survive the winter? The little grain we get from labor points is simply not enough." The educated youth sighed. How many of them truly came from wealthy families? In this place they could only rely on themselves. Ningqiu tugged at Gu's sleeve, a satisfied smile on her face. "Brother Gu, if you go, I will go too. Don't worry, I will work hard. We need to stock up on food for the winter." "Ah, it's a pity I didn't go last time. Those who went last time received quite a bit of supplies. This time with more people going, it's likely that the shares will be less." Guze glanced at her, gently tugging at his sleeve, and said helplessly, "Be careful outside. Don't get too close, it could harm your reputation." Ningqiu pouted, slightly displeased, and huffed, "Oh, I understand." The team leader watched them queue up, glanced at the sun, and quickly ran to the Jiang family to discuss the matter. Too many people were going into the mountains this time, and they knew nothing about treating illnesses. If there wasn't a barefoot doctor following them in case something happened, they wouldn't even have time to send someone down the mountain. Seeking out Jiang Lao was inevitable. Jiang Ning was sorting herbs in the yard, and upon seeing the visitor politely said, "Team leader, are you looking for my grandfather?" "Yes, I want to talk to your grandfather about something." "All right, they'll go call him." In no time old Jiang came to the yard, sitting on a bamboo chair and looking at the visitor with a relaxed expression, waving his hand with a serious yet amiable face. "Yuan Shan is here, come sit down and let's talk slowly." The team leader nodded, sitting beside him, and asked with concern, "How are your legs doing now?" "Ah, the old problem, it can't be cured. When the weather gets cold I can't move at all." "Yuan Shan, what brings you to find this old man?" "It's like this, old master. We found a large yam field in the mountains. Yams are similar to sweet potatoes. Yes, they are food. A few days ago we dug up quite a lot, and most of the villagers are going this time. I was wondering if your granddaughter could join us in the mountains." Old Jiang glanced at his granddaughter, the smile on his lips fading a bit. "Yuan Shan, I know you are a good team leader, always considering the villagers and caring for us. Those old books of mine wouldn't have survived without your help, but..." Hearing this, the team leader's heart sank. "Old master, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I will certainly fulfill what I can. This time there are just too many people going into the mountains, and I am worried about unexpected incidents. None of us know how to treat illnesses. If Jiang's girl goes into the mountains with us, we will ensure her safety. She can also gather herbs in the inner mountains. If anyone in the village is unwell, she can help check on them." Jiang Ning perked up her ears, her eyes shining. According to her grandfather's notes, there were many rare medicinal herbs in the inner mountains. If she could get in, finding ginseng could fetch a lot of money. Her parents wouldn't have to work so hard. Such opportunities were rare. If she missed this one, there might not be another. Old Jiang's stern face was now filled with disapproval. "Yuan Shan, it's not that this old man is hard to talk to. I know how dangerous it is in the mountains, otherwise how would my leg have ended up like this? Moreover, my granddaughter is a young girl. Even if someone in the village falls ill, there is a difference between men and women. Wouldn't that harm her reputation?" Hearing this, the team leader was confused. "Old master, you didn't say that before. You said that as a healer one must save lives and ease suffering. There shouldn't be a distinction between genders. Are you saying that if a patient is male, one must stand by and watch them die? If you see a female patient, would you also hesitate to treat her out of concern for your reputation?" "Ah, this old man was so good in his youth, but why has he become so stubborn in his old age? It's truly difficult to persuade him." Jiang Ning stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Grandpa, I want to go into the mountains. The medicinal herbs are too scarce in the outer mountains, and I can't gather enough to make medicine. This rare opportunity, I want to go look for herbs, and there are so many people going together. It's not like I'm going in alone with hunters, so it shouldn't harm my reputation." Old Jiang glared at her. How could this girl not understand his concerns? She was the prettiest of his 3 granddaughters, and who in the village wouldn't have their eyes on her? His second granddaughter had her reputation ruined by someone scheming, otherwise how could she have married a widower with a child? Now their life was a mess. "You don't understand. Have you forgotten your second sister's lesson?" Jiang Ning lowered her gaze and replied softly, "I'm not my second sister. I have my ways to protect myself. I know how to use poison, such things won't happen to me. The team leader also knew a bit and sighed at her words. Old master, is this really something that can't be negotiated? No, it can't be negotiated. Alright, I understand. Then I will take my leave for now. Old Jiang watched them leave, looking at his little granddaughter with some dissatisfaction. You girl, you are becoming more and more unmanageable. I taught you medicine because you have talent. But one must have self-awareness. You are a young girl, reputation is the most important thing. If something unexpected happens, you will regret it too late. Your second sister had so many suitors coming to see her, but she was still schemed against by that old widow. After her reputation was ruined, she had no choice in her marriage. You know how her life is now? Jiang Ning clenched her fists, gazing towards the deep mountains. Grandpa needed deer antler grass too, which could only be found in the deep mountains. If she didn't bring it back, how would they survive this winter? She could imagine how painful it would be. The old man began to ramble, growing more stubborn with age, disliking any rebuttal, only wanting to see his children and grandchildren obeying him, all while being tormented by his leg injury, suffering from sleepless nights. His temper had also become increasingly irritable, completely deaf to others' words as he stared at his granddaughter, who seemed somewhat lost in thought. He frowned and called out, Ning Ning, what are you thinking about? Jiang Ning jolted back to reality, hurriedly replying, nothing, Grandpa. I was thinking about how to use medicine to help your leg feel better this winter, otherwise it's too painful to suffer through sleepless nights. The old man showed a troubled expression, clearly somewhat fearful of the upcoming winter. Grandpa, why don't we prepare extra firewood for this winter while waiting for Mom and Dad to come back? You can just stay on the Kong so your leg won't be exposed to the cold. And we need to prepare medicine as well. He'll think about it some more. Jiang Ning was considering that her parents would return tomorrow morning. If she accompanied the captain into the mountains, everything would be fine at Grandpa's side, since there would be someone to look after him at home. However, she still needed to visit her second sister's house to let her come back occasionally. Thinking of her second sister's situation made her head ache a bit. Her brother-in-law was excessively foolishly filial and probably wouldn't allow her sister to return to her family. Grandpa, I want to go see my second sister. The old man glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was about to set, and urged, if you're going, hurry up, you must get home before dark. You cannot stay overnight at your second sister's house, understand? I know. I heard that brother-in-law hit my sister again. I'm worried if I don't check on her, and I also need to bring some ointment. I can't just stand by and watch her get hurt. Her brother-in-law won't take her to see a doctor, and it pains me. It's all my fault. If I had more than just one son, if you had brothers, your brother-in-law wouldn't dare to treat your sister this way. The old man grew more distressed as he thought, wishing he could have a son-in-law come to the family, at least leaving some descendants behind, giving his granddaughters a bit of hope for the future. Jiang Ning lowered her head, softly mumbling a few words, fastening the ointment at her waist and hurriedly setting off for her second sister's house. Her second sister married a carpenter from the brigade just 500 or 600 meters away from home. It wouldn't take much time to make the trip. She thought she could look after her sister, but unexpectedly, life is unpredictable. She arrived at her second sister's doorstep, which was a rather spacious courtyard. Her second sister's mother-in-law lost her husband at 40, and being a carpenter, she had saved up some family assets. As she stood at the door preparing to knock, she heard a woman's cries and pleas from inside. Mother-in-law, please don't hit me anymore, I will do it right away. Her second sister Jiang Hui was covering her head and pleading, while her two little daughters, one 3 years old and the other 2, clung to their mother's clothes, crying in fear. Chen Lan held a feather duster in her hand, her face twisted with malice upon hearing the children's cries. She glared at them. Shut up. Stop crying. Your cries won't kill you, you're all worthless. She pressed her fingers hard against their foreheads, angrily scolding, it's because of your incessant wailing that your brother is too scared to come. If you cry again, you'll beat you to death. And you're a useless child, your belly is ungrateful. Are you trying to ensure the Zhou family has no descendants? If I had known you would be like this, I would have never married you in the first place. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Initially, she had her eyes set on Jiang Ning, admiring her figure and looks, knowing she was fit for bearing sons. Not to mention she had medical skills and could serve her in the future, saving a good amount of money, making life at home even better. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this in the end? Her only son. After working so hard to earn money, who would it be for? Without a son, how could the family wealth be preserved? This useless daughter-in-law constantly crying was truly infuriating. Jiang Hui saw that her mother-in-law was going to hit her daughters again and cried out more pitifully, "Mother-in-law, please don't hit the children, they are too young, they'll get hurt." Chen Lan sneered coldly and raised her hand to strike the little girl, her eyes filled with malice. If that little girl were to die, no other girl would dare to reincarnate here. Then a grandson could come instead. With a loud bang, the little girl screamed, clutching her forehead as blood seeped through her fingers, crying out, "Mom, it hurts so much." Jiang Ning couldn't push the door open, so she kicked it and crashed through, rushing over to see the crying little girl and the malicious old woman. Grinding her teeth, suppressing her anger, she said, "Aunt Chen, what's going on? Why are you hitting my sister and the children? Those two girls are also your family, how can you be so cruel?" Chen Lan looked at the door that had been broken open, then at the frost-covered face of Jiang Ning. Her expression instantly darkened. "This is my family's business, what does it have to do with you? As a mother-in-law, it is my right to discipline my daughter-in-law. What qualifications do you, a mere sister-in-law, have to interfere? Hurry up and get out, you have no say here." As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike again. Jiang Ning directly grasped her wrist. Having often dug herbs and ground medicines, her strength was much greater than that of an average girl. At this moment her expression was cold, as if she intended to freeze the woman in place. Chen Lan found herself unable to break free, glaring at her fiercely. "Do you really think my sister-in-law has no one to back her up? How dare you lay a hand on her?" She directly pulled the old woman aside, drew out a firewood stick from her waist, and began to strike her one blow after another. "I'll let you hit my sister. I'll let you hit." The firewood stick swung continuously, and Chen Lan screamed loudly. Though Jiang Ning was furious, she controlled her strength, specifically striking the most tender parts, ensuring that the injuries would not be severe enough but sufficient for Chen Lan to lie in bed for a few days to calm down. Jiang Hui watched her younger sister hit their mother-in-law, tears hanging on her eyelashes, looking helplessly at her. Amidst the cries of her daughters, she quickly bore the pain to pick up one of them and rushed inside to fetch some hemostatic powder, trembling as she wiped the blood from her daughter's forehead. It turned out her forehead had been cut, causing the heavy bleeding. Just as she was about to apply the medicine, a familiar male voice came. "Mom, how are you?" Jiang Hu's hand trembled, a hint of panic appearing in her eyes. He was back. Why would he come back at this time? Bending down, she carried her daughter into the courtyard, watching as the man supported his mother-in-law, looking at her with disgust. "Jiang Hui, you better explain this to me clearly. What on earth is going on?" Jiang Hu's lips trembled as tears fell one by one. "No, it's not like that. It was my mother-in-law who first laid hands on me and the children. Dear husband, listen to me." Zhou Xiao looked at her with disgust, feeling regret for having treated her well, at first thinking she was a virtuous and filial woman. Now she had become increasingly audacious, daring to lay hands on his mother while bringing her sister-in-law along. Chen Lan looked at her son, returning as if finding her pillar of support. She changed from her previous sharpness and coldness to a demeanor filled with grievance, tears rolling down her face. "Son, you don't know. Your wife has been so excessive while you were away, deliberately not washing my clothes clean. This is all to take revenge on me." Chen Lan leaned against her son, feeling wronged. "My son, as a widow I struggled to raise you. Not to mention enjoying the blessings of having a daughter-in-law. At least don't mistreat me. Why must my clothes be treated like that?" I got angry and said a few words to her in the heat of the moment. These two children are also ungrateful. How can they rebut me at such a young age? They are clearly not my grandsons. This girl has already learned from her. Sai, you work so hard and have no son to take care of you in your old age. What's the point of all this effort? I say, why not get a divorce while you are still young? I can find you a younger wife who can bear children. Jiang Hu's face changed drastically upon hearing this, looking anxiously at her husband's expression. No, she couldn't get a divorce. Without him she would have no way to live. Zhou Xiao frowned, hesitating. "Mother, she is the biological mother of two children. If you divorce, who will take care of the kids in the future? What good is a worthless person to take care of? Let her take them. We only want grandsons, not granddaughters. Besides, you have skills, so why fear not finding a beautiful wife who can bear children? Just be bold and divorce. You'll find you someone younger and better." Chen Lan looked at her daughter-in-law's pale face with satisfaction. "My son, with that gloomy face every day, aren't you tired of it? Given our family's conditions, it's perfectly normal to find another one." Jiang Hui looked at him humbly. "Dear, how could you say that? You can't treat me like this. I didn't target my mother-in-law, I truly didn't. Mother-in-law, how can you instigate and lie? You can't do this. Nearby Jiang Ning felt a chill creeping into her heart. She realized that this mother and daughter pair had no intention of giving her second sister a way out. Continuing to live was merely a form of torture. Second brother-in-law, you are the man of the house, you should say something. Your mother first hit my sister and then broke your daughter's head. Didn't you see how much blood she lost? No matter who you protect, at least be fair. Zhou Xiao appeared slightly displeased. Sister-in-law, this is our family's matter. Even if my mother acted first, she is an elder and you shouldn't lay hands on her. I will definitely visit your in-laws another day to ask how they raised such a shrew who dares to strike elders. Jiang Ning was almost amused by anger. How could such a man live? He would just wait for his wife to die and he would never have a good life. With countless thoughts swirling in her mind, she turned to look at the lost soul beside her. Second sister, is there any hope for this life? Do you really want to continue living like this? Even if you can bear a son, you will still be bullied by your mother-in-law. Your brother-in-law won't stand by your side. The life you have is nothing but endless household chores, and every step you take leads to being beaten. How long can you endure without collapsing? Jiang Hu's eyes filled with tears as she choked out, Xiao Ning, but I am already married. I have no way back. If things get out of hand, where can I go? Go home, I will take care of you. I will recruit a husband and there will always be a room for you in my house. What did you say? I said I want to recruit a husband. As long as someone is willing to marry into our family, I will marry. Our house will never lack a pillar to support it. I will take care of the family. Jiang Hu's head buzzed, unable to believe what she was hearing from her sister. She actually wanted to recruit a husband, but hadn't her sister always resisted marriage? Was it to allow her to return home? No, she couldn't drag her sister down any further. No, I cannot go back. I still have a daughter to take care of. Chen Lan scoffed, recruiting a husband is simply laughable. Even if you are beautiful, no man would want to marry into our family. If they are old bachelors, there might be a chance. But even for the old bachelors, marrying in won't protect your second sister. Our family will never accept someone who can't bear children. All they can give birth to are daughters. What's the use of that? Jiang Ning said coldly, second brother-in-law, will you just let your mother humiliate your wife like this, making it difficult for her to have children? My mother isn't wrong. If she were capable, how could I be mocked for being childless? It must be your family that is childless which drags us down. If we divorce and remarry, I don't believe we can't have a son. Zhou Xiao's gaze slowly became resolute. Rather than having this ungrateful and disobedient wife, it was better to divorce and marry someone else so he could have a son sooner and work more energetically. Chen Lan echoed, yes, my son, it's good that you can think this way. Alright, stop crying here. I will go find the team leader now to clarify this matter. You all should proceed with the divorce as soon as possible and take these two girls with you. They are too young, she couldn't be bothered to raise them. If they were older, they could stay at home and be married off for a bride price, that would be fine. Now they are too young, they can wait until they grow older to ask for it. Speaking with a smile, she didn't even care about her pain and limped away to find the team leader. Zhou Xiao remained expressionless and turned to follow her. Only the two sisters were left in the yard along with two little girls clinging to each other, their faces filled with terror, crying softly, Mother, does father not want us anymore? Jiang Hui sat on the ground, burying her head in her knees. Her arms were covered with deep scars already seeping blood, and her face and body were bruised and marked by blood. Jiang Ning squatted down and gently said, second sister, are you blaming me for meddling? But look at you being beaten like this, how long can you hold on? If something happens to you, what will happen to the two children? Woo, I know, but I'm still afraid. I'm afraid my grandparents won't allow me to return to my mother's house. How can I support two kids? Xiao Ning, I have no way out. Reaching out to hug her, Jiang Ning realized how thin her second sister had become, just a pile of bones. She was not like this before she got married. That second sister who used to smile and speak gently had clearly been worn down. Jiang Ning's throat felt a bit dry. It's all right, second sister. I will help you. We will raise the children together. It's going to be fine. I can go into the mountains to dig medicinal herbs to sell. Things will get better, life will definitely improve. Jiang Hui knew her husband wanted a divorce and it was beyond her ability to stop it. Being driven out was inevitable, begging was useless. She didn't want to see her daughter again, that terrified face. Living in the house would mean always living in fear, so it would be better to take her daughter out and live a little harder. The grievances in her heart erupted. She cried out loudly, "Why, how can he treat me like this? Clearly he wanted to marry me. How did it change?" It's fine, the second sister will get through this." On the other side, the team leader slammed the table upon hearing the intention and scolded without restraint, "Zhou Xiao, say that again. You are at least educated, right? How could you say such things? Your mother says what she wants. Did your brain grow on your mother's head? How could I not know? When did you two start using the same brain?" Zhou Xiao looked at the furious captain, feeling somewhat intimidated, and forced himself to speak bravely. "I respect you as the captain, which is why I came to talk to you. Actually, I don't even need to mention this family matter. Anyway, I, Zhou Xiao, no longer want Jiang Hui. I don't want a daughter-in-law who is unfilial to her mother-in-law. Without her I can marry again and have more sons." "Captain, don't lecture me. You're also obsessed with your son, or you wouldn't have been searching for 18 years. I am a man too, hoping for a successor, isn't that right? If she can't give me a son, then she shouldn't waste my time." The captain was so enraged that he laughed. He was already looking for a son he lost, unlike some beast who would force his wife to bear children, even driving away his wife and daughters. Pointing at him, he said, "Good, very good, you despicable thing. You'd better not regret this. There are no regrets in this world. Besides, I'm not like you. If I lost my son, I would seek him out. Even if I couldn't find him, I wouldn't force my wife to give birth, and if she couldn't, I'd just divorce her. What kind of beast does that? What nonsense are you comparing? I'm not as useless as you, whining all day. Are you still on the bottle or what?" Chen Lan said discontentedly. "Captain, watch your words. Why insult my son? It's really too much. Let me tell you, if you continue talking like that, don't come looking for my son to do carpentry work in the future." The captain rolled his eyes. There were more than one carpenter in the brigade, and it was ridiculous to go looking for someone so heartless. "Don't worry, I won't look for your son again. It's bad luck." Lin Suqing looked at them, her brows furrowed. "Zhou Xiao, are you sure you don't want your daughter either?" "No, I want to do carpentry work and have no time to raise children. My mother has worked hard all her life and can't take care of a child either. Just leave them to Jiang Hui. Will you still recognize your daughter when she grows up?" Seeing him silent, Lin Suqing understood. Her eyes held disdain. Such a shameless person wouldn't be able to live well. If he didn't leave, he would be tortured to death. "It seems you dislike having a young daughter now and want to wait until your wife works herself to death raising her so that you can recognize her to sell for a bride price, right?" "Oh no, it's to marry her off for a bride price, right?" In the courtyard, everyone looked over in shock, wondering if he could be so shameless. Zhou Xiao turned his face away and remained silent, pretending he didn't hear. The captain, feeling irritable, scratched his head. How could such a despicable thing belong to their brigade? He really felt like beating him to death. Lin Suqing glared at her husband and continued slowly, "Since you want to recognize your daughter in the future, how much will you give per month to raise the child? If you don't want to give anything, then the child will have to take the surname Jiang. Of course you can disagree, but without consulting my husband, if this reputation gets out, the next wife won't be so easy to marry." "Auntie, are you threatening me?" "Haha, how could that be? I just want to let you know that sugarcane is not sweet on both ends. People can't have it both ways. There must always be a trade-off." Chen Lan glanced at her son, rolled her eyes, and nodded. Zhou Xiao gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, I agree to pay for raising the child. In the future she will still take the surname Zhou, and even when she gets married I will still be their father." The captain and his wife exchanged glances, realizing that future matters were for later. If for now they just needed to secure this money first. The couple said a few words and then went to Widow Chen's house. Closing the door, they sat in the living room discussing matters. Jiang Hui was crying with red eyes, looking somewhat dazed after hearing the captain's words. "Captain, do you mean that after the divorce he is still willing to give me money to raise the child?" The captain nodded, stating matter-of-factly, "Yes, he is the child's father. Regardless of whether they divorce or not, he should support the child. Moreover, if he doesn't support, I will provide you with proof so you can change the surname." "Oh, having the child take the surname Jiang isn't bad. A father should either provide money or care. If he gives nothing, then what's the use?" Ignoring the glances of the mother and child directed at her. "Xiao Hui, do you think 5 yuan a month for one child or 10 for 2 is enough?" Jiang Hui smiled somewhat awkwardly. "It's enough. I work like a horse in their house, taking care of everything inside and out, and he finds it hard to even give me 10 yuan a month. The girl's illnesses are treated by my sister. If you can give me 10 yuan a month for raising the child regularly, I can endure a bit of hardship. The captain sighed internally, then seriously stated, fine, this matter is settled. You all come over to sign a contract. It will be paid once a year to avoid the hassle of asking you daily. Chen Long was dissatisfied, saying, Captain, this isn't right. You are clearly favoring the Jiang family. This is unfair handling of the matter. Nonsense, I am the fairest in handling matters. You are a mother, you know how hard it is to give birth, and you know how difficult it is to raise a child. You are not asking for much, just 10 yuan a month for raising the child, paid once for the year. Your family can afford it. What's there to complain about? The captain's voice grew louder, his anger rising. Damn it, being cautious in the mountains, working hard to bring things down, and then dealing with all this noise in the village kept him from sleeping. His head was pounding and he had to deal with this chaotic situation. Truly, marrying someone unreasonable would ruin 3 generations. The mother and child were stunned by his shouting. Zhou Xiao nodded, then it's settled. Tomorrow we will go for the divorce and I will give you this year's money tomorrow. It's the money for next year, it's already November. You need to pay a lump sum of 140 yuan to settle this. Don't nag, my head hurts and my fists are itching, understand? Fine, it's just an extra 20 yuan. They'll give it. Jiang Ning and her sister exchanged glances, realizing that with food and work plus the support money, and since she could treat illnesses, it wouldn't cost much, so they could get by. Gratefully looking at the captain and his wife, she gently nodded. The sky had completely darkened. After the 3 of them signed and pressed their fingerprints, the captain stood up and said, Shall we go? Pack your things, we will go to the Jiang family together. Since we are going to handle this, we should do it well before going back to sleep. Oh, my head hurts more, or later I'll let Ning take my pulse and see. Jiang Hui nodded repeatedly and said softly, Okay, I will listen to the captain, auntie, then you'll go pack now. Chen Lan, seeing this, followed her inside. She couldn't let them take away things from her house, however they came, they should go back the same way. They shouldn't think about taking advantage of them. In less than 10 minutes everything was packed. Just a few pieces of clothing without any money on her. Jiang Ning reached out to take it. Jiang Hui led her 2 daughters out the door, glancing back with closed eyes, feeling completely disheartened. Once the others walked away, Chen Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. Finally, that clumsy fool was gone, and now she just needed to find a woman who could bear her son a child. Zhou Xiao looked at the empty courtyard, feeling inexplicably hollow, as if the joy he had anticipated was nowhere to be found. Son, tomorrow I will find a matchmaker for you. I will make sure to find someone who is good-looking, can bear children, and is capable at home and outside. You can rest assured and leave it to me. Get some rest early. The captain escorted him to the Jiang family. When Elder Jiang saw him, a look of confusion crossed his face, which changed when he noticed Jiang Hui and the child following behind. Xiao Hui, why did you and the children come back? Grandpa, Elder Jiang assumed they had returned to hide from her son-in-law who had beaten her, and sighed, Is it Zhou Xiao again? If only you could bear a son, that would be great. What man wouldn't want a son? Not to mention that Zhou Xiao's family has been passed down for 3 generations, without a son who will inherit the family business. Jiang Hu's eyes dimmed. It wasn't that she was incapable of having a son, but she hadn't done anything wrong to deserve the abuse and mistreatment that forced her to live in fear. The captain's lips tightened as he spoke bluntly, Old man, you may not know, but that scoundrel Zhou Xiao is forcing your granddaughter to divorce her husband. If she doesn't divorce, it will only end in tormenting her to death. What is more important, your granddaughter's life or her reputation? What? What did you just say about a divorce? Elder Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at her. How could that usually obedient and gentle granddaughter want a divorce? Wouldn't she be shunned even more if she left with a child? Captain, say that again. My granddaughter cannot divorce, even if you have to kneel and plead with him, she can't leave. Nonsense, this is utterly ridiculous. Jiang Hu's eyes were filled with despair. It was clear that her grandfather would rather she be beaten to death than allow her to return to her family. Where could she go now? Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with determination as she spoke, Tomorrow I will accompany my second sister to file for divorce. From today on she will stay at home, and every month her husband will send $10 for child support. As long as she has a place to stay, she can endure hardship and survive. Besides, my second sister also has work points. As long as she isn't beaten, she can manage. If Grandpa does not agree, then you might as well drive me out with her. If you do agree, then I promise within 2 years I will definitely find a husband for the family. How about that? If you don't allow my second sister to stay at home, I will directly enlist in the army to become a military doctor. If the Jiang family line ends, so be it. It wouldn't be so bad if these houses were taken away. Elder Jiang was momentarily speechless, pointing at her. You impudent girl. Jiang Ning took her second sister and went straight to the room where she lived before her marriage, the two sisters closely together, opening the door and starting to make the bed. Second sister, just stay here with peace of mind. I will accompany you to get the divorce tomorrow. Grandpa is old and a bit confused. Don't take his words to heart. The most important thing is to raise the two children well. At the very least, they won't have to worry about being beaten and can live without fear. For their sake, getting a divorce is worth it. Jiang Hui sniffed and nodded. Okay, as long as I'm willing to work hard, I can definitely raise my two daughters well. I heard the captain and the others went into the mountains to dig for yam. Why don't we go with them? We can go to the town tomorrow, and when we come back we can see if we can catch up with them. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and shook her head. No, second sister, the two children are too young. Who will take care of them at home? I will take care of the children and earn money at home. You earn money? How can that be? I don't have many expenses now. Besides, I know about medicinal materials. Selling them can also make money. The two sisters chatted for a while, letting the little ones sleep on the bed before they went to find Elder Jiang. The captain spoke sternly, recounting the events. Old man, every family has a preference for sons, but it's clear that your granddaughter can't live on, yet you are still forcing her to go back. Are you really not afraid of something happening to your granddaughter? Do you think she will choose not to remarry for the children? But in the end it would be all in vain. Elder Jiang frowned. But if she divorces and comes home, she will inevitably face gossip. How will she live her life then? Why can't she understand my good intentions? The couple exchanged glances and rolled their eyes in unison. If you were the one being beaten every day, you wouldn't understand other people's difficulties either. Cough, old man, have you ever been beaten every day? What do you mean? It's simple. It's not you who is being beaten, it's not you who is fighting for your life. It's not you who is being abused and not getting paid. Why should anyone understand your good intentions? If you had the time to worry about that, you might as well do something practical like watching over the children. Clinging to outdated ideas is useless. The captain spoke very bluntly. Elder Jiang glared at him. You rascal, you were a troublemaker when you were young, yet you turned out fine now. Why can't Zhou Xiao do the same? His family has been passed down for 3 generations and he has skills to rely on. As long as Xiao Hui can bear a son, life will be much easier in the future. Oh, so being bullied by your mother-in-law every day is considered a good life. I'm afraid if you endure her, you'll end up being the one who can't handle it first. Jiang Ning and her second sister arrived just in time to hear these words. Closing the door, she calmly said, second brother-in-law can't have a son, he will never be able to. The 3 looked at her in shock, not understanding what she meant. Xiao Ning, clarify what you mean. Previously, when second brother-in-law was ill, second sister asked me to check his pulse and I found that he has severe kidney deficiency. Normally, not to mention having a son, it would be difficult for him to father a daughter. Who told him he was lucky to find my second sister who easily conceived 2 daughters? But he didn't cherish it. Even if I told him, he wouldn't believe it. He will never be able to father a son in this life. Jiang Hui looked somewhat dazed, staring at her sister. Are you sure? If he really can't have children, wouldn't he come to take the kids away? Jiang Ning pouted. It's fine. What man would admit he can't have children? We will just take it one step at a time. Who knows, he might marry someone who can give him a son. Anyway, if he wants a son, it's fine to raise someone else's child. Having his own is impossible. The captain and his wife exchanged glances, a hint of understanding flashing in their eyes. No wonder the carpenter's family has been passed down for 3 generations. There seems to be more to this. Clearing his throat, he said, well, today we didn't hear anything, old man. You shouldn't hold on to your stubbornness. The children are back, just give them a place to stay. Family members should protect each other, otherwise if outsiders bully them, and even family members do, how can they live on? Don't you think so? The captain looked at Jiang Hui, his tone softening considerably. Xiao Hui, once the procedures are completed tomorrow, you can stay at home. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me. Don't overthink it, this isn't your fault. Some people are destined for a lineage cut short. If you entangle yourself with him too much, your two daughters will be spoiled. It will be fine. Once the children grow a bit older, things will improve. Jiang Hui said gratefully, all right, I understand. Thank you, Captain and Auntie. Lin Suqing shook her head, it's all right, once we get through this things will get better. When the two little girls grow a bit more, they can help out and earn work points, and our family will have better days ahead. I've noted that down. Great, then we'll head back now. Jiang Ning spoke up, Captain, what time will you be heading into the mountains tomorrow? I would like to join you. I'm going into the mountains to gather herbs, so I won't have time to dig for yam, nor will I distribute the villagers' yams. However, if they have any issues, they can always find me. The captain thought for a moment, let's go the day after tomorrow in the morning. I originally planned for tomorrow morning, but everyone is exhausted from being in the mountains. It's better to rest for another day before heading in. That's wonderful. I'll accompany my second sister to handle the procedures tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow I'll go into the mountains with you. Haha, that's settled then. Come find me at my house the day after tomorrow. It's not safe for a young girl to go down to the foot of the mountain alone. Jiang Ning nodded, sending the others to the courtyard gate before returning. Looking at her grandfather's face full of anger, she calmly said, Grandfather, since I will be recruiting a son-in-law in the future, he will be the pillar of our family, right? It should be my responsibility to earn money, right? If I don't go into the mountains to find herbs, how will I earn money to support the family? Grandfather, please don't oppose me, it's useless to do so. Seeing her stubborn expression, the old man was extremely angry. Are you trying to kill me with anger? No, it's that grandfather is being unreasonable and insists on getting angry. I can't help that, after all I am now recruiting a son-in-law and must support the family as the pillar. Jiang Ning said softly, Grandfather, it's getting late, you should rest early. After saying that, she boiled hot water, washed the feet of the two children, and looking at the two little ones who were sound asleep, her heart softened. Second sister, I'll sleep with you tonight. Okay, rest early. The next morning the two sisters arrived at Zhou Xiao's house and took a donkey cart to the town. The procedures were completed in less than half an hour, and when they came out, Zhou Xiao's attitude had inexplicably improved a few notches. Xiao Hui, after all, we were once a couple, and let's have a meal together. Jiang Hui shook her head and firmly refused. She didn't want to see him now, fearing she would lose control and plead. Having taken this step, she didn't want to turn back or do anything that involved begging. Avoiding him and keeping a distance was the best option. No, I wish you find someone suitable soon and have a prosperous family. Zhou Xiao. The two sisters went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy cotton, then bought some snacks for the children, and finally left the town heading home. Along the way, Jiang Hui looked at her notebook, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. She felt as if the heavy stone weighing on her heart had disappeared, and she relaxed completely. Xiao Ning, tomorrow you'll follow the villagers into the mountains and make sure to pay attention to your safety. It's fine, I'm aware. Even if there is danger going into the mountains, we can handle it. Second sister, you stay home and take care of the children. I'll explain things to Mom and Dad when they return today. Alright, I understand. After Jiang's couple returned home, the family learned the news and was directly shocked. When they saw the scars on their second daughter's arms and face, they sighed and didn't persuade her further. Jiang Ning placed the cotton properly, took 2 pieces of peach crisp, handed them to the 2 children, gently touched their heads, and said softly, eat up. Second sister, if you have time, could you make a quilt from the cotton? When I sell the herbs, I will buy more cotton and you can make a new quilt so we won't be cold in winter. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Ning. We are family, there's no need to mention hard work or not. A day passed quickly. Before Jiang Ning left, she instructed her parents, Mom and Dad, in leaving. Please take care of second sister and don't say anything to provoke her. The most important thing is for our family to be safe together. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to say more. Second brother-in-law will have his own retribution, and what we need to do is live our own lives well. Jiang Yuanchao nodded dumbly. Alright, Xiao Ning, pay attention to your safety. Definitely don't walk alone with anyone, you stay alert, understand? The third daughter was the most outstanding among the 3 sisters. Many suitors from 10 miles and 8 villages came to propose, but as soon as they heard about the son-in-law recruitment, they were all scared away. Jiang Ning set off with her backpack, which contained the dry bread she had prepared in advance, a water bottle, a hatchet, and a shovel for gathering herbs, along with various medicines she had prepared. She quickly arrived at the captain's house and knocked on the door. When the door opened, both of them were stunned for a moment. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow and stepped aside saying, Miss Jiang, please come in. Thank you. After Jiang Ning entered the courtyard, she found a corner to sit and wait. When the captain and his wife came out with their things, they saw she had already arrived and smiled to greet her. Ning girl, you're here. Just in time to have breakfast together. At dawn we'll meet at the foot of the mountain. By the way, that bastard didn't make things difficult for your second sister when she went to handle the procedures yesterday, did he? He didn't make things difficult, it went smoothly. The captain nodded, feeling relieved. It's hard for a clean official to handle family matters. There was only so much he could do, and it was good enough that life could go on. Zhou Qiao came over with a rolled pancake enthusiastically saying, Sister Jiang, try this. The rolled pancake made by Lu Yang is delicious. Eat it while it's hot before it cools down. He can cook. Yes. I've never seen such a capable, educated youth. He can read, looks good, has a good temper, can hunt, and can cook too without any of those nasty traits that some men have. Jiang Ning happily took a bite. The pancake was soft and chewy, filled with crispy sweet yam and green pepper. Her eyes sparkled as she ate it in small bites. Zhou Qiao chuckled, so how is it? Isn't it delicious? Oh, I just wonder which girl Lu Yang will end up with in the future. Sister Jiang, take your time eating, I'll come over to keep you company shortly. Before long everyone finished eating and it was bright outside. They shouldered their backpacks and pulled the cart towards the foot of the mountain with many villagers greeting them cheerfully along the way. Good morning, Captain. Have you eaten yet? Haha, yes, old Wang looks quite spirited today. After the pleasantries they arrived at the foot of the mountain where a crowd had gathered. Zhou Dashan was checking names with a notebook and nodded at the captain, whispering, Captain, everyone has arrived. The captain held a megaphone and repeated the precautions, instructing them to remember. Anyone who went off on their own would just have to wait to die in the mountains. With a wave of his hand he led the way. This was their second time going into the mountains, and following the path they had previously cleared they moved much faster, reaching the yam field before noon. The villagers who were coming for the first time were dazzled by the sight of the vast yam field, and they rushed down with their tools. Jiang Ning looked around, and even with a casual glance she could see quite a few valuable herbs, far better than those from the outer mountains, as she walked towards the mountain wall with her shovel. Looking up at the patches of iron-skinned dendrobium, they grew as carelessly as weeds, clearly indicating that no one had come to harvest them. Her eyes sparkled as she stepped onto a rock and began to dig. She reached up on her tiptoes for the higher places when a large hand appeared behind her and directly pulled the herbs out. A voice came from behind Miss Jiang, these herbs are also medicinal. Jiang Ning instinctively turned her head, nearly bumping into the other person. She hurriedly stood up straight and replied with a sound of acknowledgement. This is called iron-skinned dendrobium. It clears heat and relieves fire. Lu Yang nodded, secretly memorizing its appearance in his mind. He then said, you want the ones up high, right? They'll help you pick them. Wait for me down here. He raised his hand and directly plucked the herbs. Before long he had stripped that patch bare, filling half of his backpack. All right, Miss Jiang, where else do you want to gather herbs? The captain asked me to accompany you to avoid any danger from wild beasts. Jiang Ning looked up at him and realized just how tall he was. He didn't seem as thin as when she first met him, and now he appeared much more robust. I want to go to the cliff over there to look for deer grass. What is deer grass used for? For treating legs. My grandfather injured his leg years ago, leaving him with a lasting ailment. He can't sleep when the weather gets cold due to the pain. I need to find herbs to help make medicine to relieve his suffering. Lu Yang nodded in understanding and pointed in a direction. There's a cliff over there. I'll take you to look for it. Jiang Ning obediently acknowledged and followed closely behind him. After the two left, the villagers began to laugh. Look over there, Lu Jiqing and Jiang Ning really are a perfect match. They are both good-looking and cultured. Exactly, if any girl is worthy of Lu Jiqing, it must be Jiang Ning. Having someone at home who can treat illnesses is so convenient. That's right, people eat grains and vegetables, how can they not get sick? Having a wife who can treat ailments can save a lot of money at home. One person interjected, have you forgotten? Jiang Ning's family has no sons. Her two older sisters are already married, and this last one must definitely bring a husband home. If it weren't for this condition, how could she still be single? They have to look for someone with knowledge and looks, and someone who would take on her family name. After such a selection, how could there be anyone suitable? Old Lady Lu said softly, there are suitable candidates. Lu Qingqing is quite compatible with the Jiang family in all aspects for marriage. It's just unclear what Lu Qingqing thinks. The two had already walked far away, naturally not hearing the idle gossip. Before long they reached the edge of the cliff where a cold wind blew, making it feel somewhat chilly. Jiang Ning took out a rope, tied one end to a tree and the other to her waist, and began to lower herself to take a look. Lu Yang was startled by this sight. Hey, you're just going to go down like this? Isn't that too dangerous? How can you take such a risk? What if the rope breaks? Gathering rare herbs is inherently dangerous, just like you hunters when you go after large game. This is our way of making money. Danger is something we must face. Also, you could wish me luck, if the rope isn't likely to break so conveniently. Lu Yang fell silent for a moment. Jiang Ning's expression was calm as she descended along the rope. This opportunity to enter the mountain was rare. She didn't know when the next chance would come. She had to gather as many good herbs as possible to trade for money at the supply and marketing cooperative. Hanging on the cliff wall, she moved down bit by bit, her gaze fixed on a black object. Only when she got closer did she clearly see what it was. Her face lit up with surprise. Lingji, it's actually Lingji. Lu Yang sat at the edge of the cliff looking down. Miss Jiang, what did you say? Jiang Ning beamed and said, nothing, I found Lingji. Today is truly my lucky day, encountering Lingji so quickly. As she moved closer and reached out to pick it, a voice came from above. Wait, don't move. Look carefully, is there a poisonous snake next to the Lingji? Hearing this, Jiang Ning instinctively withdrew her hand. She squinted her eyes to look carefully and indeed saw something move. It was a snake's tail blending in with the gray stones of the cliff, which she had subconsciously overlooked. Her heart tightened instantly. With the poisonous snake here, how could she possibly pick the Lingji? Lu Yang took a rope from his backpack, imitating what he had seen, and descended the cliff along the rope, holding a machete in one hand and a thin stick in the other. They'll draw it away. You take the opportunity to pick the Lingji. Once you're done, hurry back up. By the way, is that snake poisonous? Yes, highly poisonous. If bitten. Without treatment within 10 minutes, there's no saving the person. Jiang Ning frowned, her eyes filled with worry. Can you really draw the snake away? If not, let's find other places to see if there are any herbs. This is too dangerous. We should give up. Lu Yang said calmly, it's fine, I can handle it. Just stay back a bit and you'll take care of it. He moved closer, using the stick to poke at the poisonous snake. The snake raised its head high, hissing and flicking its tongue, gradually coiling around the stick. A flash of cold light passed and the snake was sliced in two at the midpoint of its body, the upper half falling away. Looking at the remaining half, Lu Yang turned to the side. Do you want this remaining half? If not, I'll throw it away. Bringing this back with less than 2 tails of meat will be troublesome. Jiang Ning hurriedly replied, I want it. If the snake gall is a great thing. Alright, then it's yours. They'll go pick the Lingji for you. They could not dangle here like a kite forever, so it was better to pick the herbs and head back up. The wind was blowing, making it hard for him to open his eyes. After going around, she discovered that in the recessed area there were several Lingji mushrooms which had been blocked from view. After efficiently picking them, she tossed them straight into her backpack. Miss Jiang, let's go up. I'll give you the Lingji when we get to the top. Jiang Ning nodded, glancing around the cliff but seeing no more herbs. She grabbed the rope and climbed up. Lu Yang handed her the Lingji. Here you go. Check if there's anywhere else you want to go. It'll take you to find it. Why are there 4 or 5 more? Oh, there were some hidden behind the larger ones earlier, so I picked them all at once. There shouldn't be any problem. It seems like they don't have roots. Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile at this and nodded. Thank you. Let's look around nearby. If we find better herbs, well, dig them up. We don't want the ordinary herbs that can be found in the outer mountains. She looked up at the sky and spotted something white hanging on a tree, her eyes brightening slightly. Lion's mane mushroom, that's also a good thing to bring back for eating. Ah, mushrooms. I picked quite a few last time, but only 2 or 3 were edible, if the rest were poisonous. Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Identifying mushrooms in the mountains is quite challenging. For someone who doesn't live at the foot of the mountain year-round, it's indeed difficult to distinguish between what's poisonous and what's not. As she said this, she hugged a tree and prepared to climb, her agile movements resembling those of a monkey. Lu Yang watched in amazement, realizing he had underestimated this girl. She worked incredibly efficiently. After picking the monkey head mushroom from the tree, Jiang Ning skillfully slid down and began searching nearby for suitable herbs, squatting down to dig them up when she found some. Lu Yang watched from the side. To him all those plants looked like grass. He couldn't differentiate between medicinal herbs and ordinary plants, so he couldn't help at all. He whispered, "Jiang girl, I'm hunting nearby. If you need anything just shout and I can hear you." Jiang Ning glanced at him and nodded. "Okay Lu Jiqing, you go ahead. I won't wander far, I'll gather herbs around here. There are plenty of herbs here, enough for me to gather, so I won't need to go elsewhere." "Alright, I'll be back soon," Lu Yang said as he walked away. Shortly after he left, Zhou Yaozu arrived, hiding in the shadows and watching the focused girl gathering herbs. There was no one else around, so he unconsciously swallowed hard and moved a little closer. Crack! A dry twig snapped underfoot, causing Jiang Ning's heart to tighten. She suddenly stood up and looked warily in the direction of the sound, her expression turning cold upon seeing the newcomer. "Zhou Yaozu, what are you doing here?" "Haha, it's nothing. I just came out for a bit of convenience and didn't expect to run into you. Why are you out here alone gathering herbs? It's quite dangerous." Zhou Yaozu's Adam's apple bobbed as he looked at her with a hint of mischief in his eyes. "How about this? I can stay here and help you gather herbs. Just tell me what you need and I'll assist you, alright?" Jiang Ning watched him approach and drew the fire stick from her waist, her gaze fierce. "I said don't come over. I don't need your help, we're not that familiar." "Hey, we're from the same village. How can you say we're not familiar? That's quite hurtful, don't you think? What exactly do you want?" Zhou Yaozu's eyes burned with desire as he looked at her, brazenly assessing her. "You know my uncle is the team leader, right? His son has been missing for many years, and during the new year the clan elders will let me take him in. At that time I will be the only son of my uncle. If you choose to be with me, all of my uncle's possessions will be ours, and your divorced second sister will have someone to take care of her, right? The more I think about it, the more appropriate I feel as your husband. As long as you nod, I can have a matchmaker come to propose. However, I can't be a Livian son-in-law. I am my uncle's son, so I will naturally be running between both families. What do you think?" Jiang Ning's expression turned cold. "I don't think that's a good idea. If you keep talking like this, don't blame me for being rude. The team leader is such a good person, how could he have a nephew like you? Just leave this place." Zhou Yaozu snorted coldly. "I'm interested in you, that's your blessing. You're really asking for trouble. There's no one else around here, so I won't be leaving. What can you do about it?" As he spoke, he stepped closer, reaching out to touch her face. Jiang Ning was not polite. She took the fire stick from her waist and struck towards his arm. With a crack, something seemed to break. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. That hurts so much. Shut up, you're so annoying. You wanted to marry me? Let me tell you, if you marry me, I'll drug you every day for testing. If you die, that's just your fate, it has nothing to do with me. Oh, by the way, I have a little quirk. If I don't hit someone for a day, I get itchy. Let's see whose bones are harder, yours or my fire stick." Zhou Yaozu stared at her, wide-eyed shock filling his gaze. "Damn you, crazy woman. You're killing me. My hand. If you ruin my hand, my uncle will definitely not let you off." Jiang Ning looked at him with a deep gaze. "Is that so? The team leader is not like you, who's unreasonable. I told you to leave, but you didn't. Then getting hit is your own fault. Get lost. If you come any closer and keep talking, I'll break your third leg," she said, lowering her gaze slightly, speaking with implied meaning. Zhou Yaozu immediately clamped his legs together, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at her, clutching his wrist and crying out, "What about my hand? You crazy woman, how dare you treat me like this?" Jiang Ning looked at his hand, recalling the team leader helping her second sister. She lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before speaking. "I'll help you recover, but you must not come near me again. Otherwise I'll make you regret it." Fine, fine, fine. I must be crazy to like you. With so many gentle and obedient girls, why her, this crazy woman? Ignoring him, as long as she didn't suffer losses, it was fine. Being sensible and obedient only led to being bullied. Rather than being bullied, being a crazy woman wasn't so bad. Jiang Ning put down the fire stick, grasped his wrist, and after finding the right spot, pulled and pushed. With a crack, the dislocated joint was restored to its original position. "Alright, it's all fixed now. Now get lost." Zhou Yaozu's eyes flickered as he gripped her wrists tightly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let's see what you can use to hit me." In the next moment, Jiang Ning bent her leg and kicked out, hearing his wails as she forcefully kicked his calf. He released her and fell to the ground, curling up in pain. His face twisted in agony as he covered the area that couldn't be mentioned, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Gritting his teeth, his gaze was filled with resentment. Bitch, you want to cut off my lineage? Just wait, I'll deal with you properly. He struggled to get up, raising his hand to strike. Lu Yang came over carrying a deer and saw someone raising a hand high about to slap the person across from him. He instinctively threw the prey he was carrying. Zhou Yaozu didn't react in time and was directly hit aside, falling into a deep pit with a deer on top of him, unable to move. Jiang Ning turned her head and saw him, momentarily stunned. You're back. What happened? Why is this good for nothing here? It's nothing. He just saw me alone and wanted to take advantage of me. When I beat him up, he wasn't satisfied and wanted to fight back, that's all. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at the person in the pit. He squatted down and leisurely observed. Hey, where did you get your courage? Aren't you afraid of being charged with hooliganism? Zhou Yaozu struggled to push the deer off him, raising his head to glare at the two by the pit, gritting his teeth and shouting, Damn it! Are you blind? Hurry up and get me out of here. What hooliganism? I was just giving her face. A single old girl not getting married, staying at her parents' house, what's that about? I'm giving her an opportunity, do you understand? Oh, your attitude in begging is quite special. Then just stay there and enjoy it. We're going to gather herbs first. Of course you can shout for help. It's quite remote here. If you can call for someone, it means you have good luck. Go ahead and shout, use some strength. Looking at the person and the deer at the bottom of the pit, Jiang Ning softly said, You don't want the deer anymore. It's not worth giving it away for free, it's better to go down and get it. Zhou Yaozu climbed up from the bottom of the pit, fiercely kicking the dead deer twice in frustration, and shouted at the people above, Hey, toss down a rope. Are you blind or what? That's true, we'll go get the deer. Well, make deer meat for lunch, the antlers and blood can be used too. Sure, it'll help you process it and take it to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell. After selling, it'll give you the money. Deal. Zhou Yaozu looked at the two people by the pit, directly ignoring him as they discussed things, almost losing his temper. What does this mean? Do they think he doesn't exist? Lu Yang tied the rope securely and jumped directly down. He lifted the deer and threw it out of the pit with force, catching sight of a plant that looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Jiang girl, have you ever seen this kind of red fruit? Jiang Ning squatted down to see what he threw up and her eyes brightened. Is this ginseng? You should carefully dig it out with your hands. Be very careful not to break the roots. Lu Yang's eyes flashed with realization. So this is ginseng. Zhou Yaozu, standing nearby, suddenly looked over with greed in his eyes and shouted, Wait, that ginseng should be mine. If I hadn't fallen into the pit, how could you have seen it? Haven't you heard? The first person to see a medicinal herb gets to keep it. You've been jumping around in the pit for so long, and since you didn't see it, it means you have no fate with it. Just stay out of this. That ginseng is mine. Zhou Yaozu's eyes flashed with malice. If he couldn't have it, then no one else could. He reached out to grab the ginseng. Without looking back, Lu Yang kicked Zhou Yaozu aside, his voice carrying a hint of threat. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you try to snatch it again, you'll have to fight back. Forget it, it'll just knock you out to avoid having you cause trouble behind me. He turned and directly grabbed Zhou Yaozu, raising his hand to strike the back of his neck. Watching the person faint, Lu Yang felt relieved. Jiang Ning watched his actions, stifling a laugh. Use your fingers to gently push aside the soil, don't rush it. If it's a well-aged ginseng, it could be worth a lot of money. 100-year-old ginseng is at least worth 100 yuan. The older it is, the higher the price. If it goes to the black market, it can fetch even more. Black market? Jiang girl, you know about the black market? Yes, I do. Since Lu Yang saved her life, Jiang Ning wouldn't hide it from him, especially since Zhou Yaozu was already unconscious and no one would hear them. Once you dig it out, let me see how old it is, and you'll have a rough idea of the price. It's best if you sell it yourself, you can get a better price. Okay, I understand. After half an hour, Lu Yang finally dug out the ginseng completely. He also brought Zhou Yaozu up, tossing him to the ground and kicking him a bit further away before showing the ginseng to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning examined it carefully and smiled, saying, Congratulations, this is a 200 to 300-year-old ginseng. If you take it to the black market, you can ask for 300 to 400. If you take it to the supply and marketing cooperative, they might only give you around 300, which is lower than the black market price. Got it, I remember that. Jiang Ning took out a handkerchief from her pocket, carefully wrapped the ginseng and handed it over. It's better to wrap it in cloth, otherwise the roots might break and it won't be worth anything. Lu Yang muttered quietly, medicinal herbs are really particular. Yes, that's how precious medicinal herbs are. You'll dig a bit more and then we can go back. Teach me to recognize them, you'll help you dig. Okay, thank you Lu Jiqing. No problem, just a small favor. The two of them dug for herbs together and their speed increased significantly. With their baskets filled with medicinal herbs, Jiang Ning stood up and kindly reminded Lu Jiqing, when we go back, don't mention to anyone in the village that you found ginseng, otherwise they'll get greedy. Lu Yang smiled and nodded, alright, thanks for the reminder. On the way back, Zhou Yaozu still hadn't woken up. Lu Yang carried the deer on one shoulder and dragged Zhou Yaozu along with the other hand as if it were nothing. When they arrived at the place for digging yam, the team leader saw them return and hurriedly approached, concerned. How did it go? Did you find plenty of herbs, Ning girl? Yes, there are a lot. My basket is full. Out of the corner of her eye she noticed the person lying on the ground and was a bit surprised. Why is Yaozu lying on the ground? Lu Yang calmly replied, oh Uncle Zhou, I saw him fall into the pit so I kindly brought him up. He just fainted, I guess he'll wake up after a while. I see. Thank you Lu Yang. That brat has always been unreliable, I was wondering where he went. It's no problem as long as he's fine. You all must be tired, you take a break. Are you willing to give the deer meat to the team? They'll have someone note it down and you'll get credit for the extra meat. Alright then, I'll trouble you Uncle Zhou. Jiang Ning took out a small knife and a few jars. They'll collect the deer blood and we can also cut off the antlers if the cooperative will want those too. The team leader nodded, sure, you all handle it. Once you're done, just call me. We'll have deer meat for lunch. Thanks Uncle Zhou, we appreciate it. Haha, it's no trouble. This time we have a lot of people and we'll be able to bring down all this yam. We won't have to worry about winter this year. Jiang Ning squatted down to start processing. After collecting everything she said, alright, take the deer meat away. You handle your things, if there will be opportunities to take them for processing and exchange for money in the future. Lu Yang replied with an and placed it directly in the basket. Several women began to prepare lunch, which consisted of deer meat and rabbits and wild chickens found in traps. The rich aroma of meat wafted around, making the villagers digging yam unable to resist swallowing. With a greedy look on his face, one of them said, it smells so good. It's so nice to be in the mountains, we can eat meat whenever we want. I almost don't want to go down the mountain, haha. A villager who had been there before said grumpily, that's because you haven't spent the night in the mountains. You'll know when night falls if the forest is so dark you can't see anything. You'll hear the howling of wolves and the cries of infants, it's very scary. In late autumn it's easy to get fog, once the fog comes you can't see anything around you, and if someone gets lost, that's it. Don't even talk about finding someone, that's completely impossible. The person who had spoken earlier was also frightened. With a somewhat fearful expression he said, really? It's that scary in the mountains at night? But with so many of us together we won't be afraid even if something happens. That's true, hurry and dig. Once we're done we can go down the mountain early and prepare meat and fish for winter. The youth also didn't idle, squatting down to dig earnestly. Of course, apart from Miss Ning Kier, the others were relatively well behaved. After a while Miss Kier stood up to stretch her body, feeling a bit restless. Brother Gu, digging this is so uncomfortable. My arms are so itchy. I think I'll just go collect firewood instead, I don't want to dig this anymore. Gu Zhe called out to her helplessly, saying, don't go. If you wrap it with a cloth it won't itch. Collecting firewood can be dangerous, you wouldn't want to encounter those blood-sucking black bugs, would you? I've heard people say that collecting firewood is the easiest way to run into them. You should honestly stay here and dig the yam instead. Didn't you say you liked eating this? So dig a bit more. Indeed, if you don't want to dig yams you can collect yam beans instead. They can also be eaten when steamed. It would be a waste not to collect so many. Ning Kier was persuaded and squatted down to start collecting yam beans. Aside from occasionally screaming when she encountered bugs, she was much more patient than before. At noon, mealtime arrived. The buns were all brought from home and the dishes were prepared by Lin Suqing and her team. Each person used a bamboo tube to hold a bowl and sat in the corner to eat slowly. The stewed deer meat was delicious beyond compare. The accompanying ingredients included mushrooms, and the tender freshness of the mushrooms combined with the smooth tenderness of the deer meat was simply mouth-watering. Zhou Yaozu groggily woke up feeling a delicious aroma. He sniffed the air and was stunned when he saw them still eating meat. With a loud cry he rushed over. With tears and snot he cried out, "Wu, uncle, save me! That Lu Jiqing wants to kill me. He knocked me out and that Jiang Ning hit me and broke my wrist. Wu." The team leader was being tugged at by Zhou Yaozu and could only hold the bamboo tube with one hand while holding up his waistband with the other, a very embarrassed expression on his face. "Let go. You little rascal, let go of me. My pants are going to be pulled off. What on earth are you doing?" The others burst into laughter, their eyes filled with amusement as they watched the scene, teasing, "Yaozu, what's going on? Are you no longer having nightmares? Alright, wash your hands quickly and come eat. Starting today there's delicious deer meat cooked by Lu Jiqing. You definitely haven't had it before. Who knows when you'll have the chance again? Yes, let's talk after we eat. Aren't you hungry?" Hearing this, Zhou Yaozu's stomach grumbled and he instinctively let go of his uncle's pants. He hurriedly climbed up, found a bowl and squatted down to eat. The team leader adjusted his waistband and moved aside, starting to eat heartily, hoping to avoid any further antics from this brat. Before long everyone was full and without resting got up to continue digging in the yam field. They still needed to collect yam beans to take back as they could serve as snacks for the children in winter. Zhou Yaozu followed the team leader crying, "Uncle, I'm your real nephew. How can you ignore me? They're bullying me and you just watch." The team leader replied sternly, "I'm not blind. How are they bullying you? Didn't you fall into a pit yourself? Lu Jiqing kindly saved you, didn't he? He's your savior. How can you repay kindness with malice? I'm your uncle, but I can't just turn a blind eye to the truth, can I? As for what you said about Ning hitting you and breaking your wrist, show me your hand. Isn't it perfectly fine? Don't make a fuss. There's nothing wrong." Zhou Yaozu felt extremely aggrieved, squatting on the ground and crying, "Uncle, you're going too far. You actually turned your elbow outward. I'm going to tell my parents when I get back." The team leader rolled his eyes, replying dismissively, "Go ahead, tell whoever you want. Now get to work. What are you doing up the mountain if you're not working? How can you expect to share the yams? Hurry up and get to work." He lifted his foot as if to kick him. Zhou Yaozu dodged and hurried to the yam field, sniffing his nose as he aggrievedly dug for yams, looking as if he had suffered some great injustice. Jiang Ning and Lu Yang exchanged glances, sharing a tacit smile without speaking. The day passed quickly and by evening many villagers had gathered, making the cave noticeably crowded. They were divided into two sides, with men on one side and women on the other. The night watch was done in turns, with 4 or 5 people sitting at the cave entrance watching the night outside and paying attention to any movements. Zhou Yaozu glared at the person next to him and threatened, "Let me tell you, don't think that just because you look a bit like my uncle he will protect you. I'm his real nephew. By the end of the year I'm going to be adopted by my uncle. Then you'll be his son. You better watch your step and not offend me, got it? In the future I will be the team leader. If you offend me you definitely won't have good consequences." Lu Yang yawned, directly ignoring his words. It's wishful thinking for a fool to become the team leader. Just causing one little issue would be enough trouble, let alone expecting to hold that position for long. With no brains and no character, it's a pity that Uncle Zhou has such a useless nephew. Seeing that he was being ignored, Zhou Yaozu felt even more uncomfortable. "Hey, why aren't you responding when I'm talking to you? I thought you were a city person with education and culture. Is this all you've got? Does my education have anything to do with you? Just eat your fill and drink your fill. Why do you need to nag me here? You haven't even become the team leader yet and you're already acting all high and mighty. Does Uncle Zhou know about this? Tell me, if I told Uncle Zhou would you get a couple of slaps? After all, Uncle Zhou is the fairest. Having a clueless nephew like you is enough to give him a headache." Zhou Dashan and the others burst into laughter. Zhou Yaozu angrily shouted, "Are you telling the truth? Wasn't it you who set me up today? Wasn't it you who knocked me out? Oh right, you also dug up the ginseng? Listen everyone. Lu Yang dug up a century-old ginseng today worth $200 to $300. If I hadn't fallen into the pit, could he have dug it up? He won't say a word, nor does he want to share with me. What's fair about that? Uncle, can't you say something for me? Although he dug it up, it was still my loss. If I hadn't fallen into the pit, could he have dug it up? If Lu Jiqing hadn't saved you, you'd be a goner by now. How can you ask for ginseng money without showing gratitude? I think your brain has completely gone haywire. What do you mean by being adopted? Who told you that? What makes you think I'm going to adopt you? Uncle, my parents said that since you have no sons, it would be good for me to be adopted by you. The team leader grimaced in displeasure, saying, not good. I already have a son. I don't need to adopt anyone. How many times do I have to say it? Why is it so hard to talk to you all? The villagers echoed, yes, Yaozu, your uncle's family has a son. Who knows when he'll be found? There's no need for you to adopt a child. This good for nothing has never done anything right. Now he's slacking off. If he really adopts and becomes the captain, how will they have a good life afterward? It's better to just be a good for nothing like now. Zhou Yaozu retorted, and what do you mean? My uncle's son has been missing for 18 years. Who knows if he's dead or alive? What is there to come back for? The crowd gasped. Cursing someone's son to be dead in front of them. Is this person out of their mind? They are both foolish and wicked. As expected, the captain's face turned pale. He quickly approached, raised his hand, and slapped Zhou Yaozu several times, scolding, shut up. What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Zhou Yaozu covered his face, looking at him in disbelief, feeling wronged. What's wrong with telling the truth? Uncle, you actually hit me in front of so many people. I'm going to tell my parents when I get home. Saying this, he ran away while covering his face. Captain, it's getting dark. Why don't I go look for him? Zhou Dashan, seeing that he didn't object, hurriedly followed. If that rascal really got into trouble, it would be a hassle. Better to keep an eye on him. The captain calmed his emotions and said, all right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest early. There are straw mats here, you can hang them up to block the wind. Zhou Yong, come with me to get them. Zhou Yaozu quickly vanished. Listening to the howls of wolves, he gradually calmed down but felt some fear, glancing at the flickering light in the distance with a flash of hatred in his eyes. Is he really that bad? His uncle looks down on him so much. When will that son return? He's probably been buried under grass for years. What is there to wait for? Zhou Dashan couldn't catch up and shouted, Zhou Yaozu, where are you? Stop throwing a tantrum and hurry back with me. It's dangerous in the mountains at night. Did you hear me? Zhou Yaozu leaned against a tree, feeling a sting in his face, pretending not to hear. After searching for a while without finding anyone, Zhou Dashan also felt anxious. How could this brat run so fast? The person leaning against the tree also felt a bit cold. He squatted down, took out a match, lit some dry grass and wood, and stretched out his hand to warm himself, completely unaware of a snake that had slowly slithered down from the tree behind him. The snake raised its head high, preparing to attack. Zhou Yaozu, oblivious, continued to warm himself, but soon felt cold again, unable to help but shiver, mumbling, Uncle is too cruel. He is really too cruel. For the sake of an outsider, he dares to treat me this way. Just wait, I won't even give you a bowl to break when you die. Achoo. He sneezed several times, rubbing his nose, which was running. Zhou Dashan followed the light and sighed in relief, finally found you. Let's go back quickly. You're already grown, yet you're still so willful. Zhou Yaozu snorted coldly, that's my uncle's fault. Why should he protect a sent-down youth? No matter how good they are, they'll eventually leave and won't stay in this poor mountain valley. I will be his support in the future. Why shouldn't he treat me well? I've never seen such a ridiculous uncle. Just come back with me for now. And don't burn anything in the woods. Look around, there's dry grass everywhere. If the wind picks up, it could be deadly. This fool, does he really not understand the terror of wildfires? Once a wildfire starts, it cannot be extinguished by human effort. He truly doesn't understand any taboos. Zhou Dashan thought to himself while soothing, let's go. If you want the captain to value you, you need to be more composed and not speak so harshly. The captain's heartache is his son. If you openly curse him to be dead, how can the captain not explode in anger? He hardly ever hits you on ordinary days. Zhou Yaozu stood up, stamping on the fire pit in frustration, saying, that's called a dream. We haven't seen each other for so many years. In this vast sea of people, where can I find him? It's truly incomprehensible. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, involuntarily shivering. When he reached back to touch the soft cold thing, his pupils instantly contracted. Instinctively he yanked it off and threw it across. Zhou Dashan hadn't reacted yet when his arm was bitten. Watching the snake swiftly escape, he felt a chill in his heart. I think I've been bitten by a snake. Yaozu, I need to hurry back to the cave. Come quickly and remember to put out the fire. Saying this, Zhou Dashan directly ran towards the cave, urgently shouting, Jiang Ning, I've been bitten by a snake. Can you help me see if I'm poisoned? Upon hearing this, the people in the cave quickly sat up. Being bitten by a snake could be serious. If it's a venomous snake, it could be fatal in an instant. Jiang Ning ran over with a basket. The first thing he did was heat a knife over the fire, then made a cross incision on the wound, starting to squeeze out blood until it turned bright red. Next he took the pulse and asked, did you see what it looked like? No, it was too dark to see clearly. It doesn't seem serious for now. I've squeezed the poison out. Take this antidote pill and keep an eye out for any discomfort and call me immediately if anything feels off. Zhou Yong worriedly asked, how did you get bitten? Zhou Dashan hesitated before speaking. A snake fell on Zhou Yaozu. He yanked the snake off and threw it on me, and that's how I got bitten. Damn, that bastard really did that? Don't go looking for him anymore, but let him run wherever he wants. If he dies on the mountain, no one will care. How could he harm others like this? A light scoff came from Zhou Yaozu, who walked over nonchalantly. I didn't do it on purpose. I just got startled and instinctively threw it forward. You should have just dodged, Zhou Dashan. Zhou Yong, why are you scolding me? This is really too much. After giving a few reminders, Jiang Ning returned. A gust of wind blew, carrying a faint burnt smell. Lu Yang sniffed and looked over, getting up and walking towards the light. If it wasn't fire, what could it be? He grabbed Zhou Yaozu and said sternly, did you start a fire in the woods? Is the fire still burning? Stop pretending. I didn't. Lu Yang shouted into the cave, everyone come out. There's a fire in the woods. Hurry and put it out. If the wildfire starts, we'll all be burned alive here. After saying this, he kicked Zhou Yaozu away and jogged towards the source of the light. The people in the cave panicked, quickly getting up and grabbing their things to run outside, instinctively trying to hide. The captain shouted, everyone hurry to put out the fire. If we can't extinguish it, running is useless. His heart raced. Damn it, he shouldn't have brought this bastard up the mountain. This could really lead to disaster. Lu Yang used his abilities to teleport in the cover of darkness, summoning water from space to douse the flames. His figure flickered as he moved. By the time the captain and the others arrived, only 3 spots were still burning. The captain led the group to extinguish the fire, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, which was brought on by fear, his heart racing uncontrollably. Zhou Yaozu saw the fire was out and casually remarked, isn't it extinguished now? Look at how scared you all are. When I left, it was already put out. Who knew a gust of wind would blow the sparks back to life? He clenched his fists, cracking them as he turned his head upon hearing the sound. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him as a fist struck his face, sending a sharp pain through him. Only then did his mind register that he had been hit, as he covered his bleeding nose and shouted. Uncle, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me again? I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, isn't everything fine now? Hearing this, the villagers curled their lips in disdain, their eyes filled with hatred. This time luck saved them, but what if luck had turned against them? Their lives could have been lost because of this bastard. Just as the captain was fuming, he swung his fists and began to beat Zhou Yaozu, landing punch after punch until Zhou Yaozu's face was covered in blood. Kneeling on the ground, he pleaded, Woo, uncle, I was wrong. I won't dare to start a fire again, I truly won't. Oh really? If I believe you again, I might as well be a pig. The captain shouted, Zhou Yong, come here. Tie this bastard up for me and take turns keeping an eye on him. He won't escape until we leave the mountain. Zhou Yong grinned and readily complied, swiftly tying him up with a rope, saying, Captain, don't worry. I will stick to him like glue, he absolutely won't escape. This bastard cannot escape again, otherwise they would truly lose their lives, which would not be enough for this rascal to toy with. Alright, let's check this area thoroughly to ensure there are no sparks left. We will bury it with dirt so it won't be a problem even if the wind blows. Understood, Captain. Lu Yang stood in the shadows, glaring at the tied-up figure. The game animals in the mountains were his reserves. If this bastard burned them down, he wouldn't be able to compensate even by slicing him up. The villagers returned to the cave groggy from sleep until dawn. After a quick meal of steamed buns they set off to dig for mountain yam. 3 days flew by and their cart was filled with mountain yams. The captain gathered everyone together to properly bury this patch of mountain yam. They tossed in yam beans to come back and dig again next year. The team marched down the mountain following the well-trodden path. With too much cargo on the cart their pace was slow, taking most of the day to reach the foot of the mountain. There was simply too much to carry. They unloaded everything at the drying field, weighed it collectively, and then distributed it according to the number of people. Of course those who didn't work wouldn't get a share. For example, Zhou Yaozu. The Zhou family's elderly couple came initially thinking that with their grandson going up the mountain they would surely get a good share of mountain yam. Instead they heard their grandson had almost burned down the mountain. Overwhelmed with fear they nearly fainted. Burning down the mountain was a grave sin and the entire family would suffer misfortunes. Old Zhou's lips trembled as he looked at the grim-faced person beside him, anxiety surfacing. Ertzi, is what they said true? Did Yaozu really start a fire on the mountain? What on earth was he thinking? The captain replied coldly, why don't you ask him yourself, old man? He clearly fell into a pit and it was Su Qingqing who saved him. Yet he insisted on wanting a share of the ginseng money. What kind of reasoning is that? I merely said a couple of words and he holds a grudge against me, claiming that my son died. I slapped him twice and this little bastard went up the mountain at night to set a fire. What? Yaozu would never do such a thing. Tied up Zhou Yaozu wailed incessantly, causing Zhou oldest to feel heartbroken. He hurried to untie his son's ropes, asking, son, tell me boldly what exactly happened. Zhou oldest shot a glare at Ertzi, who was clearly biased toward Su Qingqing, treating his own nephew so harshly. Woo, Dad, they're all bullying me. His eyes rolled naturally, not daring to say he was looking for Jiang Ning to act mischievously. Even if he did, no one would believe him and he feared he would get beaten again and sent to the police. Zhou Yaozu defended himself, saying, I was worried that Su Qingqing and Jiang Ning hadn't returned for a long time, so I went to find them. Who knew I accidentally fell into a pit? Su Qingqing did save me, but the good ginseng in the pit was also dug up because of me. Why shouldn't I get a share of the money? Uncle said I shouldn't get a share and even hit me. I was so angry that I ran to the mountain and it was too cold at night, so I made a fire. Who knew the wind would blow and ignite the sparks? Hearing this, Zhou oldest looked at Ertzi dissatisfied. Ertzi, my son is right. If that's the case, then those who see the ginseng should have a share, so why shouldn't my son? The captain was so furious he almost laughed. Are you out of your mind, old man? Your son fell into a pit and someone went to save him. That's a life-saving grace and you want a share of the ginseng he dug up. How ungrateful. He waved his hand impatiently, saying, all right, Ertzi, don't talk to me about that. Back then I didn't attend school for a day for you and Ersan. Stop pulling those words, I can't understand them. Zhou oldest stubbornly insisted, in any case I believe that the ginseng was discovered because of my son, so he should get a share. I don't want it all, just a piece. Especially you, Ertzi. You keep siding with outsiders. It's too much. You don't want to share the mountain yam or the ginseng. Do I have a grudge against you? The two brothers directly confronted each other, neither willing to back down. The atmosphere became tense and the captain, tired of arguing, spoke up, Lu Yang, Zhou Dashin, you two help out and quickly distribute the mountain yam. Big brother, let's talk after we're done distributing. I don't have time to waste on this right now. Zhou oldest was relentless, pulling him aside, his eyes filled with resentment. Ertzi, there are no outsiders here. Tell me honestly, what do you really want? Even if you didn't like Yaozu before, you wouldn't hit him openly. Now every time he gets hit, it's almost always because of Lu Yang. Are you fooling around outside? Is Lu Yang your illegitimate child with another woman? Otherwise I can't understand why you would do this. The captain almost exploded in anger, vehemently denying, nonsense. I've only had one woman in my life and I've never done such things. What are you talking about? Seeing he didn't look like he was lying, Zhou oldest straightforwardly stated his purpose. If that's the case, then adopt Yaozu. From now on he will be your son and you can hit or scold him as you please. But right now he is my son and you cannot lay a hand on him. Otherwise we won't be brothers anymore. It's not that I'm against it, big brother. If Yaozu doesn't get proper care, he will truly be ruined. They'll share half of the mountain yam with you, okay? Just take Yaozu home and talk to him properly, you don't let him cause any more trouble. Hearing such evasive words, Zhou Laoda's face grew even darker. How my son is taught is none of your business. He's not your son, so why are you rambling on? You should split the yam in half. My son went up the mountain, so he should get his share. You as an elder are turning your elbow outward worse than a stranger. Enough, don't say any more. I truly feel it's a waste. You gave up on education to benefit yourself, and now you've become the captain, thinking of ways to target us, fearing that we might have a slightly better life. Had I known, it would have been better if you remained a mud-legged farmer. After finishing, he stormed off in anger, clearly infuriated. The captain watched his retreating figure, sighed deeply, raked his fingers through his hair, and silently noticed a few strands of white hair that had fallen out. The villagers carrying the divided yams returned home with smiles. Lin Suqing looked at her husband, who seemed troubled, knowing what was on his mind, and patted his arm. She softly said, "There are still yams at home. You should divide this batch into 2 portions, one for elder brother's house and one for the in-laws. The old couple can't eat much of this." The captain sighed. Elder brother surely holds a grudge. As long as I'm unwilling to adopt Yaozu, this conflict cannot be resolved. I also know what their intentions are. It's merely about seizing the ancestral home and fields after 100 years, and they insist on claiming it's for our old age. Yaozu, that good-for-nothing, couldn't support anyone. But elder brother didn't attend school back then, indeed, for my sake, and I must remember this kindness, yet adoption is out of the question. Whether they act out of selfishness or not, who doesn't have a selfish side? Clearly their own son is right there, yet they must be out of their minds to consider adoption, as an adopted child can hardly be nurtured. Lin Suqing replied, "I understand. Let's send some things to ease the tension. Otherwise you brothers really might become enemies. In the future, let's try to avoid the topic of Yaozu. That troublesome lad is hard to discipline. You shouldn't interfere. It's wrong whether you do or don't." "Yeah, I know. He keeps causing trouble and I can't just ignore it. If it weren't for the people in my brigade, he would do whatever he likes." The captain pulled a cart bringing the yams to elder brother's house, unloading half at the door and taking the other half to the old couple. Without saying a word, he returned with the empty cart. Once the people left, Zhou Laoda and his wife came out, looked around to see no one, and moved the yams inside. Stubborn as they were, no family was well off, so turning down free food would be foolish. By the roadside of Niujiao Mountain, Lu Yang sat on his bicycle waiting. Not long after, a figure slowly approached. It was Jiang Ning, and the distance between them grew closer. Jiang Ning smiled. "Lu Jiqing, heading to the town, are you?" "Yes, I'm going to sell ginseng. If Miss Jiang doesn't mind, I can take you along on my bike to speed things up." "Okay." She glanced around to ensure no one was watching and got on, as the village had many gossipers, so it was always better to be cautious. As Lu Yang rode, Jiang Ning sat behind, feeling the wind on her face, bringing with it the refreshing scent of soap pods, a much nicer fragrance than the smell of sweat from those men. "Miss Jiang, hold on tight, it might get a bit bumpy ahead." "Oh, okay, I know." The bike hit a bump and she instinctively tightened her grip on his shirt at his waist, her watery eyes widening slightly, revealing a clear gaze. Lu Yang felt the pressure on his waist, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and casually initiated a conversation. "Miss Jiang, do you still go into the mountains to gather herbs?" "Yes, it's a bit difficult to enter the inner mountains, but I can follow the route opened by the brigade to dig for herbs in the outer mountains. There are quite a few herbs there, much more than in the outer mountains." "So you earn a living by gathering herbs?" Jiang Ning replied, "Yes, barefoot doctors are like hunters. You all pay a fixed amount of meat each year, while we see a fixed number of patients and turn in a set amount of prepared medicine. Any surplus herbs can be traded with villagers, but mainly I'm looking for rare herbs. Selling them to the supply and marketing cooperative can also be a significant source of income. However, to find rare herbs, it's best to enter the inner mountains, and whether you can find them or not depends on luck. If luck is bad, entering the inner mountains won't help." Lu Yang pondered. So it seems that being a barefoot doctor is much harder than being a hunter. While both face the dangers of wild beasts in the mountains, hunters have guns and weapons for protection. Killing wild beasts can also earn money on the black market, but for barefoot doctors, encountering wild beasts makes it difficult to survive, and they also have to rely on luck to gather herbs. Jiang Ning sighed, her ethereal and pleasant voice soft. "It is indeed difficult. When my grandfather was in good health, he could accompany hunters into the mountains, and the income was quite considerable. But later, when his leg was injured, grandfather wouldn't allow me to go into the mountains with hunters, so I could only gather herbs in the outer mountains, and my income decreased significantly. Lu Jiqing, could you take me into the mountains?" I can share half of the money I make from gathering herbs with you, and if there are wild beasts you can protect me. I will also prepare anesthetic. I'm not completely defenseless. How does that sound? Previously her second sister wasn't home so she could drag it out like this. But now that her second sister was back with 2 children to care for, she needed to earn more money, which meant going into the inner mountains. As for her reputation, she couldn't care less now. Besides, Su Qingqing wouldn't have his eyes on her, he would want to return to the city. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. After hesitating he spoke, I have no problem with it. After all, bringing a doctor into the mountains means that if I encounter poisonous substances there's someone to help me with the antidote. But I am a man and you are a young girl. It's alright for me, but it might not be good for you with all the gossip. Are you sure? Jiang Ning nodded, not hiding her family situation. My second sister is divorced and has 2 children. The alimony from my brother-in-law is barely enough to keep us from starving, but it's not enough for the children. My second sister needs to work, making it hard to earn money. I have more free time, so I need to earn more money, otherwise how will the 2 children afford school later? In the end it all comes down to money. With money everything can be solved. Without it, even if others praise me, it's useless. I still need to find a way to earn. She knew that going into the mountains with him was taking advantage of him, but it was the fastest way she could think of to earn money. Su Qingqing, I will give you half of the money I make from gathering herbs. Can you agree to take me into the inner mountains? Lu Yang thought for a moment and readily replied, sure, as long as you don't mind others' gossip I have no issues. I don't know much about gathering herbs and I won't take any of the money you earn. As long as you treat me for free, that's fine. Just prepare the herbs for me when we go into the mountains. If you agree, we'll cooperate. Jiang Ning's eyes curved into a smile. All right, I agree. Let's make a pact and not go back on our word. Lu Yang's cheerful laughter echoed as he stretched his left hand back, his pinky slightly raised while his right hand rested on the handle. All right, let's make a pact 100 years without changing our minds. Jiang Ning reached out to hook her finger, and as she did their hands parted, a faint blush appearing on her fair face as she shyly said, thank you. No problem, we help each other out. The speed of the bike increased significantly as they quickly reached the town. After Lu Yang parked the bicycle, he entered an alley to disguise himself, looking like an old man. His unkempt beard obscured half of his face, making it difficult to discern his features. Jiang Ning blinked in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. You? Lu Yang's familiar voice spoke up, so how is it? Can't you recognize me? My disguise isn't bad, right? You should disguise yourself too, preferably as an old lady, to avoid being recognized. Jiang Ning nodded and went into the alley to make some adjustments. Her fair skin was dulled with a potion and spots appeared on her face with a large mole on her chin. The two exchanged smiles and walked in a specific direction, winding through 2 or 3 alleys until they came to a wooden door. Someone was loitering in front of it, watching them warily. Jiang Ning stepped forward, opened the basket to indicate for him to take a look, and spoke in a local dialect. Hello, good sir, I am here to sell medicinal herbs 2 for a dime. Chen Er nodded, quickly collected the money, opened the wooden door and gestured for them to enter directly. Passing through the wooden door and another alley, they were greeted by a spacious area filled with people squatting on the ground with various items laid out before them, although there was little shouting. Those selling items also wore vigilant expressions, as getting caught would be disastrous. Generally no one would risk it unless absolutely necessary. In the black market, items could be exchanged or sold, and of course tickets could be used for trade as long as both parties were satisfied. Jiang Ning approached an old man and called out, hello, do you have any ironclad dendrobium? I also have ganoderma and ginseng. The old man perked up at her words, raising his head with interest. Ginseng? How many years old is it? Over 100 years, you can take a look. Lu Yang unfolded a handkerchief layer by layer, revealing a complete ginseng root. The old man smirked. He'll sell it to you for 350. What do you say? Jiang Ning replied directly, 400. If it's 350, we might as well sell it at the supply and marketing cooperative outside. There's no need to take the risk. The old man hesitated for a moment and said softly, let me take a look at the other herbs. If the quality is good, I can offer you 400 for the ginseng. If he wanted to buy, he would take it all. After examining the items, they negotiated, and in the end Lu Yang received 400. Jiang Ning looked at the thick stack of cash in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was the most money she had ever seen. She had to go into the mountains. After selling the herbs, the two hurriedly left the black market. As they exited the alley, they encountered two looming figures, tall and imposing, glaring at them. In a lowered voice, one of them said, "Old man, old woman, hand over the money and I'll let you go. Otherwise." Lu Yang smirked slightly, stepped closer, and without further ado he struck out, sending the two men flying into the alley with a punch and a kick, dusting off his hands as he looked at Jiang Ning and said, "Let's go." Jiang Ning blinked and obediently followed behind him. In the alley, the two men groaned in pain, clutching their stomachs, feeling the sting of their injuries. They had only wanted a bit of money, yet they had been beaten badly. Once they shed their disguises, both exhaled a sigh of relief. The black market was indeed intriguing, but it tested one's nerves. A single misstep could easily blow their cover. With the money in hand, Jiang Ning went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative, buying cotton and cloth. As the weather turned colder, it was just right to make quilts for her sisters and a warm coat for herself. "Lu Qingqing, do you need to buy anything? As for me, I'll just buy some hairpins and food. I'm staying at the captain's house and the clothes are all washed by his three sisters. I really appreciate them." "They wash your clothes?" Lu Yang smiled and nodded without thinking too much. "Yes, the captain has three sisters and they are really kind. And he even made me a warm coat. I'm lucky to stay there." Jiang Ning replied, "Then you should buy some kerosene and also buy more salt. By the 12th lunar month we need to start pickling fish and meat to prepare for winter." "Alright, then I'll buy some kerosene and more salt." What was initially going to be a small purchase ended up being quite a lot. Jiang Ning bought some fruit candies to take home for the two children. After they finished shopping, they headed back. Approaching the village entrance, Jiang Ning spoke up, "Lu Qingqing, please just drop me off in front. There's no need to take me into the village. I'll walk on this little path." After Lu Yang parked the bike, he watched her walk up the slope towards home before he rode off to the village. Jiang Ning, carrying cotton and cloth on her back and food in her basket, couldn't help but smile at the thought of the money she earned today. As long as she could venture deeper into the mountains, she would be able to take good care of the two children. With money, life would be much easier. If Grandpa was displeased, it didn't matter. Having money gave her confidence. Before she could reach the fence gate, she heard scolding voices from inside. The smile on Jiang Ning's face instantly vanished as she pushed the door open and hurried inside. Her second sister was kneeling on the ground scrubbing something while her parents stood silently nearby, and Grandpa was incessantly muttering something. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning felt as if her heart had been squeezed tightly, making it hard for her to breathe. She walked in and pulled her second sister up, looking at Grandpa with a blank expression. "What's wrong with Grandpa?" Old Grandpa Jiang looked at her with discontent, saying, "It's nothing. I asked your second sister to fetch me some water and she couldn't even hold the teapot steady. By the way, did you find any medicinal herbs in the mountains?" "I didn't find any deer grass, but I did gather some ironclad dendrobium. Here's 50 yuan for you. This is my second sister's home. Can't you be a bit kinder to her, Grandpa?" "What do you mean by that? Are you blaming me?" The couple stood silently to the side, not daring to speak. The old man had always been domineering. He used to handle all the family's finances. Now if anyone dared to oppose him, he would make a huge fuss. Jiang Ning spoke softly, "I don't mean it that way. I just believe that family should help each other, not constantly blame one another. Second sister is facing difficulties now. If we don't protect each other, outsiders will only bully us more. What good would that do for Grandpa? And there's one more thing to inform you. I've made an agreement with Lu Qingqing that whenever he goes into the mountains to hunt, I'll gather herbs. He will protect me, and in exchange he will treat illnesses for free." Jiang Yuanshao looked at his usually decisive younger daughter and said quietly, "Xiao Ning, isn't that a bit inappropriate? He is a man and you are an unmarried girl going into the mountains with him. If this gets out, what will happen to your reputation?" Jiang Ning neither got angry nor raised her voice. She simply walked up to him and spread her hands, saying, "Father, since you say I cannot go into the mountains, please solve the issue of money at home. Also, I promised Grandfather to find a husband, so the house needs some repairs and the betrothal gifts must be prepared. If I have to support the family, then where will the money come from? Since I have a way to make money, if you disagree, then just give me the money. If you give me the money, I won't go into the mountains." Jiang Yuanshao stared at her in shock, rendered speechless. The weakly Yume, seeing this, said softly, "Xiao Ning, what are you saying? Your father is also concerned about you? What if that Lu Yang takes advantage of you? He is a young intellectual, he can just pack up and leave. How will you face people in the brigade? Have you thought about that? Jiang Ning looked at her, her gaze firm, and said, if not, mother, you think of a good idea for me. How can I earn money with dignity and then use that money to find a husband? The worst case is what you mentioned, but is that really such a bad thing? He is from the city, good looking, good at hunting, and doesn't lack money. Why would he have an interest in me? There are so many girls in the brigade who like him. Have you seen any rumors about him with anyone? It shows he simply cannot like a rural girl. We are only going to the mountains to meet our needs. It has nothing to do with those irrelevant matters. You are overthinking it. If something really happens, I wouldn't even need to find a husband, it would come to me easily. Both parents were left speechless. After all, with such a beautiful daughter, there are almost no suitors willing to come and marry, and let alone young intellectuals from the city. It truly could not lead to a good reputation. Seeing them silent, Jiang Ning no longer paid them any mind. She pulled out 50 yuan from her pocket and handed it over, saying, grandfather, here is 50. You two also take 50 yuan. This is the money for my second sister living at home. I will take care of the expenses for her and the children in the future. Do not bother her anymore. Father and mother, you can do your own work. Second sister, you are only responsible for working and taking care of the children. Just help with cooking at home. You cannot do everything. If I am at home, I will take care of everything. Jiang Hui looked at her, her nose slightly sour, and choked out, okay, thank you, Xiao Ning. Ni Yumei and her husband looked at the money, their expressions somewhat dazed. You went to the mountains once and earned over 100 yuan. How could money come so quickly? This is the money for 2 months of living expenses. It's not that I earn money each time I go to the